The Foundations of Normal and Abnormal Psychology, to the memory of my master and friend William James, who, being the foremost pioneer in the vast domain of the human mind, has generously encouraged others in their efforts at clearing fresh trails, leading to an ever more comprehensive view of the rich varieties of mental life. Preface. In this volume I made an attempt to formulate the fundamental assumptions and main principles that underlie normal and abnormal psychology. Every science, mathematical, physical or biological, has its postulates as the foundation of its structure. Psychology has her own assumptions which have to be clearly formulated. The object of the first part of this science has also its volume is the unraveling of the principal concepts and hypotheses which form the basis of the study of mental phenomena. All through the domain of the sciences there is a vast movement for the search of fundamental concepts and for the close investigation of such concepts. Even such an exact science as mathematics has felt this spirit of examination of its fundamental assumptions, axioms, and postulates. Men like Lobachevsky, Bolyai, Riemann and others have given the start, and a number of mathematicians have recently followed in their footsteps, with the result of getting a wider horizon and of opening unknown regions. The same we find in the case of physical sciences, such as physics, mechanics and chemistry. Mach, Poincare, Ostwald, Pearson and others have contributed to this spirit of investigation in the domain of physical sciences. This spirit of inquiry has become of late specially intensified by the revolutionary discoveries of radioactive bodies. We are acquainted with the great movement which has swept all over biological, sociological, and economical sciences due to the influence of the theory of zero. Preface to the spirit of free inquiry into fundamental evolution. Concepts has seized on all throughout the sciences. Whole domain of human thought there is felt this rejuvenating and invigorating breath of the new revolutionary spirit. Philosophy, ethics, aesthetics, history, have been awakened out of their every science has been shaken by this mighty movement to its very foundation. Even such a dry study as logic has left the vital breeze of law, economics all long sleep of centuries. The inquiring spirit of modern times. I make an attempt in this volume to examine in an elementary way the foundations of normal and abnormal psychology. This is all the more necessary as biological chemists, and recently students of comparative psychology, a science which lies on the borderland of psychology and biology, have a biologists, tendency to make incursions into psychology proper, and favor mechanical or purely physiological concepts to the detriment and even total exclusion of mental processes. This tendency towards elimination of psychic life by mechanical processes or by the unconscious is also observed in the writings of some workers in the domain of psychopathology. They think it is in the interest of strict science to express wherever possible mental states in its terms of physical changes. Finally, a stage reached in which all consciousness is completely dispensed with in favor of physiological processes or the unconscious. Psychology is thus made a branch of physiology and biology. Again, philosophers and metaphysicians are apt to make intrusions into the domain of psychology, because the latter is regarded by them from time immemorial. Preface 3 as legitimate prey, inasmuch as their own domain lies on the outskirts of mental life. In the interest of metaphysical systems, philosophers attempt to subject psychology to their own speculative purposes. The popular mind has a tendency of regarding psychology as something mystical and of identifying psychology with all kinds of faith cures, mind cures, spiritism, telepathy, telesthesia, and table rapping. It is unfortunate that even medical men of note, on account of lack of acquaintance with psychological subjects and are apt to look askance at psychology inquiries, identify it with religious beliefs and mental cures as well as with the more shady side of spiritistic manifestations. More complicated is the plight in which the psychologist finds himself in regard to the recent claims put forth by some psychologists in having achieved results of importance to law, industry, and to the reformation of social ills. The demand for practical results in psychology is due to the industrial spirit of our times, a spirit which requires immediate results cashed or expressed in dollars and cents. That can be the earnest psychologist should repudiate such industrial business psychology, for the simple reason that such a psychology is imaginary, in other words, such a psychology does not exist. An experienced salesman, an intelligent businessman knows infinitely more about business and how to obtain the best results out of certain combinations than all the psychologists with their laboratory and puerile trivial experimental arrangements, giving results no less trivial their artificial statistics, and meaningless. The claims made by psychologists as to industrial efficiency which psychology can give is ludicrous in the preface for extreme. We may as well expect the astronomer to how to conduct as a matter of fact claim that astronomy can give points successfully a political campaign. The psychologist has nothing to say on the subject of advertisements, industry, and business, place trivialities expressed with scholastic authority. All but common the pomposity of industrial efficiency does not be we may as well belong to the domain of psychology. Peck the comparative psychologist to offer practical points on the efficiency of cows to give milk or on the efficiency of hens to lay eggs. The success of advertisement is a matter of experienced businessmen and not of academic psychologists who have to offer nothing but the merest platitudes. We must once for all enter a protest against those psychologists who claim that they have some great psychological truths to reveal to businessmen, manufacturer and workingman. I trust that both the businessman and the workingman will have enough common sense to take such psychological truths for actually stunts worth. Little the of business ordinary life, the life of the laborer, and is under knows almost nothing of woefully ignorant of the economical questions of the times. Ness claims are illusory. What they are psychologists psychological busy the sooner the practical busyness man learns this fact the better for him, and also for the earnest psychological investigator. Psychology is just emerging from its metaphysical and theological stages as Auguste Comte would put it. Psychology is just entering the circle of her sister sciences. At present it is in a state similar to the PHY of the 16th century. The psychologist should declare frankly and openly that he can no more assist 6v preface the businessman and the manufacturer than the mathematician with his non-Euclidean geometry or the logician with his algebra of logic can help the solution of the great problems of capital and labor. We can obtain some help from abnormal psychology in its application to the medical treatment of nervous and mental maladies. This is quite natural as abnormal psychology is essentially based on clinical and experimental of mental diseases. The claim, however, that psychology can give directions for vocations of life or for business and industry is entirely unfounded. The same holds true of the practical pseudo-psychology that has invaded the school, the court, the prison and the immigration bureau. The intelligence tests are silly, pedantic, absurd, and grossly misleading. I have not discussed in this volume the practical aspect of recent quasi-business psychology for the reason that such claims are nothing but a snare and delusion. Of course I do not expect that this warning of mine as to the misleading character of applied psychology there is at present an epidemic of people however will wake up from their psychological dreams and will read taken graciously. Practical or applied psychology. That applied psychology is nothing but a nightmare. I am fully aware of the fact that my present protest will draw on me the ire and severe attacks of many a psychologist, but I sincerely hope that some of the more earnest psychologists will sustain me in my present contention. So much for the practical limitations of psychology. In discussing the theoretical aspects of psychology and attempting to point out its limitations I have had to touch on problems ultra-psychological, but this was Preface 6 it had to be done in order to clear the path and see the lay of the land. I have no doubt that there will be found a great number of shortcomings in the avoidable foundations as well as vagueness in the delineation of main postulates and psychological principles. I be fully satisfied, if this volume will stimulate others to better work in the same direction. The second part of this work deals with my theory of moment consciousness. This theory was advanced by me some 16 years ago in my Psychology of Suggestion. It was further touched upon in my multiple personality, but I had not stated the theory as this. I may add that when tinkly as I did in this volume, James read the theory in the Psychology of Suggestion, he told me he found it valuable, and urged me to develop it more in detail. The theory of moment consciousness presents a and development of conscious from reflex consciousness to compound reflex and instinctive consciousness, reaching the highest formal view of the nature-ness of consciousness, psiousness, and that the of self-consciousness. Adaptation, individuality, or of the psychic in organism to the external environment is looked at not only from a psychological, but also from a biological standpoint. In the course, consciousness of its development is presented in a series of stages and types, each lower stage leading to the next higher and more complicated stage and type. This does not mean that the higher type is included in the lower. We must assume spontaneous mental variations, or psychic mutations, so that while the stages and types are arranged in a progressive series of their development and complication, they at the same time differ qualita preferentively in type of mental life. I may add that most of the ideas developed in this volume have been formulated by me some 14 years ago, and then retouched from time to time. A few of the chapters with some modifications have been published by me in various psychological and medical journals. Boris Sidis. Sidis Psychotherapeutic Institute, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, January, IC 14. Part I. Fundamental Concepts and Principles, the Foundations of Normal and Abnormal Psychology. Chapter I. Psychology as a Science. We assume that the reader regards psychology as a science. It is, however, one thing to label a subject as a science and another thing to understand clearly in what sense the term science is used in the case of psychology. Clear understanding of the nature of science special importance is hereof on account of the peculiar position psychology occupies in the hierarchy of human knowledge. It is therefore desirable to define the meaning of science before we proceed to discuss the subject matter of psychology. Science is the description formulation of their relations and formulates of phenomena, and the science describes facts, their relations in laws. The task of science is first to formulate facts belonging to the same type, there and then to generalize them, that is to express general relationship by one comprehensive formula, in spite of the many individual variations in the phenomena. Thus in geometry, possibly the most and many isolated and important facts were already known to the semi-civilized nations of scient of all sciences, antiquity, but it required the rationalizing spirit of the two normal and abnormal psychology 12 Greek mind to classify and generalize the theorems, the laws of space. Facts into many important proper of the right-angled triangle, for instance, were already known to the ancient Chaldeans and Egyptians. They knew that if in a right-angled triangle the 2 and 4, the hypotenuse must be 5 and so on, that is, they knew only concrete facts. But what they lacked was just the scientific sides are respectively 3-side. It required a Pythagoras to discover that in right-angled triangles the all sum of the squares of the 2 sides is equal to the square of the third. No matter what the size of the triangle be, no matter how different in length its sides are, once the triangle be of the same type, namely right-angular, the same general relationship must obtain. To take an illustration from physics. Falling bodies form one type of movement. Now the body may themselves may be of various in kind, in may differ widely different material, nature, in belong to and shape, and still, since they the same type of motion, they are, in spite of their manifold diversity, expressed in one structure, all weight, formula, in one law, namely, that the spaces traversed are proportional to the square of times. In other less exact sciences the facts are exhaustively described and a general statement their relationship. Mainly descriptions of facts relationships is classified of which are expressed merely, or laws. Formulated as to in physiology, for instance, we find into types, the general four thus in the cerebrospinal nervous system. Each part and its functions are described as fully as, and then all the facts are brought under one comprehensive formula such as the reflex arc. In possible psychology as a science embryology, the different changes of 13 the embryo are minutely described, classified into types, into a certain number of definite stages, and then all the changes, in the infinite wealth of their variety, are expressed in the general proposition that the embryo in the short period of its development traverses in an abbreviated form all the stages that the species has passed through in the many ages of its existence. All the changes are generalized in the formula that the ontogenetic series is an epitome of phylogenetic evolution. We may, therefore, say that science is a description of types of facts, the relationships of which are expressed in general comprehensive formulae, or laws. It is in this sense that understands psychology to be a science. It classifies phenomena into types and searches for the general expression of their relations, or for what is termed psychological laws. We must come to something more precise and definite. We said that psychology deals with classification and generalizations of phenomena, but what are these phenomena? In the different branches of science, find that each one has a determinate order of energy to deal with, a definite subject matter. We thus geometry deals with spatial facts, mechanics with motion, physics with changes of molecular aggregations, chemistry with atomic combinations and their mutations, physiology with processes going to make the equilibrium of organic life, sociology with phenomena of social life, and so it is in the case of all other sciences. Now what is the subject matter of psychology? What phenomena with which psychology deals with facts of consciousness? Are the facts, the deals? On the very threshold of our discussion, we may be normal and abnormal psychology 14 stopped by the pertinent question. You say that psychology deals with facts of consciousness, but what is consciousness? Such as the consciousness elements of is subjective facts, sensation, feelings, pains, thoughts, acts of willing and the like. Positive science must have given facts, data to work upon. These data it analyzes, describes, classifies into types and seeks to find the formulae of their relationships. Psychology can accomplish no more than any other science. The data of psychology are facts of consciousness. These facts are analyzed into their simplest elements, and the laws, but psychology does and legitimately cannot possibly go beyond consciousness. Consciousness is the ultimate datum which psychology must assume as given and which is from of their relations are searched for. Not, as psychological standpoint unanalysable. Ness must be postulated, if conscious we wish to enter the temple of psychology. In this relation psychology is as positive as the rest. Geometry, a science to which no one will deny exactness, deals as we know with the laws of space relations. Should we ask the geometrician you the same question just put to the psychologist, say that your science, geometry, deals with facts of space and their relations, but what is space? The geometrician will smile at us. He will tell us that by space he means such forms as lines, angles, triangles, quadrilaterals, circles, cubes, cylinders, pyramids, etc. We persist and ask further, yes, that is true, but all these are so many forms of space. What is the space it the geometrician will know self with which you deal? Doubt answer my dear sir, geometry deals with facts of space, space itself is taken as an ultimate datum. The of her sister sciences. Psychology as a science 15 work of geometry is not to ask what space is in itself, but what the relations are of spatial forms, space itself being postulated. Mechanics deals with the laws of energy and motion, physics with molecular changes of matter, but neither physics nor mechanics would have gone far, had they stopped to answer the questions as to what motion, energy, matter are in themselves. These are simply postulated, taken for granted, they are the ultimate data of these. In this respect psychology does not sciences. From other sciences, it takes its subject matter as given and does not inquire as to what the nature of the material is in itself. The reader must remember that the question as to what things are in themselves is not therefore at all a question of positive sciences, but of metaphysics. I do not mean in any way to detract from the dignity of metaphysics. What I wish is simply to point out the limits of positive science. The problem as to what things are in themselves does not fall within the province of science, but within the domain of metaphysical research. The question as to the nature of consciousness, what it is in itself, may be a very important one, but it lies outside the ken of psychology, just as the laws of aesthetics do not concern the chemist, although the latter may be a great lover of beauty. In the contemplation and enjoyment of a beautiful picture he will not introduce a chemical formula, and in his chemical experiments he will not introduce aesthetic considerations. The same holds true in the case of psychology. The psychologist may be a metaphysician, but in his psychological work he must keep clear of metaphysics. Ness therefore is conscious a presupposition, a postulate of PSY 6 normal and abnormal psychology 1 ecology. There is one more important assumption which psychology must start with /ence at all, order to be a positive in SCI under similar condi, namely, uniformity. Suppose a geometrician should like results follow. Prove to you that the sum of the three angles of a triangle is equal to two right angles. Suppose that some skeptic should come in and say, yes, that is all right in relation to the triangles in this particular space, in another portion of space, on some other star or planet. The only answer is we must assume that space is uniform, so that wherever we form our triangles we obtain the same results. The same is true in mechanics. The laws of motion and inertia hold the theorem will not hold good. Geometrician could give that good of the pebble on the roadside, of the dust grains dancing in the sunbeam, and of distant stars in the Milky Way. Uniformity of relations among phenomena must be postulated, if science is to be at if under the all same conditions different results follow, science would have been an impossibility. Uniformity of nature is one of the most fundamental postulates of science. Psychology assumes uniformity. It assumes that there exist constant uniform types of mental activity with definite relations that can be formulated into psychological laws. Thus psychology at the very outset postulates consciousness and uniformity of mental phenomena. We can now see in what relation psychology, which deals with phenomena of consciousness, differs from philosophy, whose subject matter is also consciousness. Philosophy has no postulates. Psychology, like all other sciences, must have its postulates which it cannot transcend. Philosophy deals with the ultimate in conscious psychology as a science-ness, activity. 17 investigates the very postulates of conscious AC. Psychology on the contrary accepts the facts of consciousness as ultimate data. Chapter 2 Physical and Psychic Facts. Psychology, we said, deals with science-ness. But this is facts of too broad a statement, for there are other sciences that also deal with facts of consciousness, such as ethics, aesthetics, logic. In what respect does psychology differ from these sciences? It differs in this, that ethics, aesthetics and logic are normative regulative sciences, psychology a positive natural science. Ethics deals with ideals of moral life, aesthetics with ideals of beauty, and logic with ideal ways of correct reasoning. All these sciences deal with ideals, with norms to which the matter of fact consciousness ought to conform, if they put a value on the phenomena. Is ever, like all other natural sciences, has than fact, it admits of no ought to act rightly. Psychology, how no other ideal from a strictly psychological standpoint, the ugly and the beautiful, the good and the evil, the true and the false are of equal value. Psychologically they are all facts of conscious and must be studied as such, just as the serpent and the dove are of equal interest and value to the naturalist. The ravings of a maniac are of the same psychological interest and value as the subtle reasoning of a Newton. Psychology is a positive natural science. It does not deal with the subjective evaluation of facts of consciousness, but with their objective natural existence. Having shown in what psychology agrees with other positive natural sciences, we must now point out in what 18 physical and psychic facts it differs from them. 19. Psychology deals with phenomena of consciousness as facts of objective natural existence. Are these facts of the same order with those of the physical world, the subject matter of the natural physical sciences? We must answer in the negative. The objects of the natural sciences of the physical world are a physical body has of a material and spatial nature. Weight occupies a certain portion of space, so has the can we say the same of psy? By no means. They are different molecule, the atom. Ecological facts. In kind, and this I wish especially to impress on the mind of the reader. To realize this truth, I think it a good preliminary psychological exercise for the reader to try to find how many grams, or grains his idea of beauty weighs, how many millimeters long, wide and high his feelings of love are. Let him indulge in the fancy of conceiving an engineer building a bridge with mathematical formulae as links, and his feelings of virtue and patriotism as supports. On the other hand, let him think of a logician trying to fill up the defects of his train of reasoning with solid bricks, and using as connecting links bars of pig iron. In short, psychology differs from physical sciences in this, that its facts, the facts of consciousness, are not of a material nature. Do not physical sciences, it may be asked, deal with such phenomena as sound and light? Do. But these sciences regard these certainly they phenomena from a standpoint radically different from that of psychology. Sound in physics is not the sensation sound, but the external, material vibration of air, which may or may the same holds not give rise to a sensation of hearing. True in the case of light. What physics investigates is not light as sensation, but vibrations of ether which normal and abnormal psychology 20 may or may not give rise to a sensation of sight. It is, however, just such facts as sensations, facts not spatial in their nature, which constitute the subject matter of psychology. May not facts of consciousness be some kind of some form of material substance the constitution of which we do not as yet know? Such was the question put by a medical man, when he heard me expounding the difference in kind between physical and psychical facts. That might be, I answered, but then that substance, if it ever be discovered, will not have the properties of matter, it will be a matter totally different in kind from that studied by the physicist. For the matter of physical sciences is essentially one of extension. A matter however that occupies no space is an existence altogether different in kind from that of extended things, and is certainly no matter for the physicist. The persistent antagonist may raise here a further objection. He are not the phenomena of consciousness may ask facts of activity. And is not activity, energy? And if this be the case, must not the kinetic facts of consciousness be ranged along with physical phenomena, be reduced to the manifestations and transformations of kinetic energy, and thus really and ultimately fall within the domain of the mechanical sciences? Change certainly is manifested in the mutations of states of consciousness, but this change is not the phys change in the states of consciousness may no doubt be regarded as activity, and I call change of translocation. You please as energy, but this activity is not the energy of mechanics. Activity in mechanical or physical, if physical and psychic facts 21 means molar, molecular, or atomic movement sciences of matter through space, while psychic activity is not a translation of matter through space. A thought is not a material mass having extension, weight and locomotion. This truth, simple as it may appear, cannot be too often repeated and too strongly emphasized, since one frequently meets with this fallacy of thought materialization in the world of psychiatry. Words are often misleading, and the metaphorical expression mental energy is taken in its literal meaning of mechanical en. While I am writing these lines, I find in one of the number of the Russian Archives of Psychiatry and Neurology edited by Professor Kovalevsky, an article, Ergi. in which an attempt is made to express mental activity terms of mechanical energy. The writer might, as he who will attempt to change inches into pounds, undertakes the examination and study of mental phenomena, must bear in mind the simple and important, but frequently forgotten truth, that facts of consciousness are not of a physical, mechanical character. Against our view may be urged the fact proportion as a science tends to become exact, that in it takes on more a quantitative aspect, its phenomena are reduced to molecular or atomic changes. If now psychology, when it is a science at all, it will reach its exactness, can be expressed in terms of matter and motion, so that the phenomena presented by consciousness, although at present impenetrable to our imperfect instruments and methods of investigation, must ultimately be reduced, in some way or other, to mechanical terms. Psychology has not yet had its Galileo. This objection may be easily disposed of by the simple answer that the exactness of science is not at all in pronormal and abnormal psychology 22 portion to its degree of reduction to terms of matter. No one will deny that mathematics is an and motion exact science, but is it exact because it is reduced to mechanical terms? Is while mechanics must be logical, logic not mechanical? Within certain limits, this generalization of the relation of scientific exactness to mechanical formulae may be fully granted, if it be restricted to the concrete physical sciences, but it cannot possibly hold good in case of psychology, as the latter does not fall within the circle of the physical sciences. The weakness of this last objection from scientific exactness becomes clearly disclosed, if we get a little deeper into the matter. The reason why there is such a persistent tendency to reduce science to mechanical terms is based on the tacit understanding that atoms and motion are the only ultimate realities. We see at a glance that this consideration is at bottom purely metaphysical. It is a consideration which science has not to take into account. Nothing is so dogmatically metaphysical as just the common sense that has an abhorrence of metaphysics. That atoms and their motions are the only ultimate realities is certainly metaphysics, and bad metaphysics too, as it is unguarded by reflective critical thought. Since this unreflective metaphysics of atomism is widely spread in the medical world, and is considered scientific, one cannot help discussing it, pointing out its deficiencies, showing up the obstacles it puts in the way of positive science. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy which deals with the nature of reality. As philosophy it accepts no unanalyzed concepts, like science it has no postulates taken blindly on faith. The proposition now before us, namely that atoms and physical and psychic facts their 23 motion are ultimate realities, is bad metaphysics. How do we know that atoms and their motions are ultimate realities? Why not ask what is reality? Once we are on metaphysical ground, why not take it in real earnest? Why stop on atoms and motions? Atoms themselves, because it is a blind unanalyzed postulate, are not ultimate simple units. They have shape, size, now shape, size, weight. What are they after weight? They are so many resultants of masses of tactual, all, and muscular sensations, which are as little ultimate as are the sensations of color or of pain. It is out of sensations, percepts and ideas that the concept atom is framed. Subtract from the atom its sensational, perceptual and ideational elements, abstract from it its shape, size, weight, and the ultimate reality of the atoms will become a bare nothing. The atom their visual for is ultimately resolved into terms of consciousness. The same holds true in case of motion. Motion is a mental product of what is known as muscular and retinal sensations. What is most ultimately known is only consciousness and its facts. The atom and its motions are after all nothing else but constructs of consciousness. From the standpoint of epistemology, or what the Erkantness theory, we have only a Kallman's double series of mental phenomena, one standing for the internal and the other for the external world, and not atoms, but mental life may be regarded as the ultimate reality. From a strictly scientific standpoint, however, we have no right to resolve matter into mind, or still less mind into matter, because the two are presented to consciousness as different in kind, even though they both between them may belong to a general consciousness. Normal and abnormal psychology 24 2 series of facts, the physical and the psychical, there exists a fundamental difference. The door yonder is covered with white paint, the inkstand before made of glass, is round, is heavy, is black, but my idea of the door not covered with white paint, is my idea of the inkstand is neither made of glass, nor round, nor heavy, nor black. In short, the facts of consciousness are not spatial. A fallacy prevalent among the medical profession and now also extant among the populace is the placing of psychic life in the brain. The neurologist, the pathologist ridicule the old Greek belief that the place of the modern science has discovered that the heart is nothing but a hollow muscle, a blood pump. Mind is in the heart. At best, the place of mental processes is in the brain. This medical belief now circulating in the popular and semi-scientific of literature from the ancient Greek aus and superstitious. It today belief, is it differs is just but as little fallacy true that psychic life is concomitant variable function of nervous processes and brain activity, psychosis. The brain does not secrete thought as that the mind is not in the brain, nor but neurosis is not the cause of liver secrets bile. In fact is the mind anywhere in the universe of space, for psychosis is not at all a physical spatial process. As fallacious and superstitious is the recent tendency of medical investigation to localize psychic processes, to place different psychic processes in different seats or localities of the brain, thus implying that each psychic process respectively is placed inside some cerebral center, no doubt the concomitant of nervous brain activity, and certain psychic processes may depend on definite local brain processes, or nerve cells. Psychic life is physical and psychic facts 25, but the given psychic process is not situated in a definite brain center, nor for that matter is it situated anywhere in space. Chapter 3 The definition of the psychic process. There is definition thus far given of psychic life, reader, rather of a negative character. Find the psychic phenomenon in opposition phenomenon. Physical phenomena are in space, psychic phenomena are not spatial. To the physical now a negative definition may to many prove rather unsatisfactory. It is, therefore, desirable to define phenomena in more positive terms. Psychic now the tendency to define the physical process in social terms and the psychic process in terms of individual cognition. A physical phenomenon defined as is one common to many minds, while a psychic phenomenon is an object of an individual consciousness. I think that such a view of the external physical object, as that which is common to many minds in contrast to the psychic or that belonging to an individual, is incorrect from a purely psychological mind-only standpoint. Psychologically considered, the characteristic trait of a physical object is not that it is common, but that it is. The tree yonder is to me a physical object, not because it is common to many minds, but because I external perceive it as external. The sensory elements of the perception carry with them external objectivity. The social perception of an object may be one of the criteria of external reality, but certainly not the only one, and surely not the chief one. In perceiving an object I do not consider it as a physical object, because I know 26 the definition of the psychic process 27 that it is common to my fellow beings, but because the very psychic process of perception gives the immediate an object is considered as knowledge of externality. Physical, not because of its social aspect, but because of its perceived external aspect. Had my perception of the house yonder been a hallucination, would have still I seen it as external and therefore regarded as a physical object, and should furthermore be this hallucination confirmed by the testimony of all my other senses, should I be able to touch it, press against it and feel resistance, knock myself on it and feel concussion and pain, and have a series of tactile and muscular sensations by walking into it and around it, and should I further have come would be to me an external physical object, and no amount of social contradiction could and would make it different. Regarded from a psychical standpoint, an object is considered as this hallucination to this of all identical spot, physical, not because the senses every time the object it is common to other minds, but because it is projected as extensive and external to mind. Not community, but extension. Externality is the psychological criterion of the physical object. It is true that community of object is one of the criteria of external reality, but it is certainly not true that the community of the object gives rise to the perception of externality. It may, on the contrary, be claimed, and possibly with far better reason, that it is the object's externality that gives rise to its community. The child in its growth learns to discriminate between persons move, act, make between things and persons. Adaptations, while things are moved, acted upon, adapted to. Persons initiate movements, things do not. Persons are prime movers, and it is to them that one has to normal and abnormal psychology 28 look up in the satisfaction of needs and in the acquisition and use of things. As against persons, things are contrasted as impersonal. To include gradually, the child learns himself within the class of persons, his hopes, wishes and desires come in contact, as well as in, and he learns more and more of inner life and activity, with which he finally identifies all personality. Personality is more and more stripped of the thing aspect until the inner mental life conflict with those of other persons, especially interistic. Its will aspect remains as its sole character. Persons are wilier, and it is these wills which are of the utmost importance for the child to learn, as the fulfillment of his will depends on them. He then learns to class himself within the category of willers, impersonal things, falling out and being contrasted with the class of willers. He himself is a wilier side, conceived as independent of persons. Moreover, while from the very nature of the case each wilier bears to things a direct relation, his relation to other willers is only to be established through things. Wills come in contact not through the mere fact of willing, but through their relations to things. Coming in direct relation with things, things alone give direct experience in its first intention. In other words, only things give rise to sensation, or rather perception, hence sensory life with its time and space experience giving rise to externality is the criterion of the universe of only thing is external, will is not. Wills, however, can come in relation through things, and only through the same things. The universe of things must be a common one to all the in-wills, if these wills are to come into relation at all. Things, conceived as independent of will. Other words, the physical universe, genetically regarded. The definition of the psychic process is 29. External not because it is common, but it is common, because it is external. The definition of the physical object as that which is common to many minds, and of the psychic object as that which is present to one, since it postulates the mind only, is not acceptable. Result of complicated etymological reflection and psychological research, epis still very doubtful in themselves, at the very outset of the science of psychology. It may be that the world is nothing but consciousness, and that the physical universe is nothing but the social object of many minds. Still all this belongs to the domain of epistemology and metaphysics. The psychologist deals with phenomena and not with the really existent. Standing on the ground of psychology, the psychologist has no right to reduce the physical world to psychic terms. In fact, Sidis would undermine his science, as such a all distinction between psychic and physical facts would become obliterated. For if by an object common to many minds we mean an object external to those minds, then we gain nothing at all by introducing the many. It is just this external that has to be defined. If by the common object we mean an object psychic in its character, but only of a social nature, then we reduce the physical universe to consciousness and thus identify physical and psychic processes. Such identification is an obliteration of the opposition between the psychic and physical facts, an opposition with which the psychologist must set out, if he is to place psychology in the hierarchy of natural sciences. The psychologist must postulate the existence of an external physical world, just as the geometrician postulates space or the mechanician mattician. and Normal and Abnormal Psychology 30. It is the task of the epistemologist and metaphysician to inquire into the nature of that physical world, whether it really exists independent of consciousness. Without, therefore, going into metaphysical considerations, I think it is best to define the physical phenomenon as the object or process conceived as being independent of consciousness, while the psychic object or process is one that is conceived as being directly dependent on consciousness. It seems to me that this definition has the merits of being positive as the one given by the representatives of the idealistic school. It has not the defects of bringing in irrelevant metaphysical and and it has furthermore the advantage of being fully in accord with the data and etymological considerations, postulates of psychology. Chapter 4 Psychic States as Objects. The attacks may now be a different direction. Renewed from quite, we asserted that psychology deals with facts of objective, natural existence, the subject matter of science in gen. How does it rhyme, it may be asked, with the conclusion just arrived at, namely, that the facts of psychology are different from those with which other natural sciences deal. To this may be answered that facts may agree in being objective, and still differ widely as to kind. A square and a man, a pound and a mile, are all objective, and still their difference is certainly a fundamental one. An objection may be raised that may to some appear as a very grave one. Is psychology a science at all? Does it actually deal with objective natural existence? Physics, chemistry and other concrete sciences treat of objects, of facts, in the external world. Anyone can go and verify those phenomena and their relations. This, however, is not the case with facts of consciousness. They psychology, therefore, are essentially subjective. Early speaking, is not a science in the same sense as other sciences are. This objection may be easily obviated by the very simple consideration that the facts of any individual consciousness are as much objective to other people, as the chair, the table, the molecule, the atom. Individual consciousness as objective, is considered by others as as existing outside of their Con 31-32 normal and abnormal psychology sciences, and, in fact, were it not so, there would have been no individuality. After this lengthy discussion we at last arrive at the conclusion, that although the facts which psychology treats of are not of a material, physical nature, they are nonetheless objective in character. Objective, however, as the facts are, they are not independent of consciousness in the same way as the objects of the external world are regarded. They are essentially facts of consciousness. What is the relation, it may be asked, of psychology to the physical and biological sciences? The physical and biological sciences constitute a system of knowledge of the material world. Psychology investimechanics forgets the genesis of this knowledge. Psychology, in example, treats of motion and space. Investigates not what motion and space are in themselves, but what the elementary acts of consciousness are out of which the space and time perceptions are developed. The different objects which other sciences treat of may be regarded psychologically, and studied from the standpoint of their rise and development in conscious. For objects to be known at all must first be penis. Psychology achieved or conceived by consciousness. Applies knowledge of the physical world as the content of consciousness. In order to know how perception and conception of objects originate, those objects must first of all be given. A thing that not possibly be analyzed. It is not yet in existence is only when knowledge of objects is already formed that one can begin to think itself, how it originated and how it came to be in the shape possessed by the knowing mind. About knowledge, physical sciences are in that relation independent of psychology. The former can be carried on to a high psychic states as objects 33 degree of perfection without any knowledge of psychology, while psychology without knowledge of the physical world would simply lack subject matter. However, apart from the fact that psychology has as its subject matter the objects of physical sciences as perceived by and developed in consciousness, it also studies the forms, the character, the way of working of consciousness, works, It formulates the laws of how conscious and analyzes into simplest elements and their combinations, the rich material that goes to make up the mental life of individual existence, or what is known as mind. The postulated objective reality acts upon the given individual consciousness and gives rise to mental states which, along with the objective representation of that reality, has also its own coloring, its own subjective side. The represented object floats, so to say, in a stream of consciousness. The subject matter which the psychologist investigates is not the objective reality itself, but objective states of consciousness. We may represent the relation of the psychologist to his object of study by the following series: 1, 2, 3. The objective, the represented, the subjective reality. Object. Stream. 4, 5. The objective, the psychologist, state of consciousness. We must be on our guard and not confuse objective normal and abnormal psychology. 34. Thought, the thought of the object, and the object of the thought. 3 differ fundamentally, and the standpoints from which the matter is regarded must be constantly kept in view. The thought contemplates and holds the object by the function of knowledge, says it pos, but the knowledge constituting the thought and the object of that thought are totally different in there. The object in the external world may undergo change, but the thought that got hold of the object may still persist, or on the other hand, the thought may nature change and the object still remain the same, or again the thoughts and the object may both change. As I am writing these lines, a red book lying on my table strongly attracts my attention, and for the time being consumes thought. I can close my eyes and touch the object of continue to represent to myself the red book, its size, its color, content, in short all about the red book constituting, so to say, the focal object of my thought, constantly renewing itself by the fresh material which it draws from the surrounding margin or stream. Meanwhile the book may be changed, the cover may be torn, the pages may be mutilated, the book may be burnt or substituted by another body or by a totally different object, say an inkstand, or on the other hand, the book may remain lying on my desk undisturbed, but my thought may change. I may begin to think of something else, say of the coming election or the Spanish War, or both the book and thoughts may change. The book may be taken away and I at the same time may think of something else, say of the watch and its mechanism. The cognizant thought that possesses the object and the object of that thought are, from a purely scientific psychological standpoint, independent variables. Psychic states as objects. 35. Thought itself with its object may in its turn become an object of thought, and here once more the same relations obtain. Analysis. The contemplations or psychological and of a thought must be discriminated from many a fallacy thought as the material or object of that analysis. The confusion of these different aspects, thus the schematic incessant change in the flow results of objective time, is confused with the state of consciousness having time as its object, and the attributes of one are fallaciously another change. Call described new psychology attributes of the object thought as undergoing continuous committed by the so fallacy often is the substitution for those of the functioning. Chapter V. The scope of psychology. Psychology, we said, deals with states of consciousness, but these states are not independent, they are indent, floating in the air, so to say. Connection with some material existence, and not with physical reality as a whole, but with some definite individual body. We must keep in mind that psychology is first of all a natural science, and the only thing it has to take into consideration is experience. Now, as a matter of fact, we never find a thought, an idea, a sensation setting up on its own hook and having complete independence of all physical reality. Where we could not know of it, because the only way we come to know of other thoughts, even such a thing possible, is through their physical activities perceived by our sense organs. We know of the existence of other individual hate, love, anger, friendship, kindness by the physical expressions of those feelings, by the acts that accompany them. We know of the thoughts, of the emotions, of our companions, by the muscular expressions of the face, by the changes in the brilliancy of the eye, by the general bodily state, such as quietness or restlessness, by many other physical expressions, but principally by means of those physical manifestations, their gestures, known as speech. Were all those concomitant physical processes absent, there would have been no means whatever of knowing of the very existence of external states of consciousness. As an empirical science, Psychology 36, the scope of Psychology 37 studies only such states of consciousness as are connected with physical, or trill to say with some reality, visualized physical being. In short, psychology treats of states of consciousness as dependent on or connected with the corporeal individual. The meaning of the concept corporeal individual must not be left in a vague state. From a purely mechanical standpoint, we may say that a corporeal individual is a closely interrelated system of material parts forming a more or less stable equilibrium. This equilibrium is constantly being interfered with by the forces of the external environment, but as long as that equilibrium maintains itself in resisting the disaggregating influences of external forces, it may practically be considered as a corporeal individual. Visual, in other words, a corporeal India system of material parts organically is connected, and functioning as one determinate whole. Any living being will answer our definition. Lowest stage to the highest, from the monocellular amoeba to the highest, most complicated multicellular, we meet with the same fundamental traits, characteristic of what we term the corporeal individ organism, UL. Now it is the mental states of the corporeal individual that psychology investigates and studies. In our last discussion we have come to the conclusion that consciousness depends on the corporeal individual and can only be known from physical, bodily manifestations. Each living being manifests some activity in its passions, reactions to the stimuli of the external environment. Now what are the reactions characteristic of consciousness? Where are the distinctive marks that stamp or with impress physical manifestation states? The only sure way to tell is by purposive study of psychic normal and abnormal psychology 38 activity. We know that our neighbor is conscious, because when a fly is on his nose, of his active purposive life, he raises his hand and brushes it away. He knows how to walk and preserve equilibrium, avoids obstacles in a life's house for protection from the changes of weather and from harmful intruders, seeks shelter from rain, dresses himself warmly on a frosty winter day, 1,000 other movements, all of them expressive of purposive activity intelligence. Tell us of our neighbor's consciousness. The stone on the road changes its place according to the influences of incident forces. The grain of dust is blown hither and thither by the wind. They do not show a more or less definite purposive activity under changing circumstances. The disturbance of their equilibrium does not stimulate them to induce changes that would tend to, in the external environment, restore that lost equilibrium. Purpose. For a purpose is they, therefore, have the tendency to realize some external action which is useful or indispensable to the life existence of the particular individual being. The tendency to the maintenance of a definite activity in opposition to the onset of disturbing forces of the environment in order to restore the lost equilibrium, may be considered as the universal formula for purposive life in general. This formula holds true of all animal life. The in running after the car has purpose, so has the cat in chasing the mouse, so has the deer in fleeing from the hunter. The very amoeba, that lump of protoplasm, in extending its pseudopodia to draw in the man germ of purposive activity, and some primitive psychic state must therefore be bit of nutriment, possesses the ascribed to it. Life is essentially purposive in its now the scope of Psychology 39. Wherever, therefore, we meet with life, there some form of psychic state, however primitive and elementary, must be present. Psychic states stand in the most intimate relationship to life activity. The two endure. Fact cannot be separated. Psychosis is concomitant with psychologists as well as physiologists all agree biosis. Thus far, that there is no psychosis without neurosis. Some go further and affirm that there is no neurosis. I think we are closer to the truth. We advance still further and assume that there is no without psychosis, if biosis without psychosis. Psychic states must be predicated not only of highly organized animals, possessed of a nervous system, but also of the most elementary monocellular organisms. The evolutionist especially must accept our last conclusion, for he will agree that consciousness did not come into existence per saltum. He will acknowledge that the germs of conscious life characteristic of the highest organized being must already be present in the lowest types of life, out of which developed the higher, the more complex organisms. We are now in a position to define the scope of psychology. Psychology is the science of psychic states both as to content and form, regarded from an objective standpoint, and brought in relation to the living corporeal individual. Chapter 6 The sources of psychology. Facts of consciousness, we pointed out, are the subject matter of psychology. The question arises as to the sources of the facts. The botanist, when he wishes to carry out a series of experiments, goes into the herbarium or into the field to gather the material for his study. The entomologist collects his specimens on the street, field, and forest. The same holds true in the case of all other sciences. The external world is infinitely rich, it is an inexhaustible mine from which physical science draws its facts. Now what are the sources of the psychologist? The psychologist cannot possibly go out into the forest, catch his specimens, dry them, and pin them for his observation and study. This question as to the sources of psychology comes to us with greater force, when we realize that psychological facts are not of the same order with those of the rest of natural physical sciences. It is, we must draw our material from consciousness, but where shall we turn to find the facts? Where are the particular localities from which we can work out and bring to light mental facts? Such is the course, evident that mind of difficult question that arises before the scientist, who has been trained in the school of concrete. He finds himself helpless. The natural science. A gist to whom a psychological training is truly invaluable, finds himself ill at ease when in his investigations 40 The sources of psychology 41 he strikes a problem which has to be studied mainly from a psychological point of view. A piece of tissue, a lump of protoplasm, a nerve cell with its dendrons and axons can be stained, mounted, observed, and experimented upon, but who can get hold of a fact of consciousness, of an elementary psychic state, of a sensation, of a feeling, of an idea, stain them, put them under the microscope for scientific investigation? Facts of consciousness are so peculiar, so different in kind from those which form the subject matter of other sciences, that they who are trained exclusively in concrete natural sciences are at a loss where to look for real psychological facts. Some even go so far as to doubt whether facts of consciousness are real facts at all. Frequently I have heard from people with a good medical education, people who were far from being unintelligent, that they doubted the reality of psychic facts. They are not nothing substantial. Comical as this last assertion may appear, one can understand its reason, one can understand the consternation and bewilderment of him who for the first time puts his foot on the threshold of psychology. What they meant to express was the strange experience of having been confronted with facts of a nature totally different from the ones with which they usually dealt. The facts with which they are conversant are of a tangible nature, but the facts of consciousness are not tangible. They cannot be seen, nor tasted, nor smelled, nor weighed by pounds and ounces, nor measured by rulers and compasses. In short, psychological facts cannot be reached by any of the sense organs. That is why they are such a puzzle. That is why some arrive at the conclusion that facts of conscious normal and abnormal psychology 42ness can hardly be considered as facts, that they are not anything substantial. Still, on further reflection, any of phenomena of these skeptics will admit that and as such they must be facts. In fact, if one wants to be a thorough skeptic, he may doubt the reality of the external material world. All that might be nothing but a dream, nothing but an illusion, a hallucination. We have no sure criterion of the sciences exist, truth of the external material reality. But one thing remains perfectly clear in all this destructive skepticism, and that is the reality of the doubting thought, the existence of the skeptic consciousness. That is why Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, beginning with profound skepticism as to the reality of things, finally found his criterion of the truth of real existence in his very doubting thought, and he expressed it in his famous cogito ergo sum. Thought, therefore, is even more real than the objects of the material world. We know of the latter only through thought, through consciousness. In short, consciousness is a stern reality, and the phenomena of consciousness are real facts. We may refer here to the behavior hypothesis recently advanced by Watson. The psychological knowledge of animals can only be obtained from the observation of their action, of their behavior, or of their adaptations to the same holds true in the case of their environment. Human psychology. Man does not differ from other animals and should be studied in the same way. If understand Watson aright, is this. Essentially his posy Watson goes to the extent of denying the very existence of centrally initiated processes. He reduces all psychology to peripherally induced processes, sensory and motor. He contests the presence or the very existence of images and denies the presence of any of the sources of psychology affective elements. Sons 43. Perhaps it may be best to quote Watt's own words. Having thus summarily dismissed the image and the affective elements, I crave permission to restate the essential contention of the behaviorist. It is this: the world of the physicist, the biologist, and the psychologist is the same, a world consisting of objects. Their interests center around different objects, to be sure, but the method of observation of these objects is not essentially different in the three branches of science. Given increased accuracy and scope of technique, and the behaviorist will be able to give a complete account of a subject's behavior both as regards immediate response to stimulation, which is effected through the larger muscles, delayed response, which is effected through the same muscles, so-called action after deliberation, these two forms comprising what I have called explicit behavior, and the more elusive types, such as the movements of the larynx, which go on in cases where action upon stimulation is delayed, so-called thought processes. This latter form of behavior, which manifests itself chiefly in movements of the larynx, but which may go on in, to the eye, imperceptible form, in the fingers, hands, and body as a whole, I should call implicit behavior. For years to come, possibly always, we shall have to content ourselves with experimental observation and control of explicit behavior. I have a very decided conviction, though, that not many years will pass before implicit behavior will likewise yield to experimental treatment. Possibly the most immediate result of the acceptance of the behaviorist's view will be the elimination of self-observation and of the introspective reports resulting normal and abnormal psychology 44 from such a method. The view Watson taken by is physico-biological. While one can sympathize with his views in making psychology more of a biological study, still one cannot help realizing the fact that he takes an extreme view when he wishes to reduce all mental processes to be his view of affection as being essentially sense-havia. Processes seems to be sound. He should not, however, involve his view of affection with the more narrow sectarian view of sex analysis forced gratuitously on clean affection and emotion are no doubt peri facts. Alcoholfully induced and are probably due to the action of the central of fully agree and glandular nervous system internal organs. In this respect with the behavior hypothesis, Secret 1 may there is no need of invoking sex to that effect as Watson himself. It is not essential to my contention that the states it, above vague suggestion should be true. It is essential to our position to have affection reducible to sense processes. It even more probable that the mechanism is glandular, that very slight increase in the secretion products gives us the one group, checking or decreasing the secretion, probably the other. What, however, one cannot accept view of the denial of introspection is the extreme introspection will ever remain the fundamental method in normal and abnormal psychology. The very problem of sensations, ideas, images, thoughts, affects, emotions, has no meaning without introspection. States or we must know the psychic mental processes from our own experiences. Pain, pleasure, feelings, anger, fear, love, acquire their meaning only from the observer. Introspective attitude of the Chapter 7 Psychology and Psychopathology. The popular scientific literature of today of 10 asserts dogmatically the belief that the investigation of the normal precedes that of the abnormal. This belief is erroneous and is only given credence to by people who had not thought much on the subject, and especially by those who belong to the so-called New Psychology school. As a matter of fact, the abnormal in scientific research precedes that of the normal. The investigation of the abnormal is one of the most potent instruments for new discoveries. The method of experimentation, the most powerful tool of modern science, is in fact the creation of artificial conditions, in other words, the effecting of abnormal states. Where the compound is highly complex, where the constituent factors and their relations are imperfectly or all but unknown and are not therefore under control, the spontaneous occurrence of some anomaly ought to be greeted enthusiastically, as it discloses the role played by the modified or excluded factor. In the case of this is specially true mental life, where the phenomena under investigation are the most complex in the whole domain of science, where a direct modification of the functioning mental activity is as a rule impossible without the production of some anomaly. In the case of psychic life experimentation conducted on two different lines of research, is maybe the one the modification of the objective content by means of 45 normal and abnormal psychology, 46 changing the objective stimulus. The other method, and by far the most efficient and fruitful, is the modification of the very function on which the psychic content depends. Memory, for instance, may be studied by giving the subject a series of auditory or visual impressions at given intervals, and then seeing how many of the series the subject can remember after a given interval. We can thus determine the role played by such factors as time, number of impressions, number of repetitions, etc. The function of memory remains the same, and only we may, however, study memory from a totally different stand. Stimuli of the psychic content are modified. And that is by the disturbance of its function. Disturbance of function may be studied in artificial states produced by drugs, or induced by hypnosis, or by investigating cases in which the function is accidentally disturbed, such, for instance, as are to be found in different forms of amnesia and aphasia. The second method is by far the more important of the two, and is extremely valuable. For it is only by disturbances in the function of thought that we can learn something about the factors and nature of mental life. We cannot possibly learn about the nature of a process, unless we disturb it artificially, or unless we try to study cases in which we can find the process in different stages or degrees of perturbation. Here one factor is missing, there another is exaggerated, and so on. From such cases it is easy to analyze the constituent factors and their interrelations. In mechanics, for instance, the law of inertia would have never been discovered, if not for the imagining of such a case as the absence of all friction, or its approximate removal. The ancients whose psychology and psychopathology 47 looked to the ordinary phenomena of common life, that is to the normal, considered that bodies are bound. The ancient physicists, relying on their observations of the normal, believed that bodies in falling traverse space in proportion to their weight. It required and show that bodies, no matter what their size and weight be, falling from a high place or in a vacuum, fall to the ground at the same time. The same holds true in the case of chemistry. No observer of water in its normal state would have detected the presence of hydrogen and oxygen. Only under highly artificial or abnormal conditions was it possible to discover the constituents that go to make up the compound water. If we turn to the sciences dealing with more complex phenomena, we find illustrated the same truth. We know how highly instructive Darwin found it to follow a Galileo to detect the fallacy closely for a period of many years' experiments of breeds in artificial selection, and to what capital account he turned his highly valuable observations of all forms of and monstrosities. We all know how valuable the observation and study of all forms of anomalies or variations from the normal type or species proved to curiosities the final establishment of the theory of evolution. The pre-Darwinian zoologist ignored variation regarding simply as an exception to the normal, as a mere albeit normality, as a pathological manifestation which is of who is only occupied with the discovery of general laws of the normal. As a little value to the matter of fact, its scientist, was just these neglected variations, deviations from the normal that turned out to be at the very foundation of biology, revealing the nature and mechanism of the evolution of species. Normal and abnormal psychology 48. The same truth we find illustrate in the investigations of the functions of the different parts of the organism. Experiments on animals such as vivisection, injecting of toxin matter, etc., experiments that actually mean the putting of animals in pathological states, as well as the investigation of pathological cases in man, given physiology its most valuable treasures. Knowledge of the normal arises out of knowledge of the abnormal. In fact, we may even say that the normal itself originates in the abnormal. It is in variations, in anomalies, that the normal species takes its origin. Strictly speaking, the normal is not at all a scientific, it is purely provisional in its nature, and holds only good from a restricted point of view in transitional stages of science. The normal is that which is common, the normal is the usual, and it is not the usual, but the unusual that gives birth to new life in science. The unusual attracts our attention and reveals to us the function and role played by the particular affected product in the total compound. Taking all this into consideration, I think that they are wrong who insist that the abnormal can be known only from the normal. We can realize now how superficial are those who tell us we learn but little from the abnormal, for first of all comes the normal. We realize now how detrimental to scientific investigation such a contention is. As a matter of fact, the progress of science is not from the normal to the abnormal, but the very reverse, from the abnormal to the normal, the but an arbitrary temporary concept, modified, normal and determined by the abnormal or unusual. The supreme importance of pathological research is, psychology and psychopathology 49 holds especially true in the case of psychology, what phenomena and the conditions on which these depend are so highly complex and so intricate, appearing at the same time so simple and taken as a matter of the course in ordinary life. As we have pointed out in the investigation of mental, we may either change the psychic or objective life content, self, or affect changes in the mental function in the study of vision. For instance, we may affect changes in the conditions of external objects, leaving the eye itself undisturbed. We may keep the object at different distances and study its appearances, put the object in water and have it refracted at different angles. We may look at it through different prisms, colored glasses, or contrast its color when appearing in combination with other colors, whether it be successive or simultaneously. Instead, however, of effecting changes in the objects taken in by the eye, we may study the mechanism of vision by investigating the disturbances of the function of sight itself under the influence of drugs injected into the eye, or in different ocular diseases. The latter method is by far the more valuable for revealing the real mechanism of the visual apparatus. Similarly, in the study of memory we may follow the method of the German school, such for instance as that of Ebbinghaus and others, and investigate the laws of memory by analyzing the changes effected in its contents, or we may study the mechanism of memory by studying its disturbances in different forms of amnesia and mental diseases. Since psychology primarily deals with the laws of psychophysiological functions, it will be admitted that the more important and valuable method is the one that has for its subject matter the changes going on in normal and abnormal psychology 50 directly in the material under investigation. The investigations, however, of changes or disturbances of mental function itself are really a study of the abnormal, researches into the domain of mental pathology. Psychology, as in PSY many other sciences, especially those of the biological order to which psychology naturally belongs, the pathological method is by far the most important. We can realize now the reason why for psychology to would be well follow closely not the methods of its physical sciences, but those of the biological sciences. The material pathological with element, irritively, not so is it which biology deals. Ties, which it physics lacks the can be introduced only fig in the deals order of phenomena within biology variations. Abnormally pathological elements stand out in the foreground, and no step can be made without taking them into consideration. The psychologist, in order to succeed and obtain more efficient and valuable results, must keep in mind clearly the fact that the psychic processes of form phenomena are naturally related to the province of biology, and that of the highest part of it. The methods of psychological investigation must of life in general, its follow the line not of the physical, but of the biological sciences. Chapter 8 The Spiritualistic and Materialistic Hypotheses. We scrutinize more closely the science of psychology, we find that it is essentially dynamical in character. Consciousness of psychology, first is the subject matter, but consciousness is dynamic, of all an activity, a process. It is now all sciences that deal with processes cannot possibly help forming some working hypothesis that should unify the facts dealt with, and should above all be a guide for further research. Mechanics has its hypothesis of masses, forces, energy, inertia, conservation of matter and energy, thermotics its molecular energy, electricity its ether vibrations and currents, chemistry the affinity of atoms. Dynamic physiology has its reflex processes. What the fundamental hypothesis of psychology is, we find the following hypotheses: I, 2, 3, 4, v. The spiritualistic, or soul hypothesis, the materialistic hypothesis, the faculty hypothesis, the transmission hypothesis, the psychophysiological hypothesis. A. The metaphysical. B. The positive. We give here a brief review beginning with the spiritualistic hypothesis. At the very outset I must caution the reader against the grave error of confounding spiritualism with spiritism. The latter is a religious doctrine of life after death, and of the influences of natural or 5I normal and abnormal psychology. 52 The former is a philosophical theory, hoary with age, that attempts to explain the phenomena resurrected spirits, of consciousness. Such men as Lotz and Ladd are ardent advocates of spiritualism. According to this hypothesis there exists a spiritual substance, a soul, that acts in all the processes of consciousness. The soul is the immutable principle that unifies all the phenomena of consciousness. In other words, all mental processes are but manifestations of the soul's activity. The medical man trained in the school of concrete physical sciences may smile, if not sneer, at the mention such a hypothesis is in his opinioning of the soul. Nothing but an anachronism. He may consider it as a theory long exploded by science and now only lingering among the lower ignorant classes, a theory which an ashamed to introduce into work even for the sake of discussion, and a lucid intelligent scientist should be his of his subject. The soul is nothing but superstition. To call a theory superstition does not refute it. The significant fact that Professor Ladd in his volume on physiological sigwart also in psychology is that such defense logic takes up it valiantly, arms for great thinker as Lotz, that and himself are under his protection and finds it perfectly rational, and in fact the only tenable hypothesis, seems to show that there must be something in the soul, and if superstition it be, it is one that has to be reckoned with, and not dismissed with contempt. We must, therefore, examine the reasons and facts that urge medical man, takes it some thinkers and scientists to accept the soul as a working hypothesis for the phenomena of consciousness. There are two weighty considerations that are strongly in favor of spiritualism. The spiritualistic and materialistic hypotheses. 53. We have already pointed out in a previous discussion that mental phenomena are different in kind from those of the material world. A feeling, an idea, an image, a thought have neither length, nor breadth, nor height, nor weight. No psychic phenomenon can be expressed in terms of material magnitude. Conclude the spiritualists. Consciousness is hence different in kind from matter, it is a different substance, a soul. Another great point upon which spiritualism is sensations, ideas, thoughts, as other particles rests. We find that in consciousness, mental synthesis, feelings are not juxtaposed of some material body, but are in the chair seen yonder consists of numerous impressions, sensations and ideas. But all these do not appear in consciousness in their bare separate unity, in synthesis, but are synthetized in one percept, a chair. The various experiences that reach the mind, in spite of all still brought into relations and are unified, synthetized into the unity of consciousness, they are all referred to the same personality. Now their multitudinousness are reason the spiritualists. Many different phenomena will remain in all their manifoldness and will not give rise to a unity, unless they are unified. Is a medium through which they, if a resultant is to be formed, there must be something on which the forces that are to form the resultant impinge. If then we do not assume the hypothesis of a spiritual substance, mental synthesis is incomprehensible, if not impossible. We must now point out the weakness of the soul hypothesis. The argument of spiritualism, that because mental facts differ in kind from material facts, a spiritual substance must be assumed to exist, is certainly fallacious. Phenomena may differ fundamentally and still normal and abnormal psychology. 54. We have no right whatever to conclude that they require two different substances. Time is different from space, but are they two different substances? Consciousness may differ widely from matter and still require no one simple substance for its existence and activity. The only solid argument that remains for the soul is that of mental synthesis. The very hypothesis sideration, however, on which the spiritualist lays so much stress serves as his best refutation. That phenomena of consciousness differ radically from material ones is a fundamental proposition with the psychologist and with the spiritualist in particular, but from supporting spiritualism. On the contrary, it overthrows his last stronghold. For if mental facts differ in kind from physical material facts, it is poor reasoning to raise difficulties pertaining to one region, and carry them over into a totally different one. It would be senseless to raise aesthetic difficulties in chemistry or mechanics, but it is no better to reason in general. This is far that because a medium movements, resultant, is required for physical objects, combine their effects in one, therefore, a medium, a substance, a soul, is forces to also required for a synthesis of a totally different order. The two orders and what is found necessary in one, is not for that reason also proven to be indispensable to the other. It must first be proven that the conditions of unification are the same in both before the argument from mental synthesis may be accepted as valid. States of consciousness may become synthetized, without any medium, without any tertiumquid, without any soul. The spiritualist by his soul hypothesis really, for if it be grant, undermines his own position. Of phenomena, those of consciousness differ in kind. The spiritualistic and materialistic hypotheses. 55. That the conditions of unification are the same in mental as in physical activity, that a medium is required in both in order to get a unity, a resultant, then the whole soul structure tumbles to the ground. Material and mental phenomena cannot possibly belong to two radically different substances, if the conditions of their activity are exactly of the same nature. It would have been perfectly logical had the difference between consciousness and the physical world been asserted and emphasized, and had the medium, the soul, been totally left out. The greatest difficulty, however, which the spiritualist encounters is the interaction of the two substances. How can they come into any relation? Matter and soul are different, interact, insofar as in nature if can they hours they are different from pounds, or miles, have nothing in common, and as such do not interact. An hour cannot modify a pound, nor can pounds change hours, and if this holds true of phenomena of the external world where the difference after all is not so very great, it must with special force recoil on the spiritualist where the soul and body are so totally different in all respects. The only way out of the difficulty, if one is consistent and is not afraid to take the consequences, is to introduce the miraculous and say that the interaction is due to the intervention of the deity. This view was in fact taken by the followers of Descartes. The spiritualist, however, with a philosophical and scientific training will rather be inconsistent and support his view by all kinds of props than to accept such a conclusion, because he knows that it practically means defeat. It means that the hypothesis is not working, and that the soul must take shelter under the wing of the deity, the refuge of normal and abnormal psychology. $6 nor rounds. From a purely scientific standpoint we must reject this, the first requirement of a scientific soul hypothesis. Hypothesis is that its hypothetical cause should be of such a nature as to be verifiable by experiment and observation. Not now in the case of the soul, this condition fulfilled. If the soul is something that lies outside the range of experience, and could never be brought within the limits of empiricism, the basis of science. The spiritualist, in fact, has not even a positive notion of his soul. He either frames it in wholly negative terms, that it is not changeable, that it is not material, or, if pressed hard, he falls back on the phenomena of consciousness, the very phenomena the soul is called for to explain. Furthermore, a scientific hypothesis is justified and shown that it makes the facts more. This cannot be shown in the case of as a hypothesis the soul is useless and science found useful, if easily understood. The soul. Typically unjustifiable. The acceptance of the spirit of the soul does not make it a bit easier for us to comprehend the modus operandi of the states of consciousness. The soul is an immutable, indefinite, indescribable, incomprehensible being, and the insuperable culti of diffy how it gives rise to conscious activity requires another hypothesis. If mental phenomena present diff the soul in fact, is the soul is the double the ghost of consciousness. Faculties, spiritualism doubles them. An unverifiable superfluous entity, it is not a vera causa in nature, it explains nothing, and without removing difficulties is only introduced as an additional burden. Before we dismiss the soul hypothesis, we may point out that it must be rejected on quite different grounds. The spiritualistic and materialistic hypotheses. 57. It is at bottom unscientific, it is metaphysical, it goes into the ultimate nature of things, an investigation that does not fall within the province of science. The soul hypothesis assumes the existence of an abiding unchangeable phenomena, an entity behind the veil of mental which in the flow and change of the phenomena remains the same and is the really real, the ultimate nature of the facts of consciousness. This belongs to the ontological part of metaphysics, but should not be introduced into science. The reader will realize now why the whole complicated soul discussion is taken up here. It is to emphasize the fact that psychology has nothing to do with substances, noumena, entities, and quiddities, that psychology has nothing to do with the inner nature of consciousness. Ensis describes, classifies, psychology, like all other SCI, and investigates by means of observation and experimentation facts of consciousness and their relations, and endeavors to express these relations in general formulae or laws. All attempts to make of psychology more than this can only result in bad metaphysics. The materialistic hypothesis is even worse metaphysics than is the spiritualistic one. It is a hypothesis which, in spite of its evident absurdity, is nonetheless in favor with some representatives of the medical profession. Matter and force, as Biochner puts it, give rise to, or produce consciousness, or as Cabanis and Molly Scott express it, the brain produces thought as the liver secretes bile. This hypothesis is unscientific and metaphysical, because it attempts to penetrate into the inner nature of consciousness, and claims to have matter. It resolved into bad metaphysics, because it takes its more matter on trust, without any critical reflection. Normal and abnormal psychology 58 over it is more crude and worse metaphysics than is the soul hypothesis, because it lacks even the recognition of the most elementary, psychological proposition, namely the knowledge of fundamental difference between mental and material phenomena. Turning now to the faculty hypothesis, we find that it is nothing else than spiritualism under a somewhat different form. Into the faculty hypothesis chops the mind many different parts, termed faculties. One is for reading, another for speaking, another for remembering, another still for willing, and so on. Sometimes they are limited to a few, and sometimes they are multiplied to infinity. The faculty hypothesis is a cheap edition of spirituality's spiritualism many times over. Instead of one soul it has many of them. Spiritualism has but one diffism, faculty, and that is the soul which, like an omnipotent deity, presides in some mysterious way over mental and organic activities. The faculty hypothesis has an infinite number of them, inasmuch as it multiplies the deity into an endless number of gods and spirits that take charge of different psychic and psychomotor departments. One can see the reason of the faculty hypothesis. It originated with people who as a rule are inclined to see thus, will, words that are only collective terms for many different states of mind, names furnished by the language sept uncritically words for realities. Ori, of unreflective common sense, are naively taken as indicating some substantial entities, or little spirits existing somewhere in the brain. Chapter 9 The Transmission Hypothesis. The transmission hypothesis advanced by James is a modification of the soul hypothesis. The transmission hypothesis postulates the existence of a physical world and of an independent universe of consciousness. Consciousness, however, cannot manifest itself in this sublunar world without the occurrence of definite physical changes. That level of physical changes which makes the manifestations of consciousness possible is termed the physical threshold. Now the ocean of consciousness pours forth its psychic waves into the material world with the rise and fall of the physical threshold. The threshold is to be pictured as a sort of floodgate regulating the volumosity of the transmitted current. And in turn the rising of the threshold diminishes the psychic stream, while the lowering of the threshold permits a greater volume of consciousness to pour over into our physical world. The transmission hypothesis has certain advantages over the previous ones discussed by us. While this hypothesis postulates the independence of consciousness, it is also in accord with the scientific proposition now generally accepted, namely that mental life is somehow connected with or is a function of brain activity, only specifying that this function is one of transmission. It claims to fall in line with the threshold concept of psychophysics as worked out by Fechner, and further Harrod 59 Normal and Abnormal Psychology 60 by the New Psychology Movement. Moreover, it is comprehensive enough to embrace all the facts and speculations brought out by recent investigations in the domain of mental pathology. The transmission hypothesis, however, has also disadvantages which are of such a grave nature as to the transmission hypo make one hesitate to accept it. Thesis from its very nature is unverifiable. For, if, by hypothesis, consciousness manifests itself in this sublunar world, the only one we know, only under physical conditions, how can we ever come to know and verify a postulated world of pure consciousness? Being outside the domain of our psychophysical world, the universe of disembodied consciousness cannot, by hypothesis, furnish us the means for its verification. In this sublunar world we can know of the existence of consciousness through its physical expressions, through its being embodied. How then, can we ever reach a universe of disembodied consciousness? But a hypothesis which from its very nature is not verifiable cannot possibly be accepted. The transmission hypothesis is all the more unacceptable as the terms in which it is expressed are contradict and the analogy on which it is based is essentially consciousness is supposed to be different nature from the physical world and existing in detori, illegitimate. Independently, the psychophysical threshold alone regulating the volume of the stream of consciousness to be poured over into the material world. Is the threshold then which physical in character limits consciousness, but how can the two be limited by each other when they are totally different in nature? In assuming two different universes, we assert that the two cannot limit each other, but in examining again the concept of threshold we make the transmission hypothesis 6 contradictory assertion that the two can and do limit each other. The very analogy on which the concept of transmiss is based is illegitimate when applied to consciousness in its relation to the physical world. The Shorn function concept of transmission function can only be applied to a case where the transmitter and the thing transmitted are of homogeneous terms, but not where the terms a stream of liquid can are essentially heterogeneous. Be transmitted through a pipe, a beam of light through stained glass, or a Röntgen ray through soft or more or rarefied less cellular and the material nature, but tissue. Transmitted both the our physical transmitter in there. How can an idea or feeling such as our idea of eternity, or of infinity, or aesthetic, or moral sense be transmitted through a tube? How then can we apply the concept of transmission function to consciousness and the physical world where the two are totally different in nature? The analogy is figurative and scientifically illegitimate. The transmission hypothesis sins further by reason of its transcending the legitimate grounds of psychology. It assumes an independent world of consciousness which now cannot be brought within the range of experience. Even if it be granted that such a world does exist, it still falls outside the subject matter of psychology. For psychology, as we pointed out, deals with facts of consciousness, with experiences and their relations. If it rejected that every hypothesis is extra-experimental, it may be pointed out that a hypothesis must be framed in terms that can be drawn within the circle of experience. It must use a vera causa, an agent that is observable in but, as we have already shown, the transmiss nature. Normal and abnormal psychology 62 Shorn hypothesis lacks this essential requirement. Its agent, disembodied consciousness, is not a vera causa, nor can it ever be drawn into the circle of experience. A good hypothesis must be framed with a view of becoming a possible fact, but this hypothesis from its very nature disclaims this possibility, since its agent is in a region that lies outside our world of experience. For this very last reason, namely, for speculating in things extramundane, the hypothesis may also be charged with committing transgressions in metaphysics. Such a hypothesis is the more metaphysical as the phenomena under consideration are dealt with as if they were entities. Furthermore, the hypothesis only seemingly holds to the empirical law that consciousness is a function of the brain. For if consciousness is in a separate world, all the psychic phenomena are in existence from all eternity, ready-made. The phenomena of consciousness have really nothing to do with the brain, inasmuch as they exist from all eternity, in a region outside and totally independent of the brain. Thus the hypothesis by its very character, even if the matter be regarded from a purely logical standpoint, undermines the proposition which it undertook to explain, and as such can hardly be considered as valid. Finally, it may be urged that the invocation of an extramundane world helps matters little, as it does not show the modus operandi of the interdependence of mental and physical phenomena, inasmuch as the rising or falling of a physical threshold does not in the least explain or show how a stream of consciousness is made possible to vary in volume and intensity. Without explaining the proposition that mental processes vary as the transmission hypothesis 63 physical processes, the transmission hypothesis only assumes an additional world of disembodied consciousness and thus gratuitously multiplies entities. Chapter X The Metaphysical Hypotheses of Parallelism. The Spinozistic doctrine of parallelism claims that the mental and physical orders run parallel to each other, taking its stand on purely metaphysical extensive grounds, namely, on the X1 substance with an infinite number of attributes, all expressing the nature of this substance. Two of these attributes, being mind and matter, which in an infinite number of parallel running modes or phenomena express the nature of this one substance. A modification of the unitary substance regarded under the attribute of mind is a mental mode or phenomenon. The same re under the attribute of matter or extension is a guarded material mode or physical phenomenon. Mental and physical phenomena are both manifestations of one unit. There is no need for me to point out unitary substance. That this double aspect of one unitary substance belongs to metaphysical dogmatism, of substantialism, and as such cannot possibly be admitted into the province of psychology as a natural science. The voluntaristic school does not acknowledge a strict parallelism in the sense of a double aspect of the same unknowable or of two infinite attributes of the eternal nature of the same substance, but it does teach a psychophysiological parallelism, grounding it on the double aspect, subjective and objective, of one unitary experience. This differs but little from the substantialistic dogmatism. Instead of one unitary substance, the Volun 64, the metaphysical hypotheses of parallelism substitutes Taurus and no less 65 metaphysical category of unitary experience. Another metaphysical view of the new associationist or sensationalist school grounds parallelism on epistemological and metaphysical grounds. Logical parallelism is psychophysio, partly a matter of pure definition, partly a matter of philosophical considerations. This school defines a psychic object as one belonging to a single subject, one individual only, while a physical object is one belonging to many subjects. This school, if psychology is now reasons to be a science at all, it must surely be of such a nature as to be communicated to other subjects, that is, it must become common property, and since by definition, only a physical object is an object of many and is communicable, hence a psychic object to become communicable must be expressed in physical terms. This excursion into the region of metaphysics and epistemology of the otherwise matter-of-fact and common-sense school is the result of good intention of being thoroughgoing, hence, this metaphysical definition of mental and physical phenomena of the one and the many. Another argument adduced by the same school seems physical facts, it is alleged to be somewhat more sound, have a necessary causal connection, while psychic facts are only connected by association, which is not one of necessity. An idea is sometimes followed by idea B and sometimes by idea C and so on. Able connection in psychic life, there is no inquiry such as is to be found. The soundness of this argument, how far it may be contended ever, is rather questionable. In physical facts, that no fastening bonds are ever observed in physical normal and abnormal psychology 66 phenomena. The only thing observed is a relation of sequence of antecedent and consequent, and in case of causation an invariable sequence of a definite antecedent. Now psychic facts also many and definite consequent. First relations of sequence, we observe antecedents followed by consequence. The argument that an idea is sometimes followed by one and sometimes by another idea showing the absence of invariable sequences, if looked at closer, of a rather an idea or idea B is only of dubious character. Objectively by same, having the same object, but the thought, mental stream, or moment consciousness that possess that idea mental may not be the same, but it is stream, just this that determines that the thought of the moment consciousness content of the succeeding is difference of the mental stream or ness. It is one of the idea. According to the diff moment psychologists, conscious fallacies to consider that if the object is the same then the thought that possesses the object must also be the same. Now ideas of the same are totally different in different mentas, as two different minds regarding the same object have absolutely different psychic states. It is therefore clear that an idea may be sometimes followed by B and sometimes by another idea. An idea followed by B is altogether different from idea followed by C. It is only the recurrence of the same mental stream or moment consciousness that would give the same sequence. This is clearly observed in hypnoidic states where the same moment consciousness recurs. The same sensations, ideas, feelings, and actions follow in L streams, in variable succession. Chapter 11, The Unitary Experience of Voluntarism. In the course of our discussion, we had again and again to refer to the data and postulates of psychology. It would be well to give now a short review of them so as to bring them clearly before the mind of the reader. The fact that the postulates are not kept clearly in view leads one to commit many a fallacy. Psychology assumes the validity of unanalyzed criteria of reality taken as valid by common sense. The verification of illusions, hallucinations, and delusions finally based on the dictum of work of illusion, science may after all common sense be is the nothing but an hallucination, or a delusion of consciousness. What keeps up the scientist in his work is his firm belief that mankind believe in it, and that when other people are put under the same conditions they will verify his experiences. Science assumes the postulates on which all experience of common sense is based. Science furnishes our knowledge of the external world, but science is essentially not, and it cannot therefore on its own grounds answer the question as to the validity of its knowledge. Is there something independent in that self-conscious, eternally perceived object, the house, for instance, or is this a problem not to be answered on psychological grounds? Knowles' psychic account all there is to it. Edge, its possibility, its nature, and 67 its general aspect. Normal and abnormal psychology. 68 must be taken for granted. Psychological knowledge, general for all subjects, must be assumed, as well as general knowledge of the objective world. The psychologist, like other scientists, must assume that his experiences are so conditioned, that though they may be unique, still if others were to be put under the same conditions and confronted with the same external realities, they would pass through similar experiences. In short, psychology assumes the validity of its knowledge, its general validity for all knowing subjects, also knowledge of an externally existing object, analyzed from the subjective standpoint into its psychological elements. Psychology, therefore, has really far more assumptions at its basis than any other natural science, for in addition to the assumption of the existence of an external world it must assume a knowing or sensitive subject, and also the interrelation of the two. It is true that the so-called voluntaristic school claims that psychology assumption at its school that claims experience is the only science that has no basis. There is representative of that but one unitary X. From this unitary experience natural science abstracts the knowing subject and as such deals with abstract mediate experiences requiring auxiliary assumptions. Not so is psychology, which deals with experience as it is immediately presented to the experient. According to the voluntarist, natural science deals with mediate experience, while psychology deals with immediate experience requiring no assumping subject. This argument is questionable on the very face of it. For the existence of that unitary experience is itself, it implies that the experience and the an assumption, the unitary experience of voluntarism 69 object given by the experience are one. Such a unificurrent external object implied in unitary experience is a metaphysical assumption which idealistic philosophy may prove as being true, but which of experience the psychologist cannot possibly accept as given directly by experience itself. Furthermore, the concept experience cannot stand by itself, it implies assumptions. An experience must be of something that lies outside that experience. I have an experience of a house yonder, but the house yonder is not an experience unless regarded from a metaphysical or epistemological standpoint, but we overstep the boundaries of psychology, which deals with experiences of individual organisms, and enter the field of philosophy that deals with experience in general. In taking the most simple psychological element, namely sensation, we have its correlative in the external stimulus. There can be no sensations without a stimulus, but that stimulus is no longer a sensation, nor is it any other psychic process, such for instance as an idea. Psychologically considered, the identification of the stimulus with psychic state or process is incorrect, because it would mean that all sensory processes are initiated only by sensations or ideas. Again, if we come to ask in what sense we understand the concept immediate experience, we find further difficulties. For if the consciousness be of the anoetic type, To borrow the term from Stout, there is neither mediate, nor immediate experience. If the consciousness is of the noetic type, it is questionable as to what we mean by immediate. For it may be contended with the modern realist that the knowledge of the object as given in sensation is immediate, while the knowledge of 70 normal and abnormal psychology sensation itself with which psychology deals immediately given. This is separated and sifted from experience, is not requires a long training before the psychological aspect of experience is really secondary, and as such mediate. If by immediate we mean to indicate the fact that the psychic process must antedate the knowledge of the external objective world, the proposition can be contested once more, for along with the psychic process the object also is given. Especially is this true of the idealistic metaphysical presupposition of the voluntaristic school that identifies the objective primary experience. Pecht's world with the given, the objective and subjective as of the unitary experience are both supposed to be given together and, as such, are both immediate. Natural science abstracts the subjective aspect and psychology abstracts the objective aspect, the mediate experience. We should, however, question the term mediate experience mean. What may mediate experience if experience has any meaning? It means something gone or lived through directly, immediately, but then all experience is immediate, otherwise it cannot be a mediate experience as contrasted with experience. Mediate experience can only mean experience inferred, experience not experienced, a concept contradictory in its very nature and definition, and must be therefore rejected as a meaningless term. Experience is, and the fact is, that mediate is an inappropriate and misleading term for physical processes which as such are neither experience nor mediate. The very statement of the voluntaristic psychologist discloses the hidden assumption. There is a unitary experience which falls asunder into mediate experience of the unitary experience of voluntarism. 71 Natural science and immediate experience, the subject matter of the psychologist. If this be so, then the psychologist does not deal with the totality of experience. Since the mediate experience falls outside experience insofar as part of the unitary domain, it deals only with regarded as immediate. Evidently psychology requires presuppositions to supplement the abstracted mediate aspect of the unitary experience. For the voluntaristic school will surely admit that unitary experience is given neither in the mediate aspect nor in the immediate aspect alone, and as science deals either with the one, or with the other, presuppositions are ipso facto also indispensable in psychology. Moreover, psychology, even from the standpoint of more presuppositions for experience, even if it be the voluntaristic school requires than the natural sciences, immediate, must still be of something other than itself. The sensation white is of something white, the touch sensation hard is of something hard, the pain sensation prick is of something sharp, and so on. Something, if that other of which there now, if this is immediate experience, be the so-called mediate experience, as this is the supplementary part of the unitary experience, of the total reality, then immediate experience is experience of mediate experience. The science then that deals with immediate experience must postulate mediate experience as one of its fundamental presuppositions. Thus we come once more to the conclusion, and this time from quite a different standpoint, that psychology as science in general has its presuppositions, and that it furthermore presupposes all the presuppositions of the natural sciences. Psychology explains the subject and object in normal and abnormal psychology 72, and that only in relation to the question of how we come to know this or that object, but scienceness, how whether there is an object or subject independent of the experiencing thought, what the nature of that object or subject is, whether of mental experience stuff or of some extramental material, is a question that does not belong to the domain of psychology. The answer is differently given by the idealist, materialist, realist, monist. In short, the problem of what belongs not to psychology, but to the province of metaphysics. The voluntaristic school in denying all presuppositions in psychology starts with a purely metaphysical speculation of the idealistic stamp, namely, in postulating that the external object of psychic experience is identical with that same experience. Psychology or any other science must reject unhesitatingly such metaphysical speculations. Chapter 12 The inductive basis of the positive psychological hypothesis now remains for us to examine the psychophysio-ideological hypothesis. This last hypothesis fully accepts the difference between the two series of facts, the material and the mental, but instead of going to look for the other side, instead of going into metaphysics, it takes the two different series as its data, and considers them as coordinate. It does not trouble itself as to whether there is a soul behind the scenes. All it has is facts, phenomena that can be observed and experimented upon. The coordination it assumes is not an assumption based on abstract philosophical speculations, on subtle hair-splitting, but is based on X to consider periods. Numerous physiology facts go to from pathology and experimental prove that they're physiological correlatives. Mental it is states have enough to mention the fact of the influence of toxic matter's brain and the affected mental disturbances. Intoxication, for instance, we first meaning of higher psychic inhibitions. Of intoxication there is in alcoholic meat with an unloosen the initial stage an apparent heightening of mental and motor activity, and then as the quantity of the poison absorbed by the blood and conveyed to the cerebrospinal nervous system is increased, a progressive paralysis of psychomotor life sets in. At first the highest psychic functions, the moral and intellectual processes 73 normal and abnormal psychology 74 are disturbed and finally paralyzed, and this paralysis slowly descends to the lower and more stable functions, such as speech and writing, then affecting the coordination of grosser movements, such as running, walking, standing, sitting, and as the action of the poison increases, the organic, respiratory functions become affected, finally ending in death. Different drugs and poisons that act on the cerebrospinal nervous system produce different symptoms, but all of them, while influencing the physiological nervous processes, at the same time have by a parallel modification of hallucinations and delusions, changes in reasoning and willing, changes in memory, amnesia and paramnesia. All these can be induced by the influence of poisons. Thus we find that the two series of phenomena, the psychic and the physiological, their action manifested psychic processes. Illusions, or physical, are intimately related. Pathology and psychiatry with their vast stores of facts go to confirm the psychophysiological hypothesis. In general paralysis, for instance, we meet conditions somewhat similar to those of alcoholic intoxication. First inhibition cesses are removed, the at psychomotor deranged and slightly stimulated, sooner or later to be followed by gradual paralysis. The from the highest, most complex, least stable functions, memory, intelligence, will and so on, to the lower, less complex and more stasis of dissolution progresses BLE functions, reading, writing, playing, etc., finally reaching to the very lowest, to the simplest coordination of movements, mastication, swallowing, etc. A post-mortem examination of the brain uniformly reveals a profound degeneration of the brain cells. In the various forms of epilepsy and in most cases of chronic inductive basis of psychological hypothesis 75 sanity, ending in dementia, we find on examination as a rule, some degeneration of the brain cells. In cases of the in aphasia the Brucker is many forms of aphasia, science tree discovering the third frontal in motor brain lesion. Convolution, or that of found to be degenerated, in sensory aphasia the degeneration is in the first temporosphenoidal convolution, or that of Wernicke. In many other nervous diseases where there is a profound change in the sensory motor functions, such as posterior spinal sclerosis or locomotor ataxia, acute ascending paralysis, acute poliomyelitis anterior, syringomyelia, etc., we also find degeneration in some one part of the cerebrospinal nervous system. Thus in TABS we find a degeneration of the piostem. terrier root zones often associated with similar lesions in the intramedullary continuation of the several cranial nerves. In poliomyelitis anterior we find an inflammation of the anterior cornua, sometimes extending in the anterolateral columns. The multipolar cells with their dendrins and neurexins are destroyed. In syringomelia we find the formation of one or more cavities within the substance of the spinal cord, usually within the horns of the gray matter, the cavities being filled with a fluid which is either liquid or gelatinous. Find in these diseases definite organic changes concomitant with definite sensory-motor modifications. In the functional diseases belonging to the province of psychopathology, diseases such as are known under the vague term of hysteria in all its protean manifestations, the different forms of anesthesia and amnesia, abulia, psychopathic chorea, astasia, abasia and numerous others, where no organic lesion in the cerebrospinal nervous system can possibly be discovered. We have good normal and abnormal psychology. 76 reasons for suspecting some functional derangement in the physiological processes of the nervous system. My own psychophysiological investigations in this line tend strongly to confirm the theory that all functional diseases are dissociations of functioning brain cell system TEMS, and that the gravity of the disease depends on the extension of such functional dissociations. Thus we find that neuropathology and the recent science of psychopathology, with all the wealth of facts and discoveries at their disposal, give evidence of the truth of the psychophysiological hypothesis. In fact, this is their only working hypothesis sine qua non the very existence of these sciences. The psychophysiological hypothesis finds special support in the brilliant investigations of experimental physiology. The experiments of Brown Sequoia, Goltz, Schiff, Monk, Ferrier, Hitzig, and others clearly show the correlation of brain functions with psychic activity. They show, for instance, in animals that the physiological processes in the occipital lobes are correlated with vision, that those of the temporal lobe, especially of the superior temporosphenoidal convolution, are correlated with hearing, that sensations of smell are concomitant with the function of the median descending part of the temporal lobes, that taste is probably correlated with the processes of the lower temporal regions, that tactual sensibility is intimately connected with the physiological processes of the motor zone, and the recent researches of Bianchi and Flixig tend to correlate the highest psychic activity of man with the function of definite areas in the cortex. Should we care to look for more proofs as to the validity of correlation of psychic with neural, or physical inductive basis of psychological hypothesis processes, 77, we can also find it in another branch of experimental physiology, namely, physiological psychology. Thus Dr. Lombard, by placing sensitive thermometers and electric piles against the scalp, noted a rise in temperature during intellectual calculation, recitation, composition, effort, such as the temperature showed a marked rise exceeding 1 degree Fahrenheit during an intense emotion. When intellectual activity rose in intensity was also a parallel rise in temperature, thus the temperature was found to be higher when poetry was recited silently than when the same was done aloud. Similar results were arrived at by Schiff in his experiments on dogs. He placed thermoelectric needles on the scalps of dogs. The sensations of the animals were then tested with different kinds of stimuli. It was found that whenever the stimulus was given and the sensation experienced, that a change was at once manifested in the cerebral and motor processes, which was indicated by the deflection of the galvanometer. When the dog was lying motionless and a rolled-up piece of paper was given to him, the galvanic deflection was small. When, however, a piece of meat was brought near the dog, the deflection galvanometric deflections became considerable. Comitant with psychomotor activities have also been shown in the case of human subjects. The ponograph is well adapted to demonstrate in a striking way to the doubting layman the intimate relation of physical and mental phenomena. The subject is put on table, which is so there delicately balanced that at the slightest alteration in the distribution of the weight of the subject, it tilts. Now found that when the subject is spoken to, or when making some intellectual effort, the table at once tilts, Normal and abnormal psychology 78 possibly because of the increased blood supply to the brain and more especially on account of the motor reactions. Pneumographic, plethysmographic, carotidographic, cardiographic, automatographic, ponographic, and ergographic tracings show physiological changes concomitant with the slightest modification of psychic. As simple an instrument as the sphygmograph can demonstrate the same truth. A sphygmogram taken under mental activity differs from the one taken under mental repose. All these facts, and many more, could be adduced to establish on a firm basis the psychophysiological hypothesis that psychic phenomena are accompanied with physiological or physical processes. The whole of recent psychophysiological research work is based on the hypothesis that there is no psychosis without neurosis. The two are concomitant. Psychic and physical phenomena go hand in hand, the two processes run parallel to each other. Thus we find that psychophys processes. A logical parallelism is a strictly scientific hypothesis. The psychic and physiological series of changes are concomitant, parallel, but they do not stand to each other in relation of antecedent and consequent, they are not causally related. I take here the opportunity of emphasizing the non-causal relation of mental and physiological processes. It is usually taken for granted by many medical men, and even by some scientists, neurologists, physiologists, biologists, who do not happen to think out clearly the more theoretical aspects of their investigations, that brain processes are the direct cause of mental phenomena and that psychology therefore is nothing but a chapter in physiology. Study the brain. This view is, and you will know all about psychic life. Inductive basis of psychological hypothesis certainly fallacious. 79. A psychic fact, as we have pointed out, is radically different in kind from a physical, mechanical fact. One cannot, therefore, give rise to the other. The reason why it is thought that physical processes give rise to mental, lies in the fallacious analogy taken from the law of convertibility and equivalence of energy in the activity of physical processes. Heat, it is reasoned, can be converted into electricity, electricity into magnetism, magnetism into motion, motion into sound or light, and the same may be done in reverse order. The energy of physiological processes, therefore mental, or psychic energy, wrong, is converted into the whole. Reasoning is, we must remember that what underlies all these different physical phenomena is various forms of when one order of phenomena passes into another. It is after all only the transformation of one form of motion into molecular and molar motion, and physical another form. Quite different is it in the case of the phenomena of consciousness. The activity of consciousness is not a form of motion, and the two therefore cannot be converted into each other. Mental activity is but figuratively termed energy, just as a well-reasoned argument may be characterized as clear and lucid, but it does not through it mean that one can see a candle shining. The energy of mental phenomena is as much the energy of physical and physiological sciences as the idea of a brick is a brick itself and made up of clay. Furthermore, were it possible that a physiological process should be converted into a mental process, the law of conservation of energy would have to be given up, and along with it the whole edifice of modern science, normal and abnormal psychology 84 according to the law, would tumble to the ground. Of conservation of energy, no physical energy can possibly be lost. One form of energy may pass into another, but the physical energy, which is some form of motion, molar, molecular, atomic, ionic or electronic, cannot be. That is, there must always be so much motion, no lost matter under what form one hand, were it now on the may appear possible that a physiological process, which is nothing but a form of physical energy, could pass into a psychic state, which is no motion at all, we would really have a loss of energy. Were it on the other hand possible that a mental or psychic process should pass into a physiological process, we would have had new energy generated, energy that is not a transformation of some previous existing energy, or physical activity. and were to stand to each other in relation of antecedent and consequent, in relation of cause and effect, we would have had if mental physiological processes with each beat of consciousness a new creation of physical energy and a loss of it with each cerebral process. This would be sufficient to undermine the basis of science, and practically we might have had good hopes that in the near future our steam engines would be run by good intentions and windmills by aesthetic feelings. Psychic and physiological theories are no doubt intimately related, but their relation is not causal. They do not stand to each other in relation characteristic of cause of the two coexistence. Concomitant, neither the one is they the means run cause and series parallel of the of invariable effect, of two other processes each suck but in that other, are but a change in also a simultaneous, concomitant mod 1 inductive basis of psychological hypothesification in vice versa, in other words, every psychic the other change must have its 8 physiological concomitant, every physiological process may have and it's this hypothesis of psychic accompaniment. Physical parallelism is at the basis of all modern psychophysiological, neurological, investigations, inasmuch as and psychopathological in it is taken for granted that for every manifested sensorimotor or ideomotor symptom there must be present term for term some physiopsychology takes the same view and accepts the same hypothesis, it does not trouble itself logical process in the least with the philosophical problem as to whether the two series of phenomena, the mental and the physical, have behind them separate substances, or whether they think but two different aspects of the same. This belongs to metaphysics. The psychophysiological theory, like all other scientific hypotheses, has nothing to do with metaphysical substrata, but deals only with facts and their relations. Chapter 13 The deductive basis of the positive psychological hypothesis. The concept of causality cannot be worked in psychology in the same way as it can be done in the physical science. Processes is the circle of physical complete in itself. A physical process without ceasing to be physical can be traced endlessly in the past or future. All the links of the endless process must all be physical in their nature. For if we permit in the endless chain of links of the physical process any other but physical links to be interpolated, all the physical sciences must fall to the ground, since at any stage we may get hold of a process of which the antecedent link is not of a physical nature. Late that in short, the postu forms the basis of physical science is that the antecedent and consequent of a physical process taken at any stage of the process are physical in their nature. This is the principle of continuity. The whole edifice of the physical sciences is based on this principle. If we now turn to psychology, we find that it cannot be based on a postulate of similar character. Psychology cannot possibly work on the assumption that the process's direction it deals with can be traced endlessly in either past or future. Unlike the physical, the it has a beginning and psychic process is finite and final, an end. It begins with a purpose, conscious, subconscious, the or unconscious, and ends with an adjustment. Psychic process begins as a sensation, and its complete 82 deductive basis of psychological hypothesis cycle runs its course as 83 an idea and then ends in a volley, the stimulus marking the beginning of the action to act. Psychic process and the act marking the end of the process are physical links of a continuous physical process, the links of which can be traced endlessly in physical terms. Taking the psychic process from the ontogenetic standpoint, we find again the same thing. If the psychic life of the individual is taken as a whole and traced backward, in the past, we arrive at some point, when the stream of consciousness begins, and on following it forward, we finally arrive at a point where the stream, if we view the question philo, come once more to the same conclusion of consciousness ends. Genetically, in the history of biological evolution there was a time when psychic life began, and there will come a time when all psychic life from our globe, the warp and woof of physical, will disappear. Principle of continuity, the science, cannot be worked in psychology. Instead of it we can only discover a principle of finiteness and finality. In a physical process, any link taken at random must have a physical antecedent and consequent. Not so is it in a psychic process. Not each link of the series has its psychic antecedent and consequent. The first link has no antecedent and the last one has no consequent. The phenomena of sleep, of hypnosis, of amnesia, of unconsciousness, of syncope show that the psychic process may be cut short anywhere in its course, and may resume its flow from any given link or stage. The links that go to form the psychic process hang loosely, and any link may really be without an antecedent or without a consequent. In many cases the seemingly lost antecedent, normal and abnormal psychology 84 still be found in the subconscious, dissociated from the active stream of consciousness constituting for can the time being the conscious personality or the self-consciousness of the subject. Such for instance is the case in the many forms of functional psychopathic diseases and also in hypnosis. In other cases, such for instance, as unconsciousness of epilepsy, the stream of consciousness is interrupted and resumed only after a certain period of time, not even missing link. Subconscious the can supply us the in normal sleep we meet once more with an interruption of the current of consciousness, and it is only under certain conditions, such as dreaming, that the subconscious can supply the missing states. Each psychic process is like the life process of a given individual. It has a definite beginning and a definite end, while a physical process has neither beginning nor end, and can be followed out endlessly in the direction of the line of, in other words, while a antecedents or consequence. Physical process is infinite, a psychic process is finite. Let P be a physical process and P represent a link in that process, then 1P 11P plu etc. may be represented as its consequence, while P equals Pi, etc., may be represented as its antecedents. P therefore may be represented by the following infinite series: P equals U plus P asterisk plus PS plus P plus P plus P plus P plus P plus P111 plus P1U1 plus 121. The series is infinite in both directions, in direction of 1 pi antecedents, and in the direction of P consequence. Let S represent a psychic process, S a link in that pro 111 ulmi SS, S asterisk, SSS etc., its consequence, and psi, SS, S dash, etc., its antecedents. Then the psychic process can be represented by the following series: PPP, deductive basis of psychological hypothesis 85 plus SDS3 plus SDSL plus S, X is 1 plus S11 plus SLU plus SIM plus S equals. Now this series is finite, it begins at some link and ends with some link, neither the beginning nor the end is defined. The series may begin at any link and end at any link. Since the process may begin anywhere in the series, there is really no necessary connection between the links of the series. In the physical process, on the contrary, and any link has a determinate necessarily given preceding and succeeding link. In the series is infinite, other words, while the links of the physical process are necessarily causally connected, the links of the psychic process have no causal necessity. Since the two processes, the physical and the psychic, are postulated to run parallel to each other, their coordination may be represented in the following series: and SS and S2 plus SL plus S1 plus S11 plus S plus P asterisk and P and Pi plus P plus P1 plus PU and P111 plus P1111 plus 23. Each link of the psychic process has some link of the physical process, as S has P, psi, its concomitant. Pi, S22, S11, S1111. The psychic process not having its links causally connected, the causal necessity can only be followed along its concomitant physical or physiological series. Hence we can see why the physiological series is indispensable to the psychic series. The finiteness of the psychic process makes it impossible to apply to it the principle of necessity. For while a physical process must necessarily have a physical and normal and abnormal psychology 86 antecedent and physical consequent, a psychic process and each link of it does not necessarily have an antecedent or consequent, it may begin and end at any link. It is series only by means of the physical or physiological that the principles of continuity and necessary causal connection, the foundation of all objective science, can be worked in psychology. Without the help of the concomitant physiological series, the investigator of the psychic process helpless, since is, scientifically considered, the psychic process has completely no objectively necessary causal interconnection. The voluntaristic school in attempting to make of psychology a science independent of fundamentally wrong. All physiology is without the physiological series. Psychology has no cement to fasten its material with, it has no foundation to build on. Psychology can maintain itself in the work of objective natural sciences only on condition of its intimate interdependence with physiology. No psychology without physiology. The psychophysiological hypothesis is both inductively and deductively the sine qua non of the science of psychology. Chapter 14 Life and the Psychic Process. We have pointed out that the psychic process essentially finite and final. Can we find any other process that should be characterized by the same mark of finiteness and finality? We find an analogous process in life. Is the life process one that has the aspect of finiteness? Ontogenetically, the life process of an organism has its beginning in the fertilization or stimulation to life activity of the ovum, and has its end in death. Phylogenetically, the life process runs a determinate course. There was a time when geological conditions did not permit the presence of life, and there will come a time when life will be extinct. Ontogenetically, the biological process, the mental process. Analogous to the biological process, unlike the physical process, is not endless and end. It has a definite beginning. Taking any stage of the process as the starting point, we find that neither the chain of antecedents, nor that of consequence can be followed endlessly. Being a finite process, we find in it the same relation we discovered in the psychic process. The first term of the series has no antecedent and the last one has no consequent. Furthermore, the biological process, like the psychological one, may be cut short at any stage. The protoplasm may die or be killed. The organism, or it is only mechanically regarded that the biological process can be worked into the definite texture of physical series. The finiteness of the life process is especially manifest. 87 Normal and abnormal psychology. 88 Ed from the point of finality. In examining the character of living beings, in contradistinction to physical things, too, we find a fundamental difference between the structure and function of living beings can be regarded under the concept of purpose or that of final causation, the purpose being the good, the advantage, the utility of the organism. Inanimate things cannot be regarded under the concept of final causation, but under that of efficient causation. The stone lying yonder has no purpose, it has no special advantage for its material particles from its particular position. The inner relations of its parts and the relations of its surface angles and prominences are not of any ultimate good to the stone, nor do we ask of what use is this particular 6. We do ask, however, this aberration to the molecules. Question of utility in regard to organisms. Of what use is the grazing or drinking to the cow? Of what use is organ and its function to this, or that the problem of utility is one that can only this particular organism be raised in the case of organic life, but not in the case of inorganic things? Should be so. We can see the reason why of inner and outer relations. Important it life may be regarded as an adaptation criteria. Adaptation and fitness are with biological processes. What is the fitness, or utility of organs and their functions to the, and how have they come to this given state of fitness? These problems cannot be ignored by biology as a science. The whole of the Darwinian theory aims to give the key to the way the different forms of adaptations have come about. Adaptation and utility, however, mean aims. A biological process is not an endless series of antecedents and consequence, particular organism, but one that has an end. A life process is a final pro-life and the psychic process 89 says taking place in the organism in its internal and essential adjustments. The finality of the life process is clearly brought out, if looked at from a totally different point of view. The most characteristic feature of a living organism is its being an organic whole, a unity, an individuality. All the parts of the organism bear relation to and have their significance with regard to the organism as a whole. The fin of the fish, the wing of the bird, and the arm of the man cease to be what they are, if separated from the particular individual to which they respectively belong. The structure and function of the part can be understood only in relation to the needs of the organic whole. The parts of the individual subserve the organic unity. In the course of evolution, both ontogenetic and phylogenetic, parts may arise or drop out for the benefit and advantage of the whole. Mechanically considered, an organism is nothing but a heap of vibrating molecules or atoms. Biologically regarded, this heap constitutes a whole, an individual, and each vibration is for the good of this whole, if the individual is to maintain itself in existence. It may be objected that a machine, though purely may be similarly defined. A machine can choose a whole, a unity, and every part bears a definite and cannot in fact be understood without the knowledge of the machine as a whole. Who, without knowing a watch as a whole, could have guessed the function of a particular wheel or spring, if shown by itself? Each part within a mechanism has its dislation to the whole, distinctive character only in relation to the other parts forming an interrelated system. Should this be granted, in what sense, then, it may be asked, does an organism normal and abnormal psychology 90 must not then a biological from a mechanism? Differ process be, after all, reduced to mechanical terms? If this be so, is not rather the one, rect and opposite statement the core, namely, that a biological process does not really differ from a physical process? This, however, the difference between the two is a fundamental one. The unity of the mechanism does not lie is not so in the machine per se, but in the needs and mind of the mechanician, while the organic unity is postulated as being in the organism itself. The purpose of the machine does not lie in the machine itself, but in needs outside itself. No machine exists for own advantage and its good. From its very nature a machine is for something else. An organism, on the contrary, constitutes its own purpose. By no organism in nature, not as yet modified artificial another selection, exists entirely for the good of the structure and functions of the parts of an organism are for the good and advantage of that particular individual. Unlike a machine, the purpose falls an organ not outside, but inside the organism. Ism forms a closed circle, which the each organism is a microcosm, to macrocosm is made subservient. Center from which rays radiate to all the points of the universe, in other words, an organism is an end for which everything else is nothing but a means. Darwin was so much impressed with this teleological aspect of organic life that he frankly admitted that, if only one example in a natural state could be produced, an example of an organism showing structure and function useful not to itself, but to another organism, his whole theory of evolution would fall to the ground. A mechanism is a means, never an end. An organism is an end. Life and the psychic process 91 never a means. A biological process and end is finite. It has a definite begin inasmuch as it is supposed to be of some use to the organism in which the process takes place. This does not mean, however, that the biological process cannot be looked at from a purely might is, also final. Every object, every external objective process can be looked at from the point of view of pure mechanism, where the series of antecedents and consequence is infinite, where only atoms and their movements have supreme sway, but while some objects and chanical standpoint processes admit only of this standpoint, others admit namely the teleological, which the leading principles are unity, synthesis, and also of another point of view, in purpose. Biological processes certainly admit of mechanical worked into the infinite series and effect, but, then, these processes so regarded, are simply mechanical and cease treatment. They can be mechanical of causes regarded under a teleo need not necessarily be entirely mechanical, it may also deal with purposes, not self-conscious, not even conscious, but be logical still biological. Life aspect. Sciences with purposes, which on account of their not being conscious are to be treated according to the principle of efficient causation. Such is the method of Darwin, in opposition to that of Lamarck. Processes are treated by the Darwin on purposive life the principle of efficient causation. They who want should reflect to reduce biology to mechanism on the meaning of evolution. Mechanical standpoint, evolution is meaningless. From the basis of biology, molecules, atoms and their vibrations, normal and abnormal psychology 92 can have neither lower nor higher stages. They are all on the same plane, following the same laws from all eternity. If from our long digression on the nature of the bio we now return to the subject under discussion, namely, the psychological process, we can re-logical process, lies clearly the point of view should be regarded. From which psychic life the psychic process is primarily a life process. Since the life process is regarded under a teleological aspect, it follows that the psychic process should be treated in the same way. The psychic process is the and as such should be studied not by the instruments of mechanics and in addition chemistry, but by the methods of biology. Highest stage in the evolution of life, to the concept of efficient causation, psychology even more than biology, should also work with the concepts of unity, synthesis, and purpose. Chapter 15 The chance aspect of life and mind. The teleology of the biological process should, however, be somewhat limited. We are apt and there may be organs which are of no use to the organism, and there may be functions which are indifferent and even to overestimate the utility organs of functions in the world of living beings. Positively harmful to life. It is questionable whether the thymus gland, the tonsils, the appendix are of any use to man, and it quite certain that a number of physiological processes take place in the organism which are indifferent and even detrimental to the life existence of the individual. In every organism, says Morgan, there are parts of the body whose processes cannot be of vital import, the rudimentary organs, so many examples of structures whose ants to the individual furnish called presence may be of little or of no use to the individual. In fact, as in the case of the appendix of man, the organs may be a source of great danger to the individual. Another example of the same thing is found in the rudimentary eyes of animals living in the dark, such as the mole and several cave animals, fishes, amphibia, and insects. There are still other organs which cannot be looked upon as rudimentary, yet whose presence can scarcely be considered as essential to the life of the individual. In some, for instance, the electric organs of the rays and fish can hardly protect the UNI 93-94 normal and abnormal psychology mal from enemies, even when as highly developed as in the torpedo, and we do not know of any other essential service they can perform. Whether the same may also be said of the phosphorescent organs of many animals is perhaps open in some cases to doubt, but there can be little question that the light produced by most of the small marine organisms, such as Noctilica, jellyfish, ctenophores, copepods, pyrosoma, etc., cannot be of use to these animals in protecting them from attack. In the case of certain bacteria, it seems quite evident that the production of light can be of no use as such to them. The production of light may be only a sort of byproduct of changes going on in the organism, and has no relation to outside conditions. In third glowworm, it has been supposed in cases, as in that the display may serve to bring the sexes together, but since the phosphorescent organs are also present in glowworm, and since even the egg itself is said to be phosphorescent, it is improbable, the larval stages of in these stages at least, that the presence of the light is of service to the organism. While it is difficult to show that the wonderful patterned magnificent coloration of many of the larger animals are not of service to the animal, however SCEP turnstickle we may be on the subject, yet in the case of many microscopic forms that are equally brilliantly colored there can be little doubt that the coloration can be of no special service to them. We also see in other cases that the presence of color need not be connected with any use that it bears as such to the animal. For instance, the beautiful colors on the inside of the shells of many marine snails and of bivalve mollusks can be of no use to the animal that makes the shell, because as long as the chance aspect of life and mind the animal outside. In autumn the splendid coloring of the leaves is from the alive. This color cannot be seen is 95 certainly of no service to the organism. As an example of a change in the organism that is of no use to it may be cited the case of the turning white of man, and in several other man the absorption of bone at the angle of the chin, the hair in old age in mouths. In man is another case of a change of no immediate use we also find in many other changes to the individual that accompany old age, processes going on that are of no use to the organism, and which may in the end be the cause of its death. We cannot help agreeing with Morgan that the teleology of the biological process is not always evident. A number of processes in the world of life are indifferent, existence and even detrimental, useless, of the organism. All the cesses that lead to the decline of the tiny not useful to the life biological pro-organism are the individual, are neither, all which organisms are often subjected in their relations with their and adaptation to the external environment, is certainly no more flimsy, more superficial, and more specious reasoning than the one that ascribes a meaning, utility, and purpose to every organ, function, and physiological process found in the organism. The teleological, the processes of a pathological character to speculations are often a matter of ingenious casuistry. The evolutionist who works with the teleological concept of utility must assume spontaneous variation as an important factor in the development of life. In other words, out of a great number of many variations, harmful, indifferent, and useful, the ones that are useful in external environment survive their adaptation to the normal and abnormal psychology G6 or are selected by the process of natural selection. This clearly requires the presence of a great number of variations which show no adaptations and therefore are not useful. The utility and adaptation manifested by the biological processes are due to the presence of an immense number of variations of biological processes which are useless, indifferent, and even harmful. The struggle for existence with its survival of the fittest and the principle of spontaneous variations clearly which are indicate the presence of biological processes essentially purposeless. The theory of evolution, at least from a Darwinian standpoint, the most scientific of is based on the empirical assumption that the unadapted variations far exceed in number the adapted or useful variations. Useful purposive biological processes are rare, few, and accidental, while the indifferent, the useless and the purposeless biological processes are by far the most common. The purposive processes are the accidental and the ex-evolutionary hypotheses, while the purposeless processes are the rule. It is out of the purposeless that the purposive processes develop. The fully developed biological process, the fully developed organism is purposeful, because of its selection of the purposeful out of the great mass of purposeless biological processes and unadapted organisms. In the psychological process a similar state prevails. The general outcome may have purpose, but this is accomplished at the expense of a great number of proles, which are accidental, meaningless, and purpose. The sensations, feelings, emotions, and ideas that arise cesses in our consciousness. Accidental variations are spontaneous or they are the raw material for the guiding selective consciousness. Many of the PSY, the chance aspect of life and mind 97 chic states as they arise in consciousness are rejected by the selective action of attention and are left to die a natural death as are the rejected variations by the pro-man would have been a process of natural selection. In maniac, if he were to give expression to the various ups spontaneously in his mind. The great number of ideas that throng in the antechamber, ideas that spring of consciousness, are in themselves purposeless. As although the brain is able to do very fair work fluently in an automatic way, and though it will of its own accord strike out sudden and happy ideas, it is questionable if it is capable of working thoroughly and profoundly without past or present effort. Galton well puts it, the character of this effort seems to me chiefly to lie in bringing the contents of the antechamber more near lie within the ken of consciousness, which then takes comprehensive note of all its contents, and compels the logical faculty to test them seriatim before selecting the summons to the presence chamber. In another place he justly remarks, the thronging of fittest for the antechamber is, I am convinced, beyond my control. If the ideas do not come, I cannot create them. It is certainly true we nor compel them to come, cannot call on our ideas to come at our bidding. They come and go unasked. Mental activity in its rational aspects, whether it be logical, moral, or aesthetic, is essentially selective. In the logical process can draw only definite conclusions from given premises, the moral man or the character. Ethical thinker can only regard definite relations and behavior as right or wrong, and the man who creates and enjoys the beautiful can only regard certain definite combinations as beautiful. Even in ordinary life, where normal and abnormal psychology 98, the process of selection sciences, is not so rigid as in the arts and philosophy, still the process of attention to maintain rationality is a severe judge in the rejection of the unfit ideas. In a train of ideas, few ideas that offer themselves are accepted as fit and utilized by the guiding thought. The stream of consciousness as it rushes along picks up objects that are intended for and help to reach the destination set out. Every idea, every thought as it presents itself to the guiding process is selected with respect to the purpose of the given stream of thought. The thoughts that present themselves at any one moment are meaningless and purposeless. They are simply the accidental chance material which the given momentary, purposive thought selects as fit in order to succeed best in the achievement of its purpose. The ideas themselves as they present themselves are meaningless, purposeless, the chance creations of the brain, like phenomena of accidental variation. When the size rigid, more of the chance selective process of attention comers are rejected as not adapted for the purpose. More of the ideas rising to the antechamber of consciousness from the subconscious regions are found to be purposeless. A Kepler rejects a number of generalizations before he finds the formulae of his laws that enswear his purpose in the coordination of his facts. At the same time, different minds, like different animals, differ in the spontaneous or accidental variations. The dull mind has but few such variations, while the man of genius, like the endowed animal, has a mass of accidental variations from to which they can give rise, which to select in the adaptation to the purpose of the thought. The man of genius, whether as artist or thinker, the chance aspect of life and mind 99 requires a mass of accidental variations to select and rigidly selective process of attention. From a great wealth of chance variation of thoughts to select from is the special endowment of the man of genius. When the process of attention relaxes in the rigidity of its selective activity, more chance images and accidental variations of thoughts are presented to and accepted by consciousness. The selective thought does not hold on to its purpose. The stream of thought becomes constituted of relatively purposeless chance images and accidental ideas. Such states occur in day reveries or under the influence of alcohol and various toxins, as well as in the states hypnoidal, hypnagogic, and hypnopagogic, when the process of attention becomes completely relaxed, as in sleep, fever, or in the acute forms of mental maladies. The chance images and accidental variations of ideas come and go without aim and purpose. Purposeless thought is as much the rule of mental life as purposeless accidental variations are the rule of organic life. Like the fully developed biological process, the fully developed mental state presents purpose in its selective activity. Purpose, however, arises out of chaos. Our dreams, our unintentional errors in speech, writing and action are due to the many out-of-chance variations. Chance thoughts which either intrude themselves on consciousness in spite of the selective rigid process of attention, or are due to the momentary relaxation of the chance thoughts. Meaningless images and ideas, like accidental variations, form one of the most important factors in the evolution of purposive mental activity. Selective process. The so-called psychoanalytic science is erroneous, not only because of its fallacious psychic causation but normal and abnormal psychology also because it is based on the fallacy of regarding each and every mental state as purposive in character. This pseudo-psychology misses the fundamental fact that many psychic occurrences are like many biological occurrences, mere chance variations. These chance variations form the matrix out of which the purposive psychic process arises. Of mental life. Not purpose, but chance is at the heart. Chapter 16 Activity of mental life. The popular mind regards cause as a straining agency which acts in agony of labor on resisting material, giving rise finally to the effect, fashioning it, and such a relation is considered as constituting the very essence of activity. This anthropomorphic or animistic view of cause and effect must be rejected by the scientist. The cause does not beget the effect in labor, in strain. Causes as straining agencies is due to conceive to the fact that the popular mind has a tendency to mythological creations, to regard natural phenomena as products fashioned by living agencies. He's the common-sense man in fashioning material works with his muscles and experiences muscular sensation of strain, of push and pull, hence in regarding the changes cesses, in the course of natural he projects into them his subjective muscular experiences. Science, however, has succeeded in freeing itself from all animism, and does not invoke the will and labor of deities and spirits as the causes of physical phenomena, nor does it regard causes themselves as little deities and sprites with will and strain in the production of effects. Objectively regarded, what nature presents is only sequences of events, or phenomena, and the only relationship observed between cause and effect is simply one of invariable sequence. If of two phenomena one antecedent and the other consequent, the normal and abnormal psychology 102 consequent is invariably observed to depend in its variation on the antecedent. Such an antecedent declared from a certain height on a heap if a stone falls is to give an illustrate to be the cause of the consequent. Of many layers of thin glass, the stone in falling breaks, we declare the stone to be the cause of the glass. Why? The breaking of the glass, because we observe the fall of the stone, and on reproducing the same conditions, same the breaking of glass. Results follow, fall of stone, then furthermore, increasing the weight of the stone, more layers of glass are broken, on decreasing the weight of the stone less layers are broken. Variations in the consequent depend on the variations of the antecedent. We may similarly change the distance from which the stone falls, and the effect will vary once more. On changing the material of the stone, the amount furthermore, on of breakage will vary once more. Changing the consistency of the glass layer, the effect will again vary. In short, where the phenomena are observed to stand to each other in functional relation of invariable sequence, the antecedent is declared to be the cause of the consequent, such, as in our exam regarded as the cause of the pull, the fall of the stone is breaking of the glass. What an invariable sequence, so is observed much stone simply is momentum, no strain or enforcement no are ever observed between causes and effects. So much strain is glass breakage. Observed the effect, nor is in it the falling stone to produce ever detected that the glass and is forced into the broken state by the repower of the stone. Strain, resistance, enforcement, power, are all states drawn from experiences of our psychic life. As mental life activity of puts 103 there it embraces is but one sort of constancy which forms of constancy of all connection, or of relation. Oscillations of natural. The majority of the prop science express such constancies. The tadpole is metamorphosed into a frog. Chlorate of sodium makes its appearance in of connection. the form of rays cubes of our light bodies fall with an acceleration of 9.81 rectilinear. When these constancies are expressed in concepts we call them laws. Force, in the mechanical significance, a constancy of connections, is likewise merely when I say that a body A exerts a force on a body B, I mean that B, on coming into contraposition with A, is immediately affected by a certain acceleration with respect to A. The singular illusion that the substance A is the constant vehicle of a force which takes effect immediately on B as being contraposed to is absolutely easily shaken. The phrases, no matter without force, no force without matter, which are all but abortive attempts to remove a self-incurred contradiction, become superfluous on our recognizing only constancies of connection. Similarly, Carl Pearson regards the scientific law as a brief description in mental shorthand of as wide a range as possible of the sequences of our sense impressions or experiences. If the stone from my hand break a window, the cause of the broken window might very likely be spoken of as the moving stone. But although this usage is an approach to the scientific usage of the word cause, it yet involves in the popular estimation an idea of enforcement which is not in the latter. That the stone moving with a certain speed must bring about the destruction of the window is, I think, normal and abnormal psychology 104. The idea involved in thus speaking of the moving stone as the cause of the breakage. Organs but were our perceptive powerful, science conceives that sufficiently we should see before the impact particles of window and particles of stone moving in a certain manner, and after the impact the same particles moving in a very different we might carefully describe these motions, manner. But we should be unable to say why one stage would follow another, just as we can describe how a stone falls to the earth, but not say why it does. Thus scientifically the idea of necessity in the stages of the sequence in motion, broken window, stone, or the idea of enforcement would disappear. We should have a routine of experience. When we speak however of the stage of a sequence in ordinary life as causes, I do not think it is because we are approaching the scientific standpoint, but I fear it arises from our associating usage the idea of force with the stone as cause of motion is, through long force, exactly on the same footing as a tree god as cause of growth. Both are but names to hide our ignorance of the why in the routine of our percept. The necessity in a law of nature has not the chance must of a geometrical theorem, nor the catite is merely our experience of a routine whose stages have neither logical nor volitional order. In what we have termed second logical goracle must of a human lawgiver, are causes, successive stages of the sequence. Science finds no element of enforcement, solely the routine of experience. Within certain limits the psychic process, physical process, series like the may be regarded as an activity, as a of phenomena, as a sequence of antecedents and consequence, or as Pearson puts it, as a routine of activity of mental life 105. This activity of course should not be regarded as a metaphysical agency in the sense of a supersensuous soul, but as a successive series of psychic events. A scientific standpoint, the physical process as a series of successive physical events is from regarded. Similarly, the psychic process may be regarded as a series of successive states consisting of psychic elements, presentative and representative. Final and finite as the psychic process is, it has a series of antecedents and consequence. Insofar as these can be traced, one can keep within the bounds of the psychic process only. Series. Furthermore, insofar as the of psychic antecedents and consequence persists, we are fully justified in speaking of the whole series as form of activity, in short as mental activity. By activity is understood the sequence of antecedents and consequence. The position taken by some psychologists in declaring the mental stream as inactive is a process, if there is activity in the psychic process, if by activity is meant not the popular belief in actual bonds between cause and effect, but mere sequence of antes. The only difference we condense and consequence find between them is the finality and finiteness as well as unacceptable. lack of invariable or necessary sequence of antecedents and consequence characteristic of the psychic process in contradistinction to the infinite series and invariable, necessary, or causal sequence, presented by the physical process. Chapter 17 The Postulates of Psychology. With all other sciences, psychology must be a world of space, time, and objects. Psychology does not inquire into the nature of these objects, as to what they are in themselves. This postulate, the existence of an external material, as we pointed out, is the business of metaphysics, not of science. Psychology, however, does ask how we come to know the outside world, which external comes reality. It inquires as to the process by to be presented in consciousness. The fact that psychology postulates an external material world and studies it in so far as it comes to be points to another postulate reflected in consciousness, which psychology must assume in addition, namely, the existence of an inner world consciousness. This postulate is peculiar to psychology. No other of the descriptive and objective sciences have to assume it. It is quite clear that without mind there can possibly be no study, no science. Still, this is but an indirect reflection which none of the concrete sciences have to take into consideration. Of course, a chemist is required for chemistry, a physicist for physics, a physiologist for physiology, and so on, but the chemist, the physicist, the physiologist do not introduce themselves into their science. In all concrete sciences the mind is external, projected into itself, that has to be taken into consideration. Its object, it 106 is the entirely object in the postulates of psychology 107 drowned in the object. In psychology, on the contrary, the object is drowned in concrete science. Consciousness is consciousness. The chemist, the physicist, who will turn his attention to consciousness and introduce his psychic states, his moods, dispositions, and intentions as elements into his investigations, will hardly be an exact scientist. Not so with the psychologist. He must take the inner world into account, he must deal with consciousness. It is true that he must treat with moods, with feelings, them as objects, but these objects, unlike those of other positive sciences, are after all of the inner subjective, for the very essence of psy world of consciousness. Psychology is the taking account of phenomena of consciousness. In our last statement that psychology deals with the objective external world as reflected in consciousness, another postulate is implied. Besides the external and internal worlds, psychology also postulates the interrelation of the two. This interrelation is not direct, it is not one of antecedent and consequent, but that of coexistence, for as we have already pointed out, the two series of phenomena, the mental and the physiological, must be as summed as other. If, however, concomitant, as running parallel to each by the external world, we understand the universe of objects exclusive of the functioning psychophysiological processes, then we may say that it stands to the phenomena of consciousness in relation both of sequence and coexistence. The objective external world enters into relation with consciousness only through the intermediacy of physiological nervous processes. Only on this condition can the external world enter into relation with conscious normal and abnormal psychology 108 and underness, object. Special conditions become its direct take a dose of opium, mescal, or cannabis science, and have different hallucinations and mental activity is stimulated. The mind teems with sensations, indica, images, ideas, feelings, emotions. Now the whole organism is pierced by sharp, now it tingles with indescribable acute please. No, a charming vision appears, a beautiful mood's pain, scenery unrolls before the mind's eye, a feeling of heavenly bliss diffuses itself all over our conscious fact being. Now a disgusting, ugly figure presents itself, a horrible scene is witnessed that plunges the mind into the current of consciousness is a sea abyss of misery. Accelerated, and it drives its waves with more vigor than ever. Instead of being accelerated, the current may be depressed and retarded even to such a degree as to plunge the mind into a deep sleep. Such retardation we find under the influence of bromides, or of anesthetics, such as ether, chloroform, of hypnotics, such as sulfonal, chloral and others. We have here the action of a drug, of an external object on the physiological nervous processes with their psychic concomitants. In this case, however, the drug itself does not become the direct object of consciousness. Through the mere absorption of opium, cannabis or belladonna, we can know nothing of their constitution, of their size, we can know nothing of their color, of their weight, specific gravity, and so we cannot possibly perceive them as objects. The states of consciousness which cannabis, for instance, gives no knowledge of the external objective nature of the drug itself. A direct knowledge of an external object is acquired rise to affords the postulates of psychology through the special senses. Instant 109. Yonder is an object, and it stimulates the peripheral sense organ, the eye, the retina. The physiological processes aroused in the rods and cones are transmitted by the optic nerve and by the optic tracts to the visual centers of the oxys, functioning of which is accompanied the wave of stimulation by sensations of sight. Spreads from the visual centers to other centers closely pital lobes, associated with them. They too begin to function with more or less intensity, accompanied by images, ideas, thought, which constitute the perception of the ink. The combined activity, or function of a whole system of centers gives rise to the percepting stand along with its psychic fringe, with the stream of consciousness in which it is bathed. We see and know stand yonder. The inkstand. From a psychological standpoint, the mode of action of the inkstand differs radically from that of the opium. The latter may be characterized as psychophysiological, or even purely physiological. The former may be termed psychophysical or psychological, perceptual. The one gives rise to perception, to knowledge of the external object, while the other does not. Both, however, agree in this, that they can enter into relations with consciousness only through the intermediacy of physiological nervous processes. The two modes of action and their relation to consciousness may be represented by the following diagrams. I2. Psychophysical or perceptual relation. Psychophysiological relation. IIO normal and abnormal psychology. I Fig. 2. In Fig. I, ob. Is the object stimulating S the organ of special sense, giving rise to physiological nervous processes with their concomitant psychic states constituting the subjective object, which object yonder is objectified in the in Fig. 2. D is the drug acting directly on the nervous center, the stimulated activity of which gives rise to the perception of an external object ob. Thus we find that external physical and physiological processes are causally related, or stand to each other in relation of invariable or necessary sequence, while the physiological and psychic processes stand in relation of coexistence. What the nature of this interrelation is and how it is possible are problems for epistemology and metaphysics. Psychology must assume this interrelation as its postulate. If psychology is to be a science at all, lately it must postulate uniformity of the phenomena with which it in the postulates of psychology deals. This we have pointed out in our second chapter when we discussed the subject matter of psychology. We turn to it again in order to realize clearly its full psychology, as we know, in meaning in psychology. Addition the two world external events also postulates consciousness. Physical SCI postulate of its uniformity is, therefore, far more complex than in other positive sciences. With physical science, psychology must postulate uniformity of the external world, because it presupposes the physical sciences, and because the external world forms the content and object of conscious. This, however, is not sufficient. Psychology must also postulate the uniformity in the inner world of psychophysiological, or mental phenomena. No uniformity in the phenomena of consciousness, psychology, as a science would have been an impossibility. This, however, not is postulate the uniformity psychology must also between the all of relationship phenomena of the external and inner worlds. Definite physical processes must be concomitant with certain well-defined psychic states. Were this otherwise, the two would be out of joint. the relations of coexistence would no longer series would stand to be obtained, and the two series, the mental each other and the no relation at would sometimes and sometimes seen. Be in instance, tasted, that deals express uniform all, thus smelled, noise, for sometimes psychology as a science would certainly would neither have been able with general laws, been impossible. To physical, to we others definite our states of consciousness movements, nor would it have been possible for others to understand us, nor would it have been possible to call forth in others certain desired states. 112 Normal and abnormal psychology of consciousness. In short, not only psychology would have been an impossibility, but also all human the myth of the Tower of Babel would have course. Psychology must postulate unibn fully realized formity of interrelation of physical, physiological, and psychic processes. Chapter 18 Mental Synthesis. One of the fundamental principles of psychology is mental synthesis. Objects that appear within the same consciousness are synthesized in a unity, if they are taken cognizance of. An object A may be presented to conscious and another object B may be similarly perceived. They remain two and separate as long as consciousness does not take cognizance of their duality, of their two being objects, but as soon as the two appear in consciousness together and are perceived as two, they are by this very fact synthesized into a unity. This is a point which may not possibly be so clear, and is also hard to realize for those who have been used to work in concrete sciences. That the mind is the reason is accustomed to dwell on the object of thought, not on the function of thought itself, and is therefore used to take the object for the thought. The confusion between the thought that possesses the and the object of thought is a fallacy that is as committed by the intelligence trained to busy itself only with external objects. Our reader sees, of course, through this fallacy. He knows that the thing of the idea and the idea of the thing are not identical. The paper on which I write is white and is 5 inches wide and 8 inches long, but my idea of the paper is neither white nor has it so many inches in width and rule length. 3H4 Normal and abnormal psychology. The same fallacy, however, is not so very obvious when it appears under a somewhat different guise. The object of thought has parts, therefore it is concluded that the thought of the object must also be made up of corresponding parts. Because the chain in the external world is made up of so many links, it is concluded that made up of so many ideas of links, and that the total sum of the ideas of the links forms the idea of the chain. The idea of the chain, however, is not a mere juxtaposition of so many ideas of links. The ideas of the links would have remained the idea of the chain in the juxtaposed disconnected condition, had they not been connected and synthesized in one new idea, the idea of the chain. The word is made up of so many letters, but the sum of the letters is not the idea of the word. The phrase is made up of words, but the mere sum of the words does not make sense, does not form the idea of that sentence. It is of the utmost importance to fully and clearly realize this principle of mental synthesis. Many a misunderstanding in psychology is cleared up by keeping this principle clearly before one's mind. We may say that it is one of the principal keys that gives us an entrance into the science of psychology. Of ideas, of images, a sum of sense or of feelings, etc., at once brought in consciousness as a sum is by this very fact the chair yonder composed of many parts. It has 4 legs, a seat, a back, and each part in its turn is again made up of many parts. Each part, if represented in consciousness at all, synthesized by thought into a unity, has its corresponding idea, but the idea of these component parts, the idea of the chair is a whole, a unity, no longer being a conglomeration of parts. Objectively mental synthesis 115 considered, that man yonder is made up of many parts, of many organs, of many tissues, of millions of cells. To my consciousness, however, he is one, my friend John. An idea is not made up of parts, as is the object of the before me lies a grain of wheat, I have a percept idea of it, I have an idea of that grain. The grain may be divided into halves, or quarters, and I can form an idea of a half, of a third, or of a quarter of a grain. Is it possible to do the same thing with the idea? Can we subdivide the idea of the grain in the same way as we did the grain itself? Of an idea can we have a half, a third, a quarter of the grain? One realizes the impossibility and absurdity of subdividing an idea. We can have an idea of a third of a pound, but it is absurd to talk of a third of an idea of a pound. An idea is simply so much nonsense. Absurd to subdivide an idea. A third of, but why is it why is it nonsense to speak of having a half, a third, a quarter, or any fraction or part of an idea? Evidently because an idea is essentially a synthesis, a unity, and has no parts. This synthesis, or unity, is more or less clear when the percept, or idea, is of such a nature as to be synthesized into a numerical unity, and be projected into the external world, such for instance, as the chair, the table, the house, or my friend John. It is, however, far less clear when thought includes many ideas, many percepts, and the nature of the synthesized unity is there are in my room 4 chairs. I perceive them as being 4. Have I not 4 percepts, 4 ideas going to make up my idea of the sum of the multiplicity? Sieve chairs? Certainly not. Ideas, but what we have here is not for one idea of there being 4 chairs. A sum N6 normal and abnormal psychology of ideas is not the same thing as the idea of their sum, just as in algebra the sum of squares is not the same as the square of the sum. I think a sentence "I took the sentence a stroll in the forest yesterday morning" forms a multiplicity of words, but in spite of all that multiplicity, the phrase appears in consciousness as one whole, as a synthesized unity. Synthetic unity is backbone of thought. Essence, this synthetic unity of consciousness can be made still clearer by the following example. Let the reader imagine a row of men, each thinking one single word of the sentence "We are standing here in a row." There is here a completely isolated series of ideas, but the words in the series will remain in their full isolation and as such will make no meaning, no one sentence, as long as they will be confined to different disconnected thoughts, and not unified in the synthesis of one synthetic thought or of what I term moment consciousness. To have the idea of a conglomeration, of a multiplicity of objects, images or moment consciousness that is ideas, required, a synthesizing moment should take cognizance of all these and synthesize them into the many words, a unity, the one idea of the many. The many ideas must be synthesized in one moment objects, images or ideas before the idea of the sentence can emerge. This synthesis, in fact, is that one idea. Ideas, images, thoughts, feelings do not come together, fuse into one, and make one idea. A book is a complex object, it is a conglomeration of pages, letters, words, lines, sentences, paragraphs, chapters. We can have an idea of half a book, but certainly absurd to have half an idea it is of a book. Mental synthesis, it means nothing formed, and being absent at all, as such. 117 The idea as an has itself not idea, is totally a separate synthesis in consciousness is requisite in order to have an aggregation, or association of ideas cognized as one. Ideas do not meet, associate and form a unity. Mental synthesis, such a synthesis always effected, whenever a moment consciousness gets cognizance of many objects, in other words, sensations, is required. Is ideas, feelings, images can only get unified in the synthesis of a moment consciousness. Mental synthesis of psychic content in the unity of a moment consciousness is a fundamental principle of psychology. It is the great and fundamental error of the associationists to overlook synthesis in consciousness. This all-important element of they commit lacy of regarding a mechanical combination, the FAL or jux making a fusion a synthesis. There is an idea of A, and there is an idea of B, therefore, it is tacitly assumed that there is the idea of A and B. This, as we have shown, is a fallacy. The position of ideas as a unity. Associationists regard the idea of a sum as consisting of as many parts, but only fused as the sum itself, is erroneous. Synthesis, the neglect of the element of mental and the consequent identification of the idea of the sum as a whole with the sum of ideas of the parts going to make up the external sum, falsified the otherwise rich researches of the association school. The significance of mental synthesis in the moment consciousness can hardly be overestimated. We shall return to the theory of the moment consciousness and its mental synthesis further on. The question as to the nature of that mental synthesis does not fall within the province of psychology. 811 Normal and abnormal psychology, like all other problems that refer to the ultimate nature of things and how they are possible, the problem of the inner nature of mental synthesis does not belong to science, but to epistemology and metaphysics. Chapter 19, Theories of Perception. The theory of perception is fundamental both normal and abnormal psychology. All mental activities are intimately related with the process of perception. Our wills, our thoughts and our feelings relate to our experience of the outer world of things. Biologically regarded, the percept is of the most vital importance, inasmuch as it forms the medium between the individual and the outer environment. Psychologically, the percept reflects the external world and mirrors the conditions of life to which the given organism has to adjust itself. In fact, the percept may be regarded as the coin possessing the value of the external environment. Cannot help the theory Baldwin's statement, with agreeing perception of in this respect we is perhaps the most important as well as the most difficult problem in psychology. The interpretation of the higher processes of mind rests upon it and it underlies the body of our general philosophy. The great philosophies of the world take their rise from initial differences in the method of construing perception. In abnormal psychology the theory of perception is of the utmost importance, both from a theoretical and practical standpoint. Illusions, subconscious states, hallucinations, dream, many states of dissociation depend for their explanation on the analysis of the I have developed a theory of perception. 119 Normal and abnormal psychology. 120 Perception, which may be characterized as the doctrine of primary and secondary sensory elements. This doctrine is based on a close analysis of the normal process of perception and is substantiated by observations and experiments of abnormal mental life. Before, however, we state our view of perception, it may be well to make a review of what the principal psychological authorities teach on the subject. James Mill, in discussing perception, tells us, the colors upon a body are different, according to its figure, shape, and its size. It's but the sensations of color and the sensations of extension, of figure, of distance have been so often united, felt in conjunction, that the sensations of the color are never experienced without weighing the ideas of the extension, the figure, the distance in such intimate union with it, that they not only cannot be separated, but are actually supposed to be seen are mine. ICS, it all the sight, as it is called, of figure, or distance, appearing, as it does a simple sensation, is in complex state of consciousness, a sequence in which the antecedent, a sensation of color, and the consequent a number of ideas are so closely combined by association that they appear not one idea, but one sen-realitysation. Sully defines perception as a mental act that supplements a sense impression by an accompaniment or escort of revived sensations, the whole aggregate of actual and revived sensations being solidified or integrated into form of a percept. The revived sensations are equivalent to James Mill's associated ideas and images. We shall point out later the confusion which generally prevails among psychologists and psychiatrists, when they talk indiscriminately of revived sensations and ideas. The theories of perception. 121 Regarding the two as identical. Hofting describes the process of perception as the fusing of a reproduction and an actual sensation. The percept is thus conceived as compounded out of a representation and a sensation. Time tells us that images associated with the sensations of the different senses, especially with those of sight and touch, constitute acquired perceptions. Wundt regards the percept as a psychical compound of ideas or of revived sensations or images. In that from that of other psychologists who regard the ideas, images, and revived sensations as identical elements going to form the associated whole or psychic compound, the percept. Kulp speaks of centrally excited sensations regarding them as the ideas and the images of the psychologists and psychiatrists, and tells us that he avoids the respect his analysis differs but little use of ideas. As far as perception is concerned, he closely follows his master, Wundt, and talks of psychic compounds, of sensations and centrally excited sensations which really are identical with the old ideas and images. Titchener follows closely Wundt and Kulp, and regards the percept as a compound, or a complex of sensations of peripheral and of centrally initiated sensa. In order to be explicit, he hastens to tell us that no fundamental difference between the percept. It is customary to speak of perception, when the majority of the simple processes in the cognition and idea plex are the result of stimulation of a sense organ, i.e., are peripherally aroused, and of idea when the greater number are the result of an excitation within the brain cortex, i.e., are centrally aroused. If I have a table normal and abnormal psychology 122 before me and my eyes open, I am said to perceive the. If I close my eyes and think of what I saw, to have an idea of a table. But we have seen that the sensations aroused centrally do not differ as psychological table processes from those aroused peripherally. This statement put in such an explicit form brings out clearly what may be designated as the psychologist's fallacy. The fallacy becomes specially apparent in the domain of abnormal psychology. Baldwin, with his characteristic breadth of comprehension, puts the subject of perception on a wide basis. Perception is the apperceptive or synthetic activity of mind whereby the data of sensation take on the forms of representation in space and time, or it is the process of the construction of our representation of the external world. Baldwin does not commit himself to the ordinary fallacy current among psychologists. Similarly, James, with his genius for psychological insight, tells us, the consciousness of particular material things present to sensation is nowadays called percept, and again perception thus differs from sensa by the consciousness of father with the object of the sensation. Facts associated, he tells us further, we certainly ought not to say what usually is said by psychologists and treat the perception as a sum of distinct psychic entities, the present sensation namely, plus a lot of images of from the past, all integrated together in way impossible to describe. The perception is one state of mind. We thus see that most of the psychologists regard the percept somewhat in Spencerian terms as being made up of presentations and representations, or as Spencer puts it, as being partly presentative and partly represent theories of perceptionative. 123. In other words, the percept is a compound of and images, a synthesis of peripherally induced sensations and of images, or of ideas centrally sensations excited. One principle underlies the current theory of perception, variously phrased by different psychologists, and that is the identification of ideational and sensory processes. The identification of ideational and sensory processes may be traced to Spinoza when he tells us in his Ethics, Prop. 17, note, the modifications of the human body, of which the ideas represent external bodies as present to us, we will call the images of things, and then in another place of Part 2, Prop. 6, note, in order to illustrate the point, let us suppose a boy imagine inasmuch as this imagination involves the existence of the horse, and the boy does not perceive anything which would exing a horse, and perceiving nothing else include the existence of the horse, he will necessarily regard the horse as present, he will not be able to doubt its existence, although he be not certain thereof. We have daily experiences of such a state of things in dreams. The images, according to Spinoza, are equivalent to sensations and percepts, unless counteracted by the more intense peripheral sensations which thus become the reductives of the image, a doctrine afterwards I may add that Spinoza's fully developed by time. view of dreams is repeated almost verbatim by the greatest psychological authorities, all uncritically giving their assent to the current fallacy that the image is but a weakened sensation and that the sensation is an intensified image. This theory of images and perception is perpetuated through Hobbes, Locke, Hartley, Hume, James Mill. Normal and Abnormal Psychology 124 down to our times. Hobbes in his terse English puts it, therefore is imagination nothing but decaying sense and is found in men and many other living beings, as well in sleeping as waking. Locke derives his ideas from experience, but his experience is somewhat vague and broad, inasmuch as it flows from two fountain heads, sensation and reflection. Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper void of all characters without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? To this I answer in one word: from experience. Our observation employed either about external sensible objects or about the internal operations of our minds, perceived and reflected on by ourselves, plies is that which suck our understanding with all the materials of think. These two are the fountains of knowledge from whence all the ideas we have or can naturally have, do spring. Perception is used by Locke in a broader sense than what it is understood at present, as he uses perception for sensory experience as well as for the introspection of higher mental processes. He tells us, however, that in either case the mind has a power to revive perceptions which it has once had. With this additional it has had them. Locke evidently entertains the view that sensations can be revived as original sensory experience, and that the revived ideas do not differ, except for the addition of pastness, from the original ideas derived from perception annexed to them, that for the great source of sensation. When we pass to Hartley and Hume, the identification of sensation implicitness and idea is set forth with great X. In fact, it is taken as the fundamental principal theories of perception 125 of their psychological systems. Thus Hartley postulates in his 8th proposition that sensations, by being often repeated, leave certain vestiges, types or images of themselves, which may be called simple ideas of sensation, and correspondingly we have sensory vibrations, by being often repeated, beget in the medullary substance of the brain a disposition to diminutive vibrations which may be called vibrationals and miniatures corresponding to themselves respectively. The vibrational is the physical substratum of what we experience as an idea, and vibration is a copy of the original. The vibrational is a weakened vibration, and the idea is a weakened sensation. Hume does not burden himself with Hartley's vibrations and vibrationals, but still at the basis of his system we find the same fallacious psychological principle. All our ideas, he says, are copies of our lively perceptions or impressions. In other words, our sensations are lively impressions, while the ideas are only weakened perceptions, in intensity. The idea differs from the sensation only. There is no qualitative difference between sensation and idea. Ideas belong to sensory processes and do not differ as such from sensations. This view has since become the heritage of current psychological theories. Chapter XX: The structure and function of the perceptors. In many other sciences, especially the ones of the purely mental variety, a good deal in psychology is traditional. Such, for instance, are the tripartite and bipartite division of the mind, or the various classifications of the mental activities. Of course, classifications as well as theories have their important function in science, but they should not be permitted to become a bed of procrusts to the guests whom they shelter. It may sometimes be well to disregard established principles, and time-honored traditions from a somewhat different stand classifications, and study the facts. We may then possibly see the facts in a new light and realize aspects and connections which are hidden from the customary view of the phenomena. Suppose we take a mental cross-section of a moment of perceptual consciousness in the very act of formation of a percept. The whole perceptual moment may be said to be spread out before our mental gaze. We find sensory elements of a relatively intense character. Time sensory elements stand out first and foremost in consciousness. They are the very first to arrest the mental gaze and keep it steadily fixed on themselves. In the same view, however, we can also discern other elements, not so prominent, though equally sensory, which, on account of their lack of prominence, appear to be of a subordinate character. The whole tone of the percept 126. The structure and function of the percept 127 is given by the qualitative aspect of the prominent elements which seem to guide and form the organization of the percept. The general plan of the structure of the percept may be compared to that of the cell. The cell, a close examination of, reveals the presence of a central element, of a nucleus surrounded by cytoplasm with its meshwork, the cytoreticulum. The nucleus forms the central and important structure having the functions of assimilation and reproduction. The nucleus and cytoplasm, how are intimately related? The modification of one, both nuclear and cytoplasmic structure form one organized whole, one living cell. Similarly, in the percept we find a group of sensory elements which constitute the nucleus, and a mass of other sensory elements, possibly the main mass, forming the tissue of the percept. The nuclear elements are more intense and appear to be predominant in the total mental state. Both, however, are intimately connected and go to form the living tissue of the percept. The nuclear elements of the percept have the lead and seem to possess the organizing, the fermenting power to assimilate the mass of subordinate elements and have them transformed into one affects the other. Tules, unified in the organic whole. Structure and the function. Slightest modification of nuclear the elements brings about a change in the total cytoplasmic mass of the percept, giving rise to a different structure, to a different percept, and again, modifications of the cytoplasmic mass, so to say, affect the formation of the nuclear elements, often resulting in a different percept. It requires, however, quite a considerable change in the subordinate elements to bring about a change in the panormal and abnormal psychology 128 sept, while the slightest modification of the nuclear elements, whether in quality or intensity, often brings about a fundamental transformation of the percept. The nuclear elements may be regarded as the sensitive, as the vital point of the perceptual system. We cannot displace nor can we modify the nucleus of the percept without profoundly modifying or even completely destroying the life existence of the percept. We may point out here an important aspect of an aspect which has been neglected by the percept, older psychologists, but which is now being more and more emphasized by the younger psychologists who lay more stress on the functional and biological side of mental life. Like the life of all organized beings, the life existence of the psychic state is for some reaction, for some adjustments to the conditions of the external environment. In the struggle for existence, the animal organism must on pain of death be adjusted to the objects of its external world. Now the central, nuclear, sensory elements awakened by external excitations give the cue for the reaction. They form the sensitive organization for the release of motor energy in definite directions. They signify a definite object to which correspond definite motor tendencies with final reactions of adjustment. To the mouse, the cat is not an object of contemplation or an object of observation, on account of sensory effects. The cat is an object to run away from. To the dog, a cat is not an object of beauty, but something to be run after. The sensory stimulations coming from that which is mouse, is for the cat something to be on the alert, to jump after and to attack. The lower we descend in the scale of animal life, the more prominent do the motor reactions become. Where the structure and function of the percept 129 predominantly of the instinctive type, the motor life side of consciousness is more apparent. The fly at its eggs in decomposed wasp that strikes the caterpillar indefinite attracted by the scent to deposit meat, the places paralyzing its nervous system, thus preparing food for the coming larva. The newborn infant starting, when put to the breast, are good examples of motor reactions in response to sensory stimulations coming from external objects. A definite sensory stimulus is the trigger which releases a definite set of motor to suck reactions. The fly, the bee, is hardly conscious of the sensory characters of the honey. It is more likely that the sensory stimulations of the honey release the appropriate reaction of flying towards it. The bright colors of flowers developed in the course of natural selection for the fertilization of plants serve same purpose. They awaken definite responses useful both to plant and insect, as it is hardly probable that the insects are primarily attracted by the beautiful coloring of the flowers. The visual stimuli awakening definite sensory elements may be regarded as central and nuclear, which in turn serve as a highly sensitive trigger to release definite systems of motor reactions. The effect is somewhat similar to that of the moth attracted by the flame. The flame acts as a peripheral stimulus, giving rise to sensory elements which form the sensitive trigger in the release of the reaction of circling flame, in spite of the harmful results. Around the moth reacts to bright objects in going towards them, but this particular bright object, the flame, has not been provided for in the motor adjustments of the moth, hence the lack of adaptation, the going to the danger, instead of flying from it. Normal and abnormal psychology 130. So apparently insignificant is the sensory side and so predominant is the motor side with its almost mechanically fatal reactions, that some physiologists put the whole mechanism of excitation and reaction in the lower animals under the category of tropisms, which may be positive or negative, according as the animal goes to or from the particular stimulus. The sensory side is denied. The whole affair is regarded as a delicate chemical reaction, such as the chemotaxis of leukocytes in the phenomena of phagocytosis observed in inflammations and bacterial invasions, or what is still simpler as the phenomena of heliotropism observed in the case of plants. This purely mechanical or chemico-physiological view may be crude and far-fetched in the case of lower animals, but it brings out strongly the predominance of the motor reaction in response to definite sensory excitations. The motor attitude of the animal towards the excitations of the external environment constitutes the predominant part of its objective world. The reactions with their sensory motor effects are part and parcel of the total percept. Sensory motor life gives reality to the world of objects. The spatial, the resistant, the material characteristics of objects depends on our motor req, which give content and things. Reality to the world of activity gives the sense of physical reality, the sense of material actuality, or of what as the really real is regarded. In other words, sensory motor reactions with consequent kinesthetic sensations may be regarded as constituting the very essence of the external, material world, real, the world of external, material objects. The percept, as we have pointed out, forms one organic whole. The constituent elements are firmly int, the structure and function of the percept grated into one living organization. Just as the organism is 131, in other words, not simply an integrated compound of cells, tissues and organs, but all those lower units go to form the higher living unit, the life of the organism as a whole. So we may say that the sensory elements are not the same as the percept. They are anatomically found. On the autopsy of the percept, the sensory elements are the lower units that help to form the higher unit, the living percept. From a scientific standpoint, as the result of psychological dissection, the sensory elements going to make up the psychic compound, the percept, may be regarded as different from the total synthesis with its characteristic living activity and its peculiar form of perceptual consciousness. The constituent elements of the percept are not of the central nuclear the same definiteness and intensity. Elements stand out more distinct, more definite, and consciousness lights sighty them up with more power and intent. They are like the mountain peaks. When glade and valley and mountain side are still immersed in darkness, the rising sun greets the mountain tops and plays and caresses them with its rays. When again the shades of evening begin to flit and gather over vale, ravine, and gulch, the rays of the setting sun long linger on the peaks, taking of them their last farewell. The central nuclear elements are in the focus of consciousness. They are the first to be met by the glance of the mental eye and are the very last to be left by it. Plays with men's tinct, its consciousness searchlight on the nuclear sensory L. The central nuclear elements are intense, discerned, definite, while the subordinate elements are of far less intensity, are often quite indistinct, are, so to say, on the fringe of consciousness, in fact, may even 132 normal and abnormal psychology be entirely subconscious, and still indefinite, indistinct, and submerged as those subordinate elements are. They form the main content of the percept, giving it the fullness of reality. The nuclear elements form the cue of the total reaction, thus standing for the particular object, forming the reality of the percept for the organism. No wonder then that the cue, though it may be the smallest portion of the percept, nonetheless forms for the organism the most vital, the most significant as well as the most constant part of the percept. The attitude, the total reaction of the organism depends on the slightest difference in the cue, on the slightest change of the nuclear elements, since the apparently slight modifier may often prove of great significance to the life. It may be a matter of life and death. The nuclear elements constitute the signal, existence of the organism, the sensitive trigger for the release of definite reactions, hence the come to signify, in fact, to constitute towards the changes of external objects. Nuclear elements, the essence of the percept. A change of the subordinate elements of the percept does not matter so much as the slightest modification in the quality or even in the intensity of the signal. This, of course, does not mean that the subordinate sensory elements are not psychologically and biologically of the utmost consequence to the organism, but they are not of that immediate importance as the focal, nuclear elements appear to the consciousness of the organism. The nuclear elements, as signal, focus the interest of the animal. We can well realize their vital importance, if we consider that the nuclear elements are the flag which indicates friend or enemy, war or peace, life or death. The structure and function of the percept, if we regard the percept statically, we it figuratively as a psychic 133 may describe compound, the union of the elements having somewhat the character of a chemical and new compound combination. Qualities of its is formed possessing own, different from those of the common sensory characteristics are prostituent elements. Foundly modified in the synthesis, so much so that they cannot be directly discerned and can only be discovered by patient study. The elements do not exist freely, they are bound up in one indissoluble union of the percept. It seems as if different qualitative states arise in the union, the qualities of the elements appearing, as if transformed by the effected synthesis. The percept forms a new compound in which the component elements are disguised and transformed by the qualitative subordinate nucleus, aspect of the central elements. They become adapted active elements and come out in the process subordinate elements become muted and assume nucleus. The compound with sensory characteristics foreign to their nature. Of synthesis to the trans-sensory characteristics of the to isolate the various elements out of the synthesized percept, the central elements must be shifted, the subordinate elements must be made focal, giving rise to new percepts, but at the same time making it possible to pass in review the various elements. In other words, the elements become revealed in proportion as we make of them signals, in proportion as they become significant of the total percept with its sensorimeter reactions. The nuclear elements are the most pronounced, the most prominent, as far as saturation of sensory quality is concerned. They have so much of their peculiar normal and abnormal psychology 134 sensory quality that they diffuse mense, subordinate the it into the other elements appear under the sensory form of the nucleus, they become assimilated by the nucleus, and are saturated with its sensory coloring. This holds true not only in regard to saturation, the central, but also in regard to sensory brightness. Elements possess a sensory brightness far in excess of other elements, and hence they shed their sensory light on the more obscure, though no less important sensory what however they illumine is not so much elements. The peculiar sensory characteristics of those elements, but their own coloring with which they have saturated the total percept. The force of the central elements lies specially in the emotional or affective tone with which they are pervaded. They arouse an attitude towards the external world in general and to the special object in particular. Taine would call it a tendency. The individual is stimulated by those nuclear elements, his whole attention is going out in direction to the object that has excited them. The whole organism is invaded by the subtle influence of the nucleus, giving rise to definite sensory-motor reactions, intensifying the affective state which permeates the perceptual consciousness. The obvious affective in state of the percept is cases of fleeting percepts, but not it always becomes manifest, when the central elements become temporarily fixed, the stress one direction, and strain of consciousness tending in the very changes occurring in the flickering intensity of the nuclear elements tend to sharpen the situation, to enliven the interest, strain the attention, and the cat getting a glimpse of a mouse, or the dog catching sight of the cat may be taken be all agog, so to say. The structure and function of the percept has 135 good illustrations of the affective states present in perceptual consciousness. The nuclear elements are the ones that are specially charged with affective or emotional states. Biologically regarded, we can well see the importance of the central nuclear elements, the necessity of their standing out in consciousness as more prominent and more intense than the rest of the sensory elements. Constituting the signal, they come to be the most significant part of the percept, for they announce what that is, they present the object, friend or foe, something to welcome or something to flee from. The central nuclear elements thus come to present objective reality, they safeguard the individual, they are the safety as well as the danger signal. The more delicately differentiated those safety-danger signals are, the more protected the individual is in the struggle for existence. The more sen becomes to the least difference of the nuclear elements, the better adjusted will he be to the conditions of the external environment, and the better sensitive the individual will be his chances in the process of survival of the fittest. This brings us to the purposiveness of the percept. One of the important characteristics of the biological process is the final cause, the purpose formed by natural selection out of chance variations, and leading to the preservation of that process, to the preservation of the individual. We should therefore expect that in the psychic process, which is the most highly developed biological process, purposiveness, formed out of psychic chance variations, will be one of the most important traits. In the course of phylogenetic and ontogenetic evolution, some sensory elements, the ones to which normal and abnormal psychology 136 the organism is more sensitive, will be selected and become the indicators of the total percept. They will become the index, or better to say the pain-pleasure flag, the safety-danger signal. Central elements will thus be the most prominent, the most intense for that particular state of perceptual consciousness. The number and character of the elements will vary with the tier organization of the species and the individual. The dog will become more sensitive to variations of his olfactory sensations, while man will show marked sensitivity towards delicate differences of his visual sensory elements. The great sensitivity of the nuclear elements is significant, insofar as they lead to better adaptation and to more successful reactions. It is not of any consequence for the cow to gaze at the stars, for the pig to observe the phases of the moon, but it is a matter of importance for them to perceive any signs of food, or the approach of a beast of prey. The heavenly bodies are non-existent for the brutes, because of lack of all reactions of adaptation, while food and predatory beasts are easily detected, because of the vital reactions bound up in which the nuclear alien account of the vital reactions that the perceptual nucleus plays such a prompt elements of the perceptive ments form the signal. It is in and part and takes the lead of all the other elements. As I have pointed out, psychic state is in a former work, the for some reaction, and that sensory element which gives the cue for the formation of the psychomotor elements, leading to some given reaction is, for the time being, the center, the nucleus of the total state. Chapter XXI. Primary and secondary sensory elements. We inspect the percept more closely, we find that if there is some important difference in the character of the various constituent sensory elements forming the nucleus of the percept are given directly by the sense organ stimulated by its appropriate sensory stimuli, while the subordinate central elements sensory elements are given indirectly, they cannot be traced to appropriate sensory stimuli exciting those particular sense organs on the activity of which those subordinate elements depend for their manifestation. In perceiving the lump of ice I can see the color, the size, the volume, the smoothness, the transparency, the distance, and even the weight and coldness. Now what can see directly is only the color, transparency, size, as given immediately by the stimulated sense organ, the visual sensations and image on the retina. By whence then come the rest of the sensory elements so distinctly experienced? They are not memory elements, they have the same sensory characters as the elements given by the direct impression of the sense organs. It is not that on perceiving a certain transparent object we remember its volume, its distance, its smoothness, its resistance, we perceive all that in sensory terms are not images, ideas, or representations, they are the central sensory elements may be termed indirect or secondary. The percept then sensations, direct or primary, while the subordinate elements 137 normal and abnormal psychology 138 be regarded as consisting of two classes of elements of primary the sensations, and secondary sensory elements. The secondary sensory elements are not images, nor ideas, nor representations, different terms employed for same state by various writers. The secondary elements of the percept are essentially sensations. Now the sensations are qualitatively different from images, ideas, the image or representations. A light does not and the perfume does not smell. A sensation, or presentation as it is sometimes termed, differs from an image or representation qualitatively, fundamentally. The sensation or presentation is given as immediate shine. The idea of a voice does not sound, representation of appearance, while the image, the representation entirely mediate, it is a mental substitute for the immediate experience of the sensation. The idea or image bears the same relation to the sensation as a photograph bears to the original, or rather as a symbol to the thing it represents. Ideas, images, representations substitute, a sensation represents sensations, but they are not sensations. Sensory process is fundamentally different. Is not an intense idea, nor is an idea a weak sensation. Ideas differ far more qualitatively from sensations than visual sensations, for instance, differ from olfactory sensations. There is not a particle of evidence to substantiate the view that ideas or images are copies of sensations in the sense of being weak sensations or centrally excited sensations. There is nothing of the sensory in the asterisk. It may be well here to point out that the doctrine of primary and secondary sensory elements advanced by me has nothing in common with the primary and secondary qualities of the older psychologists. Primary and secondary sensory elements 139. The weakest sensation cannot compare with the idea. Most vivid representation. The laboratory ideal is that inconclusive subject as they with incompletely perceived impressions, or with minimal sensations. Except on experiments, Minsterberg and Kielp, in either case the incomplete and uncertain. Kielp himself is forced to admit that ideas or centrally excited sensations as he terms them cannot be regarded as simple revivals of peripherally excited contents, if only for the reason that their remaining attributes are very rarely indeed identical with those of perception. Goes on making a fatal admission, evidence of disparity it is he then the most striking perhaps afforded by intensity. Only in special cases that centrally excited sensations can rise from their accustomedness to the vividness of sense perception. Faint we then speak of them as hallucinations, and they enter into a disastrous competition with the real material of thought, completely transcending the boundary line which so usefully divides it from the material of imagination. Kielp admits that there is no intensity to the image, that there is no variation in intensity of images, psychologic an attribute characteristic of percepts. Ally regarded, this in itself shows the qualitative difference between image and percept. In spite of the fact that Bergson is interested in psychology from a purely metaphysical standpoint, he nevertheless has some excellent remarks on memory and on the qualitative difference between image and percept. Although he is wrong in supposing that the image may be prolonged and projected into perceptual consciousness, he nonetheless emphasizes strongly the qualitaception, normal and abnormal psychology 140. If I understand him aright, opposed to the view of identification of memory images with sensations. A memory image is not a weak difference of the two. He is the absurdity, says Bergson, becomes patent when the argument is inverted, although each sensation ought to be legitimate on the hypothesis adopted. This, that is to say, when the intensity of the sensation is decreased instead of the intensity of the pure memory before, if the two states, memory imaging increased and sensation, differ merely in degree, there should be a given moment at which the sensation changed into a memory. If the memory of an acute pain, for instance, is but a weak pain, inversely an intense pain which I feel will end, as it grows less, by being an acute pain remembered. Never will this weak state appear to me to be the memory of a strong state. Memory is something quite different. Ideational and perceptual processes cannot be identical. The two are qualitatively different. The sensation has intensity, the image lacks it. We may point out 5. The main differences of sensation and image. Sensation has intensity, an image totally lacks it. B. An image is a reproduction, or rather a representation, a symbol of a sensation, but no sensation represents another. A sensation, unlike an image, but immediate experience, C, is not mediate. A sensation bears the mark of externality, an image lacks it. Finally, D. A sensation cannot be called up at will, while an image is independent of peripheral stimulations of external. A band is usually under the control of the will. No object's sensation differs so much from another as the image differs from its corresponding sensation. Sensory elements and their synthesis. The percept, primary and secondary sensory elements 141 have motor tendencies, while the image or idea has not any motor tendencies. The reason why every image and idea has been made ideomotor is because images or representations have been regarded as sensory in character, as weakened sensations, as sensationalettes, so to say. Bergson clearly sees the qualitative difference of he insists on the non-motor character of the two, image in contradistinction to the strongly motor cha. Recently Thorndike laid great stress on the psychological fallacy of regarding images and ideas as motor in character. This fallacy is essentially due to the current identification of presentative and representative elements. To refer as Culp does to a hallucination as an intensified image is to reason in a circle and at the same time actor of the sensation and the percept. To be in sad contradiction with facts. A hallucination may be regarded as a fallacious percept, but it is not on that account an image. A hallucination is a percept and is essentially sensory in character. The fact of a percept being fallacious does not in the least imply that it is imaginary and not sensory. The ambiguity of the word imaginary has not a little contributed to the psychological fallacy, helping towards the confusion of image and sensation. RE is used in the imagine common sense meaning not corresponding to any external reality, or in the psychological sense of consisting of those internal events or processes known as images or ideas. Now imaginary used in the sense of lack of an external object by no means implies the psychological sense of consisting of images. Are commonly said to be imaginary in the sense of not having an objective reality, but we have to hallucination is proof yet that it consists of images. Normal and abnormal psychology 142. The theories of illusions, hallucinations as well as of dream states and hypnotic hallucinations are vitiated by that fundamental psychological fallacy. As a matter of images, fact hallucinations are not made up but of sensory elements, while contrary hypnotic hallucinations are not on the made up of sensory elements, but of images. Hallucinations are not due sensations to images but to actual psycho do not differ in their make-up from ordinary percepts. Ideas and images are not possessed of magic virtues, and with all the fancy logically regarded, Hallucinations work about them, they cannot ties. Display sensory quality. The image or idea is that bloodless, shadowy, fluttering affair which can no more attain the life of a sensation than a written letter can attain the power of sound. Had it been otherwise, the world would have been a large asylum for images to play their pranks in. We may quote Stout as one of the few psychologists who seem not to accept the current psychological doctrine. In his Analytic Psychology he tells us that complex perception does not consist in a given impression reviving a cluster of faint images of previous impressions. And again, impressional revival does not in the least countenance the theory that ideas are merely faint revivals of impressions. On the contrary, it tense shows that a revived impression is itself an impression, and not an idea. In his Manual of Psychology he says that at bottom the distinction between image and percept is and again, based on a difference of quality. Percepts and images possess a relative independence. This strongly in the opposite direction can be accounted for, if we suppose that the nervous tracts excited in perceptual process are not wholly primary and secondary sensory elements 143 sedent with those excited in ideational process. The elements of the percept are not ideational, not the perceptual imaginary, they are essentially sensory. Elements are synthesized into one percept. To take the lump of ice is experienced as one object with many qualities, each of which first stock example, the ice, niches respectively its sensory quota towards the formation of the whole of the perceptual experience. We perceive the hard, heavy, smooth, resistant body of ice. All the elements have alike the intensity of sensor *, the hardness, the smoothness, the bodily resistance are perceived by the visual sense and are visual, but as such they, of course, differ from the sensations experienced by their appropriate sense organs, as when for instance the same sensations are given by touch or by muscular and kinesthetic sensations. Those muscular and tactomotor sensations appearing as visual are not memory images, but they are actual sensations, they are secondary sensations. They are secondary sensory elements which give the fullness of content to the percept, having visual sensory elements as its nucleus. Memory images, secondary perceptual elements have the immediacy of sensory experience. But sensory qualities are not immediate experiences like given in the object of perception. If we turn to pathology, we find that cases closely confirm our view. In certain mental diseases the patient can perceive the various qualities, not represent them to himself. Although he can in other cases the patient can clearly and vividly represent objects in all their details, but he cannot perceive the objects, when direct confronted with them. Clinical cases, even if we exclude all facts from introspective study, clearly point normal and abnormal psychology 144 to the qualitative irrespective of difference of image and sensation. Assumption of localization may be due to the function of different same brain struck in the light of recent research. It is more likely or to different processes of the that the neuron structures underlying ideational from those subserving sensory processes. Whichever view however we entertain in regard to the anatomical structures, all the facts go to prove that image and sensation are qualitatively different psychic cesses differ events. The percept is not ideational, but sensory. There are no memory images in perceptual consciousness, although the latter may be closely associated with ideational processes. Such ideas, however, are on the fringe of the perceptual consciousness and do not constitute that the percept consists of sensory. The primary essence of the percept elements, primary and secondary ments, are initiated directly by incoming peripheral stimulations, while the secondary sensory elements are brought about indirectly, through the mediacy of the primary elements, the secondary elements themselves being really derived from sense organs others than the ones directly stimulated by the peripheral excitation. If the percept is and V stands for the visual, or for the auditory, O for the visual, physiological processes, olfactory, M muscular, K kinesthetic, T for tactile, 0 * tiki, T stand for the primary sensory elements, and let physiological V asterisk, O2, me, KZ, processes, then let 6, T asterisk stand for the secondary sensory elements, then the total percept may be represented by the formula FOIM and T asterisk. Since all the other elements appear in the visual percept under the visual aspect, we primary and secondary sensory elements may represent the percept by the formula 145 V M O. The secondary sensory elements, though forming main content of the percept, are apparently of a visual nature, and still they really belong to qualitatively different realms of sensations. This clearly reveals their origin and nature. The secondary sensory elements are not visual, but they become so by being initiated through the visual sense. In other words, secondary sensory elements are not peripherally initiated. Are they then centrally excited sensations? Can only be induced by an external stimulus? No. But that external stimulus must act indirectly, through another sense organ. Chapter XXII Secondary sensory elements and hallucinatory perception. Stimulating a sense organ, we not only get sensory elements characteristic of that particular sense, but also sensory elements belonging to other sense organs which have not been stimulated. Really takes place what this, the external excitation acting is on a particular sense organ produces its appropriate sensations, but the peripheral physiological process diffuses, or rather to say gets irradiated along other neurons of other sense structures, awakening their appropriate sensations. Such sensations, not being directly but rectly peripherally initiated, should be indeed regarded as secondary sensations. The phenomena of secondary known in psychological literature. Sensations are some psychologists, following the general fallacy of confusing image and sensation, describe vivid images succeeding sensations under the category of secondary sensations. Barring such confusion, we may say that the pure phenomena of secondary sensations are essentially sensory in character. When a sensation due to the stimulation of a peripheral sense organ, instead of being followed of association of ideas belonging to the phenomenon, is by a train followed by another sensor domain of another sense organ, known as that of synesthesia or of secondary sensations. One image or representation relating to a sensation. 146 Secondary sensory elements and perception. 147 of one sense organ may be associated and bring in its any other image relating to any other sensation of any other sense organ. The series of ideas or images is a reproduction of stimulated sense organs with their accompanying sensations, the ideas running parallel to the original psychophysiologic train of associations cycle somewhat on processes. The Spinozistic principle of ordo it connectio idearum idem est ac ordo it connectio rerum. And again in other cases, when not reproducing a previous series of sensory experience, the images may be more irregular and series of associated apparently capricious, the work of fancy, a process usually described as or imagination. A sensation or image then may be followed by any series of images without the intermediacy of external excitations and peripheral physiological processes. A sensation, however, cannot be followed by a series of sensations without the intermediacy of external stimulations. A sensation can only be initiated by its own appropriate stimulus and by its own specialized peripheral physiological processes. The smell of a rose does not by simple association give rise to a series of sensations of touring in an automobile, nor does the eating of beefsteak give rise, through association, to the hearing of a symphony. In other words, there is an internal association of images or ideas, but their sense is not an internal association of sensor images. Once born can be reproduced endlessly and at will. Sensations die almost immediately after they are born and must be renewed every time under the same conditions of external stimulations. Briefly stated, there is memory for images, but not for sensations. Sensations are independent, images are interconnected. If we represent sensations by A, B, C, D and normal and abnormal psychology. 148 Bowlai's images by B, A, C, D. The A, B, C, D have no relations to one another, but each one bears a definite relation to each corresponding image, to C, Shana to A, B to B, C D to D, and so with the rest of the series. Since A will arouse image A which in turn may arouse A cannot give rise the whole train of images, B, C, D, but any of the sensations B, C, D. The image series D can be reproduced at will. In fact, after a series of repetition the whole chain of links may rattle off against will, but nothing of the kind occurs in the case of sensations. Sensations do not form links in a chain which becomes automatic after many reproductions. To A, B, C, repetition of sensations does not form associated series. Sensations maintain their independence. The difference between image and sensation in respect to association is, psychologically regarded, apparently flawless. Unfortunately, as it is usually the case with flawless generalizations and descriptions of phenomena observed under normal conditions, there is an ungracious abnormal that refuses to fall into line. There are cases apparently abnormal from the psychological standpoint, cases which refuse to be gathered into the normal psychological fold. These cases seem to run counter to all normal psychological introspection. The sensations seem to run riot. Instead of being linked with their respective images, they really call up associated sensations. These are the so-called sound phonisms or light phonisms, and similar it is etid. True, the sensations are rather odd combinations. Awkwardly as Psi, one sensation always calls forth only a particular and no other one, and besides the called forth sensation does not belong qualitatively to the same La sensation domain with the one that has initiated it. It is also secondary sensory elements and perception 149 true that the sensations show their lack of sociable character by not entering into any association with any other sensation, and that, unlike images, no associative series can possibly be formed. Still, the fact remains that a sensation can and does call forth another sensation. Evidently, sensations can enter into associative bonds. Such psychic states appear uncanny and are regarded as abnormal. The phenomena are regarded as freaks belonging to the domain of pathology. Now, curiously enough, our study reveals the fact that what has been regarded as the pathological and exceptional turns out to be the ordinary and the normal. The stone which the builders neglected has become the cornerstone. The exception has turned out to be the rule. Far from being the case that secondary sensations are rare and abnormal, they are quite common, since they constitute the very flesh and blood of the percept. Secondary sensations constitute the texture of the percept. The reason why they appear so strange is just because they are so common and so familiar. The secondary sensation, when appearing alone out of its perceptual complex, cannot be recognized as the old familiar retinue of the perceptual attendant belonging to the humdrum percept. Sphere secondary, the ghostly, hallucinatory, indissoluble, dissociated from its sensation, appears as a matter of fact the secondary sensation, hallucinatory and spooky as its manifestations are, constitutes part perience and parcel of perceptual X. In fact, the main content of the percept consists of hallucinatory secondary sensations. Percepts and hallucinations are of the same grain. A percept is a hallucination with the primary nuclear sensory elements present. A hallucination is a real percept with the pre-150 normal and abnormal psychology Mary sensory elements absent. When secondary sensory elements become dissociated from the perceptual synthesis with the primary sensory elements, the elements, thus dissociated, not being related to any peripheral physiological process of their appropriate nomina, sense organ, are regarded as central which are described abnormal events of mental life. What, however, is abnormal is not the secondary sensation as secondary sensations as unusual, a secondary sen per se, but the fact of its dissociation. Sorry element dissociated from its perceptual system becomes manifested as a secondary sensation. Secondary sensations are free secondary sensory elements, dissociated from the perceptual aggregate into the synthetic unity of which they enter as important components forming the organic whole of the percept. When appearing isolated, secondary sensations are the simplest form of hallucinations which become more and more complex as the secondary sensory elements, dissociated from the primary elements, become manifested complex systems. Hallucinations are systems of secondary sensations or of secondary sensory elements. Insensory elements are, as a rule, not free. They usually appear as perceptual compounds, and this holds specially true of secondary sensory elements. Dissociated when, therefore, from their perceptual compounds, they appear as ghosts of the real percept, as hallucinations. Quote from a previous work of mine, of the group's sentative character. Groups to the integra and especially of the secondary pre is not of that unmodifiable organic around a nucleus formed by a group, or combinations of groups of primary elements. Groups of secondary sensory elements become aggregated, and the secondary sensory elements and perception total 151 aggregate gives rise to a consolidated and unified system of groups, resulting in a percept. In perceiving the chair yonder, only the visual sensations constitute the true sensory groups that form the nucleus of the other psychic groups that are crystallized round the percept, such as weight, resistance, volume, size, shape, distance are really visuo-tactomotor groups. They are largely tactomuscular groups tinged by the percept. Sensory quality of the nucleus. They are tactomotor groups sensorially visualized, seen indirectly. Though these secondary sensory groups are firmly integrated, still to their integration is not of such a character as not become disintegrated and rearranged into new systems. Such a disintegration is no doubt effected with difficulty, but it is by no means in terms of groups. Possible. Perceptual compounds, unlike sensory, admit of no elementary primary and secondary sensory groups. The component elementary sensory groups can composition be experienced separately end conditions and circumstances. Eyes and walk chair, under differ we can close our up to the object of perception, say the and thus experience the free muscular sensations of distance, or we may push our hand against the chair and experience the sensation of resistance, or take the chair in the hand and experience the muscular sensations the primary and secondary of weight and shape. Groups going to make up the percept can be isolated by withdrawing the organizing nuclear group of primary sensations, thus bringing about a disintegration of the particular aggregate. If we inspect more closely this process of isolation, we find that the constituent secondary sensory groups, normal and abnormal psychology 152, are not really isolated, so as to stand out all by them. What actually happens in this seeming process selves of isolation is simply the formation of a series of new perceptual aggregates in which the particular sensory groups that are isolated and specially brought out become the nuclei, the foci. Gate. It is specially always the character of the nucleus that is brought out, and it is the nuclear aggregate that tinges with gates. For in the perceptual aggregate's sensory color all the other aggregate, to revert to our previous example, to the percept chair. In passing the finger over the chair, the touch may form the nucleus of the moment, but around this primary nuclear sensory group other secondary sensory groups, such as thermal and muscular sensory elements, become organized to form the synthesis of the if we try to find out the shape of perceptual moment. The chair. By a series of touches, we really form a series of percepts, the sensory nuclei of which are not visual, but tactomuscular in their nature. A sensory group then cannot in reality appear in a purely isolated form. In other words, sensory elements appear in groups *, and this holds specially true of secondary sensory elements or of secondary sensations. Secondary sensations, though present in every percept, rarely appear in isolation. The affinity of secondary sensory elements to run into compounds becoming synthesized with primary elements makes it difficult to observe them, except in the peculiar phenomena of synesthesia and in the abnormal states of hallucination. James lays stress on this fact of grouping of sensory elements. All brain processes are such as give rise to what we may call figured consciousness. If parts are irradiated at all, they are radiated in consistent systems and occasion thoughts of definite objects, not mere hodgepodge of elements. Secondary sensory elements and perception. If secondary sensations are simple 153 hallucinations, hallucinations are compound secondary sensations. As we have pointed out, a close examination of hallucinations shows them to be systems of secondary sensations from dissociated states, their primary nuclear elements. Of dissociation, a peripheral stimulation within its physiological process and concomitant primary sensory may become dissociated from systems of secondary sensory elements which alone stand out in consciousness as hallucinations. A close examination reads some obscure pathological conditions which by irritation and by radiation awaken secondary sensory elements, giving rise to full-fledged reveals the presence of hallucinations. In the cases of hallucinations investigated by me, I have found pathological processes which gave rise to secondary sensations crystallized into hallucinations. Thus one of my cases suffered from auditory hallucinations. The patient heard voices telling her all kinds of disagreeable things. She complained that the voices came not through the ear, but through a spot located over the fallopian tubes. An examination of the ear showed nothing abnormal. Physical examination revealed nothing abnormal in any of the other sense or the fallopian tubes, however, were very tender. The patient suffered from pressure, an old chronic salpingitis. The hallucinations, which gans and painful were of a sexual character, became more severe at regular intervals coinciding with monthly periodicities. One case of mine suffered from visual hallucinations. He saw spirits, ghosts and visions of saints. When he traveled in a car, he could see little men with benevolent faces, and for some religious reason he regarded normal and abnormal psychology 154 them as saints who came to his help. He could see them splitting the rocks and disappearing there, or sometimes the rocks split open and the saintly little men came to the surface. Occasionally apparitions of the dead visited him. The visions were never quiet, but always in motion. They did not stay long and rapidly disappeared, giving rise to new visions. An examination of his special sense organs showed nothing abnormal. The sense of touch, pressure and kinesthetic sensibility manifested peculiar abnormalities. The skin of body was very sensitive and that of the scalp was extremely tender to touch. The patient could not bear any pressure of the scalp and was mostly bareheaded, though he was very sensitive to drafts and to changes of temperature. Occasionally he experienced a sense of formication all over the body, especially in the scalp and in the region of the neck, the muscles of which were extremely sensitive to pressure. Now when the head was inclined to one side or pressed hard or kept in a tense state for a couple of minutes at a stretch, he could see spirits floating in the air. He could see the little men with their saintly faces coming out of the ground and disappearing into it again. One case of functional psychosis, with epileptiform attacks presenting phenomena of dissociated states with distinct tendencies toward the formation of multiple personality, suffocations. Good deal from auditory hallucina. It will take too much space to give an account of the details of the different seizures and of the various phenomena, enough to refer to the hallucina dissociated states manifested by the patient. Present purpose. It is the patient complained that she could hear voices talking to her, her mother and brother's communions. Secondary sensory elements and perception negating with her from a distance. 155 An examination of the auditory apparatus proved it to be in excellent condition. In this case the phenomena of unconscious phonation were quite well developed. The patient was observed to move her lips and whisper, the whisper becoming sometimes quite loud so that many words which the patient referred to the voices of the mother and brothers were really uttered by the patient. An examination of the eye revealed the presence of an astigmatic condition and a limitation of the field of vision. When the patient was made to count or to read aloud or when absorbed in a conversation, the auditory hallucinations ceased. Considerably diminished, both in frequency and intensity, when the astigmatism was corrected by eyeglasses. Similarly, in another case the patient suffered from here the patient was observed this was so pronounced that now auditory hallucinations. Talking to himself. And then he himself became conscious of the fact that he was talking to himself. He describes this experience of automatic talk which seems to be uncontrollable and of which he is often unconscious by the term of autovocalization. In this case the patient now and then can catch himself telling things to himself which he takes for the voices of other people, as he is then conscious of the hearing, but not of the utterance of the words and phrases. This, however, is not always the case, in fact in a good many cases where unconscious phonation is present, as, for instance, in the case of the patient with the epileptiform seizures described above, the patient purring is entirely unconscious of the fact of voice. When attention was drawn to the phenomenon, the whisper and the hallucination disappeared. Normal and Abnormal Psychology 156. Another patient of mine suffers from auditory how he hears people abusing him and calling him names. The hallucinations occur when he is awake, but they are frequent when he is on the point of falling asleep, or when he wakes up. He thinks, in fact he hears hallucinations, that people whisper about him. The voices are observed to increase in frequency and intensity with the presence of external noises, such as noises made in the hall, or sounds made by cars passing by. Served having subconscious or the patient was of unconscious movements of lips, tongue and even of the jaws. Move when he hears the voices. The subconscious movements increase so that they may be perceived at a distance. Even the nurse could not help perceiving the subconscious whispering made by the patient. When the patient looks through a printed or written page, the subconscious whispering increases. The same is observed when the patient is very much interested in something or absorbed in deep thought. During such times he complains that he hears voices. With his mouth wide open and holding his tongue stationary, the unconscious whispering ceases and along with it the auditory hallucinations disappear. One of my cases, a lady of about 60, suffered for about 14 years from auditory and visual hallucinations. She complained that she was surrounded by ghosts of departed family members who did not leave. The spirits talk to her, they give her advice which is often against her interests. Her departed usher alone. Band and his brother are the chief leaders, the guides so to say. They talk to her on all important occasions and try to guide her in life. The patient resents such when the voices became insistent she interferences. Secondary sensory elements and perception 157 also had visions of the spirits and could hear them talk to her, a proceeding which she always attempted to discourage, but she admitted that the voices and the spirits had the best of her, and she was forced to follow their instructions. Examination of the patient revealed the fact that the hearing on the left side was rather defective. The tympanic membrane was thickened and there was present a chronic pathological process due to a former condition of middle ear disease. Any continuous and prolonged irritation of the diseased ear started the voices, increased their intensity, and caused the manifestations of the visions. I may also refer to a patient under my care who suffered from auditory hallucinations and thought herself possessed by demons. From her 9th year she suffered from those voices which sometimes along with the hallu told her unpleasant things. Hallucinations. She also had attacks of automatic speech. Now and then she simply heard voices and was not conscious at various intervals of any involuntary speech, but occasionally the involuntary utterance took such possession of her that she could not control it. She felt as if some other being got possession of her organs of speech. Even more than the hallucinations. This frightened her. She kept away from her friends fearing sudden attacks of involuntary speech. It appeared to the patient as if some other beings made her talk against her will. The other beings she shunned society, because forced her to tell aloud what she thought of the people in whose company she was present. When she was not conscious of the forced speech, she often heard voices which she ascribed to the same demons. There was nothing of the delusion of paranoia in it, as she could not account for the involuntary 158 normal and abnormal psychology speech and auditory hallucinations. The patient was of Irish descent, uneducated, though very intelligent. The explanation of demoniacal possession was given and maintained by her family in Ireland. Glad to take my view of the phenomena, which to make plain to her, as much as it she was I tried was possible under the circumstances. A quotation from her written account may be of in when I was 9 years old. One day, remember, I sat down on a stone and suddenly I heard a voice, if you live 4 or 5 years more, you will wish you had never grown up. I thought it was strange, but soon forgot it and went to play again. I had no trouble until I was 14, when the voice changed and forced me to talk with my own terrorist. The voices would make me speak of things that my own self I had no idea of doing and would not do voice in for anything. About 8 years ago I had a terrible fright, after which I thought I talked with saints and angels and saw unusual things. I really saw them. We find here the presence of automatic speech, unconscious phonation with subconscious states resulting in dissociations of secondary from primary sensory elements, with the consequent formation of various forms of hallucinations. Observations and experiments incontestably prove compounds of SEC that hallucinations are synthetised sensory elements, dissociated completely or incompletely from their primary elements. Normal and abnormal perceptive processes do not differ psychologically as to their makeup, except in the relation of their hallucinoprimary and secondary sensory elements. Hallucinations are not central, they are essentially of peripheral secondary sensory elements and perception origin. 159 They are induced by peripheral excitations giving rise to peripheral physiological processes, awakening primary sensory elements which are subconscious or fall out entirely of the patient's consciousness, leaving the groups of secondary sensory elements to stand out as fully developed hallucinations. The hallucinatory secondary sensory elements may be tinged with the qualitative aspect of the dissociated primary sensory elements. Thus pathological processes in the auditory sense organ may give rise to voices, or morbid processes of the visual apparatus may give rise to visions. Quite often, however, the dissociation is so deep and extensive that the synthetized system of secondary sensory carrot elements does not bear the least trace of the qualitative aspect of the primary sensory elements. Thus a morbid condition of the pharynx, for example, may give rise to an auditory and even to a visual hallucination. Whatever may be the qualitative character of the sensory compounds, one thing stands out clear and distinct, and that is the fact that the percept, whether normal or abnormal, does not consist of images, but of sensations, primary and secondary. Chapter 23 The attributes of sensory elements. Contrary to the view maintained by many psychologists, have laid special stress on the fundamental qualitative difference between image and sensation. We shall not venture from our facts, if we arrange images and sensations in two qualitatively different psychic series. Sensations can be ranged in a graduated series of far intensities, while ranged are in images graduated or can representation series of clearness and be distinctness, or of vividness, as it is sometimes described by some psychologists. I use the term vividness in the sense of clearness and distinctness and not in the sense of intensity, as even those psychologists it is often used, who do not use intensity and vividness indiscriminately, ascribe both of them equally to sensation and image. Vividness and intensity are understood by be two fundamentally or attributes. Idness, qualitatively different sensations have intensity, two aspects, but no viv images or representations have vividness, but may vary from This variation in intensity holds true both of primary and secondary sensory elements. Similarly, images or representations may pass through all degrees of vividness from minimum to maximum. The image represents the sensation in no intensity. Sensory elements to maximum intensity. 160. The attributes of sensory elements. This respect 161. We may somewhat modify the well-known dictum of the sensationalists into nihilist in imagine, quod non antifuorit in sensu. The sensory element is represented by its respective representative element. Representative elements may refer with different degrees of vividness to the same sensory elements. An image with one degree of vividness can be substituted for another with a different degree of vividness and still refer to the same sensory elements. Degree of vividness does not change the qualitative character of the not representation. So is with the slightest qualitative attribute of the sensation. Change in the intensity of the sensation changes its qual sensation with one degree of intensity cannot be substituted for another. A sound or additive character. Color of a definite intensity cannot be substituted for a sound or of color a different intensity. The two are different sensations and no sensation can sub-sensations falling in the same series substitute another. Intensity are really independent of one another, but each sensation of the intensive series can be represented by a whole series of representations of different vividness, from minimum to maximum. Different series of representative elements may also be regarded as independent, since they refer to independent sensations. If we symbolize a series of sensory elements letters, a asterisk, a asterisk, a asterisk, a asterisk, a asterisk, by the an, and if we symbolize the corresponding series of representative elements by series of at, a asterisk, as, a asterisk, at, and then both sensory and representative elements may be symbolized by the following formula: normal and abnormal psychology, 62 aria asterisk a asterisk as I asterisk. An to 1 a plus or minus as aria asterisk aria to asterisk ai. 34 asterisk SAS hash 6 aria asterisk forward slash IID psi NCL 944 ari 0. Then the characteristic of the image, or of the representative element is just its extraordinary plasticity, and this function of substitutine was described by with all the power of his possibility of substitution. The great modifiability of representational usage style plays an important role in psychic life. Adaptability to various conditions of life increases, reactions cease to be rigid and uniform, but change easily in response to a changing environment. Variations of sense organs with their physiological processes are rather slow and tardy, often requiring generations for an effective change, while the representative element can be modified and adapted within the life existence of the individual and often in a very short time. In brief, the function of substitution possessed by the representative element in the processes of mental selection is the substitute for natural selection in the highest representatives of animal life. Now, under ordinary conditions of life, the graduated series of representative vividness runs parallel to the gradated series of sensory intensities. Usually the attributes of sensory elements intense sensation is 163 represented with greater vividness. The increase or decrease of intensity of the sensory series has a corresponding change in the vividness of the elements of the representative series. Intensity and vividness vary directly. Such direct variation, however, not always the rule. There are cases when the two is part company. In states of distraction, in subwaking states, in states of dissociation, and generally in the conant vividness stations of functional psychosis, intensity do not vary directly. Strong of may stimulations great intensity, but the sensative elements may fall reach the minimum. As to reach the give rise vividness so low to sensations of the asripra almost to when the vividness is so low minimum, the representative elements cannot be used as substitutes, and, since reproduction belongs to representative elements which symbolically reproduce the sensations by the process of substitution, reproduction or memory of the original experience is absent and there is a break, a gap in mental continuity, dissociation results. The depths and extent of disso may be regarded as variabilization of mental systems of vividness. Dissociation varies inversely as vividness. When vividness is at its minimum, dissociation is at its maximum. The phenomena of functional psychosis having their origin in states of dissociation may thus be regarded psychologically as functions of vividness, the most characteristic attribute of representative elements. Functional psychosis with all its protean manifestations, the great variety of dissociated and subconscious states may thus be reduced to variations of one fundamental attribute, vividness. Chapter XIV Sensation and External Reality. We must not omit to point out another fundamental difference between sensory and representative elements. Sensations have the significance, or possess the attribute of external reality, while images, ideas, or representations entirely lack have sensory, it. Put in Baldwin's terminology, the coefficient of reality. External no sensoriality, matter. The Hueth was produced by an external stimulus, or by a pathological process going on in the sensor, the sensation organ, or brought about indirectly through the action of another sense organ by means of indirect association paths. No matter whether the sensation is primary or secondary, as long as it is a sensation at all, it possesses the sensory coefficient of reality. A sensation, whether true or false, possesses rightfully the coefficient of reality as its necessary and inherent attribute. The percept, true or hallucinatory, consisting of sensory elements, has therefore the sensory coefficient of reality. Psychologically regarded, the true percept and the hallucination have the same sensory constitution, with the difference between the true and false percept may be regarded from a biological, the percept's standpoint as a matter of adjustment. The same attributes with successful adjustments are true, while those with and hallucine are psychologically. The difference between the true unsuccessful Tory motor reactions are 164. False sensation and external reality. Percept and hallucination is 165 of the pre in the shifting Mary and secondary sensory elements. Where the secondary sensory elements can be shifted and become primary, the percept is regarded as true. Where the secondary sensory elements do not admit of being shifted and becoming primary, the percept is regarded as hallucinatory. If we turn now to the representative elements, we find that they lack the sensory coefficient of reality. This lack of sensory coefficient is only the negative side. There is also a positive side to it. Of the image. Image is not felt as image, because is it not the sensation or lacks the sensory coefficient, but because possesses a qualitative character of sensation is not felt own. As such, simply because character of another sensation. Is its and lacks the thus sensation green not experienced as the particular color sensation, because it has not the quality of sound or of pressure, but because the sensation green has a positive experience. The same holds good of the representee's own characteristic quality. As an experience sui generis we claim for the representation of its own. It possesses a special psychic mark, an ideational or representative coefficient. 1. The image has its own qualitative character just as the sensation possesses its own. In contrast to the sensation which possesses the coefficient of external reality, the image or representation has the coefficient of both sensation and image have real internal reality. Each one has its own kind of reality. The sensation has external objective reality, the image has internal subjective reality. Representative it is on account of the ideational, or that every image is placed coefficient unhesitatingly into its own world of reality, into its own one normal and abnormal psychology 66 series of images with which it easily associates and fuses. Writers on psychology in trying to define further the coefficient of reality refer it to the will. Some maintain that the coefficient of reality is the independence of the will, while others claim that the coefficient of reality is subjection to the will. Baldwin in Perception Reality offers of external his paper in the extreme which reconciles both views. He points out that there is a difference between the memory coefficient of reality and sensational coefficient of reality. The two coefficients are opposite, lie interesting solution as far as control of will is concerned. The sensational coefficient is independence of the will, while the memory coefficient is control by the will. A sensation, in short, not under the control of the will, while an image is subject to the will. Baldwin makes a further distinction between a simple image or memory image and a memory image of external reality. The memory image can be brought up voluntarily by its proper associates, but it has no sensational coefficient as a result, while the memory image of external reality can be followed by sensational coefficients, that is, sensations can be brought about in the train of such an image. To quote Baldwin, "Certainly a present sensible reality is not under the control of my will, it is independent, and if my coefficient is to be discovered in the relation of the presentation to my voluntary life, this must be its expression." And I go over to the class of writers who find the psychological basis of external reality in sensations, but when we come to inquire into the memory coefficient, asking the question what character is in a memory image which testifies to its being of resistance. Sensation and external reality 167 Memory of reality, the tables seem to be turned. Without stopping to examine other views, I hold that image is a true memory which we are able to get again as a sensation, Baldwin's italics, by repeating the series of muscular sensations which were associated with it in its first experience. The Tarly memory coefficient therefore is subjection to the will in the sense indicated. A true memory in short is an image which I can get at will by a train of memory associates, and which, when got, is further subject to my will. A memory of external reality, on the contrary, is an image which I can get at will by a train of sensational associates and which, when got, is not subject to my will. Now if I understand does not fall a simple Baldwin aright, a sensor under the control of the will, while memory image and a memory image of external reality are both under the control of the will, the former does not terminate in a sensation, whereas the latter does. This I take to mean that a sensation does not depend on the subject, will, but on the external objects. In other words, a sensation cannot be produced from center to periphery, not internally initiated by the will, but is initiated by difference, being that an external excitation peripherally stimulating the sense organ and giving rise to sensation. An image, on the other hand, does not depend for its initiation on the external object or excitation, but is essentially an internal event which can be brought about from within by the process of associative activity, so highly characteristic of the image. Thus far my analysis seems to me to be in full accord with Baldwin's view. Similarly, Baldwin's views in regard to memory images and memory in one normal and abnormal psychology 68 ages of external reality, the former not ending in sensory experience, the latter terminating in experience with sensory coefficient, seem to me to be closely related to the views expressed by me in this work and in my other works on the subject. In spite of the agreement on so many points, there are other points which do not appear to me acceptable. We may agree that kinesthetic and muscular sensations or sensations of resistance are at the core of things, but are they the be-all of external reality? Have not sensations of pain, of hearing, of color, or of smell as much reality as our sensations coming from muscle, joint, synovial membrane and articular surfaces? The acute, shooting, twinging pains of rheumatism, gout, taps dorsalis, the burning pains of meningitis, the excruciating throbs of grim, the fine stabbing pains of tooth agony of angina, the sharp tormenting pains ache, the of facial neuralgia, and many other pains coming from different organs and tissues, are not they real, and do they not bear on them more the external necessity than any of the sensations coming from active muscle and joint? Ternal. In fact, Mark of Grimm, pitiless, what about light, color, sound, smell, are not they sensations of external reality, even if sensations of resistance do not enter into their makeup? Muscular and kinesthetic sensations may be granted to play an important role in our knowledge of things, but psychologically regarded, all sensations bear on them unmistakably the mark of external reality. Particular, it is not the form or kind of sensation, but it is the sensori quale as such, that gives the coefficient of reality. As far as resistance is concerned, Baldwin right, if it be applied to each and every sensation. is for sensation and external reality. Each and every sensation possesses this bornness about it. It shows opposition. 169 Mark of stub resistance, and we may say that the stimulus forces floods the mind, open the gates of the sense organs and invades the mind with an overwhelming power. Still, on the whole, Baldwin is right in laying special stress on sensations of activity and resistance, since, biologically regarded, they are the ones that give the smack of life and the kernel of things and help to bring about adjustments to the external environment. Thus myself father seems to, however, we or image of difference between be insignificant. Rather reach what Baldwin terms external reality, and Baldwin when the mem the difference stands he contrasts the two out somewhat more strongly. Image and sensation, on the basis of dependence or independence of the will. The sensation is independent of the will, while the memory image of external reality is subject to the will which can bring about the sensation originally experienced. Now it seems to me that we are just as sure of the external reality of a sensation referred to by the memory image, even if we cannot we may perceive bring about the original experience. Sensations which cannot possibly be repeated, and still they are regarded in memory as events that have taken place in the world of external reality. We may have the perception of a comet which may never again come. The difference is far less than I have originally thought. In me Professor Baldwin writes, I am much interested in your views. You will find my later and fuller treatment of resistance and of the nature of memory images in my thought and letter to Things, or Genetic Logic, where I attempt explicitly to trace the genetic development of knowledge from sense objects to image objects in detail, being I think nearer to your views than my earlier article brought out normal and abnormal psychology 170 into our experience, and even if it should come, its coming is not due to our voluntary control, that can make the comet experience septual or sensory world with external reality. It is not we come into our persensory coefficient of we may be in the position of Plato's and have no control over reality, the reflection of which is displayed before us, and still we cave dwellers may agree with Plato that for the cave dwellers the memory images of external reality, the recurrence of which is not under control, will still be discriminated from a general memory image, from an image of fancy. The sensation or percept may be unique, its reproduction may not be possible, and still its memory image will be that of external reality. On the other hand, we meet in psychopathology with a vast domain of phenomena, such as recurrent mental states, insistent patient's ideas which force themselves on the mind against his will. The recurrent mental states or the insistent ideas are far more stubborn and uncontrollable than an resistant sense of object. The idea math come like attacks which overcome the patient more than an sensory reality, or the idea math be persistent or earwing at the very vitals of his mental life. External object is no so stubbornly, so painful resistant as is such an idea, and still the insistent idea is not regarded as a sense of reality. The insistent idea 00s is the coefficient of external reality, independence of the will, painful so, and still it is not regarded bv the patient as external reality, in spite of its being independent of the will, it is still regarded as an idea. Seems to me that we cannot express the sensational and ideational coefficients in terms of will, of control or non-control. Is not resistance to the will that makes X1 sensation and external reality perience sensory, nor makes experiences its 17 subjection to the will that Y ideational or representative. Not state the fact as it is. External reality is the quality of sensory experience, while internal reality is the quality of the image or representation. A sensation is experienced as sensation, no matter whether or no it depends on the will. The independence is a secondary matter. Same holds true in the case of the image, it is the experienced as image, independent of the fact of its subjection to the will. There is another view which finds the fundamental difference between percept and image in what is and what is not common to all selves. Perceptual experience is common, while ideational experience is not common to all fellow beings. I see the sun and other people can share it with me, while my image of the sun experienced by myself. Thus Calkins tells us, is I perceive lowering heavens, pouring rain, bare trees and drenched sparrows, but I imagine wide horizons, brilliant sky, blossoming apple trees and nestling or the main difference is this: in the one case I souls that my experience is shared by other people and assume that everybody who looks out sees the same dreary landscape, but my imagination of the sunny orchard I regard as my private and unshared experience. The mark of being common is not the essential co-author of external reality given by the percept. Efficient percept is not experienced, it is common to other people as external, yonder, because other people can see it too, see it there, even if, like we would Robinson Crusoe, we had no fellow being to compare notes with. Is because we do not see the tree a hallucination as fully a percept and is perceived in the full garb of normal and abnormal psychology. 172 External reality, although it may have no currency with my fellow men. The percept possesses the coefficient of external reality, no matter whether or no others can share in it. Moreover, psychologically regarded, the percept as much of a private experience as the image is in fact, every psychic state has the privacy ascribed to the image, and as such unshared by other selves. It is simply the old psychological fallacy of confusing the physical with psychic state, the psychic, the cognizant flower as physical by all who shared or object, of the physical object, perceive as with stimulus, but the object. Asterisk is the perception of the flower varies with each individual. Perception of the flower cannot be experienced by anyone else. Like the image, the percept is entirely individ, unshared by other selves. I perceive the flower as having external reality, not because my perceptual experience it is the same as that of other people, not because shared with others same, and from its, as a matter of fact, it is not the very nature cannot be the same as the experience of others, as we cannot possibly share our individual psychic experience with our fellow men. We perceive the flower as an external reality simply and solely because sensations, it is sensory. The percept consisting of primary and secondary, bears the impress of possesses what Baldwin so apt it external reality, Lie terms reality. Sensational external reality coefficient is giving external given directly and indirectly by the sensation or by the sensory compound. By asterisk Royce and Minsterberg define the physical object in terms of, but if I understand them correctly they do not regard the definition as a psychological one. Sociality, sensation and external reality. 173 The percept, to quote from a carries along with it is work of mine, reality of the sensation stimulus. It's it not that the sense of reality is different from the sensation, given in the sensation itself. It is similarly the percept and the sense of external reality are not two diff, they are given together in the same proferent things, says perception of and our sensory process is ternal. Reality. Identical. Also the process of the sense of X in seeing or perceiving the chair yonder we do not perceive it as real, because of its social or common character is, the reality of its existence given directly in the sensory processes of the percept itself. The sense strengthened. Of reality the external object is by association of the original sensory systems with other sensory systems, and the intensity rises in proportion to the number of systems of sensory elements, brought into relation with the functioning sensory systems. The more systems of sensory elements are pressed into service, the stronger is the sense of external reality and the more assured is the reaction to the stimuli of the external environment. In the evolutionary process of man's adaptation to his environment he becomes extended in being and grows more developed, because of his social relations. Man presses into active service the systems of sensory elements of his fellow beings. Adaptations and hence successful reactions to the external environment are now more assured and the sense of external reality is still further emphasized and intensified. Throughout the course of intensification of the sense of reality the principle remains unchanged in nature. The sense of renormal and abnormal psychology 174 is given by and consists in nothing else but the sensory elements. From a philosophical and epistemological aspect may perhaps be sufficient object, but from point the social to the externality fix of the psychological standpoint the trademark of shares and common stock has no currency. The percept consisting, as we have shown, of sensory elements, primary and secondary, possesses, on that account, the sensory attribute of external reality. Chapter XXV, either subconscious and unconscious cerebration. Plato put on the portals of his academy the inscription, "No one can enter here without a knowledge of geometry." Similarly, no one can gain access to the facts of abnormal psychology without a thorough understanding of the subconscious. The subconscious may be briefly defined as mental processes of which the individual is not directly conscious. Such knowledge is all the more requisite as psychopathic disturbances with which psychopathology proper deals are essentially affections of subconscious life activity. The general drift of my psychology of suggestion is the description of the subconscious as a diffused consciousness below the margin of personal consciousness. Sometimes use the term subconscious self. I designate by self not personal consciousness, but mere in multiple personality, in which I develop psiousness. The theory of thresholds in regard to the phenomena of normal and abnormal mental life, I define the subconscious as consciousness below the threshold of attentive personal consciousness. I find that my clinical and psychological investigations more and more confirm me in the view of the subconscious advanced by me in the psychology of suggestion. I am pleased to find that Professor James, in a recent article, accepts the same view, and advances the same theory of threshold in regard to the subconscious. Nobody knows, he writes, how far we are marginally conscious of these 175, normal and abnormal psychology 176 memories, concepts and co-national states at ordinary, how far beyond the margin of our present thought transmarginal consciousness of them may times, or exist. In my psychology of suggestion I pointed out the difficulties of the purely physiological interpretation of since this view the subconscious. Some psychologists, I still lingers among, cannot do better than reproduce the passage, "The facts of hypnotic memory alone strongly indicate the intelligent nature of the subconscious." Can the theory of unconscious cerebration explain, for instance, the fact of suggested amnesia during hypnosis? I hypnotize F and make him pass through many lively scenes and actions. I give him hypnotic and post-hypnotic suggestions. The subject is wakened and hypnotized time and again. At last he is put into a Mr. V. Notic state, shall not, and it is suggested that on awakening he remember anything of what had happened. The subject, on emerging, remembers nothing of what he has. I then put my hand on his forehead, passed through, and tell him in a commanding voice, "You remember now everything." As if touched by the wand of a magician, the suppressed memories become endowed with life and movement, and invade the consciousness of the subject. Everything is now clearly remembered, and the subject is able to relate the tale of his aid in the state of hypnosis. From his trance, ventures without the omission of the least incident. So detailed is the account that one cannot help wondering at the extraordinary how is memory displayed by the subject. The theory of unconscious cerebration to account for this strange fact. Professor Z. Hen, in his PHYS Subconscious and Unconscious Cerebration Logical Psychology Us, that tells it is still a matter of doubt whether, despite their complication, Acts 177 all the of the hypnotized individual are not motions without any concomitant psychical prone, that even the recollection of the hypnotic psychical processes do not necessarily argue in favor this of their existence during the hypnotic trance. Extreme view is certainly wrong, for the subject during hypnosis not only acts, moves, but he also speaks, answers questions intelligently, reasons, discusses, and if such an individual may be regarded as a mere machine, on the same grounds we may consider any rational man as a mere unconscious automaton. The advocates of unconscious cerebration must admit at least this much, that hypnosis is a conscious state. Now, on the theory of unconscious cerebration, it is compellished says truly inconceivable how psychical states can be suppressed, the accompanying physiological processes alone being left, and all that done by a mere word of the experimenter. The restoration of memory is still more incomprehensible than the suggested amnesia. A command by the experimenter, "Now you can remember," brings into consciousness a flood of ideas and images. It is not that the experimenter gives the subject a clue which starts the train of particular images and ideas, but the mere general, abstract suggestion, "You can remember," is sufficient to restore memories which to all appearances have completely vanished from the mind of the subject. Are the unconscious physiological nervous modifications so intelligent as to understand suggestions and follow them? Does unconscious cerebration understand the command of the experimenter? Does it oblige him to become conscious? And Normal and Abnormal Psychology 178 on re-examination, closer science cerebration under its beta of find so head are often recorded term uncon elusa nature that facts that clearly indicate the working of an intelligence. Thus, Mr. Charles M. Fairchild brings the following specimen of unconscious cerebration: "Been trying to make a gentleman trial balance, writes, and as I had earnestly to at Mr. last child, left off working. The summary of the Dr. and Cr sides of the account showing a difference of £2.10s, the Dr. The error I had not found on Saturday night when I left the counting house. On this same Saturday night I retired feeling nervous and angry with myself. Sometime in the night I dreamed side being so much smaller. I was seated at my desk in the counting house and in a good light, everything was orderly and nat I was looking over Ural, the ledger lying before me. The balance of the accounts and comparing them with soon I came to the sums in the trial balance sheet. Debit balance of £2.10s. I looked at it, called myself sundry names, spoke to myself in a deprecating manner of my own eyes, and at last put the £2.10s to its proper I arose side of the trial balance sheet and went home. At the usual Sunday time, dressed carefully, breakfasted, friends to go to church. Went to call on some. Suddenly the dream flashed on my memory. I went for the keys, opened the office, also the safe, got the ledger, and turned to the folio my dream had indicated. There was the account whose balance was the sum wanted which I had omitted to put in the balance sheet, where it was put now, and my year's posting proved correct. Thus, the adherents of unconscious cerebration tacitly include under this term not only unconscious physiological subconscious and unconscious cerebration processes, 179 or nerve modifications, but also psychical, keeping clearly in mind the real meaning of UN states. Conscious cerebration as referring to physiological or nerve modifications with no psychical accompances, panament, the of unconscious cerebration to difficulties account for the phenomena of hypnotic come truly insurmountable processes, for if memory be the physiological subsumed under the category of unconscious cerebration are completely lacking in all psychical elements whatever, how can a general abstract negative phrase, "You cannot remember," suppress particular psychical states, and how can a similar positive phrase, "Can remember," bring the forgotten memories back to consciousness? It is simply incomprehensible. Furthermore, while the subject is in a hypnotic condition, we can suggest to him shall not that on awakening he remember anything, but when put to the automatic recorder he shall be able to write everything that has taken place. Subject is in the state of hypnosis. The then awakened, he remembers nothing at all of what he has passed through while in the state of HYP. As soon, however, as he is put to the automatic recorder the hand gives a full rational hypnotic trance count of all the events. It is if now you ask the subject what he has written, he stares at you in confusion, how shall we AC knows nothing at all of the writing. Count for this fact on the theory of unconscious cerebration. Can unconscious physiological processes write rational discourses? It is simply miraculous, incomprehensible. These, however, are not the only difficulties which the theory of unconscious cerebration has to encounter. Take the following experiment I gave Mr. V.F. Normal and Abnormal Psychology 180 Awakening. He should put it off, and put it on again, that he should do it when he heard a signal which should be a knock. Amnesia was suggested, and also the possibility of writing the suggestion. The subject was then roused from his trance. There was not the slightest recollection of what had been suggested, but when he was put to the automatic recorder, the hand at once proceeded to write everything. In the middle of the suggestion that on 3 times, take, writing, when a signal will be given, I stopped the subject and asked him what he was writing. I do not know, he answered. About. How is it? Asked again. You write and do not know what you write. I do not know, I think it was something about a coat. What was it you were writing about? I do not know, maybe it was about the make coat. Of a coat. Then when the signal came, he rose and put on the coat 3 times. To take another experiment, give the subject the eye of suggestion, same kind, the he that should bow to the gas whenever the door should be opened. Amnesia again, writing. The his account. The subjection. I door. Is suggested, subject is it looked surprised. What was it? Possibility stopped when he what was do not know, with the I you wrote. I have finished, I asked. My cues repeated, think something about a door. I do not know. I have made many similar experiments, and it is evident that all of them with the same results. Writing is not an unconscious automatic process, for the subject possesses a general written, or even of what he knowledge of what he has is going to write. Now, on the theory of unconscious cerebration, this subconscious and unconscious cerebration 181 general knowledge ought to be entirely lacking, since the physiological processes of the suppressed memory have no psychical accompaniment. It would not do to say that the subject knows each word as he writes it, but becomes unconscious of it, forgets it as soon as it is written down, because the subject is able to tell the central idea, that is, he has a general knowledge of it, and, what is more, he is able to tell us this general central idea even before he finishes the writing, in he can do fact, it on the when stopped in the middle of the phrase. Theory of secondary consciousness, however, the experiments could not possibly give other secondary consciousness understands given by the experimenter, accepts results. The suggestion them, obeys the commands, keeps the suppressed memories, and sends up a general knowledge of them to the upper consciousness, and if commanded, communicates the suppressed particular suggestions in all their details. The advocates of unconscious cerebration assume much. They assume that normal memory, or recall to normal state, can be fully accounted for by unconscious physiological processes, and the only lection in the thing required is to apply this theory to the phenomena of hypnotic memory. It would be well to examine this theory and see how strong its claims are in the case of normal memory. Many a modern psychophysiologist no doubt smiles at the crude, ancient psychophysiological theory of perception. Objects, images or copies of objects emanate from objects deposited in the mind, hence perception, cognition, memory. Speculations. The modern psychophysiological, however, the speculations of Maudsley, Carpenter, Ziehen, Ribot, etc., are no less crude. Thus, one Normal and Abnormal Psychology 82 Ziehen, for instance, conceives that each sensation deposits a copy of itself, an image, an idea, in some one of the memory ganglion cells, and memory consists, the reproduction of this copy. The hen lays an egg from which another hen may come out. Maudsley expresses the same thing in slightly different terms. Instead of deposits of images in memory ganglion cells, he uses modifications of nerve elements. It may be supposed, says Maudsley, that the activity did first leave behind it, when it subsided, some after effect, some modification of the nerve element, whereby the nerve circuit was disposed to fall again readily into the same action, such disposition, unconscious, appearing in consciousness as recognition or memory. Ribot and many other psychologists, with slight variations in minor, all of them agree points, follow the same beaten track. That it is the nerve modifications produced by the physiological processes of sensations, emotions, etc., that constitute the basis, nay, the very essence, of memory itself. It does not require a close examination to find the deficiencies of this theory. A mere modification left behind as a trace cannot possibly explain memory, recollection, the fact of referring a particular bit of experience to an experience felt before. The retention of a trace or of a nervous modification, and the reproduction of that trace or modification, cannot in the least account for the fact that a series of sensations, ideas, images, emotions felt at different times, combined, brought into a unity, like felt like, should become being similar, being repetitions, copies of an original experience. 77 is not retention or reproduction, but it is the recognition element that constitutes the essence of memory. The Rose of today reminds me of the Rose of yesterday. Subconscious and unconscious cerebration. 183 of the same rose seen the day before yesterday. Now the image of the rose may be retained, may even be reproduced, but if it is not recognized as having happened in my past, there can be no recollection. In short, without personal recognition there is no memory. As James strongly puts it, the gutter is worn deeper by each successive shower, but not for that reason brought into contact with previous showers. Does the theory of unconscious physiological processes, of mated brain traces, of nerve modifications, does the theory Ryle take into account this element of personal recognition? Can the theory of unconscious cerebration offer the faintest suggestion as to how that element of recognition is brought about? What is that something added to the unconscious physiological trace or nerve modification that affects a conscious recognition? Furthermore, first impressions can be localized in the past, but so can also each subsequent revival. How we explain on the theory of unconscious physiological nerve registration that the original, the primitive sense experience, as well as each subsequent revival, can be referred to as distinct psychical facts? If for the structural nerve elements are slightly modified with each revival, how shall we account for this psychical distinction of the original sense experience as well as of the modified revivals? The remembered experience leaves its own individual trace, then a trace of its being a copy of a former original impression, and also a trace of its being a member in a series of similar traces, each trace being a copy of another and a copy of the original impression. How all that is done is a mystery. These objections advanced by me many years ago. Normal and abnormal psychology. 184 hold true of recent theories which fall back on the old views of Mill and Carpenter, namely, unconscious seer. The modern upholders of unconscious cerebration think that they have discovered new facts and arguments in favor of unconscious mental activity, and are thus justified in denying subconscious mental life. The arguments, as we have pointed out, are not new, nor are the facts advanced in support of these arguments true. The same objections hold true in the Bratian case of the theory of unconscious cerebration offered us in the garb of nerve currents and nerve paths, well-worn nerve tracks, opening and closing of nerve currents and tracks, and formation of all shapes and forms of new be misled by figments and by sounds. Rograms. The subconscious stands for a number of facts, recanned behavior which are accompanied by mental activities, by consciousness. Life. The physiological unconscious registration theories of nerve currents, nerve paths, and neurograms are not only figments, arbitrary fanciful weavings of the imagination. They cannot even hypothetically explain the simplest act of memory, and especially of recognitive memory. Since the theories of unconscious registration fail us most elementary mental processes, how can we possibly rely on cerebration fancies in the case of such complex phenomena as hypnotic conditions and various mental states of trance and dissociation? The physiological theories, such as unconscious cerebration and its modifications, failing, we must use for all those in the phenomena the psychological interpretation. The subconscious must be taken as a necessary theory in psychopathology, as atoms, molecules, electrons and ethers, subconscious and unconscious cerebration are in chemistry and physics. 185. The subconscious is not an unconscious, it is not a physiological automatism. The subconscious is a consciousness, a secondary consciousness, a sort of secondary self, the self being you understood by me as a diffused consciousness. Chapter XXVI. The subconscious and automatism. The theory of unconscious cerebration dies recently. A few psychologists made an hard attempt to revive it. The arguments advanced are rather philosophical than psychological. It may be well to test the validity of these. Are we clear the ground of all superfluous speculations? We find two main contentions. In the first place, it is assumed that many hypnotic and hysterical arguments, if manifestations are solely the result of physiological activities, it is claimed by some, such as Minsterberg, that physiological processes without any psychic accompaniments may reach such a high state of complexity as to account fully for all the observed manifestations in the different forms of mental dissociations. On place, it is in the sect claimed, from a purely philosophical standpoint, that even in the case of dissociation when consciousness may be granted to be present, there is no dissociation in consciousness itself, since consciousness is but a passive onlooker while the active changes go on in the content of consciousness. Of dissociation it is, in other words, not consciousness that is in states changed, but only the content of consciousness. Let us examine these contentions and see whether the view they can stand the test of critical analysis. Of regarding mental activity from a purely physiological standpoint is not new. It dates as far back as Descartes, who regards all the animals, with the exception of man. 186. The subconscious and automatism as mechanical automata. 187. The philosopher, Maimon, autobiography tells an anecdote on himself. In his youth Maimon was an ardent adherent of Cartesian automatism. During one of his strolls with his friend Maimon struck a goat. The animal bleated. The friend rebuked Maimon for his cruelty. Maimon laughed at the simplicity of his friend. The goat is like a drum which sounds when it is beaten. Huxley carried this view seriously as an further epiphenomenon. Regarding the physiological mechanism is the engine, consciousness is but the whistle accompanying it. Of course, it goes without saying that psychologists and physiologists of our consciousness assume that all states accompanied by physiological present every thought, every feeling, even the most complicated poetical inspiration, or the most abstruse mathematical, logical, and metaphysical speculations, processes, have physiological processes as their accompaniments. We are, however, hardly justified in carrying this postulate to the absurdity of the total denial of consciousness, and regarding all adjustments and adaptations as so many chemical and mechanical reactions, tropisms as some modern biologists, such as Loeb and others, are apt to put it in the case of many animals, a reversion to the Cartesian hypothesis of mechanical automatism. Motor reactions can be regarded solely from the physiological standpoint, ruled out. But consciousness cannot be entirely. What probability is there that a play of atoms and electrons would produce the Iliad, Hamlet, the Principia of Newton, the celestial mechanics of Laplace, or Darwin's Origin of Species? Even if we descend to such motor reactions as are 188 normal and abnormal psychology expressed in the compositions of a schoolboy, we still unhesitatingly assume a conscious activity. We cannot who would regard all such manifestations as so many physiological processes without the philosopher any conscious accompaniment. Is for though every one directly conscious of his own mental life, no one can experience directly the mental life of another. We cannot inspect directly the psychic processes that go on in mind as in other living beings, or in our fellow men. Third, from action, from behavior. Reactions, adjustments to environment, accompanied by consciousness, by intelligence in us, are rightly judged to have the same accompaniment in other beings, in our neighbors. To deny consciousness to our neighbor, and to regard him as a physiological automaton, is to put oneself in the absurd position of denying the existence of states which are observed in ourselves under similar conditions. In fact, the burden of proof falls on those who make such a denial. Now, in the case of hypnosis or various states of dissociation, we meet with intelligent adjustments often we can, by expressed in gestures, writing, and speech, means of various methods, enter into active relationship with those dissociated activities, unknown to the individual himself. We can obtain intelligent replies to our questions either by writing, or by speaking, or by other arranged means of communication. What right have we to deny consciousness in one case while we affirm it in another case under similar circumstances? When I receive a letter from my friend, I regard the letter as having been written by a being who possesses consciousness, but when a similar letter is written by a friend in a hypnotic or post-hypnotic state, we regard it the subconscious and automatism 189 as the result of physiological automatism, with no conscious accompaniment. It is clear that the denial of consciousness to the hypnotic individuality is purely arbitrary. It's certainly arbitrary in the case of double is or multiple personality to regard one personality as con and the other personalities as purely automatic. It would have been with no consciousness in them. More consistent, if the psychologist were to take the solipsistic point of view and deny consciousness to all psi cells except himself. The arbitrary standpoint of the psychologist who denies secondary and multiple consciousness can be still further made clear in the case of coexistent, dissociated mental activity. Thus one hand of the subject or of the patient may write a letter, while the other hand may be engaged in drawing or writing a composition, of which the individual is not cognizant. Both hands enter independently of each other into communication with the external observer. The communications are in each case independent and equally intelligent. Get intelligent replies and reactions to our questions and stimulations. Which of the two is supposed to be to take a concrete experiment? Mr. M. When in one of presence phenomena of dissociation. Those states of dissociation Mr. M is made to write a conscious letter with one hand, while the other hand, being an is put under a screen and made to carry out a calculation. One hand replies to questions, while the aesthetic, other solves problems. Plies. Both hands give intelligent re to which of them is consciousness to be ascribed. If we deny it in one case, we should also other. In but, then, deny it in the why not be consistent, and deny it every case of intelligent adjustment. We realize normal and abnormal psychology 190. How arbitrary and illogical is the position of those psychologists who coquette with physiology under the delusion that they are more scientific. They are led to take arbitrary positions which lead into the pitfalls of solipsism, with all its contradictions and absurdities. Besides, physiological processes are, after all, but hypothetical concepts. Physiological currents are conceived after the model of electrical currents, and are by no means theoretically proven. While they should be used for the sake of a better elucidation of the facts, it is not good scientific sense to sacrifice to them the very material of the science of psychology. Sensations, ideas, feelings, emotions, are after all the direct data of the psychologist, while physiological processes and currents are purely hypothetical. Therefore, these hypothetical entities lead not to a better understanding of the facts of mental life, but to their denial. The very purpose of the hypothetical creations is completely defeated. Physiological processes are framed to explain states of consciousness with their motor reactions. When, therefore, these hypothetical creations threaten to sweep away the actual living facts, it is time to halt and examine closely the sterile character of the hypothesis. The central fallacy lies in the tacit assumption that unknown and possibly unknowable, highly problematical brain currents, with their opening and closing valves with well-worn or blocked paths all of a purely conjectural character, have, by their ingenious complexity, become, like marionettes, so marvelously endowed with sense-like activities as to dispense completely with the mental states which these called in to explain. Conceptual entities were 1. The subconscious and automatism clinical cases and experimental 19 go further to facts invalidate the theory of the purely physical interpretation of the subconscious, or what may be described as if anything automatism psychology. Importance in mental life, or reforms a unity of our life, of the utmost is surely memory. It is brings, so to speak, to a focus our life experiences, which would have otherwise been disconnected, confused, and chaotic. Remember just now what I did an hour ago, a day ago, what I lived through many years ago. I remember the experiences of my childhood, boyhood, and youth. I remember my struggles and disappointments, my loves, my friendships, my enmities, my feelings, sentiments, emotions, ideas, and sensations. Connected, all these interlocked links of memories form the solid chain of my conscious personality. In my memory present of the consciousness experience is past that all through at the time of the experience any modification, my delusion mind, or had that my illusion consciousness. Memory we of what did not occur not taken in either is had gone, any, occurred change, place under unless cannot consciousness. We can remember what we were not conscious of. The past mental state which the present memory refers to is a state of consciousness, ble and meaningless. Otherwise memory is impossible. Memory, recollection, reminiscence, can only refer to a previous state of consciousness. Surely no one else can have a better and more direct knowledge than I myself have of the ideas, emotions, and moods that I remember, as experienced by me. The memory factor is all the more important in psychology, since we have to take account of the subnormal and abnormal psychology 192 objects inner experiences. In each case of memory the burden of proof falls on those who deny the validity of that memory, as referring to a past state of conscious. Suppose I have a memory in a full state of consciousness that I lighted a lamp an hour ago. The burden of proof would fall on those who deny the existence of such a state. It would be an arbitrary, if not a preposterous position for an outside observer to claim that the lighting of the lamp was carried out mechanically, and that the subsequent physiological automatism, a memory, was but an illusion. The onus of proof that the original act had no conscious accompaniment is entirely on those who take such a position in opposition to the direct introspective account. Is where such a proof not forthcoming, the position taken is arbitrary. Were we to take such a position, the very science psychology would become an impossibility, since of all memory would have to be declared a snare and a deluge. All psychological studies based on introspection and memory would have to be abandoned, and we should have to follow Comte, and declare psychology shorn an impossibility. A psychologist maintaining such a from the very nature of his attitude, disqualified to give his opinion, he must fall back on physiology, and rule out all psychology. If, however, memory and introspection are not point of view is checked, then the recollection of a conscious state should not be arbitrarily dismissed, unless there are good reasons for such a dismissal. Now, the hypnotic subject, or the patient, of functional psychosis, in the case undergoes an experience of which he is apparently unconscious. State, in a subsequent state, in a hypnotic or trance he actually recollects that the experience was of the subconscious and automatism conscious one. 193 We cannot possibly reject this recollect memory. The burden of proof as an illusion of that the former state was not a conscious one falls on him who denies the person's mental experience. Such a proof is all the more requisite, since it can be demonstrated that in subconscious states there enters subconscious consciousness. Is really pres chapter xxi the subconscious and the passive consciousness driven out of the psychological fortress. Some psychologists of the philosophical type, Minsterberg, still take refuge in the meta. It is claimed that psychomental life is analyzed into consciousness and physical citadel. Logically, its content. Now, it is further assumed that all mental modifications occur in mental contents, but not in consciousness itself, is supposed to be an immutable looker-on, a sort of psychic deity. We thus have a mental content which is not conscious and a consciousness, the blessed Buddha in his blissful state of nirvana. Consciousness is regarded in the light of a substance which contains the mental content some essiousness. Passive, what after the fashion of a material substance underlying physical qualities. This view of an underlying, immutable substance, with a changing qualitative content, was long ago criticized by Hume, both in the case of mind and body. The assumption of an entity underlying observed phenomena, whether physical or mental, has since become so weakened that it is no longer regarded as a living hypothesis among thinking men of science. We can see at a glance that the substance consciousness with its changing qualitative content is but a piece of metaphysical speculation. It is a revival of the old soul hypothesis, long ago buried by gists. Modern psycholo the soul consciousness hypothesis must be re-19 for subconscious and the passive consciousness for projected matters, thesis of the simple reason that it 195 complicates and nothing. In fact, the hypo-imperturbable soul consciousness from the explains very nature of its hypothetical being, explanation, while it itself requires and does not in the least explain the mental content, which is the material of the psychologist. Such a passive, changeless soul consciousness is a sort of box in which the content of soul consciousness resides and has its being. This soul consciousness is but a survival from a past metaphysical period. In the case of double and multiple personalities, it is claimed that while the personalities are different, their consciousness is not different, but one and the same. In the different personalities found in the case of multiple personality, there is among them but one consciousness, somewhat like the Greek myth of the three old women with one eye among them. By a parity of reasoning we may say that the minds of different individuals, such as John's and Peter's, are really identical. John and Pei are different personalities with different contents. In fact, we may gen but with the same consciousness. I realize further and say that the whole human race and the beasts of the field and the birds of the air share in one and the same indivisible, passive, immutable con. This may be a grand scienceness, a sort of world soul. Metaphysical speculation, but it is neither psychological nor scientific. There is another objection to the subconscious, an objection based on an artificial fast and hard line drawn between the purpose of science on the one hand, and science, it is claimed, deals that of will on the other. With artificial concepts, while personal will is concerned with the real values of life, it is claimed that the 196 normal and abnormal psychology sept of the subconscious is illegitimate, because it involves a confusion of this metaphysical double bookkeeping. The world of description and the world of April brought out and contrasted by Professor Royce in his early works, and afterwards elaborated by a few psychologists of the Schopenhauerian tinge. The division is not new, and dates back to the Middle Ages, with its split of science and philosophy on the one hand, and religion on the other. It is the doctrine of the twofold truth, die Lehre von der Zweifachen in Wahrheit. According to medieval thought, there are two realms, the realm of knowledge and the realm of faith, the realm of intellect and the realm of will. What is true may not be true in the other. From Mamo Magnus, Thomas Aquinas to Duns Scotus and Occam, the same doctrine of the twofold truth and the two realms prevailed. The scholastic in the one nights, Ibn Gabirol, Albertus could say anything he wished provided he was cautious to claim that what was true secundum rationem was not true secundum fidem. This double view still survives in some philosophical quarters. Instead of finding fault with the subconscious for ignoring this time-honored double truth, it should rather be regarded as a special merit. As a matter of fact, the subconscious, unless interpreted in metaphysical terms of a cosmic self, has nothing to do with the heirloom of metaphysical medieval thought. The subconscious is based on experience and facts to which philosophical and metaphysical distinctions should adapt themselves. We thus find that the objections to the subconscious we also find that they are based on insufficient grounds. Subconscious and the passive consciousness. 197. Abandonment of the subconscious leads to a tangle of difficulties and to the quagmire of medieval metaphysics. If the metaphysical interpretation of the subconscious in the sense of a cosmic self lands one in the misty regions of religious mysticism, the opposite view of the total negation of the subconscious, apparently in the interests of science, lands one in regions no less shadowy, regions of naturalistic mysticism. So fundamental, however, is the concept of the subconscious that even its opponents have to admit it under different names. They admit the fact of dissociation, of dissociated mental systems, and of dissociated personalities. But they put forth the hypothetical claim that it is one and the same consciousness present in all the different forms of dissociation. Now, if we omit that speculative metaphysical consciousness which, being inactive and unchangeable, is of no use in scientific work, we are really left with the mutations and permutations of mental systems which, from their very nature, must be conscious. The psychopathologist must postulate the subconscious just as the geometrician postulates space and position, or as the physicist postulates matter and force. Chapter 8. Subconscious and unconscious ideas. There is a school which regards the subconscious as formed of suppressed mental complexes. The views of this school are, it seems, however, viewed in the light of unconscious ideas. Unconscious ideas were discussed by me in my Psychology of Suggestion, and I cannot do better than to quote from that volume, for the mechanism of consciousness is hidden deep down in the depths of the subconscious, and it is thither we have to descend in order to get a clear understanding of the phenomena that appear in the broad daylight of not psychologically clear. That the subconscious is psiousness. The German school, with Wundt at its head, at first started out on similar lines, but they could not make any use of the subconscious, and their speculations ran wild in the fancies of Hartmann. The reason of this failure, due to the fact that the concept of the subconscious as conceived by the German school was extremely vague, is and had rather the character of a mechanical than that of a psychical process. An unconscious consciousness, that was their concept of the subconscious. In such form as this, the subconscious was certainly meaning mere nonsense and had to be given up. The less German psychological investigations are now confined to the content of consciousness in so far as the individual is immediately conscious of it. 198. But as this form of subconscious and unconscious ideas psiousness is 199 extremely narrow and circumscribed, the results arrived at, though remarkable for their thoroughness, are, after all, of a rather trivial nature. It is what James aptly characterizes as the elaboration of the obvious. This criticism applies well to Freud and his Adher das Unbewusst is conceived as suppressed UNNs. Conscious idea complexes. Of course, the claims of that school to originality and to the apparent unveiling of the causation of psychoneurosis are entirely unjustified. A suppressed complex is but another term for a dissociated system, commonly accepted in psychopathology. The special theories developed by that school in regard to desire, to sexuality, and to voluntary suppression of unpleasant or painful ideas are entirely gratuitous and false in the light of modern psychology and clinical experience. This psychoanalytic school has unfortunately fallen back on the Herbartian psychology with its metaphysical reals or ideas which by their mutual tension keep suppressing one another, thus determining the display of the contents of consciousness. As Herbart tells us, concepts become forces when they resist one another. This resistance occurs when two or more opposed concepts encounter one another. This proposition or principle proclaimed by Herbart is at the basis of Freud's mythical speculations. A concept is in consciousness insofar as it is not suppressed, Herbart tells us, but is in actual representation. When it rises out of complete suppression, it enters into consciousness. According to Herbart and his modern followers, pressed ideas become forces and impulses. Subconcepts which are not opposed or contrasted with one another, normal and abnormal psychology 200 so far as they meet unhindered, form a complexer and favorite term used by the psychoanalytic school, its followers. It may possibly be of interest to remark that Herbart is closely followed in regard to by the doctrine psychoanalytic of desire. Desire school with Herbart is fundamental. The faculty of desire must include wishes, instincts, and every species of longing. The expression desire must not be so limited as to exclude those wishes which remain, though they may be vain, or so-called pious wishes, and which, for the very reason that they do remain, constantly incite men to new efforts, because through them the thought of a possibility is ever anew suggested, in spite of all reasons which appear to prove the impossibility of attainment. It is very important to give the concept of the unattainability of the wished-for object strength enough so that a peaceful renunciation self may take place of the a man dreams of a desirable future for him desire, even when he knows it will never come. These Herbartian doctrines, long ago abandoned by psychology, are now being revived by the marvelous science psychoanalytic technique as a new discovery in the science of normal and abnormal psychology. No better on this revival of Herbartian psychology in the domain of psychopathology than the criticism can be passed one made by James. I must confess that to my mind there is something almost hideous in the glib Herbartian jargon about voorstelling massen and their hemmungen, suppressions, and schijwebben and zinken and weerschmelzungen and hebben and complexionen, complexes. It is claimed by some of Freud's younger adherents subconscious and unconscious ideas that the 201 mechanism of unconscious ideas, though are of its being a conceptual construct, as Karl Pearson puts it, contradiction, in is nevertheless justified, because order to aid the explanation of mental phenomena. This is a new epistemological argument in defense of a tottering system. It is truly amazing that science has nowadays become so philosophical that when a theory is unstable, it is unhesitatingly supported by epistemological considerations. Perhaps it may be well to point out that self-contradictory hypotheses are not quite acceptable in science. A scientific hypothesis should at least have the merit of being rational, logical, and not conceived in a wild harum-scarum fashion. A good scientific hypothesis must have restrictions and definite conditions. I think it is Huxley who says that in the case of stolen goods two hypotheses are at hand. One hypothesis is that an angel is responsible for it, and the other that a thief has carried off the goods. The angel hypothesis is hardly considered by science. In other words, the hypothetical causative agency must be conceived in terms of experience. The hypothetical agency must either be a fact directly observed in nature, or a fact which can be verified later on. Thus the theory of gravitation is based on the facts of falling bodies, the theory of natural selection is based on the facts of the struggle for existence observed in the organic world. In short, a good science hypothesis must take as its causative agency a vera causa, a fact observable in experience, or a fact which can be verified by further experience. Ether are not atoms, electrons, haphazard constructs. They are not regarded by the physicist as unreal fancies, unreal abstract 202 normal and abnormal psychology notions to explain the real facts, but each of these higher guarded as real, as a vera causa. We cannot help agreeing with J.S. Mill on the subject hypothetical agents of hypothesis, is I conceive it to be necessary, when the hypothesis relates to causation, that the supposed cause should not only be a real phenomenon, something actually existing in nature, but should be already known to exercise, or at least to be capable of exercising, ends of some sort over the effect. An influ in any other case it is no sufficient evidence of the truth of the hypothesis that we are able to deduce the real phenomenon from it. Again, what is true in Newton's maxim is that the cause, though not known previously, should be capable of being known thereafter, that its existence should be capable of being detected, and its connection with the effect ascribed to it should be susceptible of being proved by independent evidence. If we apply this very simple rule of logic to the theory of unconscious ideas, we at once realize the illegity an idea is to speak, therefore, of made character of such a hypothesis. entirely of a conscious nature. To introduce into psychology the unconscious ideas, is self-contradictory, impossible conscious ideas. Concept of unconscious. This is equivalent to the assumption of an unconscious consciousness. An unconscious idea is neither a vera causa nor a fact ultimately to be verified. The conception of an unconscious idea is like the conception of a round square. Moreover, it is not true, psychologically, that ideas can be suppressed so that they become dissociated or unconscious. It is not true that we suppress painful ideas into the unconscious. Painful ideas. We do not forget on the contrary, painful ideas stand out, subconscious and unconscious ideas all the more prominent in our consciousness. As experience into the mind. 203 Pain ham. In fact, we may say with more right that it is the pleasurable ideas that are forgotten, while the painful ideas are remembered. Experience associated with pain is never forgotten. Like a splinter in the flesh, it remains in consciousness. It is due to other causes that a painful experience becomes subconscious. Teleologically, we can well see the importance of this. It would have fact been suicidal to the individual and ultimately to the species, if painful experiences were for the individual must learn to avoid harmful and hurtful stimuli. This can only be accomplished by actually remembering painful experiences. That individual would survive who remembered best gotten. Rejects his painful experiences. Were it otherwise, the individual would be very much in the condition of the proverbial silly bird that hides its head at the sight of the hunter. The subjective painful experiences must be remembered. A painful experience fixes the attention. On this fact of strengthening memory by pain was based the once universally recognized method of training and education. What is fixed by pain is never forgot. What may bring about 10. Forgetfulness is either bad memory, or a state of indifference, or an intense, paralyzing emotion of fear, the whole theory of especially in early childhood. Constitutionally, suppression of painful complexes is false. Clinical and psychological assumptions is based on neither there such a process as suppression of complexes nor is there such a mental state as an unconscious idea. Bergson, who as usual has his hand everywhere, takes normal and abnormal psychology 204 up cudgels in defense of the unconscious. In his work Matter and Memory he argues that common sense assumes the presence of external objects, although may not be directly cognizant of them. It being an idealist and panpsychist, Bergson regards the nature of things as made up of images. If, then, he reasons, common sense believes in the existence of objects passed out of sight and sense, if it affirms unhesitatingly the actual existence of not directly experienced objective images, there should be no difficulty in assuming the existence of subjective images, or of psychic states of which there is no consciousness. The argument is essentially metaphysical and will hardly have any weight with the psychologist or psychopathologist. Bergson's psychology is unfortunately so much saturated with metaphysics becomes gestion his speculations. Do with the loss that many the haze in psychologist constitution of valuable and subtangle of has nothing to matter as it is. This belongs to metaphysical ontology. The psychologist assumes matter as an external existence, in itself, and separates it from his own subject matter, psychic states, mental processes, their elements and relations. A psychic state made up of images after the fashion of material images with no consciousness to them ceases to be psychic in the psychological sense. From a psychological standpoint, the term psychic can only mean some form of consciousness, however vague, and Bergson's view would have probably been near-general. The truth, if he had assumed the existence of a subconscious consciousness. An unconscious idea in the sense that the idea has no consciousness can have no meaning. If, however, by subconscious and unconscious ideas 205 an unconscious idea is understood a consciousness of which the individual or personal self is not conscious, then we come around to a subconscious consciousness, as developed by me in my various works. A quotation from Hofting may bring out my point in a clearer and stronger light. The question before us is, whether the unconscious can be other than a purely negative concept. In daily speech, and more than is proper even in the scientific use of the language, we use such expressions as unconscious sensations, unconscious ideas, unconscious feeling. As, however, sensations, ideas and feelings are conscious elements, the expression is in reality absurd. If by an unconscious idea is meant the idea which I have, then the predicate unconscious signifies only that I do not think of or pay heed to the fact that I have it. This use of the word unconsciousness is connected with a twofold use of the word consciousness. It is used to denote not only the inner presentation of our sensations, ideas and feelings, but also self-consciousness, the attention especially directed to our sensations. We have, of course, without being that without is, many conscious ideas, and feelings. And ideas them, have sensations that we self-consciousness, many feelings and impulses stir within us, without our clearly apprehending their nature and direction. In this sense we speak, for example, of unconscious love. A man who has this feeling does not know what is astir in him. Perhaps others see it, or he himself gradually discovers it, but he has the feeling. His conscious life is determined in a particular way. In other words, what Hofting practically claims here is that there is no such mental state, no idea that is 206 normal and abnormal psychology unconscious, but that there are mental states, ideas, feelings, which, though conscious, do not reach consciousness. Self, in other words, there are in us mental processes which have consciousness, consciousness, but no self. This is precisely what I mean by the submental states which have consciousness, but do not reach the personal consciousness. In short, the only possible psychological assumption is a subconscious consciousness. Chapter 6: The subconscious, conscious, and unconscious. Those who accept the division of the subconscious into coexisting consciousness, or the co-conscious and the unconscious, really assume the doctrine of the subconscious. They claim that it would be better and more precise to indicate whenever possible the conscious or unconscious, that is, the strictly physiological character of the observed manifestations. Said than done. This, however, is more easily. We know next to nothing of the physiological brain processes, which are mainly hypothetical, and we do not know the limits of the subconscious consciousness. In many cases it is not easy to determine what the exact character of the subconscious manifestation is, how far it is conscious, dimly conscious, how far it has gone toward the development of an independent, and how far it shades in the direction of, in the absence of any exact, the purely physiological determination. The term subconscious indicates the character of the mental state without any definite committal to any of the possible hypotheses. The term unconscious is all the more objectionable, as Hofting has already pointed out. It is essentially personality, an ambiguous, negative concept. The unconscious may mean absence of self-consciousness, or lack of consciousness, that is, purely physiological processes with no conscious concomitant. He who uses the term unconscious must in each case indicate in what sense he 207 normal and abnormal psychology 208 uses the term. Eichel, is the manifestation entirely physiologic, or is it conscious in the sense of consciousness with no self-consciousness? The two meanings are diametrically opposed to each other. The unconscious in the sense of the purely physiological assumes the theory of unconscious cerebration. The other use of the unconscious in the sense of mere consciousness with no self-consciousness recognizes the view of the subconsciousness as advanced in my works. It is claimed again that in maladies there is conscious systems. Many cases of psychopathic no need to have recourse to sub. It is quite probable that the associate and the emotion called forth is a direct one. The patient who is afraid of dogs has the fear called forth by the sight of a dog. There is no need to assume that there are here any intermediation between the stimulus links in the chain of association. Links may be totally absent here. investigation it even physiological it may be that by can be shown that this association has a history based on some former experience. There is no reason to assume that the experience is functioning subconsciously, whether consciously or unconsciously, that is, the dog and the fear have formed physiologically an indissoluble association, so that, as soon as the dog is perceived the fear is awakened. This, however, is rather a debatable subject, since it is impossible to tell in the case of purely physiological links, whether such are present or not. Thus, Hofding says, not only may conscious results come from unconscious, subconscious, working up, but there may also be unconscious intermediate links in the midst of conscious work. Supposing the idea A to be linked with the idea B, and B again with C, then A will finally pro the subconscious, conscious, and unconscious 209 use C directly without the intervention of B. The intermediate links are often so numerous that they cannot be recovered at all or with great difficulty. Many psychological paradoxes and sudden suggestions have their explanation in this unconscious determining of conscious ideas. Wundt seems to maintain the same view. The memory process is especially predominant in those cases where the element of the new impression that gave rise to the assimilation is entirely suppressed by the other components of the image, so that the associative relation between the memory idea and the impression may remain completely unnoticed. Such cases have been spoken of as mediate memories or mediate associations. Still, just as with mediate recognitions, we are here, too, dealing with processes that are fundamentally the same as ordinary associations. Take, for example, the case of a person who, sitting in his room, remembers, without any apparent reason, a landscape that he passed through many years at evening. Suddenly before examination shows that there happened to be in the room a fragrant flower which he saw for the first time in the landscape. The difference between this and an ordinary memory process in which the connection of the new impression with an earlier experience is clearly recognized, obviously consisted in the fact that here the elements which recall the idea are pushed into the obscure background of consciousness. The not commonly known as the spontaneous rise of ideas, in which a memory image suddenly appears in our mind without any assignable cause, infrequent experience, is in all probability reducible in every case to such latent association. It appears, then, that both Tfting and normal and abnormal psychology 210 Wundt acknowledge the presence of intermediate links in what appears to be a case of purely immediate association. In cases where the intermediate links are unconscious in the sense of a purely physiological no criterion to prove the presence of such intermediate physiological links, and one may as well, from a purely psychological introspective standpoint, deny their very existence. On the other hand, if with Wundt, Hofding and others we assume the presence of intermediate psychic links, there is no way of there is proving them. It is quite mediate links are present, improbable that such enter every single case. The very fact that unconscious systems can be revived as memories or hallucinatory hypnoidic states would indicate their functioning when one of their components becomes awakened to activity. As an objection to the presence of intermediate psychic links, Pavlov's experiments are brought forward to show that associations can be formed between remote stimuli and glandular secretions, for instance. Thus, a dog with a fistula in the parotid gland can be made to react with secretions to light or sound stimuli. This objection may be easily obviated by the consideration that we do not know whether there are or are not intermediate mental links between the artificial stimuli and the discharge of the glandular secretion. This consideration is all the more cogent as the remote stimuli can only give results if persistently associated with food stimuli. If such association with food stimuli and new stimuli are associated with remote stimuli which give reactions through their associations with food stimuli, the result is inhibition of secretion. Is absent, the subconscious, conscious, and unconscious 211. In other words, each new stimulus must be directly associated with the original food stimulus. To quote from Savitsky's work carried out in Pavlov's laboratory, first Waserlev and Mishtovt were to investigate conditions of inhibitions. At first the authors had in mind to develop conditional reflexes, not on the basis of the unconditional reflex, i.e. food, but on the basis of another conditional reflex, such as a sound or light stimulus giving secretion, associated with conditional the usual their X. From time to time their experiments were as follows: stimulus, another stimulus which had no relation whatever to salivary secretion, and this combination was not accompanied by the presence of the unconditional stimulus, food. By means of a great number of repetitions of such a combination, it was supposed to associate with the quality of the extraneous stimulus the quality of bringing about salivary secretion. It turned out, however, that such an arrangement of experimentation could by no means transform the extraneous agent into a conditional stimulus. In that way it became clear that the conditional stimulus, contrary to the unconditional, is not capable of communicating its property of bringing about salivary secretion. The fact is that the associative external stimulus, when accompanied by the unconditional stimulus alone, becomes after a few repetitions a powerful inhibiting agent. This clearly shows that the conditional reflex in the dog can bring about salivary secretions associated with the unconditional reflex. Is that the only when what it means dog on seeing a light or hearing the sound expects food, and hence the psychic stimulation of his salivary glands resulting in secretion. Pavlov's Experinormal and Abnormal Psychology 212 Ments and also the experiments carried out under his directions by his pupils clearly prove that there is no direct association between secretion and an external stimulus, such as light or sound, but that the secretion is brought about by an intermediate psychic link, namely the expectation of food. Thus we find that the work of Pavlov and his pupils, far from showing the possibility of formation of direct associations, really goes to substantiate the view of the presence of intermediate mental links in cases of apparently immediate associations. As a matter of fact, there is no need for us to establish hypothetical, logical links. Intermediate, unconscious or the unconscious brain processes are problematic entities and there is no way of getting at what we need to discover in cases of mediate them. And especially in cases of psychopathic whether the intermediate links, or the original experience that brought about the trauma, or the state association, is of dissociation is present, consciously, or subconsciously, or co-consciously. This is possible to test by hypnosis or by means of the hypnoidal state. In many such cases we actually find that the patient lives through the original experience either consciously in a hypnoidal state, or in a hypnoidic state, thus undergoing a mental experience which is immediately forgotten or dissociated. What is more commonly the case, the patient lives but, through the original experience subconsciously. Whether conscious or subconscious, the mental state is not unconscious but is essentially of a conscious character. In short, we deal here either with the personal consciousness or with the subconscious consciousness. Thus, all the facts of mental life, normal or abnormal, substantiate the presence of a subconscious consciousness. Chapter XXX The Threshold and Mental Systems may be well to point out some principles, important in many respects, but which at the present moment are of interest from a psychopathological standpoint. Living tissue can only be set into activity by stimuli of certain minimal intensity. Should the stimulus fall below that minimal intensity, the living protoplasm does not react. This holds true of all cells, from the lowest from the bacterium and infusorum to the highest, the highly differentiated cell, such as muscle cell, or neuron. The reaction of the living protoplasm to the stimulus shows the irritability or sensitivity of the cell. This sensitivity has its physiological threshold, so that a stimulus falling below a certain intensity cannot call forth any reaction in the cell. The rise or fall of the threshold would mean an increase or decrease of the minimal intensity of the stimulus requisite to bring about by varying the conditions of cellular reaction. Activity, and such as mechanical, thermal, electrical, chemical, nutritional, physiological, the threshold can be raised or lowered. The same holds true of a whole psychophysiological system. there is a threshold of sensitivity B. Minimal stimulus cannot fall, the latter does not awaken any reaction in the system. Low which all the senses reveal the presence of such thresholds, which are also present in the case of all the higher PSY 213 normal and abnormal psychology 214 physiological systems. If we term the stimulus which can just bring about a reaction in the system the stimulus threshold, we can say that a given system can only be thrown into activity by a stimulus rising in intensity above the stimulus threshold. Ulus, then, is intensity of stim an indispensable condition of the functioning of a psychophysiological system. In highly differentiated cells, however, it is the quantity, or intensity of the stimulus that considered, but also the quality. Not only is to be the visual sense organ is not affected by auditory stimuli, nor can the auditory sense organ be affected by visual stimulations. Similarly, in the functioning of the higher psychophysiological systems the quality of the stimulus should not be overlooked. Systems that remain inactive under one set of stimuli, however intense, will respond to another set of a different quality. The same holds true of that synthesis of mental systems which we term moment consciousness, and which we shall treat in detail further on. To set the moment into activity, the moment threshold must be passed, and not only the intensity of the stimulations should be taken into consideration, but also the qualitative aspect of the stimuli. Ideas, emotion and feelings which apparently remain dormant at the action of one set of excitations will respond readily to the action of excitations of a different nature. Habits, habitual movements, habitual thought, depend entirely on the qualitative character of the excitations, on the combinations of special objects, circumstances and times. Is the quality of the stimulus one of the important factors in the activity of a PSY physiological system, or of a moment consciousness? Besides those two factors of intensity and quality, the threshold and mental systems 215 another factor, that of inhibition, plays quite a role in the variations of the threshold. We are acquainted with inhibitions in physiology, such, for instance, as the inhi exercised by the pneumogastric nerve on the Bishan's heart, or the arresting of the activity of glands or of the peristalsis by the stimulation of afferent nerves. Know also of central inhibitions, such as fear, distress, pain, acting as so many inhibitions on the peripheral organs and serving to arrest functioning activity. Ilali in simmental life, complex as it is, the highly organized psychophysiological systems, with their concomitant moments consciousness, still fall under the same general physiological laws of inhibition. In the course of associative activity systems become organized into complex groups, into complicated systems or constellations of systems which, to maintain their functioning equilibrium, keep one another in check or under inhibition. Such just formation of checks what takes place in the catayana of the individual and physiological system or and inhibitions is training and the edu every PSY the race. Moment entering into relations with other systems and moments is bound in the course of its associative activity to form inhibitions to its function by the direct influence of external or internal excitations. In other words, there is a rise of threshold due to inhibitory associations. Inhibition and rise of threshold may also result in a different way in the process of association. We may possibly lay it down as a law, which plays no small role in the interaction of systems and moments, that in a series of aggregation of various systems or moments, forming a more complex organized whole, due to ascent synthesis of the component systems, have association to I6 normal and abnormal psychology in various thresholds. The ones having the higher thresholds will raise the thresholds of the moments having a greater sensitivity. This, however, may be counterbalanced by the lowering of the moment threshold by associations with moments of great sensitivity, that is, with low moment thresholds. While on the one hand the inhibitions and the consequent rise of threshold go along with the complexity of systemic structure as well as with the increase of ASU both in extension and intention, their same time an advantage gained for the system, inasmuch as it really has now more chances to become active, on account of the greater number of systems with which it has become associated. The threshold of the associated system rises, but on the other hand, associative activity is at the chances for activity increase, while the liberation or discharge of energy with the consequent evil effects of extreme fatigue, exhaustion and ill nutrition is checked and guarded against by the inhibitions and the rise of threshold. What happens now when a psychophysiological system becomes dissociated? The inhibitions become removed and the threshold falls. The system is no longer checked by inhibitions or by other systems, and hence, with a lowering of the threshold, becomes sensitive, reacting to any slight, passing stimulus, manifesting or liberating all the energy it possesses until fatigue and complete exhaustion set in. From this vantage ground we can understand the fact of the extraordinary energy which the dissociated subconscious systems manifest, so much so that the unusual energy appears almost supernatural, and has on that account been ascribed by the superstitious to diabolical possession. The threshold and mental systems 217. To quote from a former work of mine, when a system present in the upper personal consciousness is to be disintegrated, the suggestion given should be kept out of the patient's personal memory. One can observe this fact clearly in post-hypnotic suggestions. If a post-hypnotic suggestion is fully remembered, usually miscarries it, the suggestion loses its and often comes up as a word memory without the stringency of realization. When, however, efficacy, amnesia enforced, the post-hypnotic suggestion is fully realized. A dissociated system present in the subconscious, when coming to the surface of the upper strata of consciousness, becomes manifested with intense sensory motor energy. Dissociation gives rise to greater dynamogenesis. This principle of dynamogenesis is important. Cases of so-called impulsive insanities and psychic epilepsy are really due to this cause. A system entering into association with other systems is set into activity, not only directly by its own appropriate stimuli, but also indirectly through the AC. These associative interrelations bring about an equable and normal functioning activity, controlled and regulated by the whole mass of associated systems. The massivities of the various systems associated with it. Of associated systems forms the reductives of each individual system. In dissociated systems the controlling influence of the reductive mass is lost and the result is an overactivity, unchecked by any counteracting tendencies. This relation of dissociation and dynamogenesis is closely related to periodicity of function, with its concomitant manifestation of psychomotor activity characteristic of all passions and periodically appearing in 218 normal and abnormal psychology states. Dissociated systems present impulsiveness, be the way to diminish the overpowering impulsiveness with which the dissociated subconscious systems make cause of lack of associated counteracting systems. Only an onset in their rush into the personal consciousness is to bring about an association with counterbalancing or inhibitory, controlling, conscious systems, to work the dissociate systems into the tissue of the personal, which has to be fortified and controlling consciousness developed. Physiologically, it may be said that a neuron aggregate, entering into association with other aggregates and being called into activity from as many different directions as there are aggregates in the associated cluster, has its neuron energy kept within the limits of the physiological dissociated neuron aggregate, on level. The contrary, aggregates, not affected by the activity of other it is rarely called upon to function and stores up a great amount of neuron energy. When now an appropriate stimulus liberates the accustomed energy, the activity is overwhelming, and is very much like the eruption of an underground volcano, giving rise to temporary attacks, to seizures by subconscious of the whole field of the upper consciousness, states, seize your switch, being really of the nature of post-hypnotic automatisms, are generally mistaken for epilepsy, the attacks being regarded as epileptic manifestations, larval epilepsy. as epileptic equivalents as psychic with the restoration of the equilibrium of the neuron aggregate, with the synthesis of the associated systems, a synthesis which can be brought about by different methods. The subconscious eruptions, the attacks, or seizures vanish, never to return. At chapter XXXI, the principle of reserve energy, have pointed out the significance of inhibitions in keeping back the systemic neuron energy from fully being discharged under normal conditions of life, and we have also shown that the removal of inhibitions results in the full liberation of the accumulated neuron energy. This fact, so striking in the domain of recurrent psychomotor states, almost forces itself on the attention of the student of abnormal psychology. From such a fundamental tact of abnormal mental phenomena, we may draw some conclusions in regard to mental life in general. For, after all, the laws of pathology do not differ from those of physiology in general, the pathological really being the physiological under special condicaritons. The normal is either the usual, the habitual, the customary, or is, at best, an ideal construction of the variations of life more or less successfully adjusted to the conditions of the external environment. This adjustment, however, keeps on constantly shifting ground, continually changing the relative position of the normal and the abnormal. Pathology of organic out of der special from this standpoint of the utmost importance in the study is life. Place. The pathological being the normal, abnormal being the conditions. Pathology that normal undeals with abnormal gives us a deep insight into the all the eerie laws of normal physiological activity. The 219 Normal and Abnormal Psychology 220 Experiments Production states. In of physiology, so many consist in the conditions and practically pathological when the physiologist makes injections, sections and stimulations by various agencies. What else does he effect if not the production of the pathological, in order to learn the physiological action of the various tissues and organs? In psychopathological studies we follow the interrelations of mental phenomena under special of conditions, experimentation variations. It is by the physiological production of the conclusion arrived at in psychopathology should apply to mental life in general. Conclusion. Method pathological. What is this? It is the principle of potential subconscious energy, or, more briefly stated, the principle of reserve energy * the moment thresholds of our moment consciousness, or, put in physiological terms, the thresholds of our psychophysiological systems, are usually raised, mental activity working in the course of its development and growth of associative processes under ever-increasing inhibitions with ever higher thresholds. It is enough to compare the educated, the civilized, with the uneducated or with the barbarian and the savage, to realize the truth of our statement. On account of the threshold and inhibitions, not the whole of the psychophysiological energy possessed by the system or moment is manifested, in fact, but a very small portion is displayed in response to stimuli coming from the habitual environ * when this principle was formulated by me in a series of articles, the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal for March and April, 1907, James sent me his article, The Energies of Men, in which he developed a similar point of view, though on widely different lines. Nothing gives me more pleasure than to find myself in accord with the great American psychologist and philosopher. Published in The Principle of Reserve Energy meant. Is 221 What becomes of the rest of unused energy? / stored, reserve energy. Biologically regarded, we can well see the importance of such stored or reserve energy. In the strug organism whose energies are economically used and well guarded against waste will meet with better success in the process of survival of the fittest, or will have better chances in the process of natural selection. The high thresholds and inhibitions will prevent hasty and harmful reactions as well as useful for existence, the less waste of energy, unnecessary fatigue, and states of helpless exhaustion. Moreover, natural selection will favor organisms with ever greater stores of reserve energy which could be put forth under critical conditions of life. In fact, the higher the organization of the individual, the more varied and complex the external environment, the more valuable and even indispensable will such a store of reserve energy prove to be. The course of civilization and education, by continuously raising the thresholds and inhibitions, follows the line of natural selection, and keeps on increasing the disposable store of potential subconscious or reserve energy, both in the individual and the race. It is in this formation of an ever greater and richer store of disposable, but well-guarded, reserve energy, that lies the superiority of the educated over the uneducated, and the supremacy of the higher over the lower races. Civilization and education are processes of economy but of psychoneural force, savings of mental energy. What society is doing in a feeble way, natural selection what education and has done far more effectively. Civilization are doing now on a small scale and for a brief period of time the process of survival of the fit normal and abnormal psychology 222 test in the ever-aging struggle for existence has done for ages on a large scale. We should, therefore, expect that the natural reserve energy would far exceed the brain and mind of the German differed in nothing from his modern descendant, the German philosopher, and still what a difference in the manifestation of mental energy. That of the cultivated one. Ancient savage brain and mind do not differ from those of their civilized descendants, life and still what a notion of mental man from his savage prose separates the civilized genitor one. It is against the evidence of biological sciences to suppose that the acquisitions of the cultivated brains have actually been transmitted from generation to generation. It is not likely that acquired characteristics brought about by social life will change so radically the brain in the course of some 40 or 50 generations that separate the civilized man from his savage progenitor, and the trend of biological evidence hardly favors the transmission of such acquired characteristics. "There sits the savage," once exclaimed a friend of mine, an eminent neuropathologist, with 3/4 of his brain unused. Yes. There sits the savage with a brain far surpassing the needs of his environment, harboring powers of a Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, of a Shakespeare, Goethe, Darwin, and Newton. Ancient German and the Briton hardly differed in their mental powers from their contemporaries. The civilized what, then did those Egyptian and Babylonian, Aryan savages do with nothing? Energies. Fallow, was it their richly endowed mental? The mental energy was reserve energy, energy lying for future use, for the use of future ages of coming civilization. The principle of reserve energy 223. But what about the cultivated man? Does he suffer from neurasthenia, from nervous impotence, because, as some would have it, on account of the strain of civilized life he has exhausted his store of nervous energy? One may well ponder over the significant fact that it is the neurasthenic, the psychasthenic doing the world's work. Who is? We must remember that civilization is but of yesterday, and that the reserve energy is hardly touched upon. In the treatment of the phenomena of psychophysiological dissociation, in the protean symptoms of nervous and mental exhaustion, we should not forget this biological principle of reserve energy, attempts to use it, and should make in many cases the inhibitions become we must loosen too heavy and the thresholds too high. The grip of some of the inhibitions and lower the thresholds, thus utilizing a fresh supply of reserve energy. The treatment of psychopathic diseases should be based on energy. This biological principle of dormant reserve, in many cases the inhibitions become too heavy and the threshold too high. We must loosen the grip of the inhibitions and lower the thresholds, utilizing a fresh supply of dormant reserve energy. A similar train of thought was developed by Dr.S.J. Meltzer, in his excellent paper on the factors of safety in animal structure and animal economy. Meltzer points out that all organs of the body are built on the plan of superabundance of structure and energy. I cannot a striking series of instructive facts, Dr. resist the temptation of quoting Dr. Meltzer's conclusion. The principle of reserve energy is of great importance in education. I have also shown I hope to work out this subject elsewhere. The importance of the principle of reserve energy in my work The Psychology of Laughter. 224 Normal and Abnormal Psychology. Some length, because they so clearly elucidate our principle of reserve energy, which is all the more valuable, as Dr. Meltzer has formulated it independently on widely different grounds. Of the supply science we see that oxygen is luxury, the supply of carbohydrates and fats of energy to the animal, oursely supplied, is apparently large enough to keep up a steady luxurious surplus. The liberal ingestion of proteid might be another instance of the principle of abundance ruling the structure and energies of the animal body. There is, however, a theory that in just this single instance the minimum is meant by nature to be also the optimum. But it is a theory for the support of which there is not a single fact. On the contrary, some facts seem to indicate that nature meant differently. Such facts are, for instance, the abundance of proteolytic enzymes in the digestive canal and the great capacity of the canal for absorption of proteids. Then there is the fact that proteid material is stored away for use in emergencies just as carbohydrates and fats are stored away. In starvation, nitrogenous products continue to be eliminated in the urine, which, according to Folin, from exogenous sources, that is, from ingested proteid and not from broken down organ tissues. An interesting example of storing away of proteid for future use is seen in the muscles of the salmon are derived before they leave the sea for the river to spawn. According to Mesture, the muscles are then large and the reproductive organs are small. In the river where the animals have to starve, the reproductive organs become large, while the muscles waste away. Here, in time of affluence, the muscles store up nutritive material for the purpose of maintaining the life of the animal during the principle of reserve energy 225 starvation and of assisting in the function of reproduction. This instance seems to be quite a good illustration of the role which the factor of safety plays also in the function of the supply of the body with proteid food. The storing away of proteid, like the storing away of glycogen and for the use in expected and fat, pected exceptional conditions, is exactly like the superabundance of tissue in an organ of animal or like an extra beam in the support of a building or a bridge, a factor of safety. It seems to me that the factors of safety have an important place in the process of natural selection. Those species which are provided with an abundance of useful structure and energy, and are prepared to meet many emergencies, are best fitted to survive in the struggle for existence. Unusual combinations of circumstances, great radical changes of the environment, often unloosen the inhibitions, and, overstepping, or release lowering the thresholds, some of the reserve energy. Critical periods, great dangers, wars, revolutions, often make to the occasion, so that man rise apparently insignificant and worthless individuals display an energy unforeseen and which makes of them heroes, and there is a rise in intensity and a qualitative change in the stimuli, an unloosening of some of the inhibitions with a consequent release of some of the bound-up reserve energy. In this respect wars and revolutions may be regarded unsuspected heroines as important factors in the manifestation of human potential energy. The Persian and Peloponnesian Wars unloosened some of the energies of Greece, giving rise to great thinkers, scientists, and artists, having a lasting normal and abnormal psychology 226 influence on the destiny of humanity. The constant wars and national misfortunes of the Jews released their reserve energy, making of them a race of prophets and martyrs, deeply affecting the course. The wars of the Reformation open a new era of free development of modern European civilization. The English, American, and French revolutions have released new supplies of energies and have opened a new arena for the free development of political, social, and industrial forces. In our own times we meet with the example of the Japanese, who, under the strain of great national danger, have released a reserve energy unsuspected in races of the Mongolian stock. Reserve energy becomes manifested under the influences of human civilization. Hence of radical changes in the environment, just as we have found that psychophysiological systems react and start into function under the influence of special conditions and special appropriate qualitative stimuli. In the study of functional nervous and mental diseases, in the study of neurasthenia, or psychasthenia, hysteria, and insistent or recurrent mental states, one becomes more and more impressed with the fact that beyond the psychophysiological limits of energy, available for the habitual adjustments to the ordinary external conditions of life, there is a vast store of reserve whose depths one cannot gauge. Aus dem Kelch dieses Geisteriches kaum sein unendlichkeit. Energy Part 2. The Theory of the Moment Consciousness. Chapter I. The Moment Consciousness. We must try to realize the precise meaning of the moment consciousness as a clear comprehension of its importance to psychology, psychopathology in of the utmost in general and to particular. In a former work I pointed out that consciousness is not uniform, that of the infant differs from that of and still they all belong to the genus consciousness. I also insisted on the fact that there is a confusion in the use of the term consciousness, a confusion which almost amounts to what I may term the adult. The consciousness of the brute differs that of the man, as the psychologist's fallacy. The fully developed type of consciousness characteristic of the adult human mind, namely, self-consciousness, is substituted for the lower forms, or for types of consciousness characteristic of the psychologist, and, especially the when writing on psychological matters is lower animals. Physiologist, apt to substitute, either on account of the introspective method used or on account of lack of discrimination, the type of consciousness of the observer, namely, self-consciousness. No biologist, not even Loeb, will accept unrestrictedly the Cartesian view that consciousness, or the soul, or mind is the privilege of man alone, while all other animals have no soul, no mind, no consciousness. They are complex reflex mechanisms, highly developed automata. 229 Normal and abnormal psychology. 230 With no psychic life to them. We must allow the fact that other animals lower than man in the rungs of development possess some form of psychic life. The horse, the dog, the cat, the cow, the ant, the bee, and other animals have some form, however varied, of psychophysiological activity, some form of mental life, however different in type from that of man. Abnormal psychology discloses to us dissolving views of human consciousness, such as entity states, found in the various forms of and the various manifestations of psychopathic presenting conditions of all stages of dissociation and disaggregation of consciousness. Psychic life is by no means uniform, there are many types of consciousness. We have pointed out above that synthetic unity the essence of consciousness. Consciousness is not an association of independently existing ideas, images, feelings, and sensations. Mental events must form a unity, a synthesis in the total psychic life of some psychobiological organization. Disconnected words of a sentence thought by a series of thinkers do not give rise to that unified mental process which goes to form the psychic. The word's experience of the meaning of the sentence must be cognized by the consciousness of one psychobiological organism. Ideas, images, feelings, emotions, do not meet on independent ground, associate, fuse and go to form a unity. A new idea or feel experiences in different minds do not combining and associate to form a new synthesis. Even the volition associationist tacitly implies that the various associations of ideas and feelings take place in some one mind. In order to get some form of cognizance or some form of experience of sensations and ideas, there must the moment consciousness. 231 be some one organic consciousness that experiences or lives through the psychic events. Ideas, thoughts, feelings, images, and sensations are occurrences in some one psychic individuality, a psychobiological or psychophysiological organism, an organism which possesses from the living synthetic unity of consciousness. Purely psychological standpoint, we may term this living organic unity of consciousness a subject. I use the term moment consciousness or simply moment to indicate this synthetic unity of consciousness which constitutes the characteristic thesis of the subject having the mental experiences. This holds true of all psychic life, from the very lowest representative of mental life to the very highest, such as the self-consciousness of man. The subject, or the unity of the psychophysiological individuality cannot be represented whether temporal or spatial, unity, or a synthesis. Remains a series, by a series, as a series ceases to be a for a series of independent events while the synthesis or unity of the series is a superadded event. A series of psychic events must exist in and for some psychic unity or individuality which stands for the organic unity of consciousness, or for the synthesis of consciousness, no matter what the type of consciousness is, low or high, animal or human. This synthetic unity of consciousness, no longer a series, is indicated by the term moment or moment consciousness. There are various types of moment consciousness, according as there are various forms or types of synthesis. Psychic contents or states of consciousness are always found in connection with some individuality. That piece of bread lying yonder may awaken hundreds of mental normal and abnormal psychology 232 under different conditions and in various organizations. My friend sitting by my side sees it, so do I, and so does the child, so does the bird in the cage, so does the dog, and so possibly does the fly flitting around the table. The states awakened are no doubt different, but they are of a psychic character nonetheless. My friend and I may be conscious of the personal element along with it. Ship, it we may think who is thinks, it in the who has form of own it out the of the bread, but this is only one of the many forms under which the perception or thought of the bread may appear. States, tent, one thing, however, is essential to all the different as they may be in their and that is the fact that they belong to some one individuality which under certain special conditions may also be of the nature of a personality. The individuality may be of a high or of a very low type, it may be that of a man or it may be that of a fly, but it must be some one conscious being that synthetizes the psychic state. It is this one synthesizing consciousness that constitutes the essence of what we term moment consciousness. The moment consciousness is the subject, the psychobiological individuality, iti. Series requisite in all psychic act of the psychic individuality cannot be regarded as a for it may be of independent physical events. Asked, for whom does that series exist and to whom is it presented? Subject to synthesizing moment consciousness, both and content, is a fundamental assumption of psychology, just as space is that of geometry, and matter and force that of physics and chemistry. Sighty of assuming a synthesizing thisness moment consciousness becomes clearly manifested in the highest form of psychic activity, such as self-consciousness. For if self the moment consciousness be reduced to a series, tinently asked with John Stuart Mill, it 233 may be for how can a series be aware of itself as a series? A moment consciousness must not be considered as something apart from its content, it does not exist, it exists wherever and whenever psychic states by itself are synthesized, it is the synthesized psychic material, mere synthesis without material is meaningless. On the whole, we may say that the moment consciousness is like an organism, it forms a whole of many constituent parts. In the moment consciousness we find psychic material synthesized round one inmost central event which in its turn may have a central point. Of the cell, it reminds one strongly although it branches out in all directions, it has always its inmost central point, its nucleus, nucleolus, and nucleolinus. While I am sitting here writing, take in the many impressions coming to me, either sunshine pouring through the window, the table, the ticking of the clock, the chair, the bookcase, and other things in the room. Many of them are formed and all synthesized into one, and as such they form a moment consciousness. Our unity is not, however, indifferently an organized whole with a vital point, so to say. With grouped, a center at the heart of the synthesized whole there is a central point, the grouping around which constitutes the individuality of the particular moment consciousness. Interesting point is in my own case, the center the paper on which I write the sentence just formulated, and is the inmost point, the principal idea under discussion which forms the nucleolinus, so to say, of the whole moment consciousness. The most interesting or the most important experience forms normal and abnormal psychology. 234. The center of the moment. The same object which seemingly gives the same experience really assumes different meanings and quite a different experience, is therefore according to the moment consciousness in which the perception or knowledge of that object is synthesized. These presently experienced states, synthesized within the moment, form the matter, or what we may term the content of the moment consciousness. The moment of consciousness will change with the changes of the synthesized content. As an official, I am now in my office doing my work, and the different experiences form one whole, an association of experiences, systematized and synthesized into an. As a family man, I am at home enjoying the company of my wife, children, and friends, and once more the experiences are organized into the unity of a moment consciousness. Now I am climbing mountains and stand on the slippery edge of a precipice. Now I enjoy a conversation with the child I love. Now I take part in the excitement of the political arena. Now I organic unity. Sit on the bench of the jury listening gravely to the cross-murder case. All these are nuclei for the formation of different moments. All of these depend on the different central experiences that form the kernel for the moment consciousness. The central experience, round which all other experiences are grouped and synthesized, forms, so examination of witnesses to say, the very essence inner of the given moment consciousness, and as long as this central experience remains unchanged and assimilated within its position, the experiences are moment consciousness. Therefore, does not vary same the moment consciousness, new with the change of the content, if only the assimilating the moment consciousness nucleus remains invariable. 235 Should, however, the content vary so that the central experience is transposed and some other one occupies its place, the content of the then the moment in fact, we may have consciousness itself is changed. Moment consciousness entirely changed, but if the central experience alone is displaced from its position, then the moment consciousness itself becomes changed in its nature. Thus, if as a traveler I climb the mountains chiefly for the sake of pleasure, and keep the scientific and aesthetic aspects in the background, the moment consciousness will be entirely different from the one where the scientific or aesthetic aspects are in the foreground, and all other considerations in the background. Say, is entirely the moment consciousness, we may determined by the leading central experience. The content of the moment consciousness, however, is not confined to the presently experienced psychic states only, it embraces the past, it includes synthesizes outlived moments. Memory, that in my present capacity of physician and working in the office, I may also include the experiences as traveler, as juror, as teacher, as companion, and as lover, but still the tone of this particular moment consciousness is given by the duties my present occupation. The most vivid, inter and leading experiences form in this synthesis the nucleus round which all other experiences are crystallized and synthesized into one organic whole. We have here a series of moments, all of them being coordinated and contained in one synthesis of one moment, existing consciousness. The members of equal value of this synthesized series are not nor are they qualitatively the same. Normal and abnormal psychology. 236 The experience leading that constitutes the assimilating element of the given moment has reality, in and value, while others are only so much matter. This central experience differs also from the other experiences terraced, eel support for the principal central experience. Synthesized in the moment consciousness by the fact that most vivid and perceptual elements, while the others may totally lack them. Other subsidit alone, that psychic is, the nucleus only, has the sensational states. Moments are rather of an ideational character, they are what is called reproductions, ideal representatives of formerly experienced, outlived more synthesized ments. The moment consciousness may contain moments that happen to emerge by the dynamic process of association, such as contiguity, similarity, or contrast. Each moment consciousness may become content for the next. Each successive moment consciousness may synthesize them in an abridged idea and may, moreover, recognize and claim them as belonging to itself, and as being one with them. There may, in short, be various forms of mental unification, but one thing stands out clear, and that is that the preceding ones, contational form, nature of the moment consciousness. The essence of the moment consciousness is mental synthesis. If we take a cross-section of the moment conscious and try to fixate it with our mental eye, we find a central psychic element round which other psychic elements are crystallized. This central psychic element is prominent, vivid, forms, so to say, the vital point of all the states and gives the tone to the rest, forming a whole, one organized experience. The psychic matter that surrounds the luminous central point does not stand the moment consciousness in a free, it is 237 more or less disconnected relation to the lat intimately related to the center, separated without destroying the and cannot be moment as a whole and even the life existence of each particular constituent. The whole moment seems to form an organic network in which the other elements take their place, according to a plan. The structure of the moment may in this respect compared to that of the cell. In the cell we discriminate the nucleus round which the protoplasm is grouped. The protoplasm is connected with the nucleus by a network, a cytoreticulum. The destruction of the nucleus affects the protoplasm and the two are intimately, organically interrelated by the cognition of the protoplasm affects the nucleus. Network, the general plan of their organization. A concrete example will perhaps best answer our purpose. Suppose the moment is perceptual and consists now in the percept. We find a center only of one perceptual sensory element surrounded by other elements. Central element this stands out prominently in the given psychic state, while the other elements are subordinate. Not that those elements are unimportant for the percept, on the contrary they are of the highest consequence and moment, they only lie outside the focus of the psychosis. Along with the focus those elements form one organized whole. The intensity of the psychic state proceeds from the periphery to the center. Can as little the elements be separated from the central element as the area of the circle from its center. By removing the and the center the circle will be destroyed, cease to be what it is. All the elements of the percept form one texture having the central sensory element as 238 its normal and abnormal psychology nucleus. Integrated as all those elements are, they are not, however, of equal value and importance for the life existence of the whole. The central sensory element is of the utmost consequence, it is the vital point of the whole experience. While the change or destruction of one or some of the subordinate elements may still leave the total moment unchanged, or but slightly modified, a change of the central sensory element or of the nucleus will profoundly modify all the other elements and a destruction of the nucleus will dislike their neuron counterparts. The moments may be regarded as being organized into groups, systems, communities and constellations, aggregates of greater and greater complexity. Interrelation, the total moment. Chapter 2 Types of moments and moment threshold. We may discriminate the following types of moment consciousness: the desultory moment, A. The absolute, B. The relative, or reflex moment. 2. The synthetic moment, A. The simple accumulative, B. The compound accumulative. 3. The recognitive moment, A. The synthetic, or generic recognitive, B. The specific, the reflective, or the synthetic. IC moment of self-consciousness. The chief characteristic of the desultory moment is the lack of interconnection of the links of the psychic series. Each pulse of psychosis stands out as an isolated fact without before and after. A moment of such a character has no reproduction, no recognition, no memory, and certainly no personality. The lower stages of this moment, the absolute desultory moment consciousness, are mere moment content devoid of all organization and substance. The higher forms of the desultory moment, those of the reflex moment consciousness, have an elementary organization, but of such a fixed character that the series of manifestations, or of functioning, remain completely isolated. Appear here for the first time in reproductions an elementary form, inasmuch as the recurrences of the moment leave the 239 normal and abnormal psychology 240 latter unmodified, counter-visit reproduction modifications the produced only in a on a C higher observing moment. This moment has the germs of reproduction, but no recognition and hence no memory, no self-consciousness. Type may and plasm in the B of the found in absolute desultory unorganized protoforms of the prolowest. The higher forms of moment of the desultory moment may be found in the lower tozo type, the moment possibly the reflex forms of lowly organized life, and in the lower structures of the higher metazo. The moment consciousness of the synthetic type has its series of links interconnected. In each link the recurrence of this type of moment, unlike the moment of relative desultory seeding ones, are synthetized. Consciousness is embodition of the moment. In the structure and funk it is in this type of moment that reproduction is for the first time clearly and fully manifested. The moment is modified with each reproduction, accumulates more content with each recurrence and, as such, the synthetic moment may also be characterized as accumulative. This type of moment has reproduction, and the reproduction is not only for the external observer, but is present and inherent through changes in the organization, structure and function of the moment itself. Memory first appears in this type, but it is rather organic, not recognitive in nature. The more elementary form of this type of moment shows accumulations only along single lines of development. The lines remain disconnected. Sensory nuclei surrounded by secondary sensory elements do not types of moments and moment threshold 241 occur, and perceptual psychosis characteristic of the higher forms is absent in this stage of the synthetic moment, which therefore termed the simple accumu is moment of synthetic consciousness. Lativ it is only in the higher forms of synthetic consciousness, in the compound synthetic moment, that perceptual life may be said to arise. Compound synthetic moment, series along die become severally compounded and sensory with secondary sensory elements make there in the verse lines nuclei, but even here recognition appearance. End and hence standpoint B moment even may memory regarded as is not pres as subjective the synthetic from absent. Development lacks ideational life and is entirely devoid of self-consciousness. In its the highest phase of higher invertebrates and the lower vertebrates probably do not rise in their psychological development above the higher form of synthetic consciousness, the compound synthetic moment. In the recognitive moment the series of reproductions are intimately connected, as we find the case to be in the synthetic moment. The moment becomes modified with each occurring reproduction, containing in an abridged form the history of previous modifications. The mode of reproduction of the recognitive moment, however, differs widely from that of the synthetic mode. The content of the previous occurrence need not be actually reproduced, but only represented, and any psychic element mention. It is fulfill this function of representer through such representation that the reproduction of this type of moment is effected. Through representation the moment reproduces form and content, and cognizes over again immediately what it has just normal and abnormal psychology 242 experienced. In short, it recognizes. Recognition is the function of representation and is the essential characteristic of this type of moment consciousness. Ideational psychosis germinates and develops with the growth of the recognitive moment. For the very function of the idea is the cognition over again of what has been cognized in perception. In short, recognition is the essence of the idea. In generic recognition the time element is absent or but vaguely present. In perceiving the table yonder we also recognize it as table by classing the percept table with representations derived from previously perceived tables, but hardly does any time element enter into this form of recognition. The idea of having gen does not refer to any percept experieric recognition. The recognitive ends at some definite point of time. Moment uses the idea as a means to reproduce its former experience without actually living them over again. The representation in the lower form of moment is so bound up with the percept that the function of recognition is but implicit, and becomes explicit in the higher forms, when the ideational or representative elements become completely free and appear in mental trains, or in series of associated ideas. In its specific form, however, the recognitive moment also includes the time element. The moment content or object generically recognized is classed or combined with a definite representation generically referring to perceptual experience, specifically recognized. The content or objective schema is placed in a definite point of the object of the flowing particular rose thought of seen before, say yesterday. Time series. The now is the particular rose. The idea of the rose types of moments and moment threshold substitutes and represents the percept and has 243 the function of the percept as reproduced, thus referring to the same object. That is why the qualitatively different representation identified with the actual perception is what is common to the two is their reference to the same object. In all else they really differ widely. The recognitive moment that lacks the time element is termed generic, while the cluded specific moment that has time element in the process of its recognition is termed SPE recognitive moment consciousness. In the lower and simpler stages of the recognitive moment the generic form predominates. In the higher and more complex stages the specific form of recognition arises and attains its full development. From a biological standpoint one can understand the importance and immense advantage in the struggle for existence of those organisms whose moment consciousness has varied in the direction of representation and has begun to reproduce after the mode of the recognitive type. To effect a modification and new adaptation to changes in the environment the moments of the desultory type have no other mode of modification but by the slowly working factors of spontaneous variations and natural selection, a process of adaptation and useful modification prolonged throughout the course of generations. The adaptations of the different forms of the synthetic type are greatly facilitated, and the course of the process is so much foreshortened that it becomes reduced to the life existence of the given individual organisms. The adaptations are brought about by the slow process of chance success and error, and the whole series of modifications must be fully and directly undergone by the organism. Normal and abnormal psychology 244 The recognitive elements the in of moments have reduced adaptations external to changes of the time conditions environment almost to a minimum. In the growth to most per of reactions the series effect adaptations itself the necessity of actually undergoing a series of is affected intervening modifications. In representation, saving representative elements, being free, can enter into different modes of combinations, and thus form adjustments and adaptations with an ease of which the primary and secondary sensory elements of moments do not admit. This freedom of movement in the formation of new representative confluorbinations is an important factor in organic life, as it gives the organism that possesses this variation an advantage in the struggle for existence. Adaptation can be made for the future from the experiences of the past. In those forms of the recognitive moment in which the time element plays a part in the determination of the whole there is always present a specific time localization of the given psychic or moment content. Where the form of recognition is specific the representation or idea is regarded as actual and localized in some definite point in the stream of past time. Where the recognition is generic the representation or idea is referred to no definite point in the stream of objective time, and when present in the highest types of moments, is regarded as belong recognition owing to what is termed imagination. Determines the place of the given experience in the series of events. In the lower stages of the recognitive moment no time element is present. In the higher stages some vague reference to time may be present in the forms of specific recognition, but definite localization appears only with types of moments and moment threshold 245 The rise of the recognitive moment of self-consciousness. With the appearance of the conceptual schema of objective time the specific form of recognition refers not only to a definite point on the scale of objective time, but to a definite mental synthesis localized on that objective time schema. In other words, the self-concept is involved in specific recognition, which therefore belongs to the highest form of the recognitive moment, namely, the moment of self-consciousness or of personality. In the recognition-specific bit of self which series of is to the moment gives moment of rise. Projects self into the past with the former in the which the ment, resented as a series present experience felt to be identical selves, or the representative reproduction highest of the recognitive may be rep self-consciousness of selves projected in the time schema, the preceding selves being synthesized by each. From this standpoint we may regard moment as synthetic and term it the synthetic moment of self-consciousness. Succeeding self. Such as should this series of reproductions constituting the history of the moment become dissociated and isolated through mental degradation and degeneration, then the form of consciousness becomes analogous to the desultory consciousness and may therefore be termed the desultory moment of self-consciousness. The functioning moments of organized highly a psychic being, at any point of time, present a hierarchy of moments differing not only type psiousness, but function. Moments consciousness to the highest, plex, from the simplest degree in of con structure and from to the lowest the most com the desultory type to the recognitive type. 246 Normal and abnormal psychology of self-consciousness all are present in the adult stage of most highly organized psychic life. Now in the going to form such a highly complex being, those that are of the recognitive type can become the series of moments focal, while those that belong to the lower types can never enter the focus. The lower types of moment and systems of from their very nature, reach that level of consciousness and that degree of psychosis as to become qualified to enter into the consciousness, belonging to the group's reflex and instinctive activity, cannot, moment of self-consciousness. From this standpoint, then, the subconscious may be focus of the divided into two regions, the one including all the moments belonging to that of the recognitive type, the other comprising all the moments belonging to the lower types. Within the subconscious, then, there is a threshold which the lower types of moments cannot pass. This threshold may be termed the threshold of recognitive consciousness. The moments lying above the threshold of recognitive consciousness may change in psychic intensity, pass through all degrees of sensory intensity and representative vividness ranging from minimum to maximum. They may sink and rise gradually or suddenly, but they do not and cannot fall, without becoming degenerated, below the recognitive threshold. Those moments that lie below the recognitive threshold cannot rise above it. They are condemned to remain in the obscure regions of the subconscious. Their fate is never to enter the strong light of the upper world of consciousness. At the same time any change, they do not shift forwards and backwards in the field of their psychic intensity does not suffer psiousness like the moments of the recognitive type. Lie types of moments and moment threshold 247ing above the threshold, they remain unalterable, they are fixed. In a certain sense the moments lying below the threshold of recognitive consciousness may be considered as dissociated from the upper regions, inasmuch as they lie outside the field of the upper consciousness. From the standpoint of activity, however, they stand in intimate relation to the upper level of consciousness. The highly organized moment uses the lower ones as instruments to carry out its purpose, and through them it also enters into relation with the external environment. Stimuli are received by the lower moments, and motor responses are once more given by these moments. In other words, the lower types of moments are in service of the higher moments. From a teleological standpoint one can understand the importance of it for the life existence of the individual in order to save time and energy. Any activity that can be carried out by the lower aggregates is directly responded to by the ments. Less complex and more fixed the lowermost moments are the easiest to gain access to by the external stimuli, and in case the adaptation is simple the response immediately follows without any reference to higher aggregates. Should, however, the stimulus be under conditions where more complex adaptations are requisite then the next higher aggregate is set into activity. The ascending degree of complexity of aggregates set into activity grows in accordance with the need of complexity of adaptation. The most complex of all aggregates is reached, the one representing the complete organization of sensorital motor adaptations of the organism as a whole. At the same time, it must be pointed out that their normal and abnormal psychology 248 is a series of moments almost independent of this organized hierarchy of moments, never falling under the sway, or but indirectly and casually being affected by the principal complex moment consciousness. Such are the moments that go along with functions, directly subservient to the internal needs of the organism. This complex aggregate of moments from its very nature is withdrawn from the general control of the other aggregates, inasmuch as it need not adapt itself to the varying conditions and different stimulations of the external environment. The set of stimuli this aggregate responds to remains almost unchanged, hence their activity is of a low order, belonging to the character of the reflex moments. Chapter 3 Modifications of moments in the organized aggregate, pointing out the parallel in the series of moments as they appear in ontogenesis and phylogenesis, we must make some restrictions. The series of the subordinate moments in the organization of a highly evolved and complex moment may be homologous to the phylogenetic series, but still the two greatly differ in character. Each moment in the series subordinate to the modified in principle moment is greatly activity and, as such, differs in nature it's from the moment of the corresponding stage in the phylogenetic series. A complicated act after a series of becomes degraded etitions, sinks into the subconscious, in character, and falls to the level of the so-called secondary automatic acts. This does not mean that in the phylogenetic or even the ontogenetic evolution the in-moment occupying a parallel stage is of a secondary automatic character, as it appears in the moment of higher organization. When the sensory-motor series going to the secondary automatic act becomes well organized, the links in the series fall to a minimum of psychic intensity, but the moment consciousness occupying a corresponding position in the scale of evolution has a higher psychic intensity than the one characteristic of the secondary automatic stage. Horse, mouse, rabbit is the psychosis of a dog, hardly of the same order of 249-250 normal and abnormal psychology intensity characteristic, for instance, of the act with which one buttons his coat, opens his door, walks in the or simply maintains his equilibrium. Street, the consciousness of the dog, rabbit or mouse may be and surely is of a lower order than that of a man, but its intensity is not necessarily of the same level with the automatic activity of man. The greater differentiation of elements in the highly constituted being is also their greater simplification. The lower a moment is in the scale of a highly organized being, the more differentiated it is, and the more simply function in the organic whole. Quite different is it in the case of the lower type of moment in the phylogenetic series. There the differentiation has not proceeded, and although it may be low in type and structure, makes that lowly moment more complex as to function. A low the very lack of differentiation of function moment of a high type of organization is lower than a high moment in a lower type of organization. A moment occupying a low stage in a statically established hierarchy is really lower than a corresponding stage in either the phylogenetic or ontogenetic series. The high moment consciousness of a fish is homologous with low moment in man, but the latter lacks the informer attains. The moment by entering as a unit in an organized hierarchy becomes degraded and loses much of its psychic activity by becoming differentiated and confined to one mode of reaction, the reaching its acme a very tensity to which the of perfections present, sketchy way, in that direction. Though in the number of function imperfect, undeveloped, the representatives of the low type of moment becomes narrowed down, even limited to one moments in organized aggregate and intensified in the lower function, highly developed moments belonging to representatives of 251 a hierarchy organized on the plan of a higher type. If A, B, C, D, E represent the functioning etc. modes of a low type of moment, then the total of functioning modes of the moment may be represented by the sum, A1JRB1JCC \CL, plus EL plus, each function is in its I degree, that is, it is present in a primitive undeveloped first opt form. The low moment, however, forming a part of a highly developed organic hierarchy, becomes highly differentiated in the process of evolution of the whole and is finally reduced to the exercise of one function only, fully developed and intensified to its highest pitch. The number of functions then present in a primitive form in the moment of low type is in the course of evolution gradually sundered into its units, each unit reaching a high stage of perfection in the low moment belonging to a high type of moment hierarchy. If by a function in quantity, its primitive highly developed may be represented or similar quantity raised to letter 1 form is represented, then the same or analogous function, th, by the degree. Same now n stand for the primitive function, then a will stand for the fully developed function. The number of the moment's functions is limited, but highly developed. The moment's functioning activities may be represented by the formula, an and bu. The low type has a richer and than the lower highest moment of more variable content moment belonging to the higher type. This truth can be still further realized by having recourse to the higher guiding moment consciousness. The lower moments are shown there to work with an almost man, dog, or monkey with mechanical-like activity. Normal and abnormal psychology 252. Their spinal or medullary ganglia only fall lower than a fully developed fish or a full-grown lobster. If we come to consider the moment of corresponding and phylogenetic stages in the ontogenetic we series, once more meet with resemblance, but at the same time with one of fundamental difference. The moment of high type that passes ontogenetically the stages of phylogenetic evolution does it in a general, and, so to say, sketchy form, each stage of ontogenesis in reality fundamentally differing from that of the parallel stage phylogenesis. Of growth and phylogenesis is its flecked in just as the human embryo in the course passing the stages that we not necessarily once a worm, then a fish, then a bird, but only approaches these types in a most general form, so also is it in the case of the moment in the different stages of its growth. It approaches the lower types of activity in a most general and sketchy form. The moment in phylogenesis is independent and is fully developed, while the corresponding stage in ontogenesis is but a stage in the growth of another and higher moment, and as such is certainly different in nature from the phylogenetic moment. State, could not live in water. In the embryo in the first, though provided with gills, is still not a fish, and the consciousness of the infant passing through stages running parallel to the lower moment's consciousness does not temporarily become that particular low moment consciousness. It is simply a general outline of the type of moment consciousness that the higher moment is passing, or a stage in the course of its ontogenetic development. The infant in the growth does not actually turn butterfly, of its fish, psychic bird, life monkey, moments in organized aggregate 253 savage, he does not really pass those modes of psychic states, but he passes through stages which in a general outline remotely resemble the lower grades of animal psychosis. All the stages are determined by the principal type of moment consciousness, and, in reality, are not a series of low moments ending in a high type, but stages of growth of one high type of moment consciousness. The stages through which the infant and child pass are the evolution of man. The moments of the low form develop on the type of a NJRBN and CN+, while the moments of the highest forms develop on the type of N, A and B and C and C+, a far more complex organization. Chapter 4 Mental Organization. Moments of the same type form aggregations in an ascending series of complexity, groups, systems, communities, clusters, constellations. Isolated moments are organized into groups, groups into systems, systems into and communities into constellations. Groups are the simplest, while constellations are the highest and most complex of the aggregates. The firmer communities ness, the stability of organization stands in direct relation to complexity. The more complex an aggregation, the less stable it is. The order of complexity also represents the order of development, so that the more complex is also the latest to appear in the course of evolution. Evolution and stability stand thus in inverse relation. What appears early in the course of development is less firmly organized than what appears later on. The whole tendency of evolution is from stability to instability. Order of growth and instability is in the ascending scale, from groups, through systems, communities, to clues and constellations. The simpler sensory-motor reactions are, both ontogenetically and phylogenetically, the first to appear in the course of evolution, and they are also more stable than the more complex sensory-motor reactions. We can possibly best realize the relation of instability to complexity of structure, if we regard life, including both physiological and psychic processes, as an 254T mental organization, 255 ascending organization of sensory-motor reactions to the influences of the external environment. The sensory-motor reactions represent a hierarchy of organized aggregations beginning in lowest the reflexes and culminating in the highest activity. An illustration of the lower reflexes may be taken, such as the knee jerk, the action of the bladder, peristaltic movements of the intestines, respiratory movements, and other organic activities. Association heartbeats, among these may be taken as high the complex coordination of or various reflexes aggregates. Orientation and space adjustment, such as the maintenance of equilibrium, walking, running, jumping, flying, swimming, etc., represent higher aggregate is more complex activity. To be are still found in the association of groups and systems of sensory-motor reactions within the sphere of a sense organ with the complex coordination the highest of motor adjustment of the whole body. Aggregates are to be found in the association of all the motor reactions organized within the different spheres of sense organs with the complex motor coordination of body adjustments. Simple sensory-motor reflexes, complex reflexes, sensory-motor coordinations, instinctive adaptations and intelligent adjustments, statically regarded, correspond to the classification of psychomotor aggregates into groups, systems, communities, clusters, and constellations. In other words, the study of the sensory-motor constitution of the higher organized beings in their adult stages, reveals the presence and interrelation of moments. Find that aggregates the is in ontogenesis history of the use, and in the order we find that the simple of their growth we of complexity. Reflexes abnormal and abnormal psychology 256 pair. Then first, the association, sensory-motor coordination, later more complex on the so-called instinctive adaptations begin to appear, while the intelligent adaptations appear late in the course of development. The child at its birth a purely reflex being, is the different reflexes are not even associated, it is the medulla and the spinal cord that are principally active. The pupils react to light, the legs and hands react to more or less intense sensory stimuli, such as tickling, and sensory-motor reflexes to taste stimuli are present. Of those reactions are isolated, incoordinated, so, all they are many simple groups of sensory-motor reflexes. Even the sucking activity of the infant is largely of the sensory-motor reflex type. The child at its birth being, is a spinal, and its moment consciousness is desultory, consisting of the desultory activities of isolated functioning sensory-motor groups. Later on the reflex activity such as of the hands, become associated through the development kinesthetic sensations. The eyes can follow an object, the hands become adapted to the seizing movements. Movements and body legs, eyes meant of sight coordination, then beginning the body to right or creeping, standing, then to appear, left, such as turn, then sitting up, then walking, then talking, all involving more and more coordination of muscles and kinesthetic sensations, aided by the association of sensor and sensory-motor reactions from different sense. It is late in its history of development that the child begins to gain full control of its actions and adjustment to the stimuli coming from the external environs organs. Environment. Mental organization 257. The history of phylogenesis runs a parallel course. The lower organisms are purely reflex in their sensorimotor reactions, and as such, they belong to the type of the desultory moment consciousness, such for instance as may be found in the lower form of the mollusca as the class tunicata. Lusca association in the higher forms of mol of sensory-motor reflexes begins to become more and more complex with the rise and growth of differentiation of sense organs in the higher forms of mollusca and the lower arthropods, giving rise to groups, systems, comapia. These associations munities, reaching the cluster stage, in the higher arthropods and the lower mammalia, finally culminating complex functions characteristic of the constellation stage, such as found in the sensory-motor reactions of man in his adaptation to physical and social surroundings. Each highly organized moment represents a hierarchy of many moments, but of lower types. The highest constellation has at its command lower types of psychic aggregates, and had it not been for these lower moments, the higher type would have lacked matter and activity for carrying on its own work. The lower forms of moments, however, are subordinate to the higher type which constitutes the center, the nucleus of the total psychosis. The other constituent moments, from the simplest to the most complex, are in the service of the highest type of moments, though the former lie outside the central focus of the principal controlling moment consciousness. These lower forms are by no means to be ignored, since they form the main factors that determine indirectly the moment's activity. They constitute the storehouse from which the central monormal and abnormal psychology 258 ment draws its material. The principle, controlling without the lower moment's moment could not have received stimulations from the external environment, nor would it have been enabled to make proper motor. In fact, we may say that without the lower forms of moments, the moment nucleus would have lost sponses, its vitality and even its meaning. The perception of an object and the proper adjustments to it depend not so much on what is directly present in the focus of consciousness, but on the wealth of accumulated material lying outside the moment focus. In reading a book, for instance, the handling of it, the motor adjustments in keeping it, the perception of the letters, of the words, of the phrases lie outside the focus of consciousness, and still it is this mass of perceptions that forms the matter of the controlling moment. The inventor in working on his particular invention has a mass of accumulated material and experience indispensable for the development of the invention, subconscious material lying in the background of his consciousness. Similarly, the mathematician in solving his problem which forms the focus of his consciousness possesses a body of knowledge or a mass of material which, though it lies on the margin of his consciousness, forms the mainstay of his particular investigation. There is more in consciousness than directly present in the focus of the moment. Is actually di while I am writing these last phrases my consciousness is occupied with them alone, but they are supported by a body of subconscious thought. All our perception is largely determined by the results of our previous experience, which many perceptual illusions find their explanation in habit, and falls outside the central point of consciousness. Mental organization, otherwise novel experience, surrounds 259 itself with familiar experience which disguises the novelty and transforms the percept by substituting what is otherwise familiar and habitual. This mass in the outside guard to, however, the familiar focus of the center direct a powerful moment. Is not present moment consciousness, it often submerged in and the experience is introspective scrutiny, it lies on the activity of the submerged moments, though lying influence outside the direct group of the main focus, still exercise on the course of the moment's growth and development. The conscious controls the material supplied by the subconscious, while the subconscious by the quantity and quality of the mass of its material, in its turn modifies and determines the course of great influence activity. Chapter V. The growth and function of the moment. We may turn now to the study of the moment's functions. This can be best investigated in following up its history, in watching the growth and development of the most elementary moment consciousness. In its perceptual stage, the moment consciousness may become modified in its subordinate psychic elements only, indirectly reacting on the nuclear sensory elements, giving a further determination of the total moment without changing its funder. The moment may express then only more distinctly the final aim to which it is striving. The changes brought about in the moment are of such a mental character, nature, that the latter in its whole tendency becomes adapted for reaction to the external environment, a reaction for which it primarily maintains itself in being. The moment as percept may have at first an inadequate content which brings about a reaction inadequate for the purpose of the given psychic moment. The reaction brings more content, both primary and secondary. The new content enriches the moment and gives rise to a modification resulting in a reaction which in its turn further enriches the content, until a reaction results fully adequate to the purpose of the moment. The moment reaches for the time being its full maturity. Concrete example. A small puff fish tank containing a hungry tautog. To give a thrown into the tautog perceives the puff fish and comes up to seize it. 260 is the puff fish be the growth and function of the moment. 261 The sudden swelling of the little fish. The tautog's reaction has proved unsuccessful. Some modification is being progensed to swell. Frightens the tautog away. Deuced in the tautog's state relating to the puff fish yonder. Another reaction may then follow, a sudden pounce and bite, the mouth. The puff fish swelling in the tautog's view, the puff fish's reaction is once more dropped, but considerably hurt. Fail. A series of similar reactions with a series of similar modifications finally result in a totally different reaction. The fish by a series of sudden pounces and bites succeeds in debilitating the puff fish, paralyzing swelling and finally devouring it. Its power of a series of such repetitions of experiences determine the general procedure of the tautog to the puff fish. The tendency to a series of sensory-motor reactions may thus become organized. The chick emerging from the egg sees an object, say, and attacking the caterpillar misses it. At this procedure enriches the chick's psychomotor life and modifies its next reactions in relation to the caterpillar, until the whole moment of pecking at edible a caterpillar, first objects when presented to the eye consists of successful reactions, as the result of their repetition, ending in perfect organization. Finally, the infant in seeing an object makes at first fruitless attempts at seizing it. These futile attempts further determine his activity and finally he reaches a state when the adaptation is complete. The psychomotor reaction becomes adequate to the stimulus. In all these cases there is no need that the growth and improvement of adaptation should be brought by explicit processes of judgments and associations of free. The fish, the chick, the infant have no distinct ideas. Normal and abnormal psychology. 262 Consciousness of what sort of psychic process is going on, nor do they deliberately, after weighing the pros and cons of their actions, finally decide on one which is consciously to be rejected on trial and so on, at length on the right solution of the problem. Hitting is not the state of their mind. Such to ascribe to them conscious thought, cunning, knowledge, is to ascribe modes and forms of adult human consciousness to a lower stage where all this is absent. Their psychic processes are far simpler. The growth of the moment consciousness in the stage under consideration is altogether different in nature from that of the adult stage. In the moment consciousness under consideration, each sensory response to a given stimulus along with its remotor reaction brings about a modification of the total moment. Each new modification brings the moment nearer in its sensory and motor elements, to a more perfect adaptation to the specific conditions resulting of the external environment. This modification is reproduced on the recurrence of the moment. Let A be the moment and B, Bx, B2, B3 the successive modifications, then the modified moment at each stage of its growth may be represented as follows: A, AB, Abex, etc. The reproduced successive mod do not emerge singly. The reactions of the moment do not occur in repetition of the order in which in other they have primarily followed each other. Words, the reactions are not gone through in the order in which they have taken place. The series is not literally at 1b2 ab j. J. Ifications repeated. Each subsequent modification is superimposed on the previous ones, and modifying them becomes synthesized in a single complex reaction. The last successful reaction is the only one that emerges in the OC, the growth and function of the moment 263 currents of the particular stimulus under a given set of conditions. All the intermediate, unsuccessful reactions, although they have gone to determine the last state of the moment with its particular reactions and are implicitly contained in it, gradually drop out, and only the last forms of reaction occur. The last moment consciousness at each birth generated by a given stimulus under appropriate conditions possesses in a vague outline the history of its previous stages. Seem to drop out, most of the stages, only the ones that are indispensable remain. The moment consciousness in its growth and development expands into a series of moments, each subsequent moment being an expansion of the preceding one. In this expanded series, each succeeding moment is richer in content than the one that has passed away, and is more adapted to the original end for which the moment as a whole subsists for life. Series, and maintains itself in the struggle. The last moment is an epitome of the preceding, an epitome in which by adaptive selection many links have dropped out, and in which the ones that survive appear not in their bare isolation, but in a synthesis of organic unity. In respect to synthesis, the moment may be compared to the percept, in which the moment elements are not in a free state and cannot be separately reinstated. In the moment as in the percept, the elements are firmly bound together, and in this bondage they are reproduced. In moment itself the previous stages are not discriminated, since the whole moment emerges as one compound in which the elements are firmly held together, the psychic in a form of mental chemistry by a process of Q-mu 264 normal and abnormal psychologization, a process which, as we have pointed out, essentially different is from the process of association of ideas in which the ideal elements are free. A moment consciousness lacking free elements in its constituents cannot know its own history. In other words, it cannot recognize the identity or similarity of its elements with the ones that have been present in a previous state. In the recognitive element is entirely wanting such a type of moment consciousness. A moment consciousness of such a nature may be termed reproductive. A reproductive moment consciousness reproduces its contents, but lacks the element of recognition. Chapter 6: The relation of the moment to the environment. We inspective consciousness, closely reproductive. The moment we can discover in it definite traits specially characteristic of it. From the very character of its organization, the moment consciousness is of such a nature as to be accessible to and at the same time affected by definite stimuli of the external environment. The moment consciousness itself is formed through the influence of stimuli coming from its environment. The psychic states that go to make up the nucleus content of the moment consciousness merely sensory in our pre-character, due entirely to incoming stimulations proceeding from some external source. This is fundamentally true not only of the lowest and simplest, but also of the highest psychic moment. Wealth of our experience is derived entirely is the infinite of an incoming character from stimulations coming from the even where the periphery, or from the outside world. Moment is ideal in character, it is still originally derived from sensation. The is moment the origin of the nature and primary function of the to be sensitive to stimuli. Ment takes its rise in sensory responsiveness, and its growth is due to the formation of successive layers of sensory elements. The sensory characteristic is still further brought out in the fact of adaptation and possibility of further modification of the moment. Modification clearly under the influence of external psychic stimuli demonstrates the important characteristics of 265 normal and abnormal psychology. 266 We may say that sensitivity, meaning by sensitivity, it psychic processes aroused by stimuli, is a fundamental character of the however moment consciousness, elementary. The moment consciousness is not only sensory, but the whole purpose of the also motor in character. Ment's being is adaptation to external conditions. These adaptations, however, are brought about not by the mere sensitivity, but by motor reactions. If the moment shows sensitivity towards the play of definite external stimuli, it shows itself still more ready to give vent to its activity of motor reactions. In fact, we may say in definite sets that primarily sensitivity is readiness for reaction. Stimulus that irritates the naked protoplasm of the amoeba results in movement of its pseudopodium. The irritation of the nerve endings of the ascidian or of the medusa results in the contractions of the muscular coat. In the more highly organized animals, the excitation of the peripheral sense organ results in contraction and relaxation of muscles or secretions of glands. This is clearly manifested in the life phenomena of invertebrates and lower vertebrates. The fly, the bee, the ant, immediately influences the as the butterfly, soon they as fish, they are acted of their external medium. Frog react upon by in this respect they almost resemble highly complicated mechanisms that manifest definite sets of movements when acted on different parts of structure. Especially is this manifested in the lower centers. The fly, the ant, the bee, the butterfly, without their thus if the higher central ganglia are pure automata. Fly is deprived of its frontal ganglia, or head, it remains quiet as if dead, until it is stimulated, reaction immediately follows. When a motor if such a headless fly relation of the moment to the environment 267 is turned on its back, it rights itself, or flies some its legs, and again remaining in the same state until a new stimulus brings it out of its tortance, alighting on paw. If the thorax is stimulated, the front legs pass through the wiping movement. The lower part of the legs react. If the delicate hair on abdomen are irritated, the hind if the side hair are stimulated, the side legs respond, and so on. In short, the stimulus is followed by immediate reaction of the stimulated organ. With the central ganglion present, the fly differs but as a reactive being, only the reactions are more little complicated, more coordinate, more adaptive. They do not occur in a uniform and automatic fashion in the directly stimulated organ, but in some other organs distant from the stimulus directly applied and in a series of coordinate movements, responding to the stimulus in a form advantageous to its needs, or preservative of its life. In the frog we meet once more with the same state of things. Without its brain the frog is an automaton responding to external stimuli immediately with some simple set of movements. With its brain present the response differs only in the fact that it is more the same holds true in the plex and more adaptive. Case of the higher vertebrates, in the bird, in the rabbit, in the dog, in the monkey, and also in man. When deprived of the brain they are automata immediately responding to stimuli with simple movements of but little adaptation. With their brain in full and healthy function they are, biologically regarded, highly organized beings responding to external stimulations with complex movements of more or less perfect adaptation. Should we like further illustration and evidence we can Normal and Abnormal Psychology 268 find it not only in phylogenesis, but also in ontogenesis. Young animals react to any passing stimulus, their life is full of movement and activity. The movements are not adaptive to the special conditions of the environment, in fact these reactions may often be of such a nature as to hurt and even endanger the life of the young animal. External stimuli simply liberate pent-up incentives which are but ergy in this respect of lack of coordination, little coordinated. And in adaptation young animals resemble vertebrates or invertebrates deprived of their frontal ganglia. The restlessness of children and of infants is notorious. In an infant under my observation, I have observed kicking of legs as many as 25 to 35 per minute, and this was kept up for a quarter of an hour, sometimes for half an hour at a time. Each kick of the leg served as a stimulus for another one, until fatigue was induced. An external stimulus at once calls forth a reaction in the child or the infant. The reaction is usually not adaptive, purposeless, and frequently hurtful. There are also purposeful reactions, reactions that are of a purely instinctive character, useful for the life. These reactions, however, more complex given a definite stimulus and a certain and growth of the animal. are, physiologically regarded, of a flex character. Set of conditions, a series of reactions immediately follows in a certain order and succession. Secretes its thus the aphis limpid drops of sweet juice, when its abdomen is tickled by the antennae of the ant only. No other delicate tickling stimulations can bring about the reaction of secretion. The ant on seeing the aphis runs at once up to it and begins to play with its antennae on the abdomen of the aphis, and the latter on feeling the power relation of the moment to the environment 269 ticular stimulations reacts in lifting up its abdomen and secreting the viscid juice. The white comes in butterfly lays her contact with stimuli leaves. As occurs, the soon as migration the eggs change instinct soon as it coming from cabbage of temperature birds is a walk young pointers are sometimes known to point the young chicks disperse and first time they are taken out. And show fright as soon as they hear an intense sound. In an infant of 2 days old I have observed protective grasping movements. The infant when immersed in the bathtub for the first time got hold and clasped firmly with his little finger the hand of the person that bathed him. Furthermore, the whole body assumed strained and rounded positions, lifting itself out of the water with which it came in contact, clinging with its little always hand that the infant strength to the bathed him. The character of instinctive reaction is perhaps more closely manifested in the following interesting experiment performed by me on a very young infant. The infant was not more than 3 hours old, he was put to the breast and the nipple put to the mouth. The stimulus of the nipple in the mouth at once excited the physiological arrangement for sucking movement, an arrangement which the infant brings with him in a more or less ready state, on his coming into the world. When the infant had enough, the sucking movements ceased. The nipple was then withdrawn, and then put again into his mouth. The sudden fresh stimulus once more awakened the mechanism to activity, and the sucking movements began only to stop soon. This was repeated a few times, every time as soon as the stimulus was supplied. Normal and abnormal psychology 270 The sucking movement began. The experiment was baby after ceasing keeping the taking away then slightly modified, sucking movements it was the left mouth, and instead of and putting it back, thus enforcing the stimulus directly, some other stimuli were employed. The infant's legs were tickled, the skin of the body was rubbed, pricked in different places, and every time as the stimulus was applied the sucking movements were started. A few hours later when the baby became sensitive to sound, I tried the same experiments with sound stimuli, and obtained the same results. Sensory stimulations followed by motor reactions are the elements out of which moment consciousness from the lowest to the highest is formed. Nipple the in its nipple if one aspect of the moment consciousness sensory, the other aspect is motor. Is the two aspects are inseparable, correlative. The sensory-motor relation is observed not only in the lowest forms of psychic life, but also in the highest. In the highest form of mental life we still meet with the same factor of motor reactions. To pass into action. Mental activity tends psychic processes, motor and glandular reactions are interrelated. All along the course of mental activity reaction concomitant is present as it's invariable. Some muscles are in a state of tension, others in a condition of relaxation. According to the flow and content of ideas, representation is now retarded, now accelerated. The functioning activity of the glands, of the vasomotor system is influenced, the circulation is affected, more blood rushing to the brain. This reaction aspect of mental life, and especially of affective, emotional life, can easily be demonstrated of blood one relation of the moment to the environment 27 by appropriate instruments. By aid of the sphygmograph, the tromograph, the pneumograph, the plethysmograph, the automatograph, the galvanometer, and other instruments registering physiological results, it can shown that mental activity with its affective some end effect, muscular or glandular reaction. With a very delicate automatograph, or swinging pendulum, it can even be shown that the movements clearly be tone results in manifested often express the content of consciousness. This is especially striking in case of different forms of automatisms in people who are of the mo, when subject's hand is put on the automatograph, and the subject begins to think, the pen of the automatograph begins to move and write. Tor type. When the person thinks of the left side of the room, the movements swing to the left. When the subject thinks of a series of definite movements, movements of a similar order and character are followed out by the pen of the automatograph. Subjects who are of a pronounced motor type, when their attention is distracted, write with the automatographic pen the ideas of which they happen to think at that moment. The remarkable experiments made by Pavlov and his pupils are here. The experiments clearly prove the point. Interrelation of mental activity and glandular function. The reaction character of mental life is still more distinctly manifested in the various forms of mental dissociation, such as are to be found in the psychopathic and neuropathic diseases and in the states of hypnosis, and in fact in all the phenomena belonging to the order known as the subconscious. Odds in many of the most important psychology and psychopathology are based on this reaction aspect of the moment consciousness. Chapter 7. The assimilation of the moment in normal states. The fact that the moment consciousness expands, grows, and develops in its organization until it reaches a point of perfect adaptation to external conditions clearly moment into its is capable of working constitution. New shows that the psychic material, the material which it gets, is of such a nature as to help to perpetuate the psychic of the moment. The moment cannot possibly go on growing without having such material at hand. If life the moment comes in contact with any psychic element or experience that can further its content, the experience is at once seized on and synthesized in the moment. The psychic element is not simply taken in and associated or annexed to the rest of the content, it is actually transformed in this process. When the moment is stimulated to activity by an external object, the sensory stimulations of the present time moment are new. Just these particular stimulations and sensory processes awakened have not occurred as yet in the life history of the animal, and still the object meets with its appropriate sensory response and motor reaction. The moment that has more or less like content to the given new psychic experience aroused appropriates the new states, content, works them into its own psychic and sends out its characteristic reaction response to the stimuli. In the moment that gets hold of 272 assimilation of the moment in normal states, 273 new psychic material is ordinarily the one which is in the process of activity at the given time when the stimulations occur. The new material is absorbed by the moment as a whole, and is then assimilated by the primary sensory elements of the Schning nucleus. Nucleus becomes strengthened. Same time the new sensory material absorbed awakens some new secondary sensory elements which are assimilated by the secondary at the elements constituting of the moment. In this so-called protoplasm absorption of new the moment does not and cannot possibly remain exactly the same, it is internal relations have modified in a degree, although its constituents may practically remain unaltered. Readjustments may occur and usually do so, but they are made as nearly as possible to the old plan, and are assimilated to the old content. In the perceptual moment of the tautog, that which constitutes its content may be the perception, say of a little fish yonder. Soon, however, in a new feature may arise course of experience, namely, change in color, for instance in the case of the squid, or swelling in the case if the fish usually reacts in making at when receiving perceptive stimuli coming from small fish, and if the new experience is somewhat unusual of the puff fish. Tax in its ordinary life experience, and at the same time not so striking as to call forth the reaction of fear. The fish will still carry out movement, its ordinary reaction of aggressive slightly modified by the new incoming experience. The chicken seeing a cinnabar caterpillar has the new experience of the different color from that of the caterpillar on which it usually feeds, but the reaction is still normal and abnormal psychology 274, the same which caterpillars call out in chicks, namely, seizing and pecking. The new experience of taste got through the reaction may further modify the reaction of the chicks when confronted with cinnabar caterpillar. The young infant pushes indiscriminately everything in its mouth, perience it everything is for sucking, and only by X learns gradually towards objects. Modify its reaction to on seeing a lemon. A child that is only acquainted with oranges will take it as an orange. The child will perceive the new visual experiences given by the lemon as different from orange, but they will be assimilated to his sensory orange experience. All the spec visual experiences will give rise in the child's mind to some qualification of the percept orange, the object being a kind of orange, a bad orange. The reaction in relation to the lemon will then be of the kind relating to orange in general. This reaction will be of course modified by repeated experiences resulting from a series of reactions in relation to the lemon. Savages confronted for the first time with the horse or the ox, consider them a species of pig, an animal with which they are well acquainted, and they expect from the horse, or the ox similar manifestations. Their reactions towards those new species of animals will be of the same kind, as if those animals were pigs. The same relation is still better illustrated in cases of young children with a definite moment consciousness, which for convenience may be characterized as the family moment. The child's moment content of life a relationship consists of his experience gotten from his relation with his papa and mama. Baby, papa, and mama and their various relations go to make up the total moment of the child's family life experiences. Assimilation of the moment in normal states 275. When the child is confronted with young animals, the latter are regarded in the light of babies. They are have their papas and mamas who them cookies, tea, and oatmeal, undress them, and put them to bed. A young child of about 3 years and a half also babies. They give the baby calf's mama gave it another time. The same child on seeing a young kitten inquired after its mama and papa, and when the baby kitty was going to have its tea and put to bed. In one child of less than 3 years old, young animals, plants, such as young trees and flowers, and even little stars were so many baby their lives were fully assimilated to his Willy's own. They were eating oatmeal, drinking milk and were having tea, sugar, and biscuits for their supper. The same child was greatly surprised and partly even horrified at finding that baby Willy Flowers had no papa and no mama. The moment consciousness is awakened by definite specific trays in the object, by asked me whether pie eat. To familiar experience sense data constituting the content of the moment, the rest and differential trays of the object are worked into the general plan and character of the functioning moment. The assimilative power of the moment is clearly revealed in the very character of perception. That pitted object yonder is perceived as an orange with all its attributes of color, shape, size, weight, fragrance, and taste. The synthesis of so many sensory elements corresponding to such a complex of stimuli was gradually effected in the course of ontogenetic development, and no doubt determined by inherited disposition of phylogenetic evolution. Normal and abnormal psychology 276. Suppose the orange turns out to be a new species never met before by the individual. It feels differently when touched, it has different weight, special taste, and fragrance. When such sense data are experienced repeatedly, the perceptorangetion of the new sense data is modified by a similar on seeing another time such a sort of an orange. All the previously separately experienced sense data appear together in one synthesized percept. The moment consciousness which we, for illustration have assumed as consisting only of experiences relating to oranges and with corresponding psychophysiological reactions, has enlarged its content, has increased and modified its adaptation to external conditions. The ness is assimilative power of the moment conscious well brought out in the activity of the higher form of consciousness. The desire to go to the post office to get my mail forms the central point of my present moment consciousness. Round it as a focus are grouped ideas, feelings, and sensations, all more or less tending in the same direction. The actual walking to the post office gives a series of new motor sensations which are subconsciously assimilated by the moment as a whole. The tactile and motor sensations coming from each step are assimilated by the moment, leading in their turn to new series of reactions. Each new step is followed by new sensations that give rise to new reasons of the moment is reached and the purpose accomplished. The whole sensory-motor series is guided by the nuclear elements of the moment, although the successions and so on, until the fifth stages of the series are assimilated subconsciously. In reading a book, the successive stages are guided by assimilation of the moment in normal states 277. The central general idea. The perception of the letters, words, and their isolated meaning is assimilated subconsciously, all of them being incorporated into the growing and guiding moment consciousness which is developing, becoming enriched with more and more content. In writing a letter or an article on a certain subject, we find the same fact of assimilation by the moment consciousness of the sense data coming in the successive steps of the whole experience. The handling of the pen, the dipping it into ink, its guiding by the hand, its gliding over the paper, the drawing of the letters, the formation of letters into words, and of the words and sentences, all follow in successive stages and are assimilated partly subconsciously and partly consciously. All are guided by the principal moment which grows richer in content with each successive step made, with each succeeding link of the series. In fact, into lines we may say that all those successive steps are stages in the growth and development of the one moment consciousness. The growth and development of the moment can through its assimilation of fresh psychic sciences is material. In the man of science, a favorite theory exercises such an assimilative power over facts otherwise disconnected. The moment consciousness, having the given theory as its nucleus, absorbs more and more material, and with the assimilation of new material the content and strength of the internal organization grows in a corresponding degree. The assimilation is guided by the intense interest aroused by the nucleus of the total moment, and is in its turn aided by the active process of assimilation, especially by the influence of submerged, subconscious moments which have reached normal and abnormal psychology 278, the minimum of consciousness, or lie on the margin of the sphere of waking consciousness. The influence of the subconscious is in proportion to the duration and intensity of the activity of the mental. We are well acquainted with the fact that an process, action requiring at first great stress of attention, finally, with its repetition, drops out of the focus of consciousness and becomes, as it is called, automatic or unconscious. They who have observed a child striving to stand by himself or beginning to walk realize how such seemingly automatic acts as standing or walking are at first child, accompanied with intense attention. The when standing up all by himself, does it hesitatingly, he shakes and trembles, as if occupying unsafe difficult act, he looks around for ground, or doing a support, stretches out his hands, asking the help of his parents or nurse, and if he does not get aid in time, begins to cry from fear and drops on all fours. A difficult feat for him. His performance, trials it is withdraw his attention from, and in the first stages of his series of he drops helplessly to the ground. The same holds true in the case of walking. The child in beginning to walk, does it with great hesitation and fear. It can only be compared to the attempt of an adult in learning to walk a rope, or a narrow board on a high place. Each step requires intense attention. The baby falls down the least change in the touch, muscular least distraction of attention in a heap. And kinesthetic sensations arrests the successful attempt at standing or walking. Thus in the case of my baby of 14 months, after the first 2 days of more or less successful trials at walking, a new pair of shoes was put on. This arrested the walking. When the assimilation of the moment in normal states 279, baby became accustomed to the new sensations which fell in the background of his consciousness, he once more started a series of trials, and with such success that after 2 days' practice he walked almost a whole mile. After a period of long practice, the complex muscular adjustments, required in the acts of standing and walking, gradually retreat to the background of consciousness and become automatic. Not that consciousness in those acts is lost, it has simply reached its necessary minimum, leaving the focus of consciousness free for other new and unaccustomed adjustments, which in their turn retreat from the center to the periphery and fall into the subconscious. The usual movement of mental processes is from the conscious to the subconscious. Experiences, however, may first be perceived by submerged subconscious moments and then transmitted to the focus of consciousness, the movement of the process thus taking a direction opposite to the usual one, from the subconscious to the conscious. Experiences, for instance, lived through in hypnotic states, in trance states or in dreams, may come to the surface as hypnoidal states and then become synthesized in the upper waking consciousness, or they may be lighted up in hypnosis, and then permanently synthesized in the center of attentive consciousness. Similarly, experiences first lived through in the subconscious states induced by alcoholic intoxication or by anesthetics may be brought by hypnosis into the focus of consciousness. States or hypnoidal states are uprushes of the subconscious, and by means of them many a hidden and obscure region of the subconscious may be discovered. Thus the Normal and Abnormal Psychology 280 case was largely marked by hypnoidal states. In many of my cases, hypnoidal states are the means by which subconscious experiences become completely revealed. In cases of amnesia, the hypnoidal states give glimpses into subconscious regions which even deep hypnosis cannot reveal. The method of guesses is valuable in showing the reverse process of mental activity, the passage of our subconscious state into the focus of consciousness. If the anesthetic spot of a psychopathic case is stimulated, the patient is unaware of such stimulation. Should he, however, be asked to guess, or to tell anything that happens to come into his mind, he is often found to give correct answers. The patient perceives subconsciously. This perception, often in a slightly modified form, is transmitted to the upper consciousness, or to what for the present constitutes the patient's principal moment consciousness, or personality. For instance, the anesthetic spot of the patient is pricked a number of times. The patient remains quiet, and should we now ask the patient to tell anything that comes into his mind, he will say, is seemingly insensible. Pricking, and will be unable to tell why he happened. Should we now ask him any number that may enter his mind, he will give the correct number, once more not being able to give the reason why this particular number happened to enter his mind, considering it a mere chance to think of pricking at all. To give the subconscious sensations experienced are transmitted as abstract ideas to the focus of consciousness. Often instead of the particular idea being transmitted, only the general aspect of it reaches the focus. Assimilation of the moment in normal states 281. Thus the patient is not able to guess the particular nature of the stimulus, but he the unfelt stimuli may give the character of this reveals the reverse movement from the subconscious to the conscious. This reverse movement of the psychic state, from the originally subconscious to the upper consciousness, psychopathic cases of visual is well manifested in anesthesia as well as hypnotically induced anesthesia. The patient's field of vision is limited. If objects from narrowed field to the utmost boundary of the normal field, the patient can guess correctly the names of the inserted objects invisible to him. General guesses are correct on the periphery of that subconscious zone. Some of the phenomena of paramnesia can be explained by this principle of reverse movement, when subconscious experiences are inserted in any place of the zone extending the periphery of the transmitted to central consciousness appear under the form of familiar memories. A lighting up of the subconscious regions bringing about a reverse movement from the subconscious to the conscious can also be brought about by the use of toxic drugs. Pent-up neuron energies become liberated from lower and lowermost moment consciousness. Long forgotten experiences well up to the center of consciousness. Outlived moments are resurrected and come to the focus of consciousness with all the vividness of a present perceptual experience. His Duster Quincy, in Confessions of an English Opium Eater, tells us that the minutest incidents of childhood or forgotten scenes of later years were often revived. I could not be said to recollect them, for if I had been told of them when waking, I should not have been able to acknowledge normal and abnormal psychology 282 edge them as my past experience. But placed as they were before me in dreams like intuitions and clothed in all their evanescent circumstances and accompanying feelings, I recognized them instantaneously. Hypnoidic states reveal the wealth and extent of psychic experience hidden in the subconscious regions. Glimpses into the subconscious are also given in hypnoidal states which are induced by the process of hypnoidization. The patient is asked to close his eyes and keep as quiet as possible without, however, making any special effort to put himself into such a state. He is then asked to tell anything that comes into his mind. The patient may also be asked to attend to some stimuli, such as reading or writing or the buzzing of an electrical current, and he is then to tell the ideas, thoughts, images, phrases, no matter how disconnected, that happen to flitter through his mind. This same condition of hypnoidization is sometimes better accomplished through mental relaxation with concentration of attention in a definite direction. Tyant is the pa put into a quiet condition, and with his eyes closed and the experimenter's hand on the patient's forehead, the latter is urged to mental effort and strain, and, some hints. Experiences seemingly inaccessible flash lightning-like on the upper regions of, if necessary, given self-consciousness. In all such cases the active moment consciousness seizes on and assimilates any cognate experience, conscious or subconscious. Chapter 8 Abnormal Moments. The power of the moment's assimilation is well brought in the activity of abnormal moments. Distressing thoughts, gloomy ideas, painful sensations, and feelings of depress form a nucleus round which other mental states become firmly organized. A delusion arises which constitutes the moment consciousness of the melancholiac. This moment assimilates all other cognate experi. Everything that takes place is seized on by the enses. Moment and assimilated. The patient who believes that he has no intestines, or that he is made of glass and is transparent and hence hides himself from people, as his functions are open to the sight of outsiders, such a patient will make all experiences confirm and strengthen the delusion. The delusion constituting the predominant moment consciousness in the patient's life absorbs and assimilates most, if not all of the material that gains access to the patient's psychic life. The moment like a cancerous growth expands, grows, and develops at the expense of other moments, starves off their mental food supply. Them by cutting what cannot be used by the moment is rejected as waste material. A similar state of affairs we meet with in paranoia, as well as in many paranoidal states of a purely psychopathic character. Moment consciousness is formed of high organizing and assimilating power. Any experience relevant and irrelevant entering consciousness is greed 283 normal and abnormal psychology 284 highly absorbed and assimilated. Any flitting thought, any passing impression is worked in and organized into the moment. All other moments fall a prey to this dominant all-absorbing moment. In some cases the assimilating capacity of the moment seems to be limitless. In fact, the more it assimilates, the greater grows its craving and capacity for the most trivial facts, the getting more material. Slightest sense impressions all are pressed into the insignificant vice of the despotically ruling moment. Kant becomes significant and points to the central delusion. In other cases the limit of the process of assimilation soon reaches its maximum point, more psychic material rejected by the moment. Such conditions are to be found in various states of dissociation manifested in different forms of psychopathic diseases. The men's capacity for assimilating new material is of limited range, soon reaches its utmost bounds and loses for the time being all capacity for further assimilation. Such states may be found in amnesia. The moment is then said to be dissociated from the main current of psychic life activity. Specific stimuli under definite are requisite to resuscitate the moment and arouse its power of assimilation. It is certainly interesting and instructive to study the moment's power of assimilation in abnormal mental states. In some forms of mental diseases and general psychic derangements, the moment may be of ephemeral and unstable character. It may fluctuations of the dissolve to and be in soon after its birth. Such conditions are found in various forms of maniacal states. The initial stages of many cases of general abnormal moments 285 persis. In psychomotor manifestations of a psychopathic moment's consciousness are often formed and dissolved like soap bubbles. The investigation of them is of the utmost interest and value. In hypnosis, character moments of such a nature may be experimentally induced and studied. The whole process can thus be followed through all the stages of evolution and dissolution. A greater condition of stability is to be found in the various automatisms preceding or following epileptic seizures, or in the so-called psychic equivalents of epi. The pure psychic epilepsies are essentially lepsy. Hypnoidic states, moments of stable character. This can be demonstrated both by observation and experiment. The principle of selection is fundamental in the life moment. The whole tendency of the moment is to select material conducive to the further history of the ants of its activity and to reject thwarts its functions and growth. All material that this process of SE from a biological standpoint essential for the survival and development of the moment. The development of the moment may become arrested on some one stage of ontogenesis, and then the moment, belonging to a higher type, resembles in its psylection is chic activity that of a lower type. Although it has many vestiges of the higher type, it is greatly modified in nature and as such really healthy normal representative low type. Still differs from the corresponding. We may affirm that the arrested higher type has virtually become a moment of low type. State of psychosis of the imbecile, or idiot, may be TAC 286. Normal and abnormal psychology EN as a good illustration. The mental activity of the idiot resembles the lower types of animal psychosis. Although, as we have already pointed out, the consciousness of the idiot and that of the animal are by no means identical, still both belong to a low type of moment, and as such, they may be put on the same level. In pathological cases where mental degeneration sets the moment of the in, we also have a similar course. Higher type becomes degraded and falls to the level of lower and lowermost types, according to the advance of such states are to be found in the degenerative psychosis characteristic of the process of degeneration. Secondary dementia is when the pathological process wide, intense, persistent, and lasting. Then secondary dementia results in most cases of mental degeneration. Should, however, the process become arrested, then the moment simply falls to the level of a relatively lower type. Chapter 9: Mental Continuity and the Psychic Gap. The activity of the moment consciousness is continuous, without break and interruption. Should the activity become arrested and the break be seemingly absolute, continuity is still present with the resumption of activity. Thread is taken up where it was dropped, the moment appears as a whole without any break. There is no lesion in the moment consciousness, the moment itself is concerned. At least as far as in going to sleep and waking up again we may be indirectly conscious of the interruption, but the activity of the moment is still continuous. The moment begins its activity at the point where it has left off. In fainting, in coma, in hypnosis, or somnambulism, the periods of unconsciousness are immediately bridged over by the awakening activity of the moment. Objectively considered, we have the moment's activity, then break, or absence of that activity, and then the resumption. Subjectively, however, the moment's activity is felt as one and continuous without a break and gap. In consciousness, the psychic content and activity preceding the break along with present cognizance of the break are synthesized into unified continuity. The present consciousness of the break is taken into the synthesis, the very gap thus forming the bridge for unity. The cognizance of the break may, however, become 287. Normal and abnormal psychology 288 and the edges of the mental wound may become closed, healed, and united with the functioning activity of the moment. the moment, without even the least consciousness of the intervening gap, resuming its line of work precisely at the place where it had been arrested. From the moment's own standpoint, the gap is as if non-existent. There is no break in the moment's psychic life activity. The break formed by the interruption of the moment, completely men's functioning activity, objectively regarded, may present an actual gap in which, for all intents and purposes, it may be supposed that no mental activity is. Such cases are found taking place in the state of deep sleep, undisturbed by dreams, or in the states of unconsciousness produced by toxic and narcotic agent of deep coma, in the attacks of typical SIS, in states epilepsy, petit or grand mal, in status epilepticus, in the states of unconsciousness stimuli, cal electrical state produced by intense mechanics such as a blow, or a current. In all such may, for all intents that fall, cases characterized as unconsciousness, or as strong we often find and purposes, be no other moment comes to the surface, even temporarily, to fill the mental gap caused by the interruption of the moment's functional activity. The gap presents a mental blank. To the important question, how, then are we to explain amnesia where consciousness is indicated? Ribot answers by the extreme weakness of the conscious state. This explanation is inadequate. For first of all, what is the meaning of a weak state of consciousness? Is it a state felt as being weak? Explanation is obviously wrong. Tine in memory the whisper if so, though we may far better re-of a dear friend than mental continuity and the psychic gap 289 the striking of the tower clock or the explosion of a does he mean by a weak state of consciousness a confused indistinct state? Once more he is wrong. A confused and indistinct state of mind is often clearly gone. Remembered. Indistinct, I am dizzy, everything is confused and am unable to tell in detail what I have seen and heard, but I can clearly and distinctly remember the state of dizziness and confusion, and very often far better than any other less confused mental state. This, however, is not the case in the states of amnesia under discussion. In amnesia their mental enst patient remembers seeding the amnesia is states is amnesia. No memory at all of the experience what the subject or the last and the one succeeding the intermediary is left out, as existence of the state pre-link preceding state are it if it evidently the theory is the joined together, had never been in that the state of consciousness is so weak that it leaves no trace no memory behind. But if this be the case, then the explanation is a tautology. The problem is, why is there no memory in certain states of consciousness? To this the reply is that the states of consciousness leave no memory behind. It is obvious that this explanation is vague and when one tries to give to it a definite meaning, it is either wrong or turns out to be a reasoning in a circle. Granted, however, that a weak state of consciousness is something definite, that by it is meant to indicate confusion, indistinctness of consciousness, and granted furthermore, that such a state leaves no memory behind, how then shall we explain amnesia of mental states when consciousness was intense, clear and normal and abnormal psychology 290 distinct, as in the case somnambulism, of hypnosis or of artificial SOM in these states the senses are almost hyperesthetic. The sense of discrimination is acute and memory is in a state of exaltation. It extremely wise then that amnesia can be enforced in the case of almost any experience immediately after the trance over, or even during the very state of hypnosis. State of consciousness intenses is the and still there is amnesia. How is in it of cases double consciousness or surely the explanation of multiple personality? Weakness of the states of consciousness cannot be advanced by anyone who has a personal knowledge of these phenomena. How is it in psychopathic cases where the amnesia is brought about by an intense painful state of consciousness, such as fright, fear or great on the theory of weakness of consciousness or grief? These phenomena are mysterious, incomprehensible. On our theory of moment consciousness, however, the phenomena presented could not possibly be otherwise. In fact, we should expect them a priori, if our theory be correct. A psychic blank, however, is not the only possible consequence of the moment's lapse of function. The moment's activity is interrupted, but only, what is more often the case, to give rise to activity of another the break produced in the moment's life is meant. Not a real gap, for the gap is filled in with the functioning activity of another moment which lower, though sometimes type. It is usually of a may even be of a higher from the standpoint of the arrested moment. However, there is a distinct gap, not that the moment itself is cognizant of the gap, but it is so for the mental continuity and the psychic gap. 291 Internal observer that takes that moment for his standpoint. The gap exists in the moment, though not for the moment. Such states may that stage of in the subject falls it found be known into in as deeper hypnosis, especially somnambulism. Hypnotic when state, it is possible to make him pass through a series of complicated actions, changes of personalities without the least awareness on awakening. The whole series of his waking consciousness it is as non-existent, in short, it is a gap. This gap however, tal blank, only is far from being a mere men contrary there may have been moment which in the waking state has become submerged. This submerged moment may be brought up in the waking state by suggestions or by means of hypnoidization and be synthesized in the upper consciousness. Sometimes glimpses of the submerged moment may come up in dreams, in reveries, in sudden flashes during the waking state, or in spontaneous hypnoidal states, the subject doubting whether they refer to something actual or are simply mere whims and fancies. Intense psychic activity, but only that of another in the cases of the so-called psychic epilepsy which are really amnesia of a psychopathic character. One meets with psychic states in which the gap is not absolute, but relative, being filled with the activity of another moment. Thus, carried on conversations, arguments, and discussions while in the abnormal subconscious state and could not remember anything of it when emerging from it and returning to the normal condition. Similarly, in his subconscious state travelled a distance, sold horses and returned, but knew nothing of what had taken place from the beginning to normal and abnormal psychology. 292 The end of his journey. In the case the gaps formed the in secondary state by the manifestations of the primary state were as if non-existent, for this secondary conscious shield good of the primary conth two were working independently of the same scienceness, each other, each synthesizing its own experience, each beginning at the place where it had left off. Neither of them knew of and felt subjectively the gap. There was a gap, only it was filled in by another moment consciousness of which the present functioning moment was not aware. In cases of typical epilepsy, subconscious states are sometimes found, states that constitute gaps in the activity of the normally working moment consciousness. Thus in some cases of idiopathic epilepsy under my observation, the patients in the stuporous states succeeding the epileptic attack answer questions, but do not recognize me, nor do they know the nurse who takes care of them, although they can remember and recognize other names mentioned to them. In their normal state, however, they neither know of their attacks nor do they remember anything of the conversations and experimentations during the stuporous post-epileptic state. In other severe cases of epilepsy with frequent attacks of grand mal and petit mal, the patients during the periods of their stuporous post-epileptic answer questions often mistaking persons and environment, referring to events and incidents of their early childhood. On emerging from their abnormal states, the patients are completely unaware of what states had taken place. The post-epileptic state epileptic attack with stuporous forming a gap in the functional, mental continuity and the psychic gap activity of his principal 293 or upper moment consciousness. If we look at the moment from its subjective stand, may be consciousness of the gap bridging point there over the edges of the mental lesion, or such conscious may be altogether lacking. The psychic edges of the mental lesion being closely unified in the synthetic activity of the temporarily arrested. But now once more if we look at we find that there may be total absence of all mental activity, no other moment functioning moment consciousness. Objective side of the gap, coming up to fill the place of the one that has ceased functioning, or another moment may take the place of the one arrested in function, seemingly fill up the mental gap, and become submerged with the restitution of not that the gap is the arrested moment's activity. Really filled up objectively or subjectively, it is like the close successive manifestations of different individualities. The close observer can easily detect the arrest, the gap, the filling up of the gap with another moment's activity, and finally the restitution of the original to what is pre-parallelly arrested moment consciousness. Centered to cursory observation is apparent continuity of mental activity. Mental gaps may be classified as follows, with consciousness of mental gap. Standpoint, without consciousness of mental gap. F subjective I mental gap, I objective / absence of moment. Standpoint / presence of moment TV, / a degree Y, when the principal moment becomes arrested in its and a new dominating moment takes its place in the formed gap. The type of the new moment is use activity 294 normal and abnormal psychology usually of a lower grade. The conditions that bring about an aggregation of moments are of such a nature as to allow of the activity of a high type of moment. Not appearing in the mental synthesis of the organization of moments characteristic of consciousness in the normal state, the moment is poor in content and simple in nature. Falling as it does outside the complex normal aggregate of moments, the moment lacks the harmony and balance in its psychomotor and psychophysiological reactions, since the counteracting balancing and hence regulative psychomotor tendencies of other systems of moments are wanting. A moment that enters into a highly complex aggregation of moments, when stimulated to activity, sets also other moments into functioning, moments that are closely associated with it and often of different and even contrary psychomotor and psychophysiological reactions. Strengthening other systems against the lines of its own activity, the moment is thus controlled, inhibited, and regulated in the very act of awakening to functioning activity. For it must be clearly understood that there is no special controlling agency somewhere in the mind sending out orders, mandates, inhibitions, like a despotically ruling autocrat, like a psychoanalytic censor, or like an omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, invisible deity. The regulative, inhibiting control to which a moment subject is in the mutual interrelation, balance, and harmony of the systems and constellations of moments, is entering into an aggregate, and forming the organized activity of a highly complex moment consciousness. When a moment becomes dissociated and isolated from other systems of moments, it loses its balance and being freed from control, manifests its psychomotory mental continuity and the psychic gap actions in the full force of its original powers. 295 The lack of control and the moment's energy of manifestations are just in proportion to the depth and extent of dissociation or of disaggregation of moments. Dissociation and overaction are correlated. The intimate relation of dissociation and overaction is clearly seen in cases of so-called psychic epilepsy. The dissociated subconscious states manifest themselves with an overpowering activity, with an energy that can neither be resisted nor controlled. They irresistible, come like uncontrollable, imperative impulses, which are them in nature. If, however, these states are brought out from the hidden subconscious depth from which they make invasions, if they are closely related to brought to light before the court of the upper consciousness one by one in hypnoidal states, and are forced to become associated with and synthesized into the principal moment consciousness, the impetuosity and energy of their manifestations are gone. All my cases of dissociation give experimental confirmation of this law of dynamogenesis of dissociation. The dissociated cluster, although inaccessible through the ordinary channels of intercommunications, on account of the disaggregation of the aggregate into which it enters as a constituent part, may still be reached through other channels, coming from other moment aggregates. For a moment, or a combination of them forms a constituent part not only of one aggregate, but of many other aggregates. Loss of communication through a certain channel does not necessarily exclude loss of all communications. If the lost channel is habitual, the activity of the seemingly lost moments may be awakened through unhabitual normal and abnormal psychology. 296 Nels. If the moment cannot be organization of science personality, cesses, the activity set constellations into activity constituting by the con on account of disaggregating pro-moment may still be set into functioning AC through aggregates falling outside the focus of work with that focus in close personality, but which cooperation, namely the subconscious. In other words, in the process of disaggregation, conscious, or rather self-conscious experiences fall into the region of subconscious life. What is absent in personal thought may be present in impersonal, subconscious states. All psychopathic functional disturbances consist just in such an interrelation of mental aggregates. In the process of disaggregation of the self-conscious personality, aggregates of moments drop out and fall into the domain of the subconscious. What disappears from attentive consciousness may fall into subconsciousness. The disaggregated moment, ceasing to enter into relations with the upper personal consciousness of the highly complex constellation, may still form a component of the lower aggregates of the subconscious. Chapter X. The moment threshold, taking an initial stimulus with its concomitant sensory effect as the starting point, we add by degrees small unperceived stimuli until a point is reached when a barely perceptible change of the external stimulation is effected in the sum of the differential stimuli up consciousness, to the point where the perceptible change is produced, found out, and brought into relation with the quantity of the initial stimulus. Working with this method of least observable differences, Weber succeeded in expressing the relation of the differential stimulus-io sensation in the formula known as Weber's law. Within certain limits, no matter what the absolute value of the stimulus be, the differential stimulus, or what is the same, the barely sensible addition to the initial total stimulus, must bear the same proportion total stimulus to the. By many experiments, Weber found that in the case of weight, for instance, the relation is 1/3. Thus if the first weight be 9 pounds, the barely sensible addition will be 1/3 of 9, or 3 pounds. In 12 pounds the increment is 1/3 of 12, or 4 pounds. In 15 pounds the barely sensible increment is again 1/3 of the total stimulus, that is 1/3 of 15, or 5 pounds, and so on. Further investigations have shown that, within the 297 normal and abnormal psychology 298 time limits, there is for all the senses which admit of exact measurement a constantly uniform quantitative relation between the stimulus and the just noticeable stimulus difference. Experimentation by different investigators have confirmed Weber's law for the different senses by showing that, within a certain range of intensities of stimuli, there is a more or less constant rub between the increase of the stimulus necessary to produce a just noticeable difference of sensation, and thus, it has been shown the total stimulus intensity. That noise stimuli must increase by 1/3, pressure stimuli by 1/40, stimuli of muscular sensations, such as lifting weights, by 1/40, achromatic light stimuli by 1/100th. Weber in his paper De Tactu expressed his law as follows: in observando discrimine rerum inter se comparatorem non differentium rerum, sed rationem differentii ad magnitudinem rerum inter se comparatorem percipimus. Gustav Theodor Fechner, the founder of psychophysics and its methods, starting with Weber's law, worked out a general formula for the quantitative relation between physical stimuli and sensations. Assuming that the just noticeable differences of sensation given by ascending or descending series of different stimuli to be equal units, he finds by means of different psychophysical methods, first elaborated by him, the threshold of sensations, or that stimulus which is just near the limit of giving which is still rise to a sensory effect, but not sufficient to awaken a sensation. In short, he finds the stimulus the correlating sensation of which is 0. The minimum perceptible or stimulus threshold found by measurements of the different senses is thus the moment threshold. 299 Most people barely dis between them subtends an angle of less than 60 seconds. In the sense of hearing, the vibrations recurring between 30 to 35 per second are barely distinguishable, Below 16 vibrations per second no sensation of sound can be produced. Thresholds have been similarly determined for all parallel distinguishable lines are for when the distance other sensations. Thus the sense of touch, when tested by the estesiometer, an unsatisfactory instrument, gives the average for the tip of the forefinger about 1.65 mm, on the back of the hand about 16.0 mm. Sensibility to pain as tested by the algometer varies from 10 to 15 degrees. Sensitivity to smell varies with different substances. Thus for smell of garlic sensitivity varies in detecting 1 part in 44,000 parts of water to 1 part in 57,000 parts of water. For oil of lemon from 1 to 116,000 to 1 to 280,000. Taste can detect the bitterness of quinine in a solution of 1 part quinine to about 400,000 to 459,000 of water. The sweetness of sugar can be detected in a solution of 1 part sugar to 200 of water. The taste of salt can be detected in a solution of 1 part salt to about 2,000 parts of water. After discovering the 0 point of sensation and the minimum perceptible, he finds the constant ratio for the just noticeable difference. BLE, the minimum perceptive, forms the unit of sensation. Each increase of the stimulus giving a just noticeable difference is counted as an additional sensation unit to the total sum of sensations. Let A be the threshold giving sensation 0, and let R be the constant ratio of increase. Then we have the following series of stimuli and their corresponding sensations. Normal and abnormal psychology 300. A sensation O is given by stimulus UIU2, 3A3, N, I and R, 1, I and R, 2, I and R, 8, I and R, 8 I and R, N. Thus we find that while the stimulus increases in a geometrical ratio, the sensation grows in an arithmetic. The sensations stand therefore in the same, hence relation as the logarithms to their numbers. We may say that sensation increases as the logarithm Cal ratio. If S be the sensation of the stimulus, R the stimulus, and C the magnitude of the constant ratio, then we have the following formulas: S equals C log R. This formula is known as Fechner's law. Fechner's expression of Weber's law is rather questionable. Fechner assumes that the just noticeable difference of different stimuli are qualitatively and quantitatively equal. Dubious assumption. A third of an ounce added to an ounce does not feel the same as a third of 18 pounds added to the same number of pounds. As 9 pounds added to 27, these units, even if they have a quantitative or expression, do not stand in a simple quantitative relation and are rather incommensurable. Furthermore, it may even be considered that Fechner's assumption is fundamentally wrong and unpsychological. In opposition to the first elementary principle of psychology, Fechner tacitly postulates that sensations can be measured and that one sensation or a complex sensation is a multiple of another. Now the peculiar trait of the phenomena of mental life is essentially their qualitar, the moment threshold 301 tive character. Sensations are not quantities to be measured, but are essentially qualities. A strong sense and not a weak sensation many times over, but its very strength, its intensity is its own separate individual quality constituting the essence of that particular. An intense sensation of pure white is not a sensation. Multiple of a weak sensation of grey, just as the thought nation is not the thought man raised to the n-carat degree. Psychological investigations, one must be care not to confound the nature of the physical stimulus with that of the sensation. A physical stimulus can be measured quantitatively, but a sensation does not consist of quantitative units, and hence, is not the only relation that can be measurable. And expressed quantitatively is that between stimulus and physiological process, the physical concomitant of psychic states. Whether or no we accept Fechner's statement of Weber's law, we may safely assume that the threshold rises with successive stimulations. This law holds true of all life processes, from the life of an amber to the life activity of a highly organized moment conscious. In the sphere of sensation we find such a rise of threshold. We are all acquainted with the fact that an additional candle or lamp, for instance, in a well-lighted room does not produce the same sensory effect as when brought into a more or less dark room. Trick light in the sun is scarcely perceptible. An additional ounce to a lifted pound does not feel as heavy as when raised by itself. A sound added to another sound or noise sounds less loud than when appearing isolated, or when the same sound is breaking upon silence. Normal and abnormal psychology 302. The same relation holds true in the case of other senses. This same truth is still more clearly brought out in the fact that, if we take a certain stimulus as a unit, giving rise to a definite sensation, then as we progressively ascend and add more and more units of the same stimulus, the intensity of stimulation is far from rising proportionately. If we take, for instance, the weight of an ounce as our unit of stimulation, then the successive moments of unit stimulations, that is, of ounces, will not give rise to as distinct and similar sensations as the initial sensation. The second ounce will give a sensation fainter than the first one, and the third fainter than the second, and so on until a point is reached when the sensation of an additional ounce will not at all be appreciated, will dwindle away and almost reach the 0 point. In the is excited same way, in the if hand, the pressure successive of a gram increments of grams will not in equal degree increase the sensory effect. The additional increments of grams, though they are equal units of stimulation, give rise to fainter and fainter sensations, until finally all sensory appreciation of the added unit fades away and disappears. If the hand is immersed in water, say at the freezing point, an addition of 10 degrees will be perceptibly appreciated, while successive increments of 10 degrees each will be felt less and less, and finally will not be noticed and will be difficult to detect. In short, the threshold rises with the process stimulation. To bring about a sensory response of an already stimulated sense organ, the intensity of the stimulus must be relatively increased. Law. This is what constitutes Weber's the continuous progressive sensory response of a the moment threshold 303 sense organ requires a constant increase of stimulations which, within certain limits, bears a constant ratio to the total stimulus. This law is sometimes summed up by psychologists in statement that the increase of the stimulus necessary to produce an increase of the sensation bears a constant ratio to the total stimulus. Activity raises the threshold, it is the beginning of fatigue. The rise of threshold after stimulation holds true in the whole domain of biological activity. If the gastrocnemius muscle of a frog, for instance, is stimulated by an electric current, the muscle, with each successive stimulation, responds less readily with a contraction, and this becomes more evident with the onset of fatigue. Pfeffer, in a series of extremely interesting experiments, has shown that spermatozoids of ferns are attracted by malic acid, the progressive response of attraction of the cell requiring a constant increase of the degree of concentration of the acid, the increment of stimulations, as in the case of sensation, bearing, within certain limits, a constant ratio to the total stimulus. The threshold rises with each successive stimulation. The rise of thresholds increases with intensity and we approach the state of duration of stimulation as fatigue. Through the influence of exhaustion, fatigue, or the influence of toxic, autotoxic, emotional, and other stimulations, the thresholds of certain moments have been raised so that ordinary or even maximal stimuli can no longer call out any response. When such a rise of thresholds is present, the moments with raised thresholds can no longer enter into association with systems of moments with which they are usually normal and abnormal psychology 304 associated, and the result is dissociation, giving rise to the great multitude of phenomena of functional psychosis with a subconscious background, the extent of which depends on the number of raised thresholds, on the extent of the dissociation effected. When a moment or aggregate of moments begins to function, it radiates stimulation to other aggregates of moments. These radiated stimulations do not equally begin to function. It will depend largely on the state the aggregate and its threshold. Uli moments or all the aggregates which of if the radiated stim be minimal, the many aggregates that have a high threshold will not be affected at many aggregates whose easily affected all. Furthermore, arousal could otherwise be by the given stimulus may temporarily be in a condition in which their thresholds have become raised and thus fall outside the sphere of activity of the functioning aggregate. On the other hand, aggregates that are usually inaccessible to those minimal stimuli may under certain conditions be set into activity by minimal stimuli, if there is a lowering of the threshold of the total aggregate. Thus the aggregates set into activity by the functioning aggregate are conditioned by the rise and fall of their thresholds. In case where the threshold of an aggregate is raised, the radiated minimal stimuli coming from a particular functioning aggregate may become efficient and reach the threshold, when another aggregate begins to function simultaneously. This holds true even in the case when the minimal stimuli, coming from two different aggregates, are just below the threshold stimulus. Thus, under certain conditions, when visual stimuli are barely or not at all discernible, they can become intensified the moment threshold 305 by reinforcing them with auditory stimuli. This is commonly found in the mode of recovery of some forgotten name, or of some lapsed experience. We try to find the name and seek to come to it in one line of thought, but of no avail. New lines are attempted, and finally the combined activity of the systems reaches the lapsed aggregate whose threshold has become temporarily raised. We find the same law further exemplified in the case of the infant under my observation. When with the nipple in his mouth the infant ceased nursing, the sucking movements could be induced again by stimulating some other sense organ. The tactile, pressure, temperature, and taste stimuli coming from the nipple in the infant's mouth became insufficient to stimulate to activity the functioning aggregate of sucking movements. On account of its raised threshold, only additional stimulation could bring about a further functioning of the lapsed aggregate. This, of course, could also be effected by making the tactile and pressure stimuli more intense, such, for instance, as shaking the nipple while the infant kept it in its mouth. This increase of intensity mainly indicates that the stimuli were no longer, however, effective, and an additional stimulus was requisite, a stimulus that might come either from the same aggregate or from a totally different aggregate. In the many cases of post-hypnotic amnesia, we find the same truth further illustrated. In the deeper stages of hypnosis, from which the subject awakens with no remembrance of what had occurred during the state, the lapsed memories can be brought into the upper consciousness by plying the subject with many questions. During the trance or during the intermediate 306 normal and abnormal psychology stages, with subsequent trance and suggested amnesia, the subject is made to perform a certain action, to light and extinguish the gas 4 times in succession, or to open and close the door a certain number of times. The subject is then awakened from his trance. He remembers nothing of what has taken place. If he is asked point blank whether he remembers any incidents of his hypnotic state, he answers with an emphatic negative. If now the subject is asked whether he knows how much 2 times 2 are, or his attention is incidentally directed to the gas or to the door, he at once becomes reflective. The subconscious memories are on the way to surge up, and a few further indirect questions, the number depending on the depth of hypnosis, finally bring out the lost memories. The threshold that has risen at the end of the trance is stepped over by the combined effect of the many stimulations coming from different directions, and the subconsciously submerged moment or aggregate of moments surges up to the focus or nucleus of the upper consciousness. Once a particular moment is stimulated in its appropriate way, it may go on developing, and usually does so by stimulating and setting into activity aggregates of moments associated with it, or may form new the solution of amalgamations of aggregates. Present great difficulties, but once started on the appropriate line, the whole series of combination goes on unfolding, stimulating other moments and aggregates and forming more and more complex combinations. Thus, Archimedes, as the story runs, while in the bath, made the discovery of the law of specific gravity. According to the popular account, Newton was led to his discovery of universal gravitation by the accidental fall the moment threshold 307 Hughes was started by the idea of sim of an apple meter in his discovery of the laws of crystallography. Goethe was led to his conception of metamorphosis and Darwin by evolution by a skull on the plains of Italy. Reading Malthus' economical treatise on population was inspired to work out the great principles of the strug. Myers was led GLE for existence and natural selection by the greater redness of blood in the blood vessels of tropical patients to his grand conceptions of transformation, equivalence, examples and conservation of energy. All these illustrate moment as the fact that once a been started it goes on developing by stimulating other cognate moments and aggregates to functioning activity. The same condition is also found in psychopathic in dreams or peri-borderland states, such as dreams. For all stimulus gives activities of rise to sensations that start the moments, which turn in give rise fantastic combinations of different aggregates. To this fantastic combination of aggregates, giving rise to the functioning of otherwise unusual, or what may be termed abnormal constellations, is largely due to the fact of redistribution of thresholds in the dream state. The state is characterized moments and of thresholds by their arise of aggregates that have been functioning during the waking states, the thresholds of these through activity. Aggregates having been raised in the sleep state, moments that have their thresholds relatively or absolutely lowered through moments or aggregates that are unusual or have not been in use during the waking state, become in activity, aroused, and begin to function. Hence the arousal of long-lapsed hypnotic dream states reproducing ments of child life, hence the phantasms of the world of dreams. Chapter 11 The process of moment disaggregation. Each stimulation leaves after it some moment disaggregation, a condition that makes further disaggregation more difficult. The more intense the stimulation is, the more extensive and deeper is the disaggregation, and hence, the more difficult further disaggregation becomes. If the stimulation is continued or made highly intense, a point is soon reached beyond which no stimulation can pass without giving rise to disaggregation, having as its manifestation the different forms of the pathological process under mental dissociation. Phenomena of abnormal mental life is not essentially different from the one taking place in normal states. If difference there be, it is not certainly lying the one of a quality, but of degree. The more tensive is the intense process a stimulation is, the of disaggregation, mounts the moment threshold, giving rise more the higher to the different phenomenon of psychophysiological and psycho as expressed in a former work, motor dissociation. The process of disaggregation setting in under the strong action of thing new and it is and hurtful stimuli is not some in kind from the usual, different continuation of the process of association and dissociation normally going on within the function and structure of higher constellations. The one process gradually passes into the other with the intensity 308. The process of moment disaggregation 309 of duration of the stimulus. The process of disaggregation is a descending one, under the it proceeds from constellations to groups. Influence of strong stimulations such as mechanical and chemical agencies, and psychic affections, such as intense emotions of fear, anger, grief, anxiety, or worry. The degenerative process of disaggregation sets affecting first in, the higher aggregates, and then with the continuity and intensity of the stimulations the process descends deeper and deeper, affecting less complex aggregates, finally reaching the simplest aggregates of moments. The higher types of moments degenerate and fall to lower and lower stages of consciousness. The law of disaggregation as that of degeneration in general is from the complex to the simple. The lower moments, on account of the simplicity of their organization, are more stable, and are in a better condition to resist the disaggregating action of hurtful stimulations. Furthermore, the lower and simpler an aggregate of moments is, the older it is, either phylogenetically or ontogenetically, and its stability is therefore more firmly assured by selection and adaptation. In the course of the life existence of the individual and the species, lower types of moments have come more often into activity, Since the higher an aggregate is, the later does it rise in the history of evolution. Hence moments that are not working smoothly and with little friction are continually weeded out. This same process is going on not only in the history of the species by the eliminating action of natural selection, but also by the special adaptations brought about in the life experience of the individual. In phylogenesis, the best and most firmly organized instincts are normal and abnormal psychology 310 viv, while in ontogenesis those habits are consciously or unconsciously selected which are most firmly established and are best adapted to the given end. At the same time, the older an instinct is, the more thoroughly organized it becomes, the more is it enabled to withstand the onslaught of external hurtful stimuli. True in the case of habits. The same holds a habit of long standing is well organized, and it is often extremely difficult, if not impossible, to control. Food instincts, sex instincts, social instincts, and personal moral life from an ascending series both as to time of appearance in the history of the species as well as complexity of structure and function. Food instincts in time and simplicity precede sex instincts, and sex instincts in their turn precede social instincts which antecede personal, moral life. Now we find that the instable food instincts are more stable than sex instincts. Sex instincts are more stable than social instincts which are more firmly organized. It is in the same ascending line. Then a highly unified personal life, guided by a moral, the structure and functions of the system of ideal alimentation remain unchanged for ages. The sex instincts may become slightly modified for some period of time. The functions relating to social life vary from generation to generation, while the moral life guided by the moral ideal is highly individualized and personal. In the downward course of mental disease processes from the complex to the simple, from the stable to the unstable, from the highly organed the degeneration is to the lowly organized. In the different forms of mental diseases, first the moral life, then the social instincts become affected. The patient becomes selfish, introspective, morally selfish, then loses all regard for the process of moment disaggregation 311 becomes careless, wasteful and negligent of his own duties, his whole thought becomes concentrated on himself. In certain forms of mental alienation, such as melancholia and paranoia, the patient becomes suspicious of others, of his near and dear ones, becomes cruel and revengeful, sometimes ending by attacking his own friends and near relatives, and committing homicide. When the deterioration of personal moral life and social instincts is well underway, others, vocations, life work, degeneration of other functions sets in. The patient gives himself over to excesses, to all kinds of debauches, and indulges in the different forms of abnormal sexual practices. Only very late in the course of the disease are the food instincts in any way affected. Even in the lighter forms of psychic degenerative forms that lie on the borderland of mental alienation, such, for instance, as are present in the various forms, we still find that the same moral life is the first to be of psychopathic maladies relation holds good. Affected. Social instincts follow, while disturbances of sex and food instincts set in very late in the course of the pathological process of disaggregation and degeneration. In the mentally defective, such as in imbeciles, idiots, and cretins, we once more find that our law holds good. The depth of the congenital mental degeneration is from moral to social, then to sex, and last to food. In the imbecile, only the moral, social, and instincts. Intellectual activities are affected, the imbecility being AC according to the depth of the degeneration, the other instincts are more or less normal. In the idiot, and CRE of degeneration has gone still deeper, and sex and food instincts with their psychophysiology in the process normal and abnormal psychology 312 cal functions and psychomotor adjustments become affected, the idiocy being in proportion to the gravity of the affection. The phenomena manifested under the action of narcosis go further to confirm the same point of view. Moral, personal life is the first to succumb, other activities follow in the order of their complexity and duration of function. In other words, The law of disaggregation or that of degeneration is from the complex to the from the highly organized to the lowly organized, from the least stable to the most stable. This stability pull is proportionate to the complexity of moment aggregates, and the frequency and duration of their associative activity. In habits, formed within the lifetime of the old habits become inveterate. Habits formed in childhood and perpetuated can hardly be eradicated, while those that are formed later in life become more easily dissolved. Complex habits formed in late life, relating to moral life and social intercourse, become dissolved at the first onset of the process of mental degeneration, while habits formed early in life, such as handling spoons, fork, and plate or dressing and buttoning the coat long resist the degenerative process. Paetics and patients of second vigil, the same law holds true. RE dementia in general, though far advanced on the downward path of degeneration, are still for some time able to attend to the simpler functions of life. Once more we are confronted with facts pointing to the same lawtivity, such as dressing and feeding. That the process of degeneration of which disaggregation constitutes a stage is from the highly to the lowly organized, from the complex to the simple. The process of moment disaggregation 313. If we observe more closely the history and stages of disaggregation, we find that, although the process itself is going on within the center or nucleus of the aggregate, the course of the process is inverse, from that this law is really a corollary law of degeneration. For the nucleus of the moment aggregate usually consists of moments that have early become organized, and round which more moments gather from all sides, the aggregate finally attaining a high grade of organization. The further away from the center or from the nucleus, the newer is the formation of the strata of moments, and the more unstable is their structural and functional relationship within the total aggregate. Hence, when the process periphery to the center of the first of degeneration sets in affecting the controlling nucleus, moments within the aggregate become lowered, and the newest strata, the most remote from the nucleus, are the first to be affected, the process passing from newer to older strata. In other words, the process of degeneration is from periphery the associative ties of to center. In the building up of a moment aggregate, the early deposits are less complex than the later deposits, which are not as yet well organized by use and adaptation. The child under my observation learned early that the shining point yonder in the sky is venue, S, and when S, tar absent it is hidden by AC, L, ood. This knowledge is certainly extremely meager, but still it forms the nucleus round which gradually more knowledge will become formed and organized. The child will learn the dimensions of the planet, its distance from the Earth, its orbit, its relation as member within the solar system, relations that may normal and abnormal psychology 314 be extended endlessly, making the whole moment aggregate more and more highly complex and unstable. If we turn to motor adaptations, we find a similar course of development. It took the infant time before out of the aimless series of spontaneous motor reactions some definite adaptations emerged relative to external visual stimuli, so that he learned to grasp the object yonder. These grasping motor reactions are crude and inexact. At first the distance of objects is often mistaken, and the child stretches his hand to fetch distant objects, while small objects cannot be picked up. The hand often goes in the wrong direction and objects are often dropped, because the reactions are not exact and movements form the nucleus for the formation of new and more complex strata of motor reactions. He learns the delicate adaptations of grasping small objects and the fine adjustments of producing a series of highly complex and extremely delicate motor reactions, such for instance as one finds in steady. Still these grasping the handling of instruments, reading, writing in the execution of musical pieces, in singing, and piano playing. All these motor reactions as they become more complex and delicate are further and further removed from the organized nucleus. What happens now in the descending process of dissolution? The reverse process takes place. The more complex the psychomotor structure is, and the further it is removed from the original nucleus, the more easily does it become disintegrated in the downward course of the process of degeneration. In the different forms of mental diseases, such as the various types of mania, melancholia, paranoia, general paresis, primary dementia, dementia praecox, senile dementia, and in all those the process of moment disaggregation, 315 chronic forms that end in secondary dementia, adaptations and acquisitions further removed from the original nucleus, constituting the simple relations of things acquired in early youth and childhood, gradually become the more remote the stratum is from. Disintegrated. The central nucleus, the earlier does dissolution set in. With the setting in of the process of dissolution, the student loses by degrees the scientist, the professor, the lately acquired wealth and delicately balanced scientific relationship, of the structure of the more remotely related to the original nucleus of sense experience is the first to be when the degenerate comes shaken and tumble down. Tiv process has complex knowledge, conceptual gone far enough. The original meager nucleus of sense experience becomes disintegrated in its turn. With the onset the of the usually begin to lose process man, banker, the business the of degeneration speculator, grad of those understanding speculative aspects of business adaptations and adjustments that are remotely related to the original nucleus of self-preservation. With the further advance of the process of disintegration, more stable strata, more nearly related to the original nucleus, finally the nucleus itself is become affected, until reached and its constituents are affected, the patient is unable to take care of himself. In motor reactions we find that the same law holds true. The finer, the more complex a given activity is, the more remote it is from the primary nucleus of what become TOR adaptations, the easier and sooner does disintegrate it in the course of the pathological process. The musician, the virtuoso, loses the power of infusing harmony, life, and emotion into the play. The 316 normal and abnormal psychology painter loses control over his brush, the singer over his voice, the watchmaker, or the mechanician is unable to regulate the fine movements of the spring, the wheels of the delicate mechanism, and the mechanic is unable to handle his instruments. Drawing deteriorates, writing is impaired and defective. The liquid are a sound which children acquire late becomes difficult, if not impossible. The speech test of general paralysis is well known. The patient is unable to repeat such a symptom pronounce. Pull formula as round about the rugged rock, the ragged rascal ran, or truly rural. With the further advance of the process, such simple actions as picking up a pin, or threading a needle are executed with great difficulty, and much hesitation. To produce a straight line or to draw a circle becomes impossible. Involuntary tremor is predominant, a tremor, the rhythmical regularity of which becomes fully manifested in senile degeneration, and which is also observed, though without its rhythmical regularity, on the very eve of mental life, in infancy. Chapter 12 Reproduction and the reflex moment. We have described the moment consciousness as being stimulated to emerging, as assimilating, growing, and through many stages developing, in the history evolution and dissolution. Activity, new of as its as material, passing individual. All this tacitly implies another characteristic besides the ones to the nature of the moment. Found as belonging the moment consciousness has the function of reproduction. Dentally discussed reproduction of the we have in the moment consciousness, but we have not studied this character more closely from the standpoint of the moment's general nature. A close inspection of the moment consciousness reveals the fact that every moment consciousness can be reproduced as long as it is not destroyed, as long as it is not dissolved into its constituent elements. For as long as the moment exists, each time when it is stimulated to activity, the manifestation of its content, both sensory and motor, duction, is ipso facto the moment's repro. What remains for us to investigate is the various modes and forms of reproduction, and also the conditions under which they occur. The simplest case we may suppose is a moment consciousness set into activity by an appropriate stimuli. This activity runs a certain course and comes to an end. It ceases when the purpose of the moment is loose. 317 Normal and abnormal psychology 318 Accomplished. A second stimulus will call forth a repetition of the activity, a recurrence of the phenomena. A third, a fourth, a fifth stimulus of the same kind will each time call to life the moment consciousness. The moment will be produced again, will be reproduced. A repetition of the specific appropriate stimulus will be followed by a reproduction of the moment. The reappearance of the moment presents a series of moments situated at a distance of different time in the members of this series are disconnected, intervals. Inasmuch as each member does not contain the fact of its the present functioning AC previous appearance. Not felt in the moment by some modification activity is effected in the content, it is not cognized as a reappear. This is impossible from the very character of this form of reproduction. Since the emerging moment appear with an unchanged content, is supposed to while modifications, feeling, and cognition of previous appearances require something added to the moment which makes it different in content. The members in such a series are disconnected and do not enter into relation. Each moment presents a separate beat of consciousness. The previous appearances of the moment are not represented, each one stands just in its by itself. The organization's subsequent appearances, no modification of the is moment by previous history of its life activity, no trace is left by and of former experience. On each occasion the same psychic content is reproduced. Since the form of consciousness, now under consideration, is of such a nature as to have no modification left by each separate beat of the moment, no connections are formed by the fact of functioning. Only that connect reproduction and the reflex moment 319 which is given in the organic constitution. In other words, we may say that a being with such an exists type of moment consciousness does not profit by individual experience. It does not, and cannot get any acquired characters during its individual life existence. It lives only by what has been obtained by the process of natural selection, during the life history of the species. Primary sensory elements are certainly present, but secondary sensory elements may be absent, as it depends entirely as to whether such connections requisite for secondary sensory elements have been established by variation and natural selection in the phylogenetic history of the moment. May possibly say that while such connections are absent in a lower stage of the moment, they are present in a higher stage. Both, however, lack the formation of acquired characters during their individual history. Such states of the moment consciousness may be larger stages, lie hypothetical, but they are probably present in the very lowest representatives in the scale of evolution. The throwing out of pseudopodia in the amoeba are as perfect in the fusion whose daughter amoeba has taken place. In the mother before the young vorticella is just as efficient as its parent in its sudden spring-like reactions of contraction and expansion, both of its body and of its long attached thread-like fiber. What is present is in all probability some primitive primary psychobiological element, a germ out of which the elements of the higher forms of psychic life have differentiated. The of life structure and functions of the higher forms have become differentiated out of the homogeneous activity of lower forms. The sensory nerve normal and abnormal psychology 320 cell, the muscle from the primitive initiation, of recipient cell, the reagent cell stimulation, to host stimuli, to science, invertebrates, evolved by greater and greater both of structure and function. The like differ in the cruise and lower vertebrates where more or less complex and tall reactions to stimuli are varied. The sensory aspect of the moment is probably correspondingly complicated. Organic connections are present giving rise to secondary sensory elements, constituting the material of perceptual life. The soft-bodied hermit crab as soon as he hatches out from the egg looks for a shell to fit his body in, to protect it from danger, and does the fitting and measuring of the shell with as delicate a nicety and circumspection as his seemingly more experienced older relatives. As a matter of fact, experience does not count here. Baby hermit crab is as learned as its parent. Not even organic modifications are required. the organization or mechanism is ready, and the first appropriate stimulus sets into activity reactions to external conditions in the most perfect way of which this organization is capable. The butterfly, the ant, the bee on emerging from their chrysalis are as perfect in their reactions as any of the adult individuals. Acquired characters count for nothing, inherited organization is everything. In the lower vertebrates such as fishes, acquired characters, modifications formed during the lifetime of the individual begin to appear, but this is only in its germ. Here too inherited organization is everything. The mechanism is ready and perfect as soon as it comes into life, and enters into relation with the condition of the external environment. The moment consciousness concomitant with such a type of organization is perfect reproduction and the reflex moment 321 from the start and has reached its maturity at birth. The contents of the moment cannot be enriched, the internal relations cannot be improved, no modifications can be brought about in its sensory response and motor reactions. External stimuli set the organization into activity with an unvaried psychic content, with an anal and motor manifestations. The content of such a moment is fixed and unalterable. This low stage differs but little from reflex activity. In fact, such a type of psychosis may be termed terrible psychophysiological structure reflex moment consciousness. Chapter 13 Desultory Consciousness. The moon single lines of sensory motor reaction. This is well form of this in the more differentiated scene characteristic feature of the reflex ment consciousness is its activity stage of psychophysiological organization. Sidian, for instance, cell in the as we meet with one sensory nerve connected with the muscular reacting apparatus. This is of the nature of reflex action found also in the higher representatives of the life series. In the high forms of the fixed moment some connections are formed, several sensory ganglia are connected, the action may then become more varied. In the still higher same form many systems of ganglia of several organs become connected, thus giving rise to stages of the highly differentiated sensory motor apparatus. At this stage secondary sensory elements enter into the content synthesized by the moment consciousness. What, however, characterizes all these forms as belonging to the same type of moment consciousness, is the fact of their being unmodifiable, fixed in their organization. The moment does not get modified by its the organization does not recurrent manifestations get improved by repetition. Since the time of birth, things are in statu quo. The moment, not being modi occurrence, when stimulated, by its previous emerges each time with an unchangeable content. Each time the moment recurs, it shows not the slightest trace. Fireball 322 Desultory Consciousness 323 of its former life activity. The various reproductions of this type of moment consciousness presents a disconnected series. The moment at each time of its occurrence may, psychologically, be regarded as an entirely new moment, inasmuch as it bears no trace of its having been in activity once before. The first to an objective observer confronted for time with this type of moment, the latter were just come into the world. The moment is regarded as reproduced, not by a mark inherent in its constitution, due to the fact of its recurrence, but by modifications in the observer. Pairs, and rightly so, as in short, the if-it moment in its recurrent manifestations presents a disconnected series. If we look at consciousness from the standpoint of moments in serial relationship, then the series appear as separate, as isolated. This isolation of the members in the series is the chief characteristic of this type of moment consciousness, which may then be termed desultory consciousness. The moment consciousness of the desultory type may also be represented in a more hypothetical form. There may be a type of consciousness in which the moment does not recur at all. Each moment appears and vanishes, never to come again, and is followed by another moment of a totally different content. The moments have no relation to one another. The antecedent moment is totally, and we may say absolutely disconnected from the subsequent moment. The series of moments appearing are unrelated and are also different in content. The moments appear like a series of successive bubbles, each bubble bursting, vanishing, giving place to a new bubble, and so on. There is cognition, normal and abnormal psychology 324 between the successive moments. Neither in real such a moment is a purely desultory form of consciousness and may possibly be presciential nor in matter. Ent in the completely unorganized, non-nucleated protoplasm. The lack of a definite stable organization may result in an indefinite mass of sensory responses and motor reactions, hence with a changeable, indefinite psychic content. When life becomes more differentiated and organization appears, then the psychic content becomes organized in a recurrent desultory moment consciousness with a more or less definite content. Has as its amorphous life concomitant amorphous psychosis. Reproduction probably begins with the more or less moment and its nuclear L-definite formation of the ment. When the moment consciousness appears to be definitely organized, then reproduction is present. In other words, reproduction is a fundamental characteristic of the formed moment consciousness. The reproduction of the moment, the type of which we have just analyzed, is fixed in its activity, unmodifiable in its func from the very start of its entering into relations. This type of moment is of such a nature as not to admit of further growth after it has come into the world and has begun to function. It admits of no improvement, of no modification. It is interesting to find that such a type of motion with the external environment. Consciousness is not altogether absent in the very highest under certain conditions we forms of psychic life. Meet in the higher mental types with a form of moment consciousness, moments of the closely lower forms resembling of psychic the life. Fixed in the degenerative states of idiocy, we find the moment to be of the desultory type. The moment is fixed, admits desultory consciousness 325 of no further growth, the moment recurring at more or less regular intervals. Such are the rhythmical movements often observed in low types of idiots, movements that are closely allied to those of the vorticellar type. In the pathological states known as hypnoidic, found in many forms of amnesia, in somnambulistic states, in the so-called psychic equivalents of epilepsy and in the pure psychic epilepsies, the moment possesses a definite content, highly organized, of course, considering the stage in which it occurs, but essentially fixed in its character, not capable, not admitting of any changes, of any. The hypnoidic state resembles more the movement of the second stage improvements. Desultory reproductive with a highly varied and differentiated content, but otherwise fixed in character. The hypnoidic state, whenever it appears, recurs with a content unchangeable, modified by the previous repetitions. It acquires no new, no modified characters in the course of its reproductions. Previous reproductions leave no trace behind. The hypnoidic state always appears fresh and new, as if coming into the world for the first time, not bearing the stamp of its life history. An inspection of the hypnoidic state, when it occurs, it does not having had in appeared once before. Itself, the least of past, it's reveal the fact of having similarly at the hypnoidic state is the past and nothing more than the past. Like the moment consciousness of the crustacean, or that of the invertebrate, it reacts to the stimuli of the external environment with a given moment content, with a definite set of highly complicated sensory motor reactions. From this standpoint, the hypnoidic state may be regarded as a reversion to a primitive, a reversion to the fixed form of psychic life. It is moment of the desultory type. Chapter 14: The synthetic moment and its reproduction. Our last analysis we have examined the tray of reproduction in the lowest types of psychic life, such as the different forms of desultory moment consciousness. We may now turn to the higher types of moments and show that in them, too, the same fundamental character is present, only of course, becoming more complicated and more differentiated with the progress of psychic life. The moment which we have thus far studied is one in which growth is impossible, as the reproduction of the moment does not embody the previous manifestations of the moment. In other words, The type examined is of such a character as only to synthesize content within the occurring moment, but it lacks synthesis of moments themselves. Duction is of inherited content, it is the repro-phylogenetic in now. We turn now to higher types of moments in which pure content and moments are synthesized alike. Such a type may be termed synthetic conscious, and its moment the synthetic moment conscious of psychic activity ness. The reproduction of the synthetic moment consciousness is not isolated, it stands in relation to the antecedent and subsequent moments. Each reproduction modifies the next one to a certain degree, however slight that may be. The moment is essentially modifiable and capable of improvement up to a certain point of which its internal organization permits. 326 The reproduction of the synthetic moment and its reproduction. 327 Synthetic type bears in its organization the stamp of its. We may say that just as the moment of the desultory type is an epitome of phylogenetic previous life history evolution, so is the moment of the synthetic type an epitome of ontogenetic development. In its lowest form, the synthetic moment undergoes modification by the fact of previous functioning activity. The synthetic moment in its reproduction may in a series of moments. Each reproduced moment is modified by the preceding moment and in its turn modifies the succeeding moment. The B-represented series is interrelated and interconnected. Each link in the series includes the previous link, and is in its turn included by the succeeding link. Series possesses itself of the each member in the wealth and being of its predecessor, and is itself inherited by its successor. The whole series is really a history of the continued growth and development of the one-moment consciousness passing through various stages in the way of reaching maturity, both in structure and function. It is true that once the synthetic its moment has reached maturity it may go on reproducing in the same way as the desultory moment, but the element of modification is still seen by a present, although superficial it cannot be so clearly examination. To detect this element of modifying influence of one reproduction on the succeeding one, we must watch the moment closely as long as the con-moment remains relatively unchanged, know and, if possible, experiment on it. Tent of the change is observed in its reproductions after having reached the acme of development. Should, however, some change be introduced during the functioning of the moment, at once this modification reappears on the normal and abnormal psychology. 328 Reproduction of the moment. A change may be introduced in the moment in a somewhat different way, namely, by letting it rest for a time longer than requisite for its restitution by arresting its activity. This introduces a change in the internal constitution of the moment, weakening the intensity of its activity, or loosening the coordination of its internal relationship. The coordination and activity of the psychic elements synthesized in the moment become shaken. The stability of the moment is interfered, its equilibrium gained in growth and development by the successive series of modifications is partial with, lie overthrown. The moment becomes unstable, mature and function regress and fall back a it's struck few steps lower in the course of its adaptation to the conditions of the external environment, adaptations acquired during the life history of its individual development. The mere arrest of the moment's function for a shorter or longer period at once tells on the subsequent reproduction of the moment. The function of the moment succeeding the period of arrest is less perfect, the moment is less adapted in its reactions to external stimuli. These facts, it seems, clearly indicate that in reaching maturity the moment has not lost its capacity for adaptability and modification. Furthermore, the fact of arrest with subsequent modification and degradation of function shows that the adaptation reached by the state is less continued reproduction. The moment in its mature by its more each reproduction of really kept in stable equilibrium moment is indispensable to the existence of the next one, and manifests its influence by maintaining the succeeding moment in the stage of maturity reached. The synthetic moment and its reproduction. 329 By the long series of modifications. The moment of the synthetic type profits by experience, the moment of the desultory type does not. We know the difference between the moment of the desultory type and the moment of the synthetic type. The desultory reproductive moment is highly stable in realize its organization, formed by variations and the iron hand of natural selection. It is crystallized in character. Function does not affect its organization. The reproductive moment of the synthetic type, however, while having on the one hand as its basis a functioning apparatus, formed in the course of phylogenesis, has on the other hand a large capacity for modification, and is mainly built up by function. It is in activity. Desultory type profoundly modified by its own function, in other words, while the moment of the is entirely organic in its nature, the moment of the synthetic type is mainly of a functional character. The contrast between the two types of moment may be summarized in the one phrase, function versus structure. The aphorism function maketh structure holds good only of the synthetic moment. In speaking of the fact that the synthetic moment profits by its experience, while the desultory moment does not, we must be guarded against the term experience. For it implies a psychic state belonging to a higher type of moment consciousness, and it is misleading, unless the term be qualified, when used for a lower type of psychic experience would imply that the moment under life consideration has an idea of its state, and remembering it takes on another occasion advantage of its acquired knowledge. Nothing of the kind occurs in the synthetic type. Is the synthetic moment has no knowledge of what taking place in its psychic activity, it is not conscious 330 normal and abnormal psychology of the states it is living through. The only knowledge the synthetic moment possesses, the one characteristic, is somewhat like what some writers term knowledge of acquaintance. The of sensory life in general, is it content of the synthetic moment only approaches to this form of knowledge, which is really different in nature, inasmuch as knowledge of acquaintance is only a lower stage of mental activity characteristic of a higher type of moment than under one the investigation. Knowledge of acquaintance implies a sensation, also the free image and free idea of that sensation. The synthetic type on the contrary has only the sensation, the free image and idea are totally wanting. The psychic life of the infant is probably the nearest that comes up to the nature of knowledge or experience characteristic of the synthetic moment. I say that the infant's psychic life comes nearest to that of the synthetic moment, but still the two are not exactly the same. In the consciousness, infants however young, free images and ideas are potential and on the way to germinate, while the synthetic moment lacks this potentiality, inasmuch as the synthetic moment reaches its full development without giving rise to free psychic elements. Low stage of the consciousness of the infant is a high type of moment consciousness, while the synthetic consciousness is a high stage of a low type of moment consciousness. The high stage of a low type and the low stage of a high type may be respectively illustrated by the algebraic formulae, n, a/b, asterisk where a, b, c, d and b jrc and djrej/fr are the functions of the moment and n the degree of development of the moment. The consciousness of the young infant as closely the synthetic moment and its reproduction 33 resembles the synthetic moment as the fish stage of the human embryo resembles the fish itself. Still the analogy is useful as it gives a closer insight into the constituent relations of the two types of moment consciousness. The infant in its psychic growth no doubt passes through the inferior types of moment consciousness, but in a most general and sketchy form. The Tuition ontogenesis of psychic life is probably as much an epitome of its phylogenesis as the ontogenesis of biosis is an epitome of its phylogenesis. Both give a most generalized epitome modified by adaptations and by the specific type of organization in which the ontogenetic evolution is taking place. Chapter 15 The accumulative character of the synthetic moment The experience of the moment synthetic means not consciousness of the presented content, but simply modification of psychic function. The experience of the functioning moment influences the content on its next reproduction. If or is the original functioning synthetic moment and by, and to, bs, B** its modifications due to the functioning assertivity, then the successive reproductions of the moment may be represented by the following formula: a I and I, a 2 and 2, a 3 and 3, a caret, a 0 and 5 until it reaches its maturity or state of stable equilibrium, say ABQABNN. Each member of the whole series may n be represented by the formula a r pound I, **, a b**. The series reproduces in an epitomized form all the members that preceded it and the last one, the mature moment in its state of equilibrium, representing an epitome of the whole series. The series in its successive stages represents the life history of the growth and development of the synthetic moment. May help to make the matter the fish in making repeated attacks on concrete examples clearer. Other fish contained in the same tank and meeting repeatedly with failures will finally desist from attempts. It's at the fish that has been snapped at many times and has escaped will keep away from the danger, as this does not mean that the fish remembers its place. Experiences, that it is conscious of 332 its failures, of the accumulative character of synthetic moment 333 futility of its attacks, or that it knows that yon dangerous place which is to be avoided. The whole matter is far simpler. Each repeated failure is a you modifies the moment consciousness so that the content slightly changes. The unsuccessful motor reactions diminish and finally disappear, while in their place others are substituted. Thus the fish on perceiving its prey may either avoid it and swim away, or it may keep quiet simply following the prey with its eye. The chick on emerging from the egg may peck at its excrements a few times, but each time the disgust experienced modifies the moment. The reaction of the next moment, when confronted with the same stimulus, becomes less vigorous, and finally with the reproductions of the moment, the adaptation becomes so perfect that the mere sight of the disagreeable object suffices to repel the chick and make it turn aside. Here once more it is not that the chick remembers the disgust, and as soon as it is confronted with its excrements, it straightway remembers the disgust it has experienced. This is to ascribe a high form of consciousness to a moment of a low type. The process that has taken place is simpler. The disgust experienced has so modified the sensory motor reactions of the moment that finally different reactions result in response to definite stimulations under definite conditions. The same holds true of the cat and the dog. The first weeks of their life kittens or puppies are unable to walk well. They seem to pick their way continuously. Gradually they learn to walk and run. The dog soon begins to race and the cat becomes graceful and nimble. In it will certainly be agreed that its movements. Young puppies or young kittens do not actually remember normal and abnormal psychology 334. What happens is the steps of their experiences. That the activity of the organs, along with the growth of the corresponding motor cells, so modifies the function that the until it walking becomes more and more perfect reaches perfect adaptation. The same thing occurs in the training of brutes. Is it not that the brute remembers the steps of the process, and knows how improvement has taken place by a given way of action? In the process of training, modifications are brought about by each successive reproduction of the moments in response to the action of external stimuli. Modifications due to successful chance action, being more satisfactory to the brute, are stronger and modify the moment in their own direction, while unsuccessful reactions tend to drop out, and thus adaptation, improve the cat in scratching for the ment is brought about. Door to open, it scratches at first aimlessly and does not, the actions are unsuccessful. Should the cat harp open, pen to scratch the handle and open the door, which certainly is probable, considering the activity of the cat's paw, the result is satisfactory. The repetition such chance actions will gradually so modify the of cat's scratching that it will become more and more definite. The successful actions alone will be repeated, the unsuccessful will drop out. Finally the adaptation will become so perfect that the sight of the closed door will at once result in the reaction of scratching the handle and opening the door. The young bird is brought in the world in a rather helpless condition as to movement of especially flying movements. is undeveloped, but it shone through activity, coordination. The apparatus for flying soon reaches exercise, its perfect adapter practice, that modify cumulative character of synthetic moment 335 both structure and function. The bird does not remember the steps of its acquisitions and profits by its failures so as to make consciously better and more adaptive. The process that takes place is far more. Each act of functioning produces and repro movements. Simple, Duchesne modifications, both in structure and function, until and its activity reach perfect adaptation. The total moment is modified on each reproduction until a point is reached where further growth and development ceases and maturity of function is established. The same holds true in the case of the child. The child on learning to sit is doing it in a very clumsy fashion, tumbles over every time. It must be supported by pillows to keep it in the same position and also to prevent it from being hurt. The structure works in the apparatus perfectly. It's the exercise of the apparatus, along with further growth, brings about a more perfect adaptation, and the child finally learns to maintain its equilibrium when in the sitting posture. The standing upright passes through a similar history. When the coordinating apparatus for walking begins to appear, it works at first in a very awkward manner. The child first walks by holding on to some objects, such as chairs, or the wall, or the hand of his parent and nurse. When he makes a step all by himself, he is almost frightened, and when left alone often cries. Practice and growth of the walking apparatus becomes more and more perfect. The child makes 2 or 3 steps hesitatingly, stops, asks for help and gradually his movements become more certain, port. And more steps are taken until finally the child learns imperfectly, in the waddling fashion still the walking apparatus characteristic of young age. To walk, 336 normal and abnormal psychology grows and keeps on functioning. The function reacts on the further growth making the movements more and more perfect. Each attempt makes the next one. Adaptations develop not only by the mere easier growth of the apparatus, but also by function. In fact, function largely determines the growth of the apparatus. It must, however, be pointed out that the example taken from baby life may be used only as an illustration of the way the synthetic moment grows by funk. The child's growth does not take same lines as those of the synthetiction or reproduction. Actly follow the moment, since the psychic life of man develops on a higher level belonging to a higher type of moment. In the efforts of the baby to walk some germs of deliberation and reflection may be observed, but it is hardly probable that these elements are present in the first attempts of the cat to walk or of the bird to fly. The moment of the synthetic type grows by simple modifications of its function brought about by its repeated reproductions. The modifications, however, of the moment's the function, are not mere chance modifications. Is modified on a definite line in the direction of more perfect adaptation. Reactions to stimuli coming from the external environment become more defined until a definite set of reactions is established. This involves the selective activity of the moment. Certain fit reactions are selected and assimilated by the moment, while others, unfit are. This, however, is a trait which is character ejected. Istic not only of the synthetic moment, but of the moment consciousness in general. Chapter 16 The simple and compound synthetic moment. A moment reveals 2 stages, a lower and a higher. The moment may consist of a new relatively simple further examination of the synthetic clears having only one kind of sensory elements and of a network of subsidiary relations belonging to the domain of the same sensory elements. The animal may trace its food or its prey by the sense of smell alone. This act becomes more perfect with further function. The modifications accumulate in the domain of the same sense element and the adaptations occur in a one-sided sensory motor apparatus. Modifications of such a character occur phylogenetically in the sensory apparatus of the lower invertebrates, such as crustacea, arthropods, and possibly also in the lower forms of vertebrates. Such a phylogenetic accumulo types of moments is formed only by variation and natural selection, while in the case of the synthetic moment the accumulation is formed during the life history of the particular individual. In these is racial acquisition, the other is individual experience. Both, however, may agree in the general character of the modification effected. The modifications are in one sensory organ, and the psychic moment content consists of similar sense elements. Such a stage of psychic assertivity may be termed simple accumulative synthetic moment consciousness. If A represents the first occurrence of the moment, the 337 normal and abnormal psychology 338 first functioning of the simple sensory motor apparatus as given by phylogenesis, and if A be the modification effected, then the accumulative process may be represented by the powers of A, thus the first will be A, the next the following is A / then A asterisk and so on. These A for 1. Total process to the point of maturity may be represented by the following formula: AAN, a character 31, a percent ASA, a asterisk a /. AA represents the highest stage of perfection NN. Reached N by the simple accumulative synthetic moment. The synthetic moment may also have a higher stage where many different sensory motor elements are synthesized. Accumulative modifications occur along the and motoric different lines of sensory responses. The moment reaches here the highest form of the consciousness as mere perceptual in character. Fish perceives its prey not only by smell, but also by sight along with muscular and touch sensations. All of them go to form the percept of the prey yonder, as far as perception of fish space is concerned. The American flounder of the Atlantic coast may be taken as an illustration. Perfectly quiet, although the flounder is almost lying motionless at the bottom of the tank, only occasionally moving his small protruding eye. No sooner is some small fly thrown into the tank, than the flounder at once darts in that direction, and attacks its prey with a snap. I wanted to find out how far visual perception is concerned in the tracing of the prey, and how far sense of smell and touch are important in this particular fish at least. The flounder was deprived of its organs of sight, and after having been given about 24 hours time to recover from the effects of the operation, it was thrown into the simple and compound synthetic moment 339 tank teeming with little fishes on which it feeds. The flounder settled to the bottom, but in about a few minutes raised itself in the attitude of attack, so highly characteristic of this species, either smelling the little ones or feeling the vibrations made in the water by the swimming movements of the little fish. It made a dart of a whole mass of them, but missed. In the direction this has been repeated many times over, the flounder failing every time and only snapping water or air bubbles. The little folk soon became emboldened, and avoiding his front they came from behind pecking at his blind eye, till the flounder could not reach these lit fellows. Moreover, blind flounder which like to the bottom of the tank where there was lying was full of small sea robins walk on the bottom with their highly sensitive leg feelers. The blind flounder did not attack them, although with his eyes in good order, he would have instantly attacked the sea robins. It appears then that the flounder tracks its prey by the sense of sight mainly, while the other senses are indefinite seem to take an active part in tracing the prey, as the blind flounder was most of the time in an attitude of attack. Evidently he was smelling the prey or feeling its movements all the time and was aware of its presence, though the senses without sight could not give him the definite direction in which the prey was to be found. In other words, the other senses awaken only the sensations of presence of the food, but do not give its direction and location. It is highly probable, then, as far as we can infer from guides, this still the other senses experiment as to the psychic state of the fish, that the flounder does not get a definite percept, unless normal and abnormal psychology 34 degrees many different sensory elements are combined in a synthesis giving rise to a well-defined motor reaction of more or less perfect adaptation. The synthetic moment, then, in this particular species at least, seems to be of a highly complex character, inasmuch as different sense elements go to make up many content. Similarly it is affirmed of the sea robin that, if its delicate leg feelers are cut off, the fish is unable to feed. If that be true, then the touch sensation is important here and enters as a determining element in the moment along with other elements coming from other sensory organs. In the dog, smell is mainly the determining factor, but the functioning of other senses are requisite forms secondary sensory elements. Here too the moment is made up of many series of various sense elements. In the bird, in the ape, in the man, sight is the chief element in perception, but the percept arises not from a synthesis of coming from other sense or visual elements alone, but a multitude of elements scans the visual elements often taking the lead. From a purely biological standpoint we can understand the importance of the leading part played by the visual elements in the psychic life of the higher vertebrates and especially of that of man. It is of the greatest advantage in the struggle for existence to develop a sense organ that admits of the most delicate objective discrimination. No other senses, not even from the general organic sensation as the sense of sight. Hence the sensory elements coming from the sense organs other than sight are confused and lack the objective clearness that of hearing, are so free characteristic of the sense of sight. Further is the visual sense of the highest sensitivity to extremely low the simple and compound synthetic moment 341 and distant stimulations such as are produced by ether and animal, therefore that will by natural selection have its moment consciousness organized round waves. A nucleus of highest sensitivity such as that of visual sense elements will have better chances to survive and succeed struggle the in man in the elements for existence. Still, from coming other even sense may become predominating in the nucleus and give rise to various mental types, such as audiles. This holds specially true of the motiles, and so on. Organs are moment-conscious higher representative elements. That has a varied content of many different sensory elements synthesized in one compound, accompanied on the motor side with a complex of actions motoric may be termed compound synthetic moment consciousness. The compound synthetic moment consciousness is characterized in its series of accumulations in the same way as is the simple synthetic moment, the only difference being the complexity of the lines of accumulations. The accumulated sensory elements of the same kind or of the same sense organ form primary compounds among themselves and secondary or double and treble compounds with other compounded series of sensory elements. If B represents the original pre-tactual, A auditory, O mere visual sensory element, olfactory, and M muscular sensory elements, then the development of the highly adapted A aspect of the moment may be represented by the formula already given, in our analysis, namely, A2 ASA asterisk, A4 A4. An AN the V aspect of the moment 28 similarly gives V caret V equals V S V asterisk V backslash VN series will give respectively the T, O, and series for the 1, 2, 1, M. Normal and abnormal psychology 34-2 following formulae T backslash T, TV, O, do, OT, TST 3 FOAO, T, 310 4 Zotcho, 2M, MIM, M caret MIVW, 4 mm 4 TR backslash O no mm N10 N0 OM.OM. 10. NN. The process of composition begins not at the first members of the series, but rather further on. Some accumulations must be made first in each series separately before combinations of the different series can take place. For simplicity's sake we may postulate that the process of composition begins in each all lines, although this may not be the case. Alike, let us assume that such a process begins in the 10th stage of the SA before that, say in the 3rd stage compositions may be found only on 2 or 3 lines, such as still further precedes VVTTMM55 in the 555, or weight caret or 8WTVCW mem the V9. Formula indicating its primary importance in the case of the moment where the visual sensory elements are mainly the guide for sensory motor reactions, the visual sensations constituting the central elements of the compound. In a leading and moment of aura may be the main elements of the compound, an eleth same type but with a differently related content meant round which other sense elements become grouped. The formula may then be also T caret MSM 6, or in the case 5 predominant a caret TSFMSM etc. The synthetic moment will from its starting point, say VW Shio 1010OIOOAIOAMIUM proceed onward, reaching its height of development and adaptation in the compound VNVNTNTNONONANNMN. This last stage of the moment where is 10M has at previous its disposal synthetic the accumulations of all the moments both simple and the simple and compound synthetic moment 343. The compound synthetic moment is the air pound of all previous acquisitions and accumulations, and, as such, may be characterized as the compound, accumular moment. Synthetic. Although the simple synthetic moment and the compound moment differ in character and complexity of content, they still agree in one general trait character of the synthetic moment, namely, fixed synthesis. The series of sensory elements, both primary and secondary, that enter into the content of the moment are firmly combined. The elements of such compounds cannot get disengaged and do not therefore exist in a free state, they form stable compounds. The form moments meant are in thus the far examined sensory motor reinstated. Its reproduction of successive in common is that elements all their stages of reality. Of all the reinstate moment the moment reproduction is brought by impressions coming from external stimuli. Primary and secondary sense elements enter into the moment's constitution whenever it reappears. In both two life forms of the synthetic type, the moment with the recurrence of the reproductions becomes enriched in sensory elements, primary and secondary, but these elements must be present, and, from the very nature of the types of moments under consideration, no other elements can possibly be present. The series in which the successive steps of the moment, desultory or composed entirely of sensory elements, most or all of which vary but little from thetic, manifests itself is one beat of the moment to the other. The fact of the simple reinstatement is especially clear in the case of the desultory moment. Each RAIN normal and abnormal psychology 344 stated moment induced by external stimuli copy of its predecessor is an exact. In the synthetic moment the content of two adjoining stages is a little varied, still the sensory elements constituting the content of the preceding moment is reinstated in the succeeding one. It is true that even the desultory moment is not absolutely smooth in its course of repetitions or reinstatements. Interruptions of functions due to unfavorable stimuli often occur within the series, interruptions, which may be brought about by artificial conditions and in which different psychomotor responses are interpolated, but these responses do not enter into the content of the moment when the favorable conditions are stored. The responses do not become habitual. Rhythmical pulsations of the vorticellary thus may be temporarily arrested by the evaporation of the liquid in which it is contained, but no number of evaporations change the series of rhythmical pulsations by having stages of arrests interpolated into the series. Lastly, it is highly questionable whether a fly, beetle, or cockroach could contract any habits. Some eminent psychologists go to the length of affirming that even the lowest representative animal life, the protozoa, possibly bacteria, bacilli, possess ideational and volitional processes, that the lower stages of mental life manifest association, reproduction, mem and recognition. Other psychologists are more moderate, they regard the acquisition of knowledge as adaptation through habit, characteristic of the lowest representative of animal life. Thus one psychologist propounds the question, how is it that we or the brute learn to do anything? Does the amoeba learn at all? What belongs to our type of cognition, the simple and compound synthetic moment 345 science assumed as being true of all types is, the old psychological fallacy. Learning habits are biological variations characteristic of the higher types of consciousness and are not present in the lower forms of mental activity. It is highly questionable whether the formation of habits is possible even in the highest representatives of the invertebrata, such as the bee and the ant. The ant is probably largely guided by the sense of smell, while the bee is prompted in its activity both by smell and sight. Of these activities animals, though highly complex, are still fixed in their character, becoming manifested with the recurrence of definite sensory. The individual acquires nothing by ex-stimulations. Appearance and forms no habits, everything is formed by the species. Spontaneous variation and natural selection are the only agencies of the relatively high organization and complex psychomotor life activity of the higher types of the synthetic moment. Habit is a character that does not belong to the desultory moment, it comes only with the birth of the moment. The fixed character of the moment admitting of no modifications precludes synthetic Tory the formation of any habits. The moment's reproduction, therefore, is reinstatement par excellence, each reproduced moment being an exact copy of its original. The individual presents only the history of the species. Reproductions of the synthetic the moment begin to show the history of the modification which have appeared in the course of the moment's life activity. Each recurrent reproduction of the synthetic moment is an epitome of its individual life history, an epitome of its ontogenetic psychogenesis. Chapter 17 The desultory type in pathological states. A form of reproduction analogous to the ones present in the desultory moment is to be found states. In various psychopathological, the nature of reproductions of the hypnoidic states comes very near to the simple form of reinstatement characteristic of the desultory moment. The main feature of this pathological state is its recurrent sensory character isolated from the rest of the individual's psychic emerging experiences life. This state are actually lived over again. In the hypnoidic it forms no connected relations in it does not become modified by many occurrences, and the first stage is as rich in psychic state is desultory, it various reproductions, content as the noidic state is relatively fixed. Last stage. The HYP of course, between the desultory moment and the hypnoidic state there is only an analogy in the nature of functioning, otherwise the inasmuch as they belong to altogether different types of moments. States are actually different. The nature of reinstatement characteristic of the reproductions of the synthetic moment is clearly revealed in the way modifications are affected and non-adaptive sensory responses and momae with failure and evil consequences are modified by degrees, in portions so to say. The law that regulates the succession of the modifications are eliminated. To reactions that have efficacious affected is the order of the degree of harm 346. The desultory type in pathological states 347 consequent on the reactions to which the sensory most harmful reactions belong to the middle of the series of motor reactions constituting the motor aspect of the moment. These are modified by being gradually dropped out and others substituted. The rest, the more or less indifferent reactions of the series are gone through, although they bear no longer any relation to the sensory motor reactions that have immediately preceded them. To an external observer such reactions are ridiculous and unresponsive lead. If then the intelligible, since they cannot be understood with reference to their immediate antecedents, their nature can only be made clear from the history of the moment. Such traces in the organization of the synthetic moment are vestiges of previous useful functions, of a series of adaptive reactions. They are like rudimentary organs in the economy of the organism. Thus a chick may peck repeatedly at his waste products or at a burning match and repeatedly wipe his bill, finally a marked brought about in its sensory responses and reactions. When the chick is confronted with those objects, it comes up to them, looks at them, does not peck, but wipes its bill. To an external observer modification to is whom the history of the chick's experience is unknown, the wiping of the bill would have been entirely unintelligible. Reinstatement can be similarly observed in cases where conditions have changed, but the modification has not yet been effected within the content of the moment. Thus the story of the actions of the hen that brought her brood of chicks to the river and urged them to swim would have appeared strange, possibly mysterious, if not for our knowledge of the hens 348 normal and abnormal psychology former experience with a brood of ducklings. The mode of reproduction of the synthetic moment is a series of successive phases of more and more modified reinstatements which can only become intelligible on following up more or less closely the history of the moment's development. The forms of reinstatement characteristic of the synthetic and desultory moments are to be found in higher types of moments. When undergoing the process of dissolution, secondary dementia, the terminus of chronic insanity offers a wealth of facts at our disposal. The mental states of secondary dementia are like the ruins of great castles, like fossils of former growth of vegetation and animal life. The active living moments are disintegrated, decomposed, and only constituents are left to function. Some of these constituents, remnants of former life activity, are simply reinstated. One who has not known the history of the case will hardly comprehend the actions of the patient. Thus wonderment may keep on covering himself with a blanket, or hiding himself into corners. He who is ignorant of the history of the case would regard the action as capricious and meaningless. He would hardly guess from the patient's actions that the latter went in under the delusion that people could the synthetized and system state of chronic melancholia lay bought shorn that he was made of glass. See the actions of his guts. Tematized delusion itself was swept away in the general ruin and decomposition, only some remnants were left, a few sensory motor elements remained. These elements are now being reinstated in the same fashion as the simple types of the synthetic and desultory moments. Lali, it would be hard to guess simi from the frequent the desultory type in pathological states bling of the 349 words Alexander that the dement in his early stages of mental alienation was under the delusion that he was the deceased Russian Tsar come to life. The word Alexander is simply a chip of a former highly systematized moment, the chip now reproducing itself after the simple fashion of the desultory moment. The phenomena of imperative concepts, insistent or fixed ideas, uncontrollable impulses all grow and develop along the general lines of the synthetic moment. They are reinstatements of portions of dissociated moments buried in the subconscious and growing by the process of modification with each recurrent reinstatement. Hypnoidal states described by me bear evidence to same truth of reinstatement of psychic elements. In the hypnoidal states, fractions of dissociated moments present in the subconscious come up like bubbles to the surface of the patient's consciousness, burst, disappear, and vanish never to come again. The fragments are reinstated chips of highly organized moments, now in a state of disaggregation. The hypnoidal chips sometimes manifest themselves in their reproduction after the mode of simple or elementary desultory consciousness. Mental states appear and disappear, leaving no traces behind them. In the phenomena of automatic writing, crystal gazing, shell hearing and so on, reinstatement of moments in different place. Degrees and stages of organization takes finally in the phenomena of hypnosis we meet with similar conditions. The states are induced solely in the artify otherwise healthy and normally functioning individuality. Such are the phenomena of personality metamorphosis and of post-hypnotic or hypnonormal and abnormal psychology 350 states. In these states moments are artificially formed in the dissociated subconscious moments which give rise to the surface of consciousness with all the energy supplied to them by the subconscious. They reproduce and perpetuate themselves after the mode of the synthetic moment until their end is achieved, when they gradually fade away, or, what is still more often the case, vanish in the same sudden and abrupt way as they come. The artificially induced post-hypnotic or hypnagogic states studied from the standpoint of the moment consciousness are found to be analogous to many psychopathic conditions. The main character of these and reproduction, or rather reinstatement on the basis of lower types of moment states, is their dissociation consciousness. In psychopathic functional states not only does disintegration of content occur, but there is also present functional degradation of the type of the moment. The function of the moment reverts to lower types of psychic activity, while the content consists of constituents formed on higher lines of psychic life. Hence the lack of adaptation, the conflict in psychopathic states between function and content. It is like the formation of a barbaric society out of the remnants of a ruined civilization. We may then affirm that the characteristic mode of reproduction, both of the desultory and synthetic mode, the difference between the two moments being that while the moment of the desment is reinstatement, altery type reproduces by reinstatement only, that of the synthetic type reproduces by and modification. Both reinstatement chapter 18 presentations and representations the course of our analysis of the lower types in of moments. It has been shown that the psychic elements entering into their synthetized content occur not in a free independent state, but in fixed accumulations and stable compounds, having reinstatement as the mode of their reproduction. There is, however, a higher type of moment in which psychic elements occur in a free independent state, having accordingly a mode of reproduction different from that of the types we have just examined. Let us see now what the nature of these free elements is, how they come to arise, and what is the peculiar mode of their reproduction. We look at the tree yonder and then close our eyes. We can represent to ourselves the tree in its gen if we see its trunk, its branches, aerial outlines at least, and its green foliage. After our friend's departure we continue to see him in our mind's eye. Over mentally, in our imagination, our mutual enjoyments. And hear him talk. All our relations, we seem to watch him act. The representative elements cannot possibly be identified with or derived images. And we live for after images are from after. Really after sensations consist of sensory elements. The elements involved in the state of representative psychic life are freed from all immediate coexistence with sensory elements, primary or secondary. In 351 fact, they appear normal and abnormal. Psychology 352 when the sensory elements disappear. The two sets of psychic elements, and representative, stand in the presentative inverse relation to each. When the one is at its maximum the other is at its minimum. When sensory elements appear the other free elements become faint. This faintness is in proportion to the intensity of the sensory element. It is hard for us to look at a color and imagine it at the same time, and the more intense and brilliant the color is, the harder it is for us to have the color, at the same time, represented. Look at an object, say the lighted lamp, take in well its sensory elements and you will find that it is almost impossible to represent it to your same time. Try hard to represent to you and you will find that its sensory elements will begin to vacillate and become faint, or less vivid. When absorbed in our ideas we often do not notice even very intense stimuli. The two series of elements, the sensory or presentative, and the free ones, self at the self, the object, the representative, cannot run together without interfering with each other, nay, without arresting each other. Representative elements bring with them a new fundamental departure in the mental activity of the moment. They may keep up its activity when flagging, may intensify it, but may also deflect it, or distract it, giving rise to another conflicting moment. Thus on the one hand my continuous thought about a certain scientific proposition constituting the substance of the present active moment may begin to flag, but it is soon kept up by new observations and experiments. On the other hand, the occasional glance at the morning newspaper may tend to deflect mental activity to quite a different presentations and representations 353 channel by awakening the activity of quite a different moment consciousness with conflicting the train of thought on scientific matter. Presentative elements have a permanency and stir which representative elements totally lack. They can be kept up in their full strength by keeping up the same intensity of stimulation, as by maintaining the object before the particular sense organ that forms the bility nucleus needle of the is percept. Thus the pricking of the perceived as long as the stimulation is continued, and the chair yonder is seen as long as it is kept before the eyes. Representative elements on the contrary, are extremely unstable and fluctuating, and are aptly characterized as being very much like the flare and flicker of a gas flame blown by the wind. When become permanent, stable, the representative element's state of the moment acquires a pathological character manifested in the phenomena of insistent thoughts and fixed ideas. Presentative psychic elements are always firmly bound up with an external object and with stimulations of peripheral sense organs. They can never free themselves from the bondage to the external environment. Not so the representative elements, although appearing at first in connection with sensory elements and peripheral stimulations, they finally end by freeing themselves from this bondage. The representative elements involved in the representation zebra do not some presentative elements. Once, however, the given representation has definitely originally arisen, we may imagine the zebra without actually in the midst of a conversation, or in receiving it. Midst of an engaging study, the image of a tiger, or of normal and abnormal psychology 354. A palm seen in some distant country may rise clearly and vividly before the mind's eye, and temporarily interrupt the course and trend of our thought. While I am writing these lines, a fleeing copperhead, a pulsating vorticella, a fish's tail, a cow's head and a puffing steam engine have flashed across my mental field and gone. They may be ultimately traced to some sensory stimulus and positive after images, but these are far in the background of consciousness and remain unnoticed. Representative elements come and go in consciousness, they appear independently of all other elements, they are essentially free elements. We call this coming and going of these independent elements the free play of the imagination. Where sensory elements appear in synthetized compounds, or in the precept, they cannot be separated, they are firmly bound together. Sensation that it is corresponding only in representative elements free themselves from the bonds of union which the sensory elements cannot throw off. The orange yonder is a synthetized compound of many sensory elements, primary and secondary, but as long as they remain sensory the elements are kept in union and can such a dissociation, however, is not be dissociated. Fully possible with the representative elements entering into the representation of the orange. We can think of its color, size, shape, weight, smell and taste separately. The freedom of the representative elements is clearly brought out in the so-called free play of the image. Sensory elements are synthetized in the combination. Indefinite relations which cannot possibly be severed unless the stimuli are rearranged, and in many presentations and representations cases the sensory elements procedure. 355 do not admit even of that the sensory elements in the perception of a particular object, say a house, have definite relations which cannot be modified without first changing the color, structure, shape, size, of the house and rearranging its relative parts. Sensation, however, all that in imagination or repress done in less than no time, without in the least interfering with the external stimuli. Representative elements manifest even more freedom. In many cases a modification of certain relations in the sensory elements cannot possibly be effected, because the relations of the external stimuli constituting what may be termed the external object do not admit of a rearrangement. Thus we cannot have the mouth of the horse on his back, horns growing out of his sides, the mane on his hind parts and the tail on his we can, however, easily accomplish such a rearrangement in our imagination. Furthermore, in representation psychic elements appear in combinations of which sensory elements do not admit. Pegasus, a horse with wings, mermaid, a being half woman half fish, centaurus, a being half man and half horse, and other combinations of the most impossible character, as far as sensory elements are concerned, may be formed in representation. At first representative elements are started by samsara and are thus far bound up with them, but they gradually free themselves from it. Thus in a baby untiens my close observation, the representative element never came unless the object was present. If the object was taken away, he soon forgot it. In the uneducated mind even of a high type of moment normal and abnormal psychology 356 Siasnis representations are still bound up with the gossip can keep on talking as long as the thought is fixed on the concrete. Persons who lack sensations. Scientific, Conceptual thought cannot grasp an abstract general proposition without having it first expressed in concrete terms, or fixed in sensory pictures. The savage gets a headache when his thought forced to flow in a stream of representation. In the idiot as in the imbecile, we find the same thing manifested. They in mental which approaches the state of the higher stages of imbecility and also in secondary dementia, states consequent on psychic degeneration, we find the same truth illustrated. The patient's men can only think in concrete sensory terms. Asthenia tal activity false sentative life. Life at many stages nearer to the level of it is only in the higher forms of psychic representative elements become free, independent, and are freely and easily associated and dissociated. If looked at from the standpoint of control, we find that sensory elements, on account of their fixed relations in the combinations and compounds in which they enter, are uncontrollable. The compound with all its sensory elements, primary and secondary, is given, and cannot directly be controlled. It is highly stable, it resists attempts at decomposition. The combinations, however, formed of the free representative elements are of unstable equilibrium. The elements can be easily shifted, displaced, rearranged, easily dissociated, and new combinations formed. The mode of function of the representative element is free association. Even when entering into the associative play, the representative elements do not blend and fuse so as not to presentations and representations be discriminated. 357 representative elements certainly do not float about without entering with others into some form of association, but in the very association and combination they still manage to preserve relatively their freedom and independence. The sensory elements in the compound are so blended and fused that they cannot be discriminated in the compound without some effort and under special artificial conditions. Oculomotor sensations, the estimation of the visual angle, of the size of the image thrown on the retina are not so very evident in the direct perception of the external object. Tactile and muscular sensations are not so very clear in our perception of space, nor are our rhythmical, respiratory and kinesthetic sensations quite obvious in our estimation of time. The free associations, however, into which representative elements enter give full scope to their components. The elements are combined without at the same time losing their individuality. They remain clearly defined in their nature and outlines in relation to the other elements with which they representations, life, however, form combinations. Presuppose presentative, they constitute the intermediate stages of which form the termini. Representations begin and end with presentations. At the same time it should be clearly held in mind that while representation refers to presentation, it is by no means true that representations can be analyzed into sensory elements in the same presentations way as a living organism can be analyzed into elementary cells. The living organism is constituted by elementary cells. Cells form the organism. Representations, however, are not formed out of presentative elements, sensory elements, sensation elements. Sensory processes do not enter into the makeup of a $3 sensation. Normal and abnormal psychology. Just as the sensation black is not black, so is the idea or representation of black. Black not a sensation. Chapter 19 Representations and the laws of their combinations. Representative elements form what may be characterized as mental trains. The elements of a mental train are connected by relations of contiguity, resemblance, trust, and con-association. By contiguity depends on the frequency, recency with which the elements have been associated, while resemblance and contrast may be regarded as two or more mental trains of representative elements associated by contiguity, crossing and intersecting in a few points, in other words having some element in common. From this standpoint, associations by resemblance and contrast are often regarded as cases of contiguity, which is therefore considered as the mode of association from characteristic of representative elements. Another standpoint, however, resemblance equally be considered as fundamental. It is may nearer to the truth to regard both contiguity and resemblance or similarity as fundamental modes of association of representative elements. Association by contiguity may be expressed in the following general proposition: ideas or images which have frequently followed one another tend to recur in the same order. If A, B, C, D, E be images or ideas that have frequently followed each other in a definite order of succession, then the tendency is that the ideas or images will occur in the same order. Image is awakened. If the initial idea, or thus if A, B, C, D, E, be that order, 359, 360 normal and abnormal psychology, then if or is awakened the rest, B, C, D, E, tend to emerge in the same order in which they have followed each other previously. The formula for association by contiguity may be expressed as follows: A and B and C and D and EH. Representative elements, however, as we have pointed out, are derivative. They are functions of sensory compounds, and vary concomitantly with the wealth and differentiation of sensory life experience. People blind have no visual images, nor can deaf persons form any idea of a sound. Although representative elements are essentially different in nature from sensory elements and their compounds, still it remains true that sensory experience is the soil from which the rich variety of representative life grows up. Sensory elements and their compounds are prerequisites of representations of their combination and organization. The course of associative relations of representations may be determined by the course of sensory series. If a series of sensations and perceptions have frequently followed each other pretty uniformly, then their corresponding representations will tend to recur same uniform order. Let A, B, C, D, E. The in be the order of succession of the sensory series, then the order of the series of representations will be A, B, C, D, E. When sensation A with its corresponding representation A are awakened, or if or alone occurs, then the rest of the series of representations tend to emerge. The formula for association of contiguity may be somewhat modified and represented as follows: A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. Representations, presentations, representations and laws of combinations 361 A and AH. B, J, R, C and D and E, or simply A plus D and E. B and B plus, C backslash D tilde backslash E, or simply B and T, C and D and E. We have shown that ideas and images are associated with motor and physical reactions, hence muscular movements or rather kinesthetic sensations, and their representations also enter the circle of the associative. The series of representations gives rise to movements which in their turn give rise to kinesthetic sensations, and these in turn may either give rise to another series of representations, or may maintain the same series. Hartley, the father of English associationism, who reduced all association to contiguity, states his doctrine series of association in the following general proposition: if any sensation A, idea B or muscular motion C, be associated for a sufficient number of times with any other sensation D, idea E, or muscular motion F, last excite D, the it will at simple idea belonging to the sensation D, the very idea E or the very muscular motion F. Turning now to association by similarity, we find that the relations of the elements are somewhat more complex than in that of contiguity. Where mental life is complex and where there are present many different trains of ideas and images, there will be a tendency for them to cross and intersect at many points. The course of a given train of ideas and images, instead of running in its habitual line, will tend to become deflected along other lines and give rise to that particular form of association of representative elements known as association by similarity and contrasts. Let A, B, C, D, E, F be one series, and let P, B, G, R, M another series, Q, R, K, I, N a third series, and S, I, X, Y, Z a fourth series, and so on. The course of association, instead of running along one line of habitual association MZF, normal and abnormal psychology 362 determined by contiguity, will tend to run on new lines. The course may be represented as follows: A, B, C, D, G, R, Q, R, E, I, P, B, K, S, 1, X, Y. Let each series be represented by a row of squares formed into a rectangle, and let each crossing series be represented by a similar rectangle intersecting the preceding one at right angles. Then the course of association by similarity may be diagrammatically represented as follows. The course of the mental train of ideas is changed and deflected along lines which are otherwise unhabitual for the particular mental train. In association by similarity, the mental train ever coruscates along new lines. Representations and laws of combinations. 363. Association by similarity may be expressed in the general proposition, often follow each other. Like states what that likeness consists in we have already seen. It is some common characters, some representative elements which two or more crossing trains of contiguous representations possess in common. The crossing of one train by another at a point where the representations have common features as the crossed train is purely accidental. As far concerned, it is the play of the as an illustration of such a crossing of may take the example when one, from a trains we imagination, i.e. of images and ideas about the recent Americo-Spanish War, is led to think of the Anglo-Spanish War in the 16th century. The common representation being the destruction of the Spanish fleet, and from the mental train, on the Anglo-Spanish War to the Franco-Prussian War common representation being invasion, and from this to the Napoleonic War, then to the political affairs of France, and thence to the peace conference. The course of the trains of ideas is every time deflected along new channels. The deflect of European powers depends largely on the complexity and number of the trains and their activity. The relation of likeness is present not only in trains of representations, but also in presentations, or in what is termed by us psychic compounds. Thus twins, we say, look alike, so do eggs, so do animals of the same species. A picture, say, of a landscape looks like the actual landscape, and a portrait or statue resembles the original. In all these examples the likeness is constituted by the sensory elements common to the presented psychic compound. Not that the sensory elements are exactly the same, subjectively considered. They may be 364 normal and abnormal psychology totally different in their psychic stuff, in the psychic relations that cluster about them, as no two sensations, no two psychic compounds, are really the same, as far as the mental state is concerned, but they refer to the same characters in the external object. It is this common reference to the same traits or characters in the external bond of association of likeness in sensory element or psychic compound. On the same object that constitutes the grounds may be explained the likeness between the rep and the psychic compound, the percept, presentations which it represents. Chapter XX Representation and Recognition. From the general consideration on the modes of if combinations or free association characteristic of, we turn to analyze the nature of moment with representative elements as representations. The tent, we find that it differs essentially from the synthetic and desultory moments. A close inspection of the character of representations reveals the fact of ents from element presentation elements. A differ its representative neither of the nature of the primary nor is of the secondary sensory elements. It differs from both in the character of its psychic stuff. The difference consists in the fact that a representative element is not cognitive, but recognitive. As chief far as the cognitive moments, content, relations having is concerned, the synthetic and desultory sensory elements only as the directive aspect of characteristic reference to the external to the while the object, environment, their characteristic feature of the moment, having mainly representative elements as its constituent, is the indirect reference to external relations. In other words, the sensory elements of the synthetic and desultory moments have immediate cognition, while the representative elements of the moment now under consideration has mediate cognition, or recognition. I see the book lying on my table, I close my eyes and represent to myself the whole thing over again. As I look out of the window 365 normal and abnormal psychology 366 I see a house, a horse close by and carriage standing nearby. I eyes and imagine the whole situation over, say then, incorrectly though, that the ripper we again. Presentation is copy of the presentation. Evidently the representation is regarded as not being the same as the presentation, just as a copy is really not the same as the psychic elements of representation have original. The function of cognizing again, or what is more correct to say the function of recognition, which constitutes the very essence of representation. In representation, events are lived over again without the actual recurrence of those experiences. In representation, the moment becomes independent of the present, free from its immediate environment. It becomes, in order that a representation be a true copy of, must be cognized as a copy, that is, it must be cognized as something already cognized, in other words, it must be recognized. This function of recognition is the sine qua non of representation. Its original, its image, representation, or idea of a table is not itself a table, nor is it a synthesized sensory compound referring to the object, table. It is a psychic element referring to the sensory compound on its objective aspect. The representation of the table does not refer directly to the table as it is the case in the sensory compound, but to the table as perceived. The image or representation refers not to the object immediately, but mediately, to the object as object of the sensory compound. Object is hence the cognized over in representation, in other words, recognized. This recognition may be of a general or of a specific. The function of recognition in its general aspect is manifested in the idea. The idea possesses character. Representation and recognition. This function of general recognition. 367. The idea man recognizes its content in a general way. It refers to man in general, but does not identify particular individual. Object I its content with any may represent to myself an ob recognized as a table, not as any particular table, and I may also represent this particular table on which the representation I have of my friend I am writing. John refers specifically to John, not to anyone else. As in my imagination I scrutinize the features friend's face, I all along recognize that it is countenance. My friend's recognition, general as well as particular, is involved in the very function of representation. In immediate perception present. Of it is itself there is no recognition. Not true to fact to say that in the perception of a horse we recognize the object by perceiving it as horse and not as anything else. That I perceive the object as it is the fact depends entirely on the sensory compound which has cognition as the function of its psychic character. The sensory component, the percept horse, is the cognition of the object horse. Some psychologists attempt to find the origin of recognition in the feeling of familiarity. Familiarity, however, is not a primary state out of which recognition develops, but on the contrary recognition state and familiarity is derivative only. The primary familiarity is simply the feeling of vague, marginal, or subconscious recognition. Of course, if by the term familiarity is meant not that psychic state observed in the adult consciousness, both abnormal and normal, but that primary state of recognition out of which more definite recognition develops, then it may be admitted that familiarity the germ of recognition, but then it is only the giving of a special term familiarity to an elementary form of normal and abnormal psychology. 368. The definite form of recognition devil recognition. Opts out of the indefinite form of recognition. Recognition must be a primary element. Recognition then an irreducible mode of psychic activity characteristic of representative mental life. Some psychologists regard familiarity as a pure feeling of at-homeness, or as Foyle puts it in The Decrease, this is however to of the inward shock of surprise. Put the cart before the horse. It is not the feeling of familiarity that gives rise to recognition, but it is vague, indistinct, marginal, or subconscious recognition that gives rise to the feeling of familiarity. When an event, familiar, person, a scene, the psychic state is or situation is one of having gone through the same experience before. We cannot localize its date in our scheme of time on which we project our past experiences. We have experienced the same before, but we ask ourselves, where and when have we seen that person, the scene or the situation before? Often we succeed in forming a complete association with the past, we localize the given familiar experience, and then complete familiarity recognition ensues. Is incomplete, vague, indefinite recognition. The peculiar experience of a present novel situation as having experienced or lived through the same before has been mystically referred to a previous existence. The theory of Platonic reminiscence, ever, of this phenomenon that it's shown the explanation, how is quite that in simple, inasmuch cases some similar experience had been gone through before. The can be such subject cannot close the circuit, so to say, and effect a connection with his previous life experiences. He cannot associate fully the present experience with his form representation and recognition CR experience and localize it in his past. 369 other cases of such familiarity are brought about by states of dissociation. The patient perceives, goes through experiences one state and vaguely remembers them in another. Such states of familiarity or imperfect recognition can be found in pre-epileptic states, in post-hypnotic conditions, in hypnoidal twilight states, and other subconscious dissociative states. In regard to this phenomenon of general familiarity almost amounting to recognition without attaining, James makes fully bears out the fact that recognition is it the following pertinent remarks which is primary and at the basis of what we term the sense of familiarity. There is a curious experience everyone seems to have had, says James, which the feeling that the present moment in its completeness has been experienced before. We were saying just the thing, in just this place. This sense of pre-existence has been treated as a great mystery and occasioned much speculation. I must confess that the quality of mystery seems to me a little strained. I have over and over to just these people, etc. Again in my own case succeeded in resolving the phenomenon into a case of memory, so indistinct that while some past circumstances are presented again, the others are not. The dissimilar portions of the past do not arise completely enough for the date to be identified. All we get is the present scene with a general suggestion of pastness about it. Own case. I may say the same thing in my whenever I find in myself the presence of some obscure form of familiarity, I can invariably trace to some vague, indistinct memory of an experience lived through some time before. The same holds true in the case of patients, as well as of my experiments. Car 370 Normal and abnormal psychology readout on subjects in subconscious states, hypnotic, post-hypnotic, hypnoidal, and others. When an experience enters into a number of systems, or as James would put it into a number of settings, then the special character of the setting becomes the experience present calls fused or even obliterated. Forth so many different systems or settings that the recognition element lapses and reverts to the psychic state characteristic of the lower forms of moment consciousness, passing through the more elementary forms when the recognitive moment reproduces itself so that it becomes habitual and automatic. It falls in the scale of psychic life and reverts to the type of a lower moment. A psychic state which recurs under a great number of conditions and circumstances loses all special and local psychic color, so to say, and hence becomes deaf recognition to cognition. Graded in the type of its mental activity. All experiences which have been recognized and over again, all sorts and conditions of mental life, under different and opposite tendencies, feelings and emotions, under various settings and conflicting systems cease to be surrounded by a nimbus of pastness and become cognitive in character. When too often repeated, the experience becomes so much worn by use, if we may use such an expression, that it can no longer be ordinary over-reproduced voluntarily in consciousness. Thus a strange face seen a few times or only once can be clearly represented, but the faces of familiar people with whom we are in constant intercourse can no longer be clearly reproduced and represented. Such a reproduction can only be brought about by a perceptual state, or by various subconscious states, such as dreams, hypnosis, or HYP representation and recognition. In such cases there is present a feeling of noidal state. Familiarity due to the series of recognitions. 371 and familiarity here is lapsed recognition. James brings it out clearly. If a phenomenon is met with, however, too often, and with too great a variety of contexts, although its image is retained and reproduced with correspondingly great facility, it fails to come up with any one particular setting, and the projection of it backwards to a particular past date consequently does not come about. We recognize but do not remember it. Its associates form too confused a cloud. In other words, recognition does not reach development. There is as such, but not as recognition of the folder. Its phenomenon having had the experience in the halo of pastness is gone. James quotes Spencer to ask a man whether he remembers that the past sun shines, that fire burns, that iron is hard, would be even the almost fortuitous cone among our experiences cease to be classed as memories, when they have become thoroughly familiar. Though on hearing the voice of some unseen person slightly known to us, we say we recollect to whom the voice belongs, we do not use the same expression respecting the voices of those with whom we live. The misuse of language. Connections, meanings of words which in childhood have to be consciously recalled seem in adult life to be immediately present. James then goes on saying, these are the cases where too many paths, leading to too diverse associates, block each other's way, and all that the mind gets along with its object is a fringe of felt familiarity or sense that there are associates. A similar result comes about when a definite setting is only nascently aroused. Normal and abnormal psychology. 372 We then feel that we have seen the object already, but when or where we cannot say, though we may seem to ourselves to be on the brink of saying it. That nascent cerebral excitation can affect consciousness with a sort of sense of the imminence of that which stronger excitations would make us definitely feel, is obvious from what happens when we seek to remember a name. It tingles, trembles on the verge, but does not come. It just such a tingling and trembling of unrecovered associates is the penumbra of recognition that may surround any experience and make it seem familiar, though we know not why. In other words, imperfect, diffused recognition with no special system, or setting to come in live contact with and be localized in a mental series of moment consciousness fails to give that an individual mental synthesis which is the essential characteristic of the fully developed moment consciousness. Recognition of an experience lived through in the past is the basis of what is known as the sense of familiarity. Perhaps we may refer to the Bergsonian view of namely that recognition is interrelated with and based on special motor adaptations. Every perception, says Bergson, has its organized motor accommodation, panament. The ordinary feeling of recognition has roots in the consciousness of this organization. It is while true that recognition deals with the use of objects and with special adaptations to the external environment, as far as such recognition is expressed in motor adjustments, it can hardly be said that this view holds true of recognition in general. Omniscient it is in the process of not the motor accompaniment, it is the feeling of sameness of experience, the feeling of pastness with its localization in a series of settings or of representation and recognition. 373 Systems that go to form the main elements. Must say that the motor accompaniments have been too much overworked in our psychological theories. We have carried over into our philosophy, such as pragmatism, and into our psychology of recent years too much of the haste and whirl of the exchange and the shop. Everything is motor and everything is practical. This is a reflection of our present industrial age in the domain of the mind. Perhaps it expresses well the tendency of the modern philosophical and psychological trend of transmuting everything into motion when psychologists describe themselves as being motor men on the psychological car. Recognition logical is not motion, at least from a psycho standpoint, unless like Bergson we resort to the metaphysical, panpsychistic argument of reducing motion to independent objective images as constituting the nature of external reality. Barring such metaphysical speculations that, as we have pointed out, have no place in psychology, which must keep strictly to the difference between the external and internal, to the opposition of the objective reality of the material world and of the subjective reality of the mental world, different spheres of phenomena which should not be reduced one to the other, we cannot help realizing the fact that there is far more of the character of recognition in mental states in which the motor element is insignificant or nil, such as sensations, ideas, memories, thought, reasoning and so on, than there is in the automatic reflex reactions of behavior and motor adjustments. When we see color green and recognize that we have seen it the day before, we can hardly speak of a motor element present in recognition. When I think of the Bergsonian theory of normal and abnormal psychology 374 memory, or recognition and remember of my thinking about it the night before and disagreeing with it, the motor element can only enter by a great strain of imagination. If there are any motor elements, they hardly play any significant part in the process of memory and recognition. We must deny emphatically the significance and importance of the motor element in recognition. The essential element in recognition is not the motor, but the psychic elements. Bergson himself is driven to take this aspect of recognition when he develops his theory of pure memory with no action, in contradistinction to the memory which inserts itself edgewise into the flux of sensory-motor adaptations. Bergson, not without some contradiction, strongly contrasts the true pure memory with the memory image sharply inserted into the plane of action. If we grant Bergson that such pure unadulterated memories are present, memories free from all motor reactions, then we must necessarily agree to the fact that remembrance, recollection, and hence recognition can exist without any motor accompaniments. In other words, recognition cannot be resolved into action, into motor accompaniments, into behavior and reactions. Recognition is a psychic quale sui generis. Each set of particular representative elements carries, James terms it, its special setting or along, as I describe its system. It is this special setting that helps the process of recognition in having the particular experience projected in the past, in having it oriented among many other systems of associations and having it localized in its particular past. Recognition then arises when the present experience calls forth its special system, or setting in a series of mental events. The present experience must close with the past representation and recognition ends and form a circuit. 375 At the same time, the experience must not be short-circuit, because in such a case we have a state of dissociation. The present experience must form a circuit with its system or setting and with recognition, thus requires the personality as a whole. Special setting in the complex web and woof of the present total moment consciousness constituting the individuality of the subject. Where self-consciousness is developed, the experience forms a live circuit, so to say, with the whole personality. The higher states of recognition appear in the form of the icon in the higher forms of mental consciousness. It is I life, it is I who experienced all that in my past. Who remembers that this bit of experience has there taken place in my experience some time ago is the my present self thinking of the experience as lived through by my past self. In self forms of recognition where the not present, as in the higher vertebrates and possibly lower the is of in the infants, their experience exists and the present recognition of it in the shape of a vague memory that it had been experienced before. The present experience of an already experienced event floats in a cloud of pastness. It is this psychic state of pastness in a present experience that makes it felt to the subject who experiences it as recurrent and recognitive. Of course, not every recurrent experience, even of the higher types of moments, is recognitive, as there are psychopathic recurrent states which, like the lower forms of moment consciousness, recur and reproduce themselves with no element of recognition present. We can, however, fully assert that every recognitive experience is recurrent. Requires former or past experience. Recognition Chapter XXI The recognitive moment and its reproduction. Recognition is one of the essential attributes of representative life. The faintest and most obscure representation requires the presence of recognition in the background. We may say that without recognition, representation becomes an impossibility. Recognition is the function of representative elements. Just as cognition is the function of sensory, presentative elements, so recognition, or secondary cognition, is the function of representative elements. Now that moment consciousness, which has representative elements among the constituents of its content, may be termed recognitive moment consciousness. The recognitive moment is of a higher type than the synthetic moment. Like the synthetic moment, matter or psychic content of the recognitive moment is assimilated in a synthetized form. Like the synthetic, what goes on reproducing not on the desultory, but on the accumulative type, and moreover, it approaches ment, more the compound, accumulative type. Unlike the synthetic moment, the recognitive moment is possessed of representative elements function. Having recognition as their representative elements with their function of recognition, present in the recognitive moment, but absent in the other lower moments, make a fundamental difference in the nature of reproduction. The reproduction of the recognitive moment is totally different in character from that of the desultory 376 recognitive moment and its reproduction and synthetic moments. 377 in the desultory and synthetic moments, reproduction is effected by means of present and actual recurrence of former experative elements, hence is indispensable in the recognitive moment nothing. The reproduction of the recognitive moment is effected only in representation. Moment with its sensory elements is not reproduced as of the kind is required. Recurrence, but only symbolized, or trill to say substituted in meaning or in function by the representative element, the image, the elements. Idea is recognized as functioning as a substitute, as standing for the presence of the actual experience of the original moment with its nuclear primary and secondary. In the higher stages of the moment may become detached, and the act of sensory elements. This recognition may become duplicated and emphasized in recognition another subsequent representation. In reality, however, both in the lower and higher forms of the recognitive moment, the fact of recognition belongs directly to the representation itself, for as we have pointed out, recognition is just an essential function of representation. As qualitative sensory of the elements external express, or present, so do representer object. The elements mirror the psychic objects as presented. This relation may be expressed into sense experience. A proportional object so is form, as presentation representation to the is to the external presented object. In the higher forms of the recognitive moment, the representation can be once more represented, and this latter is represented in its turn, each subsequent reproduction representing, substituting and mirroring the preceding one. Thus I may see the child yonder playing with its ball, I may represent to myself the whole scene, and 378 normal and abnormal psychology may further represent to myself the fact of representation itself, which in its turn may be once more represent the content of the recognitive moment and so on. In this mode of reproduction, becomes more and more modified, more and more different as it proceeds along this line, becomes further and further removed from the original experienced moment with its sensory elements. In the more prevalent forms of the recognitive moment, the process of reproduction does not proceed in this way. Reproduction keeps nearer to the lower types, to the content of the types of the synthetic moments, or, in other words, it keeps nearer to sense experience. The representation has a direct reference to the object as presented in sense experience, and this direct reference is in its reproduction more or less preserved throughout. The recognitive moment is every time reproduced in representation, and although having different representative elements with each successive reproduction, refers to the same object as presented. It's still the modifications that occur in the moment take place only in the representative elements. Adaptations, instead of taking place by means of changes in the sensory elements due to successive modification effected by the direct influence of stimuli from external environment, are now freed from the direct influence of external conditions, and may be effected within the representative element's moment itself, without having recourse to the modifying influence of stimuli. We have already shown that the characteristic trait of representative elements is their freedom from the bondage in accumulations or compounds in which sen of the sorry elements are kept. Representative elements can be recognitive moment and its reproduction easily transposed. They can enter into 379 new free associations without requiring special external stimuli to break the stable compound. The free associations of representative elements may be dissolved by other representations. The stick lying nearby may be kicked away by my foot, but may also be represented as a support. It may be imaged as a means of defense and attack, and finally the representation may be changed in another direction. The stick may be used as an instrument for bringing down apples from a tree. Adaptation is any effected within the process of representation before changes are introduced into actual, presentative life. From a teleological standpoint, one can realize the great gain in the economy of life reactions by a mode of reproduction independent of and free from the direct influence of external stimuli with their consequent sensory responses and motor reactions, resulting in further and further modifications of the original moment. The recognitive moment in its growth and development by a series of internal representative modifications spares self-illit adapted sensory responses and motor reactions. This is an immense gain to life, a great aid and powerful weapon in the struggle for existence. Regarded from this standpoint of modification, the moment consciousness may be said to pass through important stages in the course of its development. The stage of non-modifiability of content, then the stage of modifiability of the sensory motor content, modifiability in representation, and finally the special importance of the recognitive moment for the being possessing it is the greater freedom from the dominion of the external environment. External conditions are not so literally, so slavishly reflected in the moment. Changes may see normal and abnormal psychology 380 occur in sensory motor reactions and adaptations due to representations alone, without any previous material. The recognitive changes in the external conditions. Moment carries its external world in itself, in its representation, and by affecting changes there, may bring about changes in environment, thus controlling external conditions, instead of being controlled by them. Instead of being driven by external forces into blind obedience, into unintelligent adaptations, the moment is on the point, even in its lowest forms, to acquire some intelligent character in seeing ahead, by living over its former experiences in the states of representation, the sensory motor reactions being accordingly modified. The reproduction of the recognitive moment is not induced by external stimuli only, but mainly by the course of other representations. Without actually being confronted with the object, the representation of it may any time arise in the mind and call forth new adaptations to the external environment. The representation by which the recognitive moment effects its reproduction is not at all a mode of reinstatement, partial or complete, a mode characteristic of the lower types of moments. What the moment reproduces is altogether different in nature and content from what has been experienced, or directly presented. What is presented is sensory material, what is reproduced is imagery, ideal stuff. Imagery, ideal stuff as it is, it still mirrors, substitutes, represents the material certainty of sensory experience. From the very nature of the moment and mode its reproduction experience meant is the original of emotional tone of the not reproduced by the recognitive mode. The emotional tone, like the rest of the recognitive moment and its reproduction, psychic content duction, but represented is not in recognitive repro the great reproduced. Actually 381 gain of it from a biological standpoint is momentous, since the moment's reaction can be better adapted to the changing conditions of its environment. The image of an object change from reproduction to reproduction, but they always mirror, refer to the same sensory elements and compounds they recognize their object. The recognition of an object or an event, however sensative elements entering into the idea or, vague, means some experience that has been lived through before. In other words, the representation, although experienced as a present psychic element, must have a glow of pastness about it. Representation is a present experience referring to a past life, to an event that is passing or that has passed away. Representation with its function of recognition is a reference to the past. This reference to the past may range from the indefinite to the highly definite localization of experience referred to the time past. This depends on the development of the moment, of its place in the scale of evolution. The higher the moment, the more definite; the lower, the less definite the localization is. The dog, in recognizing his master, Ulysses, hardly knew the length of time the hero had been away in his battles and wanderings, although the dog possibly had a dim feeling of by the great joy manifested at long-delayed expectations have been finally fulfilled. If dogs are capable of recognition at all, some vague feeling of pastness is present in the recognitive moment, however low it may pastness, revealing it seeing his master, as if his stand in the scale of development. Normal and abnormal psychology 382. We in the child quite indefinite. Is find that the time localization in very young children, the fu and the past such as yesterday and tomorrow, have no definite meaning. Thus in children of 3 years that have come under my observation, the apprehension of the past and future, such as yesterday and tomorrow, is still wanting. When the child is told that something took place, he referred it to a yesterday indefinitely localized in the past. The day before, a week ago, a month ago, years past are equally projected into the vague past. The same holds true of the child's sense of the future. When is tomorrow, is a question I have been often asked by intelligent children of 3, 4 and even 5 years old. The child recognizes his old friend after a departure of several months, but he localizes this event far off in time, say yesterday. The reference to the past becomes more and more definitely localized in time, the higher the recognitive moment rises in the scale of evolution. This process of localization of the recognized event in the past depends entirely on the time sense becoming fully definite with more or less greater perfection of the conceptual time scheme. Thus savages and the ignorant classes of even civilized societies have an imperfect form, the of time-tion, localization. The definiteness of localizer, however, is not of material consequence as far as our point of view is concerned. For all we know the ape, the infant Ulysses dog, and have no time localization at all. What is enough to state from our psychological standpoint is the fact that recognition involves some form of pastness belonging to the implicated representative element, a pastness which in a higher stage becomes time localization. Recognitive moment and its reproduction 383. Under the influence of toxic matter, of narcotics, and in some forms of mental diseases, this time sense may swell, thus giving rise to the projection of experience on a larger scale of objective time. Such states are to be found under the influence of opium or cannabis, also in some mental diseases when the patient claims that this function of recognition is many centuries old. With its aspect of pastness is certainly present in the passing recognitive moment. The process becomes more complicated and also more objectified types of moment consciousness. Moment consciousness in the higher, in short, the recogni in addition to its reproduction involves some form of awareness of its being a reproduction by its reference to a past experience. Being freed from its bondage to the present circumstances, living in the bygone past, the recognitive moment gets a glimpse of the not yet born future into which the free representative elements are projected. Chapter XXII. The synthetic recognitive moment. The recognitive moment in its reproductions. The first link may be arranged in a series. In the series pound is the sensory elements or comma where a and letter be the representation. Let this be expressed by is the sensory experience of the first reproduction. The next reproduction may be represented by a asterisk and the succeeding series by a asterisk, a asterisk, a asterisk. Each one of the series refers directly to each of them. Recog stata with its external object. Nice is in the reproduced representation the represented, formerly perceived object of the primary stata. Each link in the series makes easier the occurrence of the succeeding one. The series forms a progression in which the link further removed from the beginning differs to a certain degree from the ones that preceded it. This progressive difference is due to the continuous progressive modifications effected in each successive link by the occurrence or reproduction of the preceding links. The process is one and continuous, and with the progress of the series of reproductions each following link becomes modified, emerges with greater ease, while the recognition is effected without any difficulty. Each previous recognition makes the next one easier. In the character of its modification, the lower form of the recognitive moment does not differ from the moment of the synthetic type of consciousness. Like the synthetic moment, the modifications are not effected con 384. The synthetic recognitive moment 385. The modifications are cumulative, without there being direct awareness of them. Precisely in the moment. To awareness of the previous reproduction and recognition each separated moment may be considered as isolated, and the history of the recurrences of the reproduction and recognition is not given in the conscious moment. As in the synthetic moment, an external observer is required who should read off the history of the recognitive moment from the final forms taken by psychophysiological and sensorimotor actions. Ness of the recognitive expressed in a formula, it may be said that each representation, each reproduction of the recognitive motor of the sensory state, which may be represented as a symbolically represented ment, refers to the object. The relations of the successive reproduced representations to the object as presented in stata and to each other in order of their succession may be expressed by the following diagram: normal and abnormal psychology 386. In other words, the representative states in the series of reproduction all refer to the original experience AA, and each preceding state modifies the succeeding one, but the succeeding state does not include consciously the previous reproduction and recognition. The partial intersecting of the circles indicates that successive states do not include their predecessors, but are only influenced the state, however, and modified by them. Gets enlarged the further situated it is in the progression of the series. Each state inherits only the modified cations accumulated by the preceding ones, but it does not inherit the cognition or recognition of the state itself. In this respect, the series of states going to make up moment differs from that of synthetic. The synthetic moment reproduces by reinstate the recognitive type meant with modifications accumulated in the course of the process of reproductions. The recognitive moment, on the contrary, does not reproduce by reinstatement of presentation, but by representation. The preceding state need not be actually repeated, and if such a reference is present it is represented. Representation is effected by different psychic the same or like elements need not be reproduced in the moment of the recognitive type. In the men's recognitive moment of the stage considered by us, such a reinstatement is altogether absent. The states following each other are different. Moreover, they are isolated, disconnected in the series. The links in the series refer to the same object as presented, but they do not refer to each other in the order of their progression. Stata does not refer to the stata that preceded it, nor does a refer to a 2, nor a to a percent, and so on. The series of the synthetic recognitive moment 387 states of the recognitive moment in the stage under consideration do, however, effect modifications in the order of their succession. A modifies a modifies a backslash a modifies a, and so on, each preceding state modifying the succeeding one. The dog or third time on seeing a person for the second may recognize the friend of his master, but he does not remember that he has knifed him already on previous occasions. Similarly, when the baby sees a strange person for the first time, it may become scared and begin to cry. Subsequent similar experiences may reduce or on the contrary may increase the fear element, but the baby learns to know and recognize his man, and the psychophysiotician logical and psychomotor reactions follow as soon as the man is caught sight of. Reproduction and recognition become easier, but it is questionable whether the baby, like the intelligent dog, in recognizing the person, aware of having recognized the person on previous, the dog and the child are aware of the person and recognize him, but they are not aware of the series of preceding recognitions. A form of moment consciousness with a series of isolated reproductions and recognitions, but with accumulated modifications, may be termed the synthetic accumulative recognitive moise occasions. Ment. Chapter 23. The synthetic moment of self-consciousness. In the higher stages of the recognitive moment, the states in the series are no longer isolated. Each succeeding state embraces, or trill to say includes, and represents the preceding one. The whole series is essentially an interconnected one. The states in the series not only refer to the original experience of the object as presented, but also to each other in the order of their succession. Let A be the original experience of which A is presentative and A is representative, then the state of the recognitive moment may be represented by A. State A refers to A, and the succeeding state A refers not only to A but also to A. The same holds true in A refers to A and A, and the case of the other states, not only to A alone but also to A. A refers once more to A and also to A, A, and so on. Each succeeding state A refers to the original experience and also to the preceding states of recognition. In other words, each state represents not only the original sensory experience, but also some, though not all, of the preceding series of represent. There is, in short, awareness in the act of rectations. Cognition. 1. The preceding state modifies the succeeding, and this latter is fully aware of the former. This awareness is present during the very occurrence of each state in the series. The reproduced state in 388. Its recognition recog. The synthetic moment of self-consciousness. 389 the object as presented to sense experience, recog, aware at least that it has had some such recognitions on previous occasions, and at the same time recognizes, or is aware of, its present recognition. Such a recognitive moment, the highest of all the moments consciousness, is characteristic of the fully developed adult human consciousness or of self-consciousness, and may be termed the synthetic moment of self-consciousness, or ness. Is the synesthetic forms a series of self moment, of self-consciousness, the present or the percipient, the past or the perceived self, and the intermediate two selves as termini, the whole forming a series synthetized by the life of the synthetic selves connecting the moment of self-consciousness. If we retain our previous denotation of objects and of the series of recognitive states, and denote the recognitive reproduction by attaching the denotation of the presented object as index to the state, then the state may be denoted by AA. The succeeding the simple states in rec moment may be denoted by AA equals AA. So AA, the states in the series of the synthetic moment of self-consciousness, may then be represented by onuative AAA. The following formula a and so on the #j, last #2, as being extremely complicated. Graphically, the synthetic moment of self-consciousness may be represented as follows: normal and abnormal psychology. 39 degrees. All along our analysis of reproduction we have at the same time by implication discussed the various types and forms of what may be conveniently termed as germinal memory in the states of consciousness of the lower animals. Memory, however, is not present in the lower types of moment consciousness. Memory really begins with the recognitive moment and reaches its full perfection in the adult human consciousness, moment of self-consciousness. In the synthetic, it is only in the moment of self-consciousness that all the characteristics of memory are to be formed, namely, reproduction, not reinstatement, but reproduction after the kind of the recognitive moment, recognition, definite localization in the past, and finally awareness of its own activity, or rather self-awareness. Recognitive moment. Memory germinates and grows in the moment, and blossoms in the personality appendix I consciousness, in opposition to the metaphysical view that there exists on consciousness and a separate content. James, in his article Does Consciousness Exist?, flatly denies the existence of such a consciousness. He lays stress on the fact that such a consciousness is of a purely hypothetical and speculative character. Psychologically speaking, all there exists is thought, experience, while an abstract undifferentiated consciousness may as well be omitted from the scheme of things. All we deal with is mental facts. James ridicules the position of those who regard consciousness as being independent of content. To consciousness as such nothing can happen, for timeless in itself, it is only a witness of happenings in time, in which it plays no part. Consciousness as such is entirely impersonal self and its activities belong to the content. James' view is that instead of an impersonal consciousness we should substitute thought as a function of knowing. James's italics. To deny plumply that consciousness exists seems so absurd on the face of it, for undeniably thoughts do that. I fear some readers will follow me no farther. Let me then immediately explain that I mean only to deny that the word stands for an entity, but to insist most emphatically that it does stand for a function. That function is knowing. James' italics. Can thus far agree with James. When however he begins to speculate on unitary stuff and pure simple experience which is both objective and subjective, we must part company, for he leaves the domain of psychology and enters the domain of metaphysics. My thesis is, he writes, that, if we start with the supposition that there is only one primal stuff or material in the world, a stuff of which everything is composed, and ists. We 391. Appendix I 39-2. If we call that stuff pure experience, then knowing can only be explained as a particular sort of relation towards one another into which portions of pure experience may enter. In this respect James approaches perilously close to Wunsian voluntarism, which he does not favor. It practically means double-barreled experience, which on the one hand is objective while on the other it is subjective. As James puts it, the same experience is counted twice over, in one stream which is external and the other which is internal. All objections urged against voluntarism may be brought against this view, which is really nothing but the voluntarism of Wundt under a different garb. We are not better off by the assumption of the same experience participating in two different streams. We do not understand the streams any better by assuming differences which really amount to the differences of matter and mind, or of matter and consciousness. James on the one hand is too metaphysical, and on the other hand he wishes to eliminate the inactive, impassive consciousness of the idealists and of the neo-Kantians. He is metaphysical in assuming a pure experience which is both material and mental, and which in its purity is neither mental nor material. His true psychological sense tells him that an inactive, passive consciousness is a useless, futile assumption. James draws a sharp difference between internal and external experience. We find that there are some fires that will always burn sticks and always warm our bodies, and that there are some mental waters that will always put out fires. Fire is what won't burn real sticks, mental water is what won't necessarily, though of course it may, put out even a mental fire. Mental knives may be sharp, but they. In short, James' I'm one cut real wood self strongly contrasts the two sets of experiences. That the rest of the is all that the psychologist requires. The identification of the two streams in speculation, one unitary, primitive stuff experience, does not belong to psychology as a science. Appendix I 393. The whole view of James is metaphysical, and still with his clear psychological insight he cannot keep away from psychological facts. He shifts from metaphysics to psychology. The stream of thinking, he says, which I recognize emphatically as a phenomenon, is only a careless name for what, when scrutinized, reveals itself as to consist chiefly of the stream of my breathing. The I think which Kant said must be able to accompany all my objects, is the breath I breathe which actually does accompany them. There are other internal facts besides breathing, intercephalic muscular adjustments, and these increase the assets of consciousness so far as the latter is subject to immediate perception, but breath, which was ever the original spirit, breath moving outwards, between the glottis and the nostrils, is, I am persuaded, the essence out of which philosophers have construed the entity known to them as consciousness. That entity is fictitious while thoughts in the concrete are fully real. But thoughts in the concrete are made of the same stuff as things are. In this passage James as usual James italics. plays his great psychological introspection, which is unfortunately complicated with metaphysical considerations. Of course, even from a purely psychological point of view, we can hardly agree that sensations of respiration and intercephalic, muscular adjustments are alone sufficient as elements of general consciousness, for as Ribot and others have pointed out, co-anesthetic sensations coming from muscles, viscera, nerves, neurons, peripheral, central, and sympathetic nervous system, all enter as elements in the synthesis of con. It may be claimed that the sensations' pointiousness, ed out by James, may be predominant, but this is rather questionable. However the case may be, the identification of matter and mind, one being objective and the other subjective thought, is an adventure into the realms of metaphysics. James differentiates the fire that burns from the 394 Appendix I that does not burn, the water that is really wet from the water which is not wet, the motion that obeys the laws of mechanics from the motion that does not obey Newton's laws. In order to constitute water, the chemist does not mix oxygen with his thought of hydrogen. In order again to constitute the idea of water, the fire, the chemistry psychologist does not require tubes, retorts, so volumes of gases of oxygen and hydrogen. It does not put his ideas into his chemical compounds, and the psychologist does not subject his mental states to chemical tests. It is only in metaphysics that the fundamental difference of mental states and physical objects can be explained away in one unitary experience. I may add that James himself realized the truth of my contention, for in a private discussion with me he acknowledged that the view taken by him was purely metaphysical, that for the psychologist consciousness is as much of a reality as matter, atoms, molecule, ether, election, in short, as some form of material substance is requisite for the physicist. Recently some neorealists attempted to identify consciousness with energy, and especially with that form of energy known as potential energy. We cannot possibly identify mental states and processes with physical forms of energy, whether kinetic or potential. Arthur Gordon Webster in his Dynamics points out, now ML2 kinetic energy is of the dimensions the same as those of work. Potential energy is defined as work. Unit of energy is, therefore, the erg. If mental states or consciousness be potential energy of the physicist, the neorealist should define it in many ergs are their terms of physical work. It in the ideas of virtue, goodness, and beauty. It's clear that if we use the term energy in the case of mental states or processes, we can do it only in a figurative way. Energy in psychology cannot be used in the same sense as the physicist uses the term in the CGS. How Appendix I 395 case of kinetic or potential energy. One cannot take the mass of the idea and multiply it on the square of its length. Such a procedure is meaningless. It is therefore idle to talk of consciousness as potential energy. Energy is used in mental life as a figure of speech, as an illustration or substitute taken from physical life, but energy and consciousness cannot be identified. When we say that an argument is clear, we do not mean that there are no particles of dust in it, or that we can use it as a medium through which we can see objects distinctly, or when we say of a stupid person that he is dense, we do not mean that he has a high specific gravity. Consciousness is not physical energy. It is, however, quite possible that the potential energy consciousness of the neorealist is neither the potential energy of the physicist nor the consciousness of the psychologist. In this case we once more deal with some general metaphysical unifying substratum akin to the pure experience of James or to the unitary experience of Wunsian voluntarism. In other words, we deal here again with metaphysics and not with science. One cannot help agreeing with Calkins. Of late years vigorous attempts have been made to eject the term consciousness from our vocabulary, but, in my opinion, these efforts, though richly significant, are metaphysical, not psychological, since all are mainly concerned to overcome the dualistic opposition of psychical to physical, whether accurate or inaccurate. The attempt to balance the account of thought and thing, that is, to distinguish psychical from physical, is concerned with the problem of ultimate reality, not with the explanation and description of observed facts, and is therefore metaphysical, not scientific in character. While on the one hand there is danger that psychology, dealing with mind, experience, knowledge, is apt to fall into epistemological and metaphysical pitfalls, on the other hand there is grave danger on the side of feuilleant biologists to identify psychic facts physiologists recently with physiological and biological facts. 39*6 Appendix I of Animal Life have made violent efforts merging psychology into biology. There is no doubt that motor reactions, adjustments, adaptations, behavior must be taken into consideration in the study of psychic facts, but motor manifestations are of psychological significance only insofar as they lead to an interpretation of the inner subjective facts, facts of consciousness. This knowledge can only be given through an introspective interpretation of the facts of behavior. Can fully realize the non-psychological attitude when we find writers like Watson who wish to eliminate ideas or kindred mental states from psychology, or who like McDougall define psychology as a science of animal behavior. The peristaltic movements of the intestines, the action of the heart, the lungs and the liver belong to animal activities and still they can hardly be included under psychic activities. McDougall thinks that psychologists must cease to be content with the sterile and narrow conception of their science as the science of consciousness, and must boldly assert its claim to be the positive science of the mind in all its aspects and modes of functioning, or as I would prefer to say, the positive science of conduct or of behavior. But even from McDougall's standpoint mere movements do not constitute psychological material. They are psychological insofar as they are the indications of some inner subjective experience, such as sensations, feelings. Now it is just these emotions, strivings, cognitions, phenomena that form the subject matter of psychology. The psychologist regards behavior as the means for an introspective comprehension of what that behavior may indicate subjectively. Psychology, even from McDougall's standpoint, is after all the science of the mind, the science of consciousness which we can study through an introspective no-interpretation of motor reactions or behavior. In introspectively what fear is from our own introspection and from the observation of the motor reactions the Appendix I 397 instinct of fear gives rise to we can interpret similar reactions or behavior in our neighbor or in our lower kin in the scale of evolution. It is interesting to observe that while on the one hand McDougall and others put motor reactions, conduct among psychic phenomena, on the other hand pure motor phenomena and physiological activities with but the rudiments of psychic life are described in terms of the three aspects of mental life of all mental processes: the cognitive, the affective and the conative terms, which are really characteristic of the higher forms of mental according to McDougall, even the lower life. This reminds one of Ma's perceive, feel, and act. Binet's microorganisms possessing perception, feeling, and volition. Appendix 2 Physiological traces. My attention was called to a very valuable paper, Further Studies in the Chemical Dynamics of the Central Nervous System by T. Brailsford Robertson, published in the Folio Neurobiologica Band 7, 1913. Robertson advances an extremely interesting hypothesis based on his biochemical researches. Basing himself on the fact that the performance of mental work initially facilitates its further performance and subsequently depresses or fatigues it, he builds up a far-reaching chemico-physiological hypothesis of the main phenomena of normal and abnormal mental life. I quote freely from his paper as it is of importance and highly stimulating to those who wish to go into the more technical scientific details of physiological research in regard to the phenomena of normal and abnormal mental function. We meet therefore in the exercise of a given intellectual function with two apparently contradictory facts. Performance facilitates the exercise of the function and we likewise depresses the exercise of the function. Note furthermore that the facilitation and depression become evident at different periods of time, the former in the earlier and the latter in the later stages of performance. Now this phenomenon is not at all limited, it is to the functions of the central nervous system, displayed in a very striking way by a variety of other functions, for instance in the contraction of the muscles in response to stimulation, whether direct or indirect. The phase of facilitation is displayed initially in the well-known staircase phenomenon, and the phase of depression by rigidity and inability to contract to stimuli in response to stimuli which formerly evoked a maximal response. Again, as I have shown in a series of Comet 398 Appendix 2 399, a similar phenomenon is displayed in growth which initially undergoes acceleration and thereafter slows down. Indeed, acceleration and slowing may alternate a number of times in the same organism, producing what I have termed growth cycles. This type of phenomenon would appear very generally displayed in the performance of life activities, and indeed I am inclined to think with Loeb that the self-communications, conserving character of the life process will ultimately find its solution in the study of phenomena of this description. This principle of growth cycles is significant, inasmuch as it falls in line with the fundamental principle of reserve energy developed by James and myself from different standpoints. Robertson assumes the presence of physiological if the central nervous system conditions these phenomena at all, as we believe it does, then the passage of a stimulus through the central nervous system must lead through a changed condition which for the sake of forming a concrete image we may term in the language employed by Maudsley, the deposition of a trace, or in the terminology of Exner, the excavation of a channel. The dynamic conception of Barnung trace formation regards it as being due to a chemical alteration of cell material along the path of the trace. Have seen that trace formation is at first facilitated by the process which brings it about and later depressed. At first a stimulus passes over the trace more readily, because it has previously done so, but at a later stage it passes over it less and less readily until finally the resistance is so great as to almost inhibit its passage altogether. Recalling this fact, we find ourselves in a position to crystallize our problem and state it in the following terms: what is the nature of a chemical react traces? Which at first takes place the more readily in consequence of having previously taken place, but at a later stage is inhibited by its own progress. When this question is addressed to a physical chemist, he does not see 400 Appendix 2. The reaction is either catenary, con of two reactions, the second of which uses up the product of the first, or it is autocatalytic, i.e. one of the products of the reaction accelerates the reaction. No other chemical reactions are known to the experience of the chemist which display at any stage positive acceleratate in replying, cistion. The various experimental works carried out by Robertson lead him to the rejection of catenary reactions and to the assumption of autocatalysis. Basing himself on this hypothesis of autocatalysis, Robertson goes on to explain from a purely chemico-physiological standpoint the phenomena of memory, of amnesia, of hypnosis and of allied phenomena. Adopting the working hypothesis outlined above, we perceive that the canalization hypothesis of Exner can now be expressed in a much more definite and con each incoming stimulus carves out for it crete form. Self in the central nervous system or deepens a pre-existing channel in the central nervous system, but the channel is not a trough formed by the physical displacement of particles, it is a chemical channel, a thread or trace of the autocatalyst of central nervous activities, a thread which need not necessarily be supposed to be more than a few times the diameter of the sphere of molecular influence in width. This deposit necessarily follows faithfully the path pursued by the original impulse and permits succeeding impulses to pass over the same path more readily by virtue of its presence. It is possessed of course of a definite spatial location, but, and this is a very important point, if by any chance it should be obliterated or destroyed, it is not irreplaceable even if the continuity of the original path be forever interrupted. For it is only one of a conceivably enormous number of paths which might be traversed by a stimulus in its passage from one extremity of the original path. Furthermore, the trace is capable of but the other. traversed by other subsequent or performed traces in as many different ways as the axons and ganglion cells Appendix 2 401 of the central nervous system intercommunicate, that is, so far as our knowledge extends, in a number of ways which for all practical purposes may be regarded as infinite. It must always be remembered that the trace consists of a deposit of an autocatalyst which we are obviously compelled to assume is an autocatalyst for the propagation of all impulses. It follows, therefore, that if a faint trace runs into, that is to say, traverses or intersects a well-marked trace, there will be a tendency for the impulse forming or following the faint trace to be deflected completely at or in a great part into the well-marked trace. Indeed, if the intersecting trace be sufficiently well marked and formed subsequently to the faint trace, we can see how impulses now arriving by way of the faint trace would become so largely deflected into the new well-marked trace as to leave the parts of the faint trace remote from the point of intersection almost instances of the untraversed by any impulses at all. Mental correlates of these physico-chemical phenomena abound in our daily psychic life. In our next book on symptomatology we shall refer to Robertson's application of his theory to the various phenomena of hypnosis, multiple personality, amnesia and various forms of dissociation. I wish here to call attention to Robertson's valuable paper and point out his relation to the hypothesis of unconscious cerebration on the one hand and to my psychobiological doctrines of the moment consciousness on the other. Robertson fully realizes the shortcomings and crudeness of the physiological theories advanced by many physiologists to the effects of crowding out mental phenomena or consciousness, the very phenomena which the physiological theories were constructed to explain physiologically or rather to follow out physiologically step by step. As I have insisted in this volume, a physiological correlative must be postulated for all phenomena of this, however, is far from denying the consciousness, and thus being left with a phi themselves facts mental 402 Appendix 2 hypothesis instead of the facts themselves for which this hypothesis was constructed. When a physiologist or biologist constructs a physiological hypothesis as a correlative of consciousness, he is so carried away with it that he soon forgets the purpose of the hypothesis and proceeds to deny the main facts. From a purely scientific standpoint we must postulate that each and every act of experience, of consciousness has a physiological correlative, a point on which I have laid special stress. The reasoning of a Newton, Aristotle, and Plato as well as the moral thoughts and feelings of prophets and saints have their physiological correlatives. This, however, would not mean that all those experiences of genius, intellectual and moral, are unconscious cerebrations devoid of all conscious awareness. Under such conditions it is best to stick to the facts and regard the physiological hypothesis as a pretty speculation which logical may do more harm than good, inasmuch as it distracts the attention from the facts at issue. What I claim is that a good deal, if not the most of what is described as subconscious, is essentially of the same inner, subjective experience of what we otherwise describe as conscious awareness, inasmuch as introspective experience, both direct and indirect, given by immediate experience and by memory, as well as by reactions and behavior, are the same as found in fully conscious. If we deny awareness to subconscious manifestage such as hypnosis and allied states, we should also call in question the awareness of all other similar states. It goes without saying, as I have pointed, that hypnosis and allied states, being phenomena of consciousness, must have a physiological correlative, but it is still to be proven that in such states there is only a physiological may process without any conscious accompaniment. As well claim that the Iliad, Hamlet, the Principia, the Parthenon, Venus de Milo and other creations of genius in a certain are the result of physiological processes. Since the claim is true, there is a physiological correlative to the highest flight of genius, but it is man states. We, Appendix 2 403, ifistly absurd to omit the conscious elements that go to constitute the very essence of what we regard as genius. Conscious and subconscious phenomena have alike foy, and both of them are characterized by consciousness, awareness, and feeling. The subconscious is a consciousness, another consciousness, a consciousness other than the usual personal conscious-logical correlativeness. Robertson is fully aware not only of the crude attempts of what he terms static physiological theories, but also of the fallacy of denying consciousness and installing in deposits its place physiological currents, traces, and it must be admitted, he says, that the sporadic attempts which have been made from time to time by biologists to advance interpretations of the physical correlates of psychic phenomena have seldom been either well judged or attended by any measure of success. In another place he says, the static conception as that developed by Monk and Ziehen, regards the trace as some structural modification, some physical alteration, an alteration in other words in the distribution of cell matter in space. I have elsewhere dwelt rather at length upon the more manifest objections to this point of view, at least in the crude form in which it has hitherto been presented. It would require each idea, mental image and conception to be very strictly local. Such a localization of ideas has, of course, never been demonstrated. The trace is conceived by Robertson in dynamic terms. This dynamic trace, the correlative of memory, conscious and subconscious, is more or less permanent, because the persistence of memories proves that the trace, whatever it may be, is rather permanent and only very slowly fades away. Robertson fully realizes the importance of the subconscious for the conscious activity. The phenomena of subconscious memory reveal clearly that memories may persist from childhood to advanced maturity without intermediate self-conscious recollection to reinforce the Appendix 2 404. Occasional subconscious recollection cannot of course be ruled out, but it must be rare in many cases, for otherwise, as Sidis has pointed out, our entire mental life would be occupied in recollecting. In speaking of the static physiological theories, Robertson says Sidis proceeds to dispose of all these theories collectively on the ground that a mere modification left behind as a trace cannot possibly explain memory, recollection, the fact of referring a particular bit of experience to an experience felt before. Robertson fully sees the function of the physiological theories as correlatives of conscious states, not as substitutes. He realizes fully that the function of a good physiological theory of the physiological correlatives of conscious states is not the ruling out of the subjective phenomena which after all form the real material of investigation. He assumes the presence of consciousness as a datum to which he wishes to find a physiological correlative. Such criticism, he goes on to say, is perfectly sound, if these theories are seriously advanced as explanations, rather as substitutes, as I would say, considering the hypothesis of the subconscious advanced recently by some writers on the subject of the subjective experience of memory. Subjective experience of recollection can no more be identified with a physical modification of a nerve element than the subjective experience of a given color can be identified with a particular wavelength of light. But I submit that regarding memory from an objective standpoint as a pure objective fact, modification of the present as a result of previous reactions to stimuli, it demands objective interpretation with precisely the same force as any other objective fact. That memory has physiological correlatives we must regard as one of the fundamental assumptions of psychology, both normal and abnormal. What I protest against is the metaphysical unconscious which claims to take the place of subjective facts. The unconscious, with a capital U, as formulated by Carpenter, Ziehen and by other modern writers, under the belief and post-race. Appendix 2 405. Sibley, with the good intention of being more scientific, introduces Hartmanian metaphysics of the marvels of the unconscious into psychic life. Must remember once for all that deposits of images, memory ganglion cells, unconscious dispositions, neurograms and other kinds of figurative representations, are in the last resort figurative images which may help to picture the possibility of physiological correlatives of psychic states, but they cannot, from their very nature, replace the real facts, the facts of consciousness. As soon as such claim is made by the unconscious, it must be declared to be what it really is, namely a speculative hypothesis of certain mental phenomena which alone constitute the real facts. Perhaps it is in place to add a few words as to the hypothesis of autocatalysis in relation to what Robertson discusses as Sidis' hypothesis of neuron disaggregation. Robertson thinks that the theory of neuron disaggregation stated from the standpoint of neuron retraction should be abandoned. It seems to me the theory of neuron disaggregation, however, that Gaussian or of systemic neuron disaggregation does not depend on the theory of neuron retraction. Systems of functioning neurons latter is provisional. May be thrown out of association due to changes of their thresholds. This rise and fall of threshold developed in my multiple personality puts the hypothesis of neuron disaggregation on a more solid and more certain physiological basis. In fact, the rise and fall of thresholds of neuron systems may be very well stated in Robertson's The Theory of Own hypothesis of autocatalysis. The rise and fall of thresholds is based on a series of known physiological and psychological facts. It is quite possible that the rise and fall of thresholds which gives rise to neuron disaggregations with its accompanying phenomena of dissociation are ultimately due to changes in the formation of systems of autocatalytic should the latter hypothesis be proven I products. We 406 Appendix 2 think the theory of neuron disaggregation would rest on a sure chemico-physiological basis. The theory of neuron disaggregation may well be stated in Robertson's theory of autocatalysis correlative with psychic phenomena. In fact, Robertson himself calls attention to the fact that his theory does not fundamentally clash with mine. The two may in fact be in full accord. Abandonment of the postulate of neuron disaggregation, rather neuron retraction, Robertson concludes his paper, does not in the least involve, however, rejection of the really essential features of Sidis' hypothesis of moment consciousness. Hypothesis does not traverse the hypothesis of Sidis, it merely supplements it and renders necessary a readjustment of the physiological equivalence of his terminology. From Sidis' point of view, the full waking consciousness may be likened to a pyramid having for its base a greater or smaller number of moments consciousness. From my point of view, it may be likened to a complicated textile fabric built up out of the psychical correlates of a greater or smaller number of intercon. It is obvious that for the purpose of connected traces, purely psychological analysis, the two hypotheses are almost completely interchangeable. But for Sidis' moments consciousness we must read not neurons, but traces, channels or deposits of autocatalyst. The criticism passed on Robertson's theory that it fails to account for conservation of memory is unjust. Robertson's theory is fully adequate to explain FIDE. Conservation of memories. My 5.